You eat your fill and then go to sleep every day. Your talent is so low, even the dog despises it. Yet you only used one move. You have mastered every martial art to the highest level. Even the Grandmaster kneels down to ask you to accept him as a disciple. You are sitting in the room, following the instructions of the basic breathing method, but making no progress. Just when you were feeling a little disappointed and thinking of giving up, suddenly a childish voice sounded in your mind, "I'm so hungry, really hungry." Your body suddenly jerks, and you stand up, looking around to make sure there's no one else. Just when you were puzzled, the immature childish voice sounded again, "So slow, too slow." This time you can be sure it's not an illusion, but before you can figure out what's going on, you are amazed to find that a stream of energy is gathering around you and rushing towards your body. Although you have never practiced before, at this moment you are absolutely sure that you are absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, tempering your body. In no time, your basic breathing technique has reached the beginner level, and you swallow your saliva. At the next moment, that immature childish voice sounds again. Your eyes light up, and then you quickly ask, "Let me ask you, can you practice continuously, or no? Not continuously eat?" The immature childish voice responds, "I don't know, I just know I'm fine now. When I'm hungry, I want to eat, maybe when I'm full, I won't want to eat anymore." Upon hearing this response, you felt a bit disappointed, then you noticed some black stains on your body, sticky and uncomfortable. You grabbed a pack of tissues and started wiping, but when you wiped your thigh, the door suddenly opened. You subconsciously turned to look and found a woman standing at the door, looking at you, and you looking at her. Then her gaze shifted to the laptop, then to your hand wiping your thigh, furrowing her brow. Only then did you realize that a video was still playing on the screen, and you quickly closed the laptop in shock. You immediately explained, "Xinghe, it's not what you think." Before you could finish, she interrupted, "Let's eat," and then turned and left after speaking. As if thinking of something, she turned back, covered her nose, tidied up the room, took a shower, and then came out to eat, a strange smell lingering. You smiled wryly, "It's really hard to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River." Lu Qinghe is your neighbor's older sister. After your parents disappeared, Lu Qinghe's parents took you in, and you had a good relationship when you were young. However, when Lu Qinghe was 16, she was found to have exceptional martial arts talent and was recruited by the top martial arts academy in Qingyuan City as an elite student. Later, she was even admitted to the Seed family and underwent 3 years of intensive training, then was directly employed by the Demon Suppression Bureau after graduation. Normally, Lu Qinghe is out on missions and rarely comes back once a month, so it's really unusual for her to return today. It's quite embarrassing to have caused such a misunderstanding right after coming back. After tidying up the room and taking a shower, you came to the living room, skillfully prepared a bowl of rice, and then placed it on the table. It was only then that you noticed today's meal was quite sumptuous, with an unfamiliar meat dish. Excitedly, Aunt Lu said to Xiaochen, "Quick, try this. Your sister brought this back. I heard it's the meat of some kind of elemental beast." Wen Yan, you may not be a dancer, but you still have some understanding. Dancers are divided according to their strength into primary, intermediate, advanced dancers, and above them, the round dancers. The primary, intermediate, and advanced levels of dancers can only be considered ordinary dancers. There is a clear distinction between them and the round dancers. It is said that elemental martial artists possess elemental power, which is an extremely powerful force. Elemental beasts, like elemental martial artists, are also creatures that have mastered elemental power. You wouldn't have expected that Qinghe could even get her hands on elemental beast meat. Hurry and eat. Although most of the essence of elemental beasts is stored in the Qi Yuan Dan, there is still some energy contained in their flesh and blood, making it quite nutritious. It's quite suitable for replenishing your body, but no matter how much you replenish, it's only a temporary solution. You still need to control yourself. After speaking, Lu Qinghe looked at you with a strange look. Of course, you knew what he meant by controlling yourself. You suddenly felt so embarrassed that you wished you could dig a tunnel and escape. Is this misunderstanding never going to be resolved? As you were eating the elemental beast meat, a familiar voice suddenly came to mind, so delicious, such a rich energy flavor. It was the voice of that foodie from the basic breathing technique. At the same time, you only feel the lean meat entering your stomach, as if releasing a surge of energy into countless cells in your body. The basic breathing technique feels the delicious and rich energy, greatly uplifting the mood, breaking through the state, and increasing the cultivation speed by 5 times. The current martial arts realm is at 1% mastery. You suddenly brighten up, realizing that the way to elevate the state of the basic breathing technique is to let him eat. The better he eats, the faster he improves. You are extremely excited and start eating the elemental beast meat in large mouthfuls. As you continue to eat the meat, the progress of the basic breathing technique's cultivation keeps increasing. You even wonder if by eating like this all the time, this little foodie's martial arts realm could directly reach perfection. However, after eating a few large pieces of lean meat, you feel full. Seeing that you are full, Du Qinghe then brought up the main topic. I am going to carry out a mission. I won't be back for at least half a month, or possibly several months. I used my connections to find a security job for you, Zhang Feng. The monthly salary is 5,000, and it's very easy. You don't need to do anything. Just go to register in these 2 days. 1 yen, you are stunned. If you were still as useless as before, you would have definitely accepted it. But times have changed. However, you didn't directly refuse, but worriedly asked Qinghe, what kind of mission are you going to carry out? Will it be dangerous? It's a secret mission, but don't worry, the danger level is not high, Qinghe said, not wanting to discuss the topic and casually left after saying that. You were silent for a moment, then returned to your room. To be honest, you are still a little worried about him. Although in your memory, it's common for Qinghe to go out on missions, this time seems different. Qinghe specially came back and arranged a job for you. It feels like she's arranging things behind the scenes. Don't dwell on what you don't understand anymore. The most important thing now is to improve your strength. With strength, you can also help Qinghe. Early the next day, you went to the market and spent 30,000 yuan, buying a bottle of Baichao nutrient solution. Originally, you wanted to buy some martial arts techniques, but they said you didn't have the identity of a dancer, so you couldn't purchase them. Back home, you quickly returned to your room, then took out the bottle of Baichao nutrient solution and drank it all. The excited voice of a foodie immediately exclaimed, so delicious. So delicious. Master, I really love you. You immediately felt a warm flow rushing into your body, spreading throughout, very comfortable. After absorbing all the energy from the Baichao nutrient solution, your basic breathing technique had reached the level of a small city. You feel like you should have reached the level of a dancer, but to get accurate data, you need to go for a test. Soon, you arrived at the Wuming separation point in Qingyuan City. As soon as you entered the hall, you heard someone shouting for strength testing. Pay the fee here before queuing, otherwise it's invalid. After paying the fee, it didn't take long for it to be your turn. You delivered a heavy punch to the device, and with a bang, several numbers appeared on the screen of the side-standing device. Seeing the number 925 kilograms on the screen, you had a pleasantly surprised look on your face. You passed, and the result was even higher than you had imagined. Your strength test reached 925 kilograms, but according to the regulations, you can try 2 more punches. Do you want to give it a try? The staff asked. You nodded. You were a bit nervous during the first punch, feeling like you didn't use all your strength. After taking a deep breath and adjusting your mindset, you punched the side-standing instrument again. This time the number was even higher. At 985 kilograms, you took advantage of the momentum and punched again. The highest score from the 3 punches was 988 kilograms, almost 1,000 kilograms. While others had shocked and envious expressions on their faces, you frowned. To outsiders, you might seem like you were showing off, but you were genuinely puzzled. You clearly felt a stronger power within you, but you couldn't seem to unleash it. Those 3 punches were definitely not your limit. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and you were wondering why, despite feeling an inexhaustible force, you couldn't seem to use it. The speaker was a man in his early 40s in a suit. You looked at the man and nodded. Yes, I am very puzzled. The man in the suit explained with a smile, that's because you didn't use martial arts. Without relying on martial arts, a person can only exert their own physical strength at most. A good martial art can allow you to maximize your physical strength, and with a higher level martial art, you can even unleash power far beyond your body's limits. After testing strength, it was time to measure speed. The staff took you to a runway and said, run through this runway at your fastest speed, and the instrument will measure your speed. At this point, the staff's attitude towards you has improved. It's definitely not easy to impress Supervisor Xiao. You agreed with a nod and then moved your legs to take the starting position. With a sudden burst of energy, you were like a gust of wind, almost instantly crossing the track and reaching the finish line. As you looked at the screen, it displayed 29.8 meters per second, 9.8 meters more than the horizontal line. Supervisor Xiao, the man in the suit, nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. As the head of the Wuming division, he had certainly encountered situations like yours before. But in a small 18th-tier city like Qingyuan, it was still the first time. Most importantly, you are so young, looking like you're only 16 or 17. After the speed test, you began the 3rd test, which measures your reaction and agility. This final test assesses your responsiveness and sensitivity. See those 3 machine guns? They will fire bullets at you later, starting slow and then getting faster. You just need to hold out for 30 seconds. If you are not hit, you pass. Of course, the bullets are just rubber bullets, so it might sting a bit, but it's within a tolerable range. Are you ready? The staff explained to you. You nodded and walked into the small room. As a burst of rapid gunfire sounded, rubber bullets were suddenly fired. The rubber bullets moved very quickly, but in your eyes, they seemed to slow down. 30 seconds passed quickly, and still no bullet managed to hit you. However, at 1 minute and 23 seconds, a rubber bullet finally hit you. At the same time, the staff loudly announced, "Reaction test, hold on for 1 minute and 23 seconds. Excellent! Congratulations, you passed the test. Remember to participate in the practical assessment in 3 days. Once you pass the practical assessment, you will be considered an official junior dancer." By the way, Supervisor Xiao just mentioned that after you finish the test, go to his office, he needs to talk to you. On the second floor of the Wumingqing Yuan City Separation Department, you cautiously make your way to the supervisor's office. When you reach the door, you hesitate for a moment, then decide to knock and enter. Entering the office, Supervisor Xiao nods with a smile and kindly says, "Feel free to sit, no need to be formal. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Xiao Jinggang, currently serving as the supervisor of the Wumingqing Yuan City Separation Department." After introducing himself, Supervisor Xiao looks at you. You blink, noticing Supervisor Xiao staring at your face, causing you to blush. It's a bit awkward being stared at so directly. Hearing this, Xiao Jinggang's face darkens as he says, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself as well?" You raise your proud head and calmly say, "I'm Jiang Feng, a high school entrance exam failure, soon to become a distinguished 5-star general of the Baigui Yuan." Xiao Jinggang can't hold back anymore, feeling like a herd of alpacas running through his mind. In the month before the entrance exam, schools will test students' martial arts talents. If you have martial arts talent, even at the lowest level, you can directly enroll in the martial arts academy for study. Only students without any martial arts talent would choose to take the entrance exam route. Xiao Jinggang quickly imagines a scenario. It must be that you offended a leader at Wudao No. 1 middle school, so that leader deliberately concealed your superior talent, preventing you from entering the Wudao Academy, forcing this poor little genius of yours to take the college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Xiao Jinggang suddenly said very seriously, "I understand. Don't worry, Uncle Xiao, I will definitely speak up for you." You were a bit busy and didn't understand why Director Xiao suddenly said that, and why his eyes looked at you with some sympathy. Although very confused, you still nodded heavily. Xiao Jinggang suddenly said very seriously, "Xiao Jiang, the reason I called you here this time is to talk to you about the practical assessment in 3 days. Actually, with your current overall physical fitness, there is absolutely no problem passing the practical assessment, but I hope that you can perform well in this practical assessment. It will be beneficial for you." As soon as you heard the word beneficial, you got excited, then seemed to think of something, your eyes lit up, and you suddenly chuckled. "Uncle Xiao, forget about the surprise. Just casually give me 1800 volumes of S-level martial arts." Hearing this, Xiao Jinggang directly gave you a look. "Forget about S-level martial arts. Not to mention me, I guess the entire Qingyuan city couldn't find one. But well, if there's no S-level martial arts, I can give you a D-level martial arts." 1 yen, your eyes lit up immediately. Although D-level martial arts are of a lower grade, it's still better than nothing. Xiao Jinggang took out a metal box from the desk drawer, and only after double unlocking with a password and fingerprint, did it finally open. You quickly lean in to look and find that the box contains 5 translucent rectangular thin slices, with some faint patterns visible on top. Xiao Jinggang points to the 5 martial arts seals in the box and says, "Each of these 5 martial arts seals records a ground-level martial art, including swordsmanship, knife skills, body techniques, boxing, and cross-training martial arts. As long as you have been certified as a warrior by the Martial Union, you can choose one of them for free practice. This can be considered a benefit from the Martial Union for you, even though you have not officially become a warrior. But you will definitely pass the real combat assessment 3 days later, so it's not against the rules to give it to you in advance. Choose one." You look at these 5 martial arts in the box, your eyes shining. Only children make choices. "Can I have them all?" "Xiao Shu, I have decision phobia, so can I have them all?" Xiao Jinggang directly rejects without even thinking. "I'm already letting you choose one, which is already an exception. Even if you become a certified warrior after passing the assessment, you can only learn 1 martial art for free. If you want more, you can buy them after you become a warrior." After thinking for a moment, you still chose that swordsmanship martial art. There's no other reason, just because swordsmen are cool. Xiao Jinggang nods, then takes out one of the 5 martial arts seals and places it on your forehead. The next moment, you feel a surge of information rushing into your brain. Soon, a picture appears in your mind. In the picture, a man's face is unclear, but you can see a sword hanging from his waist. The man suddenly drew his sword. The speed was so fast that you only saw a flash of light, and when the light dissipated, you found that the sword had been sheathed again. Then the man's figure gradually faded from the screen, and you didn't see anything before it ended, and then you woke up. When the traffic police saw you open your eyes, he quickly withdrew the martial mark and asked in confusion, "How did it end so quickly?" Generally, different people, based on their talents. The time for inheriting the martial mark also varies. The higher the talent, the longer the inheritance time. But you, a genius, only inherited it for a dozen seconds. It doesn't make sense. Xiao Jinggang couldn't help muttering, "Could it be that there's a problem with the martial mark?" After hearing this, you quickly said, yes, it must be a problem with the martial mark. "Uncle Xiao, to compensate me, please let me choose another one." Xiao Jinggang gave you a cold look and said, "Don't even think about it. Even if there's a problem with the martial mark, you can only blame your bad luck." After saying that, Xiao Jinggang waved his hand and issued the bamboo token. Leaving Wuming, walking on a deserted road, you hurriedly shouted in your heart, "Sword drawing technique, can you hear me speaking?" You waited for a while, but didn't hear a response, feeling somewhat disappointed, thinking that you hadn't learned the sword drawing technique. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in your mind, Master, he said you don't have the slightest talent for swordsmanship, not worthy to be his master, and doesn't want to talk to you, a newbie." You couldn't stand it and started cursing directly. "Damn it, just a low-level martial art. Why so arrogant?" A cold and aloof voice of a young man sounded, with a hint of grievance and anger in his tone. "The superficial so-called Earth pole is just a definition made by you short-sighted humans. You have no idea how great my potential is. By now you should have figured it out. The two martial arts you currently possess have completely different characteristics. The basic breathing method is like a foodie, only thinking about eating, while the nature of the sword drawing technique is like a lone swordsman, cold and proud. He is unwilling to share his realm with you, so in essence, you still haven't learned the martial art of drawing the sword. But you believe that you can definitely conquer the sword drawing technique. Just as you were passing by a stall, the sound of the sword drawing technique suddenly rang out. Wait, I felt the aura of the sword intent. It's on your left. You turned to look, and on the left, there was only an old man manning a stall, filled with things, but they all looked like ordinary items. You are sure there is sword intent here, but I don't know specifically where. Hurry and help me find it. You can clearly hear that the sound of the sword drawing technique is very urgent, and with the nature of the sword drawing technique, it shouldn't be joking around with you for no reason. You didn't expect to pick up a big leak even when you returned home, but you still suppressed the excitement in your heart and calmly asked, "Why should I help you find it? If I could obtain that sword intent, there would be a huge improvement. What does your improvement have to do with me?" The sword drawing technique suddenly fell silent. Jiang Feng was not in a hurry because he knew someone was even more anxious than himself. Soon, the sword drawing technique couldn't hold back. "As long as you help me find that sword intent, I will yield to you." The sword drawing technique seemed to have made a decision against its ancestors. "Alright, I'll wait for your word." Jiang Feng immediately became excited. "I said, there is no one I can't conquer. Martial arts are the same. Wait, watch my keen eyes. I'll find it for you in one go." Jiang Feng thought to himself, then squatted down and looked at the things on the ground stall, his eyes rolling non-stop. After running the stall for so long, it was the first time someone squatted down to look. The stall owner suddenly became spirited. "Young man, have you set your eyes on something? Let me tell you, these are all good things, all brought back from those ancient martial ruins by me." Jiang Feng raised his head and gave the stall owner a disdainful look. "Do you believe what you just said? Are these shoddy goods from the ancient martial ruins? Also, please improve your common dialect first. Let me have a look first." Jiang Feng said, then reached out for a rusty sword. This rusty sword could be said to be the worst item on the entire stall, but Jiang Feng chose it. "Based on my many years of experience as a bookworm, the more inconspicuous things on the stall, the higher the probability of them being treasures." Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Feng's hand touched the rusty sword, he instantly felt something rushing into his body. Then, he heard the sword drawing technique let out a groan. Oh, the sword drawing technique absorbed a strand of broken sword intent, entered an enlightenment state, training progress plus 50%, training progress plus 30%, training progress plus 20%. The sword drawing technique broke through to a new realm, power increased by 200%, current martial arts realm is mastery, 1%, training progress plus 20%, training progress plus 15%. In an instant, insights about the sword drawing technique flooded into Jiang Feng's mind. He didn't even need to think or comprehend. It was as if he had been practicing the sword drawing technique for years, every move deeply imprinted in his mind, integrated into his body. If he had to use a word to describe it, Jiang Feng felt that suddenly enlightened was the most appropriate. Sword drawing technique, slash. At this moment, Jiang Feng had a sword in hand, having just broken through to mastery level in martial arts, so he was itching to try it out. He immediately displayed the sword drawing technique. Clang! The sword hummed, the rusty sword in his hand unsheathed instantly, then sheathed again in a flash, leaving behind only a rusty sword light. Drawing the sword out and sheathing it back constituted a complete sword drawing technique. So fast. Jiang Feng couldn't help but be amazed. The first principle of the sword drawing technique, a swordsmanship martial art, is speed. Among all martial arts, speed is the key to victory. The ancients were not deceiving me. Just as the opponent hadn't reacted yet, your sword was already at his neck. How could he fight back? It's a pity, the sword intent contained in this rusty sword is too little and incomplete, only enough for me to break through one realm. At this moment, the voice of the sword drawing technique sounded. It had come out of the enlightenment state. The training progress of the martial arts realm also stayed at mastery, 90%. The next realm was not far away. Of course, it seemed close, but the closer to the later stage, the slower the training progress increased. Unless he could obtain a strand of sword intent like this time, or some other opportunity, he wouldn't know when the next breakthrough would be. It's fine, I'm already satisfied. Next, I should go pick a good sword. An ordinary sword definitely wouldn't match the mastery of sword drawing. Jiang Feng was prepared to spend a hefty sum. Just over 200,000, buy it. Why pick another? Isn't there a ready-made sword? You mean this rusty sword? Jiang Feng looked at the rusty sword in his hand. It didn't look like a good sword no matter how he looked at it. Don't be deceived by appearances. If it can carry a strand of sword intent, how could it be an ordinary sword? The art of sword drawing does make some sense. Moreover, upon careful consideration, when he previously performed the sword drawing technique, it felt very smooth. Whether drawing or sheathing the sword, it was effortless, not at all like a rusty sword. Try to see if you can draw the sword. The art of sword drawing spoke again. Draw the sword? Of course, he could draw it. He had just performed the sword drawing technique and had already drawn it. However, Jiang Feng still followed through. But then he realized something was wrong. Because no matter how hard he tried, the sword didn't budge at all, he couldn't draw it out. It was as if it had rusted shut. This sword has been imbued with a restriction, or rather a seal. Ordinary people can't draw it out. The reason you could before was because I absorbed that strand of sword intent, it sensed a familiar aura. The art of sword drawing explained. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up instantly. So cool, no one else can use it except me, it's my exclusive weapon. Hey handsome, what's up with the thunder? The voice of the stall owner suddenly interrupted Jiang Feng's thoughts. When Jiang Feng performed the sword drawing technique just now, it was too quick, and the stall owner didn't see clearly. He only saw Jiang Feng staring at the rusty sword in his hand. It seemed this young man really liked this rusty sword. The stall owner's eyes lit up with a plan. Boss, how much for this sword? Jiang Feng asked directly. Let me tell you, handsome, this sword has a big background. It was passed down from my ancestors, my great-grandfather, he was a sword god, once wielded this sword, opening the gates of heaven with one stroke. The stall owner immediately started boasting. Is your great-grandfather Li Chungang? No, my great-grandfather is called Zhang Erdan. Oh, then it's fine, just give me a price. The stall owner extended 3 fingers. I see you have a good eye, I'll sell it to you at a loss, just 3 million, you won't lose out, you won't be fooled. I can't afford your sword either. Goodbye. Jiang Feng turned and left. 3 million, even if I sold everything, it wouldn't be enough. The stall owner panicked, finally encountering a sucker. How could he let him go? Hey, handsome, don't go, everything can be negotiated, we can bargain. I'm afraid you'll hit me. It's okay, you can bargain, I've seen it all. What haven't I seen in my years of running a stall? Then I'll offer 30,000? $30. Stall owner, see, I've been running a stall for decades, I've seen it all. I've seen rounding down by 1 zero, and rounding down by 2 zeros. You just directly removed a zero and added 1,000. Who taught you to bargain like this? I feel like hitting someone. Sell or not? Sell. Bring the money. The stall owner reached out directly. This time, it was Jiang Feng who was taken aback. So decisive? His original plan was to push the price down to the lowest and then give the stall uncle room to raise it. Isn't this a common bargaining tactic? Who would have thought that the stall uncle would agree so decisively? Oh no, I overbid. Indeed, Jiang was still sharp. Little Jiang, I'm still too young. Money exchanged hands, sword exchanged hands, both parties were satisfied. The street vendor looked at the 30 yuan in his hand, chuckling incessantly. A few days ago, he had encountered an old beggar and casually gave him the leftover food from his home. Before leaving, the old beggar had gifted him a rusty sword. At that time, the old beggar didn't say much, thinking not to waste it, so he placed it with the miscellaneous items on his stall. Selling it for 30 yuan was quite a profit. After leaving the stall, Zhang Feng wandered around, hoping to find more treasures. The result was naturally a failure. There weren't that many treasures to be found. This rusty sword seems extraordinary. You should take some time to study it and give it a name, sword drawing technique suggested. Without much thought, when Zhang Feng saw the rusty sword, he had already decided on a name. Let's call it the Blade of Tetanus. Covered in rust, if it cuts someone, never mind its power, it will give you tetanus first. Sword drawing technique. Naming it, are you serious? Failing to find any treasures, Zhang Feng had to spend tens of thousands to buy several bottles of Baichao nutrient solution before returning home. 3 days later was the warrior's practical assessment. Xiao Jing had mentioned that he should perform well during the assessment period, promising unexpected rewards. Zhang Feng trusted this senior who had been praised by many. So, he planned to improve himself during these 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Nothing significant happened during this time. Zhang Feng used the Baichao nutrient solution and found his physique had improved significantly compared to 3 days ago. However, his mastery of the basic breathing technique had not improved much and remained at a basic level. It must be that the Baichao nutrient solution was of low quality. During these 3 days, Zhang Feng spent most of his time studying his blade of tetanus. Surprisingly, he made some progress. Although he hadn't figured out the true identity and specific abilities of the rusty sword, he had tried using it with the sword drawing technique, effortlessly cutting a 10 cm thick iron block in half. The rusty sword remained undamaged. It was indeed as easy as cutting through mud, not an exaggeration. This could be used to confuse opponents. After all, who would expect such power from a rusty sword? The old man at the stall probably didn't realize the potential of the sword when he sold it so cheaply. Time's up. Packing his things and taking the blade of tetanus, Zhang Feng left home and headed towards the Warriors' Alliance. When Zhang Feng arrived at the Warriors' Alliance, several dozen people had already gathered there. They varied in age, but all were under 30. According to big data statistics, if a person hasn't become a warrior by the age of 30, it's highly unlikely they ever will. Before 30, a person's physical condition is at its best. It's not that becoming a warrior after 30 is impossible, just highly improbable. As people reach middle age, they have families and need to work to support them, making it even less likely they'll invest time, money, and energy in becoming warriors. These dozens of people had passed the test and signed up for the practical assessment as aspiring warriors. Zhang Feng also saw some familiar faces, Zhang Li and his 2 female classmates, all of whom had passed the test. Zhang Li also noticed Zhang Feng and looked surprised. Naturally, he was puzzled because those who came here had passed the test and were eligible to sign up for the practical assessment. But Zhang Feng, clearly a talentless waste, had no aptitude for martial arts. During the talent test, he had seen it with his own eyes. It was common knowledge that without martial talent, one could never become a warrior. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you also signed up for the warrior's practical assessment. With your 0 talent, you weakling, it's impossible. Zhang Li stared at Zhang Feng, questioning him. Zhang Feng was not annoyed at all. Instead, he walked up to Zhang Li and gently patted his head, saying with concern, "A son's journey of 1,000 miles worries his father. I've come to see you off." Zhang Li, taking advantage of me again. Do you really enjoy being my father so much? And why does it feel so comforting when he pats my head? It's a sense of ease, a feeling of being comforted by paternal love. Oh my! Zhang Li was immediately startled by this feeling. It must be an illusion, definitely an illusion. He quickly shook off Zhang Feng's hand, clenched his fist, and struck towards Zhang Feng without hesitation. He couldn't hold back anymore. The accumulated anger poured out. With this furious punch, he felt like he could split mountains and destroy the heavens. Crack! A crisp sound. Zhang Feng just raised his hand and directly caught Zhang Li's fist, without moving an inch. The scene was like a child playing around with an adult. Zhang Li Sigma, Phi Fallh how? How is this possible? Zhang Li couldn't believe it, but then Zhang Feng casually pushed him. He felt a tremendous force he couldn't resist, causing his body to uncontrollably retreat several steps. Losing his balance, he stumbled and fell. The visible power gap between them was undeniable. Sitting on the ground, Zhang Li's eyes widened. In front of everyone, he had been pushed back by someone he considered a waste. Zhang Li, are you okay? Two female classmates accompanying Zhang Li tried to help him, but as if struck by something, Zhang Li suddenly howled like a mad dog. "Don't touch me!" His shout made the two girls too scared to move. His pride was what he cared about the most. Zhang Feng, taking advantage of him repeatedly, had already built up resentment in him, and now being defeated in front of so many people left him completely embarrassed. What's the use of being stronger if you have no talent in martial arts, can't learn martial skills, and still remain a waste? Let me show you what martial arts truly are. Level 8 Bursting Fist. Zhang Li clenched his fist, stood up, and charged towards Zhang Feng, throwing a punch. Ha! Zhang Feng finally showed a hint of seriousness as he watched. This punch from Zhang Li was much stronger than before, and as Zhang Li punched, a sound resembling a firecracker explosion rang out. Is this martial arts? How does it compare to his own sword technique? Well, let me see how strong I am now. Just as Zhang Feng was about to act, a loud shout suddenly rang out. How dare you! Immediately, a figure appeared between Zhang Feng and Zhang Li at an incredible speed. Zhang Feng barely saw his movements before Zhang Li was sent flying backwards. He flew several meters before landing. Wow, so strong! Zhang Feng was astonished by the speed and power. Undoubtedly a martial artist, and probably not just a beginner. At this moment, Zhang Feng could see the man clearly. In his 30s, square face, thick eyebrows, and a commanding presence. Within the martial alliance, no fighting allowed. Don't you know the rules? If I catch you again, there will be consequences, for everyone. His voice was full of authority, leaving the aspiring martial artists present too scared to speak, especially Zhang Li. That kick just now had completely sobered him up. I'm sorry, Instructor Qin, it won't happen again. Zhang Li apologized decisively. Who would dare to offend this man, the powerhouse of the Qingyuan City Martial Alliance branch? Even Manager Xiao had to give him some respect. Humph. Instructor Qin snorted coldly, ignoring Zhang Li and turning to face Zhang Feng. His gaze was sharp, making people hesitant to meet his eyes. Those eyes, they must have seen bloodshed before. You are Zhang Feng? Yes. Zhang Feng nodded, unsure why the other person was asking. Manager Xiao asked me to pay more attention to you, hoping you won't disappoint me. When Instructor Qin said this, the aspiring warriors were all shocked. The meaning behind his words couldn't be clearer. This was a clear case of favoritism. Was it common to show favoritism so openly now? What background did this person have to receive special attention from Instructor Qin? Could he be Manager Zhao's illegitimate child? At this moment, the aspiring warriors participating in the combat assessment had already made up their minds. They absolutely could not offend this influential figure. Even Zhang Feng was somewhat astonished. Could it be that Manager Xiao really had intentions towards him? Instructor Qin paid no heed to the thoughts of the crowd and continued speaking. Now that everyone is here, let's introduce ourselves. I am Qin Yu, responsible for the defense work of this warrior combat assessment. Let's get one thing straight. There is a certain fatality rate in the combat assessment. I will do my best to preserve your lives, but I can't guarantee intact limbs, so if anyone wants to withdraw, now is the chance. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he scanned the room with his eyes. No one withdrew. This was expected, as everyone present had worked hard for months or even years to finally pass the pre-assessment tests. How could they be easily scared off by a few words? Good, since no one is withdrawing, let's set off. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction and led the group out. The location of the warrior combat assessment was on Qingyuan Mountain outside the city, and the city itself was named after this mountain. The group left the city in a grand procession. On the way to Qingyuan Mountain, Zhang Feng saw many military camps stationed there. Qingyuan Mountain was the largest mountain near Qingyuan City, and it naturally housed a large number of ferocious beasts and elemental beasts, with whom humans had always had a strained relationship. Sometimes, there would be inexplicable riots in the mountains, and a large number of ferocious beasts and elemental beasts would launch attacks towards Qingyuan City. This was known as the Beast Tide. The troops stationed outside the city were the first line of defense guarding Qingyuan City. At the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, I will escort you to the assessment area later. At that time, you will be on your own. Now, I will first read out the rules and precautions for this assessment. The assessment area is on the outskirts of Qingyuan Mountain, a designated area where only low-level ferocious beasts reside. Your task is simple. Before noon, as long as you can slay one low-level ferocious beast, you will pass. Throughout this assessment, there will be drone surveillance covering all angles. No infighting is allowed. This is the bottom line. Once violated, you will either be blacklisted or sent to the judgment court. Do you understand? After speaking, Qin Yu specifically looked at Zhang Li and Zhang Feng. Obviously, his words were meant for them. Among this group, only these two had conflicts between them. Understood, the group replied. Xinyu nodded, then waved his hand. Go on, hand over your belongings, then choose a weapon that suits you. Each person is limited to one weapon. Ha? We can't bring our own weapons? Someone asked. They had all thought they could bring their own weapons, so in the past few days, they had spent a lot of money buying spirit weapon sets. Of course not. If you could bring your own, then some influential and resourceful individuals would just bring tanks in. Do you think that's fair? Xinyu's explanation was spot on, and the crowd suddenly had no objections. Zhang Feng sighed, realizing he had brought his blade of tetanus for nothing. However, he didn't mind, as with his strength, he could pass the assessment without relying on the blade of tetanus. The crowd began to hand over their belongings. When it was Zhang Feng's turn, Xinyu's expression turned incredulous as he saw Zhang Feng handing him a rusty sword. Were you planning to take this in? Well, why not? It's fine, go get your weapon. Xinyu shook his head, his tone towards Zhang Feng noticeably softer. It was truly pitiful. He tried to draw the sword but found it rusted shut, impossible to pull out. Could such a sword still be considered a sword? It was worse than a stick. The Martial Alliance had prepared a variety of weapons for them: knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, axes, hooks, forks, and more, all top-grade spiritual weapons. Although they were only low-level spiritual weapons, they were sufficient to deal with junior ferocious beasts. Zhang Feng naturally received a spiritual sword, casually flicking a few sword flowers, feeling quite comfortable. He began to think about how to take it away easily after the assessment. After everyone had chosen their weapons, they followed Xinyu to the assessment area. Soon, tall walls appeared before them. Alright, go in, it's less than 4 hours until noon, good luck to you all. As the words fell, the gates opened. Over 40 prospective martial artists entered the assessment area, each carrying their weapons. Once inside, they dispersed in different directions. Zhang Feng randomly chose a direction and headed straight ahead. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, in a temporary camp, dozens of large screens were set up displaying scenes from the assessment area. Some were captured by fixed cameras, while others were live-streamed by drones. 2 people sat in front of these screens. Both were in their 40s, one of them being Xiao, the supervisor of the Martial Alliance. Lao Xiao, why did you drag me here? You're still being mysterious and teasing, can't you change that old habit of yours? The other person asked impatiently. I've told you, don't rush things, good things take time. Relax, Lao Zhang, it's definitely something good, otherwise, I wouldn't have called you over amidst your busy schedule, Xiao said mysteriously. Lao Zhang was very familiar with his old friend's character, so he stood up to leave. If you're not going to tell me, forget it. Hey, don't go, I'll tell you. I called you here because I found a promising talent for you. If you don't seize the opportunity, someone else will snatch it away. Seeing the other about to leave, Xiao hurriedly spoke. A promising talent? Xiao, you must be kidding. The best talents in the whole of Qingyuan City are in my Wudao First High School. Lao Zhang chuckled confidently, believing in his school's superiority. Hee, you might be in for a surprise today. Xiao gloated. What do you mean? Lao Zhang asked in confusion. Seeing Xiao's confident expression, could it be true? This time, Xiao remained silent, wearing a mysterious expression. If you're leaving, go on, don't let me keep you. Lao Zhang's face darkened as he sat back down. He knew Xiao well, just as Xiao knew him. Stirred by curiosity, he couldn't easily walk away. I want to see what kind of person this promising talent of yours is. Let me make it clear, if I'm not satisfied, don't blame me for giving you a beating. Ha, as if you could beat me. Lao Bai, let's settle this outside. In the assessment area, Zhang Feng had already separated from the others, walking alone on a path. Ferocious beasts. I've never seen a live one before. The river wind muttered. The original river wind had never been to Qingyuan City, naturally had never seen a fierce beast, but he had a good sister, so he often ate the meat of fierce beasts. A typical case of having eaten pork but never seen a pig run. Huff, huff. Not long after walking, Zhang Feng heard a rapid panting sound. After strengthening his physique, his senses had also become stronger. With keen hearing, he immediately identified the direction of the panting sound, to the left. Zhang Feng looked over and found a pair of red eyes shining in a clump of weeds a few meters away from him. There's also old six among the fierce beasts. Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel that even fierce beasts would crouch in the grass. The thing in the grass also knew that the human had discovered it, so it stopped hiding and came out of the grass. It turned out to be a huge wild boar, with tusks half a meter long, gleaming with a cold light. Giant-toothed boar. Zhang Feng's memory immediately recalled information about wild boars. The giant-toothed boar was one of the more common species among fierce beasts, so even a poor student like Zhang Feng could recognize it. This species of fierce beast was known for its brute strength, tough skin, and thick flesh. Among the various low-level fierce beasts, its combat power ranked in the middle. He never expected to encounter this creature as soon as he entered. Luck was undeniable. Huff, huff. The giant-toothed boar kept panting heavily, its wise eyes staring fixedly at Zhang Feng. Obviously, it had already marked Zhang Feng as its prey. So this is a fierce beast, indeed different from ordinary wild animals. Its size was larger, especially those half-meter-long tusks. Which normal wild boar had tusks half a meter long? And this was just a low-level fierce beast. What about mid-level fierce beasts, high-level fierce beasts, and even stronger mythical beasts? The giant-toothed boar could attack at any moment, yet Zhang Feng was not nervous at all at this moment. Instead, he was very excited. This is my first battle, so let's have a thrilling fight. Zhang Feng laughed heartily. His previous encounter with Zhang Li was not even considered a battle, not even a fight. It was unclear whether the giant-toothed boar understood Zhang Feng's words or was startled by his laughter, but with red eyes, it charged towards Zhang Feng. Its pair of half-meter-long tusks were like two bayonets, thrusting straight at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't retreat but instead advanced, gripping the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other. When the distance between the man and the boar was less than a meter, Zhang Feng drew his sword at lightning speed. Sword drawing technique, slash. Clang! A clear sword chant rang out, and a flash of sword light passed by. The giant-toothed boar's movements abruptly stopped. Its two tusks stopped just a few centimeters away from Zhang Feng. The next moment, the boar's head fell directly to the ground. Fast! Everything happened too fast. The giant-toothed boar hadn't even reacted, hadn't recalled its past life as a pig, hadn't seen its ancestors coming to meet it, and it was already decapitated. Not to mention the giant-toothed boar, even Zhang Feng was a bit stunned. Is it over already? What about the thrilling fight? There was no sense of experience at all. Poor review. Ignorant humans, you know nothing of my strength. The sword drawing technique said in a very pretentious manner, underscore. Sword drawing technique experienced its first battle, gained insights, progress in cultivation plus 5%, current realm is mastery, 95%. Combat can also improve? Zhang Feng hadn't expected that. Well, it's good, he can use this assessment to practice his sword skills. Zhang Feng looked at the corpse of the giant-toothed boar, not feeling disgusted at all. After all, he had only killed a livestock. There was no psychological pressure. However, as he looked at the body of the giant-toothed boar, he fell into thought. It's too big, it's not easy to take it out. The meat of the giant-toothed pig can be sold for 200 yuan per kilogram. This giant-toothed pig is huge, probably weighing 5 to 600 kilograms. That's over 100,000 yuan. It's not a small amount. But how to transport it is a problem. If only I had a spatial ring, Zhang Feng sighed. In his memory, there were indeed spatial rings in this world. It is said that they were excavated from some ancient martial ruins. However, they are extremely rare, so they are priceless, and even the wealthy can't buy them. It's unrealistic to carry a dead pig for assessment. So, Zhang Feng had to settle for the next best thing and took out the two tusks of the giant-toothed pig. Besides the meat, these two tusks are the most valuable, and they should fetch a few thousand yuan. Carrying the half-meter tusks, Zhang Feng continued to wander in the assessment area. The time goes back to when Zhang Feng had the great battle with the giant-toothed pig. In the camp, Supervisor Xiao kept his eyes on the screen where Zhang Feng was. When he saw Zhang Feng confronting the giant-toothed pig, he quickly shouted, "Lao Zhang, look!" Lao Zhang followed Supervisor Zhao's finger and saw Zhang Feng. Is he the talent you mentioned? I haven't seen him before. I told you, you'll be surprised soon. Look, he's about to make a move. Just as Supervisor Xiao finished speaking, the screen showed Zhang Feng battling the giant-toothed pig. Draw the sword. Sheathe the sword. End. The whole process took less than a second, and the giant-toothed pig died on the spot. Is that the sword drawing technique? Half a second. It indicates mastery. Well, Supervisor Xiao, you were right. This kid is indeed good. His name is. Hey, Supervisor Xiao, what's wrong with you? Lao Zhang commented on Zhang Feng's battle. But then he saw Supervisor Xiao beside him widen his eyes, looking incredulous. His expression was like this, Sigma, Phi Phi LLL, even more shocked than him. Lao Zhang, you might not believe it, but this sword technique of his, I gave it to him 3 days ago. Oh, Supervisor Xiao, you are really stingy, just giving a D grade. Wait, what did you say, 3 days ago? Lao Zhang suddenly shouted, almost breaking into a falsetto. It startled the nearby Supervisor Xiao. It's no wonder he was so surprised, anyone would be. Even though Supervisor Xiao already knew Zhang Feng was extraordinary, he was still shocked. and Lao Zhang even more so. 3 days. In just 3 days, he mastered a D-grade martial art to the level of mastery. How incredible must he be to achieve that? Supervisor Xiao, are you serious? Do you know what this means? Even with exceptional talent, it would take at least half a month or even a month to master a D-grade martial art. You're saying he only practiced for 3 days? Could his martial talent be genius level? Genius level, huh? There has only been one in Qingyuan City so far, and he has already become a martial king. He is the pride and glory of Qingyuan City. Could Qingyuan City be producing another genius-level youth? Whether he's a genius or not, I can't say for sure, but he only practiced this sword drawing technique for 3 days, I'm very certain. Supervisor Xiao said confidently. After all, when he passed on the martial imprint to Jiang Feng, he personally supervised it. If Jiang Feng had practiced the sword drawing technique before, he would have noticed. Bang! Lao Zhang slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. The table in front of them collapsed instantly. I'm taking this kid in. Even Jesus can't stop me, I'm telling you. Supervisor Xiao looked at the broken table in front of him, his face full of emotions. Supervisor Xiao, it's made of pure rosewood. Lao Bai Deng, if you want to take it, just take it. Why destroy my table? I spent 800,000 on this, I'll fight you to the end. Ah, taste my dragon's wrath strike. Lao Xiao, calm down, calm down. Inside the assessment area, Jiang Feng swiftly killed an iron claw rabbit with a single sword. This iron claw rabbit was half the size of a person, with steel claws resembling those of Wolverine. It was a far cry from the cute white rabbits Jiang Feng was used to. However, its fate was the same as the giant tusker before, both slain by Jiang Feng's sword. Ha! Why isn't my cultivation progress increasing? Jiang Feng waited for a while but didn't hear any prompts. He had seen improvements when he killed the tusker before. It's too easy, crushing battles are useless for me. The previous improvement was because it was my first bloodshed, just a moment of enlightenment, sword technique explained. In other words, if he wanted to advance through combat, he needed to face evenly matched opponents. It wasn't as simple as a single sword kill. Just like a high school student doing basic math every day, how could his skills improve? But there are only low-level ferocious beasts here. Jiang Feng scratched his head. With his current strength, he could probably kill low-level ferocious beasts with a single sword. If not, then 2 swords. It seemed he couldn't advance here. However, Jiang Feng didn't plan to stop there. Killing more ferocious beasts would earn him more. Then, Jiang Feng took the steel claws from the iron claw rabbit, the most valuable part of its body. At this moment, Jiang Feng carried tusks on his shoulders and 2 bloody claws hanging from his waist. Even with a backpack, it was still a mess. Time passed by second by second. Jiang Feng accumulated more and more strange items from the ferocious beasts. All were trophies taken from those beasts. In just 2 hours, 8 low-level ferocious beasts had died by Jiang Feng's sword. Killing them took only 10 seconds. The rest of the time was spent on the road and looting. In the camp, Supervisor Xiao and Lao Zhang had finished their fight. Both were in a sorry state, especially Lao Zhang, with a black eye due to his guilty conscience. The two calmed down and continued watching Jiang Feng's progress. He can almost kill low-level ferocious beasts instantly. It seems this kid's strength is close to that of a mid-level warrior. Lao Xiao, the assessment is almost over. Want to add some excitement? Lao Zhang suddenly grinned. This grin caused him pain as it reopened his wound, making him grimace. What do you want to do? Capture a mid-level ferocious beast and send it in, to test that kid's true strength. Lao Zhang suggested. Hearing this, Supervisor Zhao's expression turned serious. Isn't that risky? What if something goes wrong? Just a mid-level ferocious beast, what could go wrong? Arrange a trustworthy person to hide nearby, nothing will happen. Lao Xiao, don't you want to uncover that kid's true abilities? Supervisor Xiao pondered for a while before nodding. Alright, let's do as you say. Hee, the show is about to begin. Jiang Feng had no idea that 2 scheming individuals were plotting against him in secret. He strolled leisurely along the mountain path, grumbling to himself. There are too few ferocious beasts in this assessment area. It's been over half an hour, and I haven't encountered a single one. Little did he know, the number of ferocious beasts in the assessment area was usually related to the number of participants. This time, with only over 40 participants, there were only 50 or so ferocious beasts in the assessment area. He had already killed 8 directly, and if he continued, others probably wouldn't find any beasts to kill. Ah, help me! Just then, a cry for help suddenly came from not far away. The sound was not faint, indicating it wasn't far away. It was a woman's cry for help. Jiang Feng rushed towards the direction of the sound without hesitation. He wasn't trying to play the hero saving the damsel in distress. But even wild beasts, upon hearing a fellow's cry for help, wouldn't remain indifferent. Zhang Feng was human, a person with emotions. How could he compare to a wild beast? Within his capabilities, he would offer help. Setting aside the hypocritical saying that saving one life is better than building a 7-tiered pagoda, at least it would bring peace to his heart. With Zhang Feng's speed, he quickly covered the short distance. He didn't recklessly charge forward but stopped nearby to observe. Soon, he saw the girl who was calling for help. He vaguely recognized this girl, or rather, had seen her before. She was one of the 2 girls who were with Zhang Li before. At that moment, she was pinned down by a wolf creature, holding a sword horizontally to fend off the creature's gaping jaws. Her arms were trembling, indicating she couldn't hold on much longer. Zhang Li and the other girl were nowhere to be seen. Am I going to die? But I don't want to die. Who will come to save me? Despair filled LV Qing's eyes. She was running out of strength. Roar! The wolf creature seemed to sense that the human was exhausted, so it forcefully bit the sword and flung it away. With the protection of the spirit sword gone, LV Qing had no chance left. She could only close her eyes and await the arrival of the Grim Reaper. 1 second, 2 seconds. Why wasn't she feeling anything? She thought death would be painful. A painless death was somewhat acceptable. Plip! Suddenly, a warm drop of liquid fell on her face. LV Qing quickly opened her eyes. Instead of heaven or hell, she saw a headless wolf corpse. The warm liquid on her face was the blood flowing from the severed head of the wolf. LV Chang was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. She had only closed her eyes for a moment. How did such a drastic change occur? Hey, how long do you plan to lie there? Suddenly, a voice rang out. LV Qing then noticed a person standing beside the wolf corpse. A very handsome guy. He looked somewhat familiar. It's you, I remember you. Should I give you a thumbs up? Zhang Feng said as he pushed the headless wolf corpse aside and extended his hand to LV Qing. At that moment, the sunlight shone perfectly on Zhang Feng's face. His already handsome face appeared even more charming in LV Qing's eyes. She blushed. Hey, stop daydreaming, get up, will you? But Zhang Feng's impatient voice quickly brought her back to reality. LV Qing hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and felt a surge of strength pulling her up. I'm not Hey, I'm LV Qing. Oh, LV Qing, just oh? After narrowly escaping the wolf's jaws, shouldn't you comfort me a bit? If you show some concern, maybe I'll offer myself to you? Why are you alone? What about the other 2? Did they abandon you? Zhang Feng casually asked. LV Qing's expression immediately turned desolate. That wolf creature was too fierce, they ran away. Suddenly, as if realizing something, LV Qing's face changed. Not good. These kinds of wolf creatures usually appear in groups. They don't act alone. The other creatures must be chasing them. Why are you so nervous? They've abandoned you. Why are you still thinking about them? Zhang Feng looked at LV Qing strangely. Could she be a saint? At this moment, she's still concerned about others? Well, it seems necessary to keep some distance from her. As is well known, being with the Holy Mother is very dangerous. No, Xiaobai wanted to save me, but was forcibly taken away by Zhang Li. I don't care about Zhang Li's life or death, but Xiaobai must not get into trouble. You hurry to save her. Lu Qing hurriedly said. Zhang Feng gave her a blank look. If you need help, you should find Qinyu. I'm not a rescuer. No, if we notify the rescue team, even if Xiaobai fails the assessment, she won't become a warrior. Lu Qing looked very anxious. That's not my problem. Zhang Feng shrugged and turned to leave. He was not a savior. If he encountered it, he might help casually. But to deliberately save someone, especially someone he didn't like, was impossible. Don't go. As long as you promise to save Xiaobai, I can do anything. Lu Qing hurriedly stopped Zhang Feng. Oh, anything? Zhang Feng stopped, his gaze sizing up Lu Qing. He chuckled from time to time. Lu Qing saw Zhang Feng's lecherous look and blushed instantly. He couldn't be thinking. Oh, should I resist or not? What if I resist and he doesn't save Xiaobai? Well, for Xiaobai, I'll go to hell if I have to. I swear, I won't resist for Xiaobai, definitely not because he's too handsome. Yes, anything. Lu Qing nodded lightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. After speaking, she shyly lowered her head, looking at her own toes. She could see her toes when she lowered her head. What a disappointment. 100,000 Hua coins. Zhang Feng said immediately. If there was money to be made, then it was a different story. Although he still had some savings at the moment, once he became a warrior, it wouldn't be enough. Not to mention, those martial arts were very expensive. And those nutritional fluids for enhancing physique cost tens of thousands each. With his meager savings, he probably wouldn't last a day. So, making money was the way to go. Ha! Lu Qing was about to unbutton her clothes, but her hand suddenly stopped. She even doubted if she had misheard. At least 80,000, no less. Zhang Feng quickly added upon seeing her reaction. Lu Qing's face instantly darkened. It was really embarrassing. Are you a steel straight man? I took the initiative like this, and all you want is money? A sense of loss surged within her. Lu Qing doubted her charm for the first time. Fine, just 80,000. Lu Qing gritted her teeth, using this opportunity to ease her embarrassment. Seeing her so resolute in agreement, Zhang Feng's expression changed. No, it has to be less. Let me go. Xiaoxing is still there, I have to go save her. Let me go. A girl was being dragged by Zhang Li's hand, but she kept resisting. Perhaps tired from running, or perhaps annoyed by the girl's nagging, Zhang Li finally stopped. He shouted at the girl. Save her? How? Don't you know the habits of wolf beasts? They always move in packs, which means there must be more wolf beasts nearby. Lu Qing's shout will definitely attract them. If we don't escape quickly, we'll all die. The girl was frightened by Zhang Li's words. Zhang Li had always been very gentle and gentlemanly in front of them, almost always accommodating, never harsh. But now, in the face of danger, his true nature was revealed. He had promised to protect them when they teamed up, but when danger came, he ran faster than anyone else. Indeed, as Mom said, a man's words are as deceitful as a ghost. I don't care, if you're afraid of death, then leave. I'll go save her myself. Zhang Xiaobai shook off Zhang Li's hand. This time, Zhang Li didn't stop her. It's been so long, if the rescue team hasn't arrived, Lu Qing would have died long ago. Even if you go, it's useless. I don't care about you. Zhang Li hesitated for a second, then turned and walked away. Compared to his own life, any woman, any beauty, was not important. Qin Yu had mentioned before that there were fatalities in every assessment. He couldn't entrust his life to others. Zhang Xiaobai hurriedly ran in the opposite direction, but after a few steps, she stopped and began to retreat. Because in front of her, a wolf beast suddenly appeared. At the same time, Zhang Li also retreated to his original position. At some point, they had been surrounded by a group of wolf beasts. There was no way out. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have brought you two along as burdens. By now, Zhang Li was sweating profusely from fear. A single wolf beast was a formidable opponent for the three of them, let alone being surrounded by four. Should he call for backup? Even if they could come, his assessment would still be a failure. After preparing for so long, how could he accept failure? Suddenly, he thought of something. He shouted to Zhang Xiaobai, later, we'll charge forward together. I'll distract the wolf beast in front, you just run, got it? Zhang Xiaobai was stunned by his words. Just a moment ago, he was blaming her. How come he now wanted to help her escape? Was it out of guilt? He was still a man after all. What about you? No, we should fight side by side. Zhang Xiaobai quickly said. She couldn't abandon her teammate. It's better for one to die than two, and I have a trick up my sleeve. I can only use it after you escape. Don't hesitate, they're about to attack, Zhang Li said solemnly. Seeing Zhang Li's determined expression, Zhang Xiaobai believed him. Okay. I'll count to 3, then we charge forward. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the 3 words were spoken, they both charged forward. Zhang Li went straight for the wolf beast in front, while Zhang Xiaobai prepared to sneak past while Zhang Li engaged the beast. Level 8 bursting fist, take this. Zhang Li roared and threw a punch at the wolf beast in front. The wolf beast lunged towards him. Just as they were about to collide, at a critical moment, Zhang Li suddenly changed direction and came to Zhang Xiaobai's side, ready to bypass the wolf beast. The wolf beast reacted quickly, immediately changing direction. Lunging towards Zhang Li and Zhang Xiaobai, Zhang Li decisively grabbed Zhang Xiaobai's arm and flung her towards the oncoming wolf beast. The move was so smooth, clearly planned in advance. Zhang Li, you. Zhang Xiaobai was too naive, too trusting of Zhang Li. She was completely unprepared. She flew directly towards the wolf beast. The wolf beast didn't care if it was Zhang Li or Zhang Xiaobai. Seeing someone flying towards it, it swiped its claws. Swish! Ah! The wolf beast's claws cut across Zhang Xiaobai's arm, and she let out a scream, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Li had taken the opportunity while the wolf beast was dealing with Zhang Xiaobai to make his escape. Everything happened so suddenly, even the other 3 wolf beasts couldn't anticipate this outcome. By the time they reacted, Zhang Li had already fled far away. Pursuing him was futile, so the 4 wolf beasts turned their fierce gaze towards the cowering Zhang Xiaobai. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobai, her white clothes stained red with blood, bore several deep claw marks on her right arm, looking terrifying. Her face was pale, eyes filled with despair. The 4 wolf beasts closed in step by step. That was their nature, cautious and meticulous, even towards a heavily injured prey, they had to be on high alert. What if this was a trick? As they drew closer, at that moment. Don't rush, what's the hurry, those who can arrive in time, look, they're here. Oh, maybe not so good after all. A man's voice sounded not far away. The four wolf beasts turned their heads simultaneously and saw a man and a woman, Zhang Feng and LV Qing, who had just arrived. When Zhang Feng saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Being late for a slap in the face was one thing, but never showing up was another. He had just said he could make it in time. Wasn't this a bit disrespectful? LV Qing couldn't stop her tears from flowing when she saw Jiang Xiaobai in such a miserable state. They had been best friends since childhood, as close as sisters. Seeing her sister injured like this naturally made her feel terrible. Jiang Xiaobai also noticed Zhang Feng and LV Qing. At first, he was very happy, but then he realized that there were four wolf beasts here. With the little strength he had left, he shouted, "Xiao Cheng, run, don't mind me." Such deep sisterly affection, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. LV Qing was not foolish, she would never abandon her good friend, but facing four wolf beasts, she wasn't sure if Zhang Feng could handle them. If Zhang Feng wasn't confident, she would ask him to leave. She couldn't let others risk their lives to save her and her friend. Can you handle the four wolf beasts? It's a bit tricky in this situation. LV Qing's expression immediately turned disappointed. It'll cost you. LV Qing was taken aback. Degree, huh? Pay? Are you serious? She had thought Zhang Feng would leave, but she never expected him to mention money. This answer was absolutely unexpected. But then she brightened up. The fact that he could say such a thing meant he was confident. Any amount is fine, as long as it can save Xiaobai. Zhang Feng was shocked. Wow, oh, so extravagant? Indeed, a rich lady without a doubt. Drawing from his previous experience, Zhang Feng boldly made a high demand. 80,000 for one wolf beast, 32,000 for four, how about that? Deal. LV Qing nodded decisively. Zhang Feng was thrilled, 32,000 was about to be in his hands. My account number is 622208*************************************************5029, under the name Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, the four wolf beasts were displeased watching Zhang Feng and LV Qing casually discussing prices, growling in dissatisfaction. Wolf Beast 1, roar. Talking about money in front of us, disrespecting us? Wolf Beast 2, roar. Exactly, it's outrageous, we're not even considered. Wolf Beasts 1, 3, and 4 all looked at Wolf Beast 2, equals. Money talks, let's see what you've got. Zhang Feng immediately became serious. He beckoned to the four wolf beasts with one hand. 030, come here. Wolf Beast 1, roar. Charge. Instantly, the four wolf beasts rushed towards Zhang Feng. The dignity of the wolf clan was paramount. This audacious human needed to be taught a lesson. Get out of the way. I'm about to draw my sword. LV Qing instantly moved far away. By now, the four wolf beasts were within arm's reach. Zhang Feng remained calm, holding the scabbard in his left hand and gripping the sword hilt in his right. Sword drawing technique, quadruple slash. Clang, 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 clang. Within 3 seconds, four sword chants rang out as the swords were unsheathed. The four sword lights flashed, with only a fraction of a second between each. Mastering the art of drawing the sword could achieve a half-second interval between each draw. Performing 4 consecutive draws required close to 3 seconds, as a little time was needed for power accumulation in between. To achieve a very smooth series of slashes, one would need to reach at least a basic level of proficiency. However, it was more than enough to deal with wolf beasts. Individually, the strength of a single wolf beast was considered mediocre among low-level ferocious beasts. What made many warriors wary was that they were pack animals, always moving in groups. With the mastery of the realm of swordsmanship by Zhang Feng, the power and speed of the sword techniques were beyond the wolves' comprehension. After the dispersal of 4 sword lights, only 4 wolf corpses with severed heads remained. Zhang Feng took a few breaths and wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was the first time he had used the 4 consecutive slashes. The energy consumption was indeed quite significant. Okay, it's over, you can come now, Zhang Feng said, but there was no response. Perplexed, he looked over and found LV Qing frozen in place, eyes wide open in shock. Such an expression, see, oh, are you so timid that you're scared by just 4 wolf beasts? Zhang Feng said disdainfully. It's you who scared me. Resolving 4 wolf beasts with 1 sword strike, isn't that amazing? I seriously doubt if you're a mid-level warrior pretending to be a newcomer for the junior warrior assessment. LV Qing scrutinized Zhang Feng with her eyes. TCH, basic skills, don't be so surprised. Zhang Feng flicked his elegant bangs. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend. Instead of being shocked here, you better hurry and call the rescue team. If she keeps bleeding like this, she might go into shock. Zhang Feng's words reminded LV Qing. Although she was unwilling to give up, there was no choice. Xiao Bai's injuries were still quite severe, and without timely treatment, there would be a risk to her life. So, she had to call for the rescue team. Soon, Xin Yu personally led the team over, accompanied by medical staff. After a simple treatment and bandaging of Zhang Xiaobai's wound, she was lifted onto a stretcher. Passing by Zhang Feng, Zhang Xiaobai expressed her gratitude. Thank you, I will repay you after I recover. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Take care of your injuries, Zhang Feng said with a gentlemanly smile. Then, Zhang Xiaobai was carried away. LV Qing also left with her. Since her best friend had left, there was no point in staying. Don't worry, I will transfer the money I promised you. Well, it's nothing, it's what you should do, LV Qing blushed slightly. This handsome boy was indeed very gentlemanly. Wait, did he say something strange just now? Finally, Xin Yu also approached Zhang Feng. He patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Young man, you did well. You're a man. Now I understand why Lao Shao asked me to pay special attention to you. You have the qualifications. After speaking, Xin Yu left. Zhang Feng looked at his shoulder that had been patted, noticing some white powder on it. His expression darkened. Damn it! That guy definitely used my clothes to wipe his hands. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to clean it off. After walking the mountain path for so long, his body was covered in stains, and this was the least of his concerns. There should still be some time before 12 o'clock, let's continue. After removing the valuable parts from the 4 wolf beasts, Zhang Feng continued to roam around. Kyoto time, 11:55. Put. A swift demon cat was cut in half by Zhang Feng. The swift demon cat was known for its speed and agility. Unfortunately, it encountered Zhang Feng. With his mastery of the realm of swordsmanship, how could a mere junior-level fierce beast like the swift demon cat compare? Before it could react, Zhang Feng sent it straight to meet its ancestors. Just as he removed the valuable parts from the swift demon cat, a loud horn sounded throughout the assessment area. Attention, all prospective warriors, it is now 11:57 in the afternoon, the assessment is about to end. Please stop your actions and gather at the entrance. Repeat, it is now noon. Is it over already? How boring, Zhang Feng sighed. He was now laden with spoils of war and should be able to fetch a good price for them. Since the assessment was coming to an end, Zhang Feng stopped searching for prey and headed towards the gathering point. At the entrance of the assessment area, dozens of people had gathered. Everyone looked disheveled, covered in blood, unsure if it was their own blood or that of the fierce beasts. Those who knew each other were chatting. Lu Gu, how did it go? Haha, not bad. After a lot of effort, I managed to take down a fierce beast before the end. Congratulations, from now on, we'll rely on Lu Gu to take care of things. What about you, did you fail? I didn't expect these fierce beasts to be so strong. I almost died at their hands, let alone killing them. But luckily, I survived. On my way here, I saw the rescue team carrying a broken body. It gave me a psychological shadow. In comparison, just being alive is already the greatest luck. There will be more opportunities in the future. Yeah. Oh my, Lu Gu, look over there. Oh my god. With the arrival of a figure, everyone's attention was immediately drawn. Almost everyone was shocked, eyes wide and mouths agape. What is all that hanging on him? Are you blind? Can't you see? Those are all parts from the fierce beasts. Of course, do you think I don't know? I'm just shocked. Oh my, those are the tusks of the giant tusker, the claws of the ironclad rabbit, the fangs of the wolf beast. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11. The things hanging on him are actually from 18 fierce beasts. Are you saying he killed 18 fierce beasts? How is that possible? They are all quasi-warriors, how is he so outstanding? Yes, the person who arrived was Zhang Feng. Upon hearing the broadcast, he rushed over. However, on the way, he encountered another fierce beast and took care of it. It took some time to collect the spoils of war, so he arrived a bit late. What are you looking at? These are all mine. Who dares to snatch them? I'll be at odds with them. Zhang Feng felt flustered as so many people stared at the spoils of war on him. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, he watched them vigilantly. Suddenly, everyone was speechless. Dude, with you looking like that, who would dare to snatch anything? I'm afraid some part of me might end up there. Zhang Feng, did you come here just to pick up trash? Don't overthink it, he couldn't have killed so many fierce beasts alone. Obviously, the things on him were taken from the fierce beasts we killed. At that moment, an untimely voice spoke up. No need to guess, it was definitely Zhang Li. After Zhang Li's words, everyone present suddenly realized. Yeah, no matter how skilled he is, he couldn't have killed 18 fierce beasts in just a few hours. He must have taken them from the bodies of the fierce beasts they killed. Unlike Zhang Feng, they didn't have the energy to take things from the bodies of the fierce beasts after killing them. Almost everyone, after going through hardships to kill the fierce beasts, would immediately find a safe place to hide. Endure until the assessment ends. As for those bodies, they didn't even bother. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Li and let out a cold laugh. Zhang Li, about what I said earlier that I'm your father, I take it back now. Ha, Zhang Feng, now you know to back down, kneel down, kowtow to me, call me grandpa, then I'll consider forgiving you. Zhang Li burst into laughter at his words. Zhang Feng quickly waved his hand. No, what I mean is, a scum like you who abandons teammates, sells them out for survival, doesn't deserve to be my son. You're just a despicable traitor. To be honest, Zhang Feng wasn't exactly filled with righteous indignation. Everyone has different values. Some think it's justifiable to abandon teammates to save themselves, while others see it as a heinous crime. Zhang Feng belonged to the latter group. He was a sentimental person. He might choose to turn a blind eye to save his own life when it came to strangers. But what about teammates? They are meant to be trusted, individuals you would sacrifice everything for. If one is indifferent and callous towards their own teammates, Zhang Feng believed that living like that was meaningless. Zhang Li was trembling with anger as Zhang Feng scolded him. Previously, Zhang Feng had only taken advantage of him, but now he was openly insulting him in front of everyone, using harsh words. How could he bear it? Zhang Li had forgotten what Qinyu had said earlier. All he could think of was to kill the person insulting him in front of him. I'll kill you. Level 8 Fist of Destruction, take this. Zhang Li lunged towards Zhang Feng, throwing a punch. However, before his fist could reach Zhang Feng, it abruptly stopped. It had to stop because a sword was now pressed against his neck, appearing out of nowhere. Zhang Li was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his anger dissipating rapidly. He had no doubt that if he made a move, his head would roll. Damn, that sword is fast. Did you see him draw the sword? No, I just felt a blur in my eyes, and the sword was already at his neck. Everyone was astonished by Zhang Feng's swift swordplay. Most had never seen such speed, some had only witnessed it from their family's martial arts elders. So, you know how to fight? Then why were you scared when facing the wolf beasts earlier? Zhang Li, you should be grateful there's surveillance here. Otherwise, my sword wouldn't just be at your neck so easily. Zhang Feng's words cut deep, but at that moment, Zhang Li dared not speak. His heart was in his throat. Fortunately, Zhang Feng retracted his sword soon after. Zhang Li breathed a sigh of relief, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Feng paid him no further attention. At this point, he didn't even bother arguing with Zhang Li. Aren't we supposed to gather here? Why isn't the door opening? Zhang Feng gazed at the tightly shut entrance. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? Roar! Just then, a tiger's roar echoed from the forest behind them. That roar, it's terrifying. What kind of fierce beast makes such a sound? Just hearing it makes my legs tremble. Have you noticed the sound getting closer? It's like that fierce beast is heading our way. All eyes turned towards the forest. It was eerily quiet, not even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was so tense that they held their breath. 2 minutes later, a majestic tiger over 2 meters tall with distinctive stripes appeared before them. What caught everyone's attention was the long, curved horn on top of its head, razor-sharp on one side, resembling a giant blade. It's a blade-horned tiger, how is this possible? How can a mid-level fierce beast be in the assessment area? Quick, inform the rescue team. We stand no chance against a mid-level fierce beast. The blade-horned tiger, a genuine mid-level fierce beast. They were a group of novices barely reaching the level of junior martial artists. Even if they joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for it. At most, they could hold it off. So calling for rescue was the most sensible choice. However, their hopes were dashed quickly. The signal was blocked. The signal is jammed. Why is this happening? Can't reach the rescue team. What's going on? Wah, Mom, I don't want to die. Suddenly, panic gripped everyone. Failing to reach the rescue team meant they had to face the horned tiger on their own. Isn't this like looking for trouble in a dark pit? Roar! The narrow eyes of the horned tiger stared at the crowd below the mountain, scanning them before suddenly showing an excited expression. Yes, a tiger, with an excited expression on its face. How eerie. Among the crowd, Zhang Feng couldn't help but shudder, unsure if it was an illusion, but he felt like the horned tiger was smiling at him. But I don't know it. Roar! The horned tiger let out an excited roar and charged towards the crowd. A real tiger coming down the mountain. Run! A shout erupted from the crowd, and instantly, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Zhang Feng also chose a direction to run. He calculated in his mind that with so many people here, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to be targeted by that horned tiger. But soon, reality hit him in the face. The horned tiger rushed into the crowd but didn't attack anyone. Instead, it headed straight towards Zhang Feng. Damn, can it be this coincidental? When Zhang Feng noticed the horned tiger running towards him, he quickly changed direction, thinking it might just be a coincidence. After changing direction, Zhang Feng looked back. He almost couldn't help but curse, because the horned tiger also changed direction, still charging towards him. Zhang Feng had accepted the reality. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he knew that the horned tiger's target was definitely him. But why? Just because he's handsome? But I'm human, you're a tiger, we can't be together. Don't panic, the horned tiger doesn't harm us, it seems to target only one person. Yeah, everyone quickly move away from that person, then nothing will happen. The panicked crowd suddenly quieted down. Everyone noticed that the horned tiger's target was Zhang Feng, posing no threat to them at all. They all breathed a sigh of relief. No longer as panicked as before, they all silently moved away from Zhang Feng, avoiding him as if their lives depended on it. What's the meaning of this? Isn't this too disloyal? With no interference from the crowd, the horned tiger's speed increased. In no time, it caught up, getting closer and closer to Zhang Feng. Ha, kill him, kill him. Dare to scare me, this is retribution. Zhang Li, who was hiding, became excited when he saw the horned tiger chasing Zhang Feng, cursing him continuously. No, this guy is too fast, I can't keep up. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the horned tiger catches up. Instead of wasting energy running away, I might as well fight it. Zhang Feng's mind raced, and he made a decision. His sprinting steps suddenly stopped, then he quickly turned around. Sword drawing technique. Clang! A sword light flashed, followed by a sound similar to the clash of swords. Zhang Feng widened his eyes, looking shocked at the intact horned tiger in front of him. His sword drawing technique was blocked by the opponent for the first time. Just now, when he used the sword drawing technique, it was blocked by the curved blade on top of the horned tiger's head. Previously, his sword drawing technique was invincible. Those low-level ferocious beasts, whether it was the giant-toothed boar or the iron-clawed rabbit, couldn't survive a second under his sword. But this time, it was easily blocked by the opponent. Indeed, intermediate ferocious beasts were much stronger than low-level ones. So much so that even his proficient sword drawing technique couldn't make up for it. The horned tiger didn't give Zhang Feng much time to think. It shook its head, and the horned blade on top of its head swung towards Zhang Feng. Whistling through the air, its power was definitely not small. Zhang Feng quickly drew his sword to defend. Clang! The horned knife struck Zhang Feng's sword, and he immediately felt a tremendous force flowing into his arm through the spirit sword. His body uncontrollably retreated several steps before finally dispelling the force. Such great strength, such a sharp horned knife. Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at his spirit sword, he noticed a small nick where the horned knife had just collided with it. Although small, this nick indicated that the horn on the tiger's head, in terms of sharpness and hardness, surpassed Zhang Feng's first-grade spirit sword. Roar! The tiger with the horned knife in its eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit and roared as if to say, "Come at me again." Then, it swiftly shook its head, continuously waving the horned knife on top of its head. Zhang Feng really wanted to ask it, "Don't you get dizzy from shaking your head like that?" However, the tiger didn't give him a chance to ask as he had to continuously wield his spirit sword to defend against the tiger's slashing attacks. Blocking and retreating, the scene was filled with flashing sword and knife lights. But clearly, the knife lights had the upper hand. Zhang Feng's disadvantage was evident. His physical abilities were not strong enough, only at the level of a novice warrior, while the horned tiger was an intermediate fierce beast. With his proficiency in sword techniques, Zhang Feng could barely hold his ground against it. But defeating it was out of the question. Unless, the pressure is felt in the sword technique, striving to cultivate, cultivation progress plus 1%. The pressure is felt in the sword technique, striving to cultivate, cultivation progress plus 1%. The sword technique feels suppressed and decides to work hard, cultivation progress plus 5%. The sword technique realm breakthrough, current martial arts realm is nearing completion, 2%. With the breakthrough in the martial arts realm of the sword technique, Zhang Feng was instantly enlightened. If mastering the sword technique was like the result of years of dedicated practice, then nearing completion was a level that could take a dozen or even several decades to achieve. While for others, it might take years, for Zhang Feng, it was just a moment. The breakthrough in martial arts also revealed a new move in the sword technique to Zhang Feng. The threefold sword slash. The threefold sword slash was different from the previous fourfold sword slash Zhang Feng had used. The continuous slashes were at a very fast pace, but each strike had similar damage. The threefold sword slash was different. Each strike was stronger than the last. The first strike had normal power, the second was twice as powerful as the first, and the third was 4 times as powerful as the second. This meant that the third strike was 8 times more powerful than the first. What if the power of the 3 strikes was combined? Jiang Feng wasn't sure how powerful it would be. I don't know if this threefold sword slash can defeat the horned tiger, but one thing is certain, no matter the outcome, I will definitely be exhausted. If the horned tiger doesn't die, then Jiang Feng hesitated, not daring to gamble. The cost could very well be his life. A true swordsman's greatest taboo is hesitation and weakness. Act decisively, move forward courageously. Why think so much? Just do it. Just then, the voice of the sword technique resounded in Jiang Feng's mind, its tone unmistakably firm. Move forward courageously, act decisively. Yes, at this point, why am I still thinking about what comes next? Can't even handle the current crisis. What's the use of thinking more? The words of the sword technique woke Jiang Feng up. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes. So what if it's an intermediate fierce beast? I'll still take you down. Jiang Feng cursed loudly, his momentum reaching its peak. Surprisingly, the horned tiger, which had been pushing Jiang Feng back, was momentarily subdued by his overwhelming aura. It was this momentary pause that gave Jiang Feng the opportunity to strike back. Unsheathing the sword for the third strike, first strike. Clang! The sword was drawn, striking heavily on the horned blade atop the tiger blade's head. But just like before, it couldn't even scratch it. Jiang Feng remained calm, seamlessly transitioning to the second strike. Second strike. Clang! The power of the second strike was twice that of the first. This time, the tiger blade didn't have it so easy. Perhaps the horned blade on its head had some awareness, as this strike caused it pain, eliciting a mournful cry. Roar! It worked indeed. The second strike made the tiger blade cry out. Jiang Feng's confidence soared, his momentum growing stronger. Third strike. The third strike was unleashed. Jiang Feng clearly saw the blade of his top-grade spiritual sword trembling in his hand, even emitting a mournful sound. The power of the third strike was too great, and the spiritual sword, as the vessel, bore immense pressure. Hold on! Jiang Feng roared, aiming this strike directly at the tiger blade in front of him. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The tiger blade remained motionless, and Jiang Feng held his sword aloft, pointing it straight at the sky. 2 seconds later. Bang! A crisp sound shattered the silence. The top-grade spiritual sword in Jiang Feng's hand shattered in midair. It didn't break into 2 pieces but directly turned into over a dozen fragments, scattering on the ground. The power of the third strike was too much. The mere top-grade spiritual sword couldn't withstand such force. Sigh. Jiang Feng's body went limp, sitting directly on the ground. Unleashing the third strike had drained all his strength. At this moment, even a 3-year-old could easily defeat him. Looking at the remaining hilt in his hand, Jiang Feng sighed. He had intended to take it with him, but it broke here. Why sigh? As a sword, being able to witness my unsheathing sword's 3 strikes is its honor. It shattered as it should. The haughty voice of the unsheathing sword sounded. Jiang Feng chuckled, no one could match your self-love. Thud! Just as Jiang Feng lamented the spiritual sword, the tiger blade on the opposite side collapsed with a loud crash. Its head and body separated instantly. Jiang Feng's third strike was too fast. The tiger blade didn't even have time to use the horned blade on its head to defend, and Jiang Feng beheaded it directly. To be honest, despite its arrogance, the unsheathing sword indeed had real skills. The newly comprehended unsheathing sword's 3 strikes were astonishingly powerful, allowing him to single-handedly kill an intermediate ferocious beast with just a novice warrior's physique. Wasn't this a classic case of overpowering enemies with the protagonist's halo? Oh my goodness, am I seeing things? Did the tiger blade just die like that? I must be dreaming. A novice warrior actually killed an intermediate ferocious beast. I must be dreaming. Yeah, I don't feel any pain even if I pinch my thigh hard. I'm really dreaming. You're pinching my leg, damn it, let go. His sword strike was so cool, it pierced my heart. I think I've fallen in love with him. Sob sob sob. The onlookers were all stunned. They had thought Jiang Feng was doomed, considering it was an intermediate ferocious beast. Moreover, the tiger blade was considered above average among intermediate ferocious beasts. Did they even need to think about dealing with a young man participating in the novice warrior assessment? But reality often turned out to be so dramatic. Little did they know that outside the assessment area, someone was even more shocked and excited. Lao Shao, did you see that? That kid actually killed the tiger blade. And the unsheathing sword technique he just displayed, the unsheathing sword's 3 strikes, is definitely a technique that can only be comprehended at the level of minor achievement. That kid actually broke through the martial arts realm in the battle. I remember saying that we should have some excitement. Ha ha. Well, Lao Xiao, why aren't you saying anything? Lao Zhang was too excited, shaking Lao Xiao's neck vigorously with both hands. Lao Xiao was shaken so hard that he started foaming at the mouth. Oh dear, Lao Xiao, I'm sorry, I got too excited. Are you okay? Lao Zhang realized and quickly stopped. Lao Xiao's eyes almost rolled back, but he managed to bring them back. Cough. Lao Zhang, are you trying to kill me? I've been so good to you, and the first person I thought of when I met this good seedling was you. Lao Xiao complained with a resentful face. Haha, my bad, Lao Xiao, I really love you, come here for a kiss. Lao Zhang, superscript 3, Lao Xiao's very disdainful punch, oh, #=0 after playing around like two old kids for a while, Lao Zhang finally spoke seriously. Lao Xiao, no matter what, this time I owe you a favor. This kid is very important to our Wudao Yi Zhong. Perhaps only he can surpass the Awakened One from Wudao Er Zhong. When mentioning the Awakened One, Lao Zheng's face was full of envy. Why couldn't he encounter such good fortune himself? The Awakened Ones are people who have awakened special abilities. They can also be called anomalies. They are heaven's favorites. Even without martial arts talent, their awakened abilities alone make them more powerful than some ordinary martial artists. And if they have martial arts talent, they are even more formidable. The combination of abilities in martial arts is like adding wings to a tiger, making it even more powerful. However, awakened individuals are extremely rare, with only a few thousand currently recorded. So when Lao Zhang heard that Wudao Er Zhong had recruited a young awakened individual, he was so jealous that he couldn't sleep for days. What's more, that awakened youth also had intermediate martial arts talent. The combination of the two was truly extraordinary. At this rate, the position of Wudao Yi Zhong in Qingyuan City would become precarious. Don't worry, Lao Zhang, in my opinion, the awakened ones are naturally gifted, heaven's favorites, but those with genius-level martial arts talent are 1 in a million, extremely rare. If we really compare, the awakened ones may have the advantage in the early stages, but I believe the latter's future achievements will be greater. Lao Xiao comforted. Lao Zhang thought of Zhang Feng, and his envy disappeared instantly. Yes, what's there to envy about just an awakened individual? There are thousands of registered awakened individuals in Huagua, but those with genius-level martial arts talent number barely 100. Of course, this is just the surface. There are some geniuses deliberately hidden, but they are few. Even if you add them up, they wouldn't reach 1,000. Geniuses are rarer than awakened individuals. That's right, that's why I said that kid is important to me. Lao Xiao, let's hurry over. It would be disastrous if something unexpected happens. Don't worry, I've had Qinyu guarding nearby all along, nothing will happen. Despite Lao Xiao's words, he didn't slow down his pace. Following Lao Zhang, they quickly headed towards the assessment area. After resting for a while, Zhang Feng felt his strength returning somewhat. He hurried to the side of the Blade Tiger's corpse, vigilantly watching the people around him. This is mine, whoever dares to snatch it, I'll kill them. The crowd was speechless. They had thought his sword strike was very cool before, showing the demeanor of a strong warrior. But now, that demeanor was quickly lost. Why was he guarding his food? Seeing no one daring to challenge him, Zhang Feng finally relaxed and carefully removed the horn knife from the top of the Blade Tiger's head. This thing couldn't even be cut by a first-grade spiritual sword, it was definitely valuable. After a lot of effort, Zhang Feng finally managed to pry the horn knife off. While assessing how much they could sell for, the gate of the assessment area opened. Supervisor Xiao from the Martial Alliance and former Principal Zhang from the Qingyuan Martial Arts School walked in. Everyone present, of course, recognized these two figures. However, they didn't expect that for a regular warrior combat assessment, these two big shots would personally show up. Was it because of the sudden appearance of the Bladehorn Tiger? Supervisor Xiao, why is there an intermediate fierce beast in the primary warrior assessment area? Is it because the Martial Alliance's supervision is inadequate? Please provide a reasonable explanation, someone immediately questioned. It's not that they weren't angry. If that Bladehorn Tiger's target wasn't Zhang Feng, there would definitely have been casualties among them. Supervisor Xiao looked at the person who raised the question, not getting angry but actually explaining to him. If you all want an explanation, fine, I'll give you one. The appearance of this Bladehorn Tiger was not accidental but a deliberately arranged hidden test by us, to see how you would react when faced with a sudden event. But I am very disappointed with the results. You all panicked directly, lacking any sense of unity and resistance, only thinking about running away on your own. With this kind of attitude, you will have no chance when facing real combat in the future. Supervisor Xiao had a look of disappointment, shaking his head with a sigh. Those people, especially the one who had questioned earlier, all lowered their heads in shame. Reflecting on their actions, They had first scattered in panic and then stopped to watch the show when they found out the Bladehorn Tiger was only targeting one person. There was no spirit of unity and mutual assistance. Indeed, they were too weak. Old Zhang watched as Supervisor Xiao shut down all these participants in the warrior assessment with just a few words, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. It has to be you. Turning wrong into right, violations into compliance. I still don't think it's right. What if someone among us gets injured or killed? Someone still raised a question. Supervisor Xiao remained silent, but a voice came from behind him. It doesn't matter, I will intervene. Everyone turned to look and saw Qin Yu leading a rescue team walking out from the woods behind. The person who had questioned earlier fell silent upon seeing Qin Yu. With Instructor Qin nearby, nothing bad could possibly happen. At this moment, Zhang Feng weakly raised his hand to ask, I have a question, why was that Bladehorn Tiger chasing after me? As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and started whistling. Supervisor Xiao also raised his hand to cover his ear, pretending not to hear Jiang Feng's words. Jiang Feng's face darkened immediately. He wasn't a fool and immediately understood what was going on. He had been set up. Cough, let's take a moment to praise Comrade Jiang Feng here. Among all of us, only he bravely fought against the Bladehorn Tiger and finally killed it. Let's applaud this fearless spirit. Come on, clap your hands. Supervisor Xiao was the first to applaud, but no one joined him. Let's save some face here. This has nothing to do with a fearless spirit. He clearly only acted because he couldn't escape. Your praise is too perfunctory. Zhang Feng glared at Supervisor Xiao. You owe me compensation for the 1,800 martial arts techniques you promised. Supervisor Xiao had thick skin and didn't show any embarrassment. After the applause, he continued speaking. Considering Comrade Jiang Feng's excellent performance this time, I specially invited Principal Zhang from Arching Yuan City Martial Arts School to commend Comrade Jiang Feng. Let's give him a warm welcome. This time, more people applauded. After all, it was the principal of the martial arts school, so face had to be given. Not to mention, most of the young people participating in the assessment were students from the martial arts school. Principal Zhang was momentarily stunned but then saw Supervisor Zhao's eye signal and immediately understood. Source text, he's really a cunning old fox, using the guise of praise to recruit Jiang Feng. A typical case of killing two birds with one stone. At the mention of praise, Jiang Feng immediately perked up. Wudao Yizhong is, after all, the best martial arts academy in Qingyuan City. They shouldn't be too stingy. Principal Zhang stepped forward, smiling at Jiang Feng. Xiao Jiang, I've witnessed your recent performance and I must say it's truly outstanding. If I'm not mistaken, your sword drawing technique has already reached a proficient level, right? Jiang Feng had no intention of hiding it, as there was no need. Showing his abilities and talents was the way to gain recognition. I had some insights during the battle, just about to make a breakthrough. Those around, upon hearing that Jiang Feng had already reached a proficient level in his sword technique, were all amazed. At their age, mastering a martial art to such a level was remarkable. Proficient level was beyond imagination. Why was he so outstanding compared to others? Especially Zhang Li, his jealousy contorted his face. Jealousy truly changes a person's appearance. Xiao Jiang, first of all, I want to apologize for not discovering you earlier. Now, I formally invite you to join Wudao Yizhong. As compensation, I can offer you a full scholarship and direct entry into the Genius Training Camp. Principal Zhang said sincerely. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of a full scholarship, wondering how much it was worth. Others, upon hearing that Jiang Feng could enter the Genius Training Camp, looked envious. The Genius Training Camp was established by Wudao Yizhong to cultivate talents. Most of the school's resources were allocated to the camp, and all students aimed to enter it. However, the entry requirements were high. Firstly, students had to be under 20 years old, possess above-average martial talent, and have their warrior identity certified. These were just the basic conditions. Only students meeting these criteria could compete, and the top 30 would enter the Genius Training Camp. Jiang Feng didn't care at all. He quickly asked, how much is the full scholarship? 20,000 per year. Jiang Feng was immediately excited. 20,000 was not a small amount, and it was yearly. Supervisor Xiao suddenly interjected, Old Zhang, don't be so stingy. With Xiao Zhang's abilities, he could achieve this on his own. What kind of compensation is this? It should be more. Principal Zhang glared at Supervisor Xiao, questioning whose side he was on. Supervisor Xiao turned his head away, refusing to look at him. Helplessly, Principal Zhang continued, of course, all these mentioned are compensations from Wudao Yizhong. Personally, I will compensate you with 500,000 Huagua coins. 500,000. Jiang Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. But before Jiang Feng could agree, Supervisor Xiao immediately said, not enough, 500,000 is too little. Principal Zhang's face darkened instantly. Through gritted teeth, he said, then how much do you think it should be? I think at least 800,000, not expensive, just the price of my rosewood desk. Principal Zhang. Fine, you're waiting for me to agree, huh? Revenge is a dish best served cold, after all. Fine, 800,000 it is. Principal Zhang said through clenched teeth. Jiang Feng looked gratefully at Supervisor Xiao, who seemed like his god of wealth. Xiao Jiang, what do you think? Principal Zhang asked eagerly. He was somewhat worried, as geniuses often had a high opinion of themselves. They might not be swayed by money, but he clearly underestimated Jiang Feng. I agree. When will the scholarship and 800,000 be transferred? Once you enroll. Principal Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he successfully recruited Jiang Feng. Principal Zhang, compensation discussion is over, what about the commendation? Jiang Feng eagerly looked at Principal Zhang. The latter was taken aback. Huh? Principal Zhang, you mentioned compensation just now, but Supervisor Xiao previously said you would commend me. Compensation is compensation, commendation is commendation, they should not be confused, Jiang Feng hurriedly explained. Supervisor Xiao nodded in agreement. That's right, Principal Zhang, as the head of a school, you shouldn't mix up such trivial matters, he added. Principal Zhang was speechless. He even suspected that the two of them were conspiring against him. But since things had come to this point, he couldn't give up. Compared to the cost of recruiting the awakened individual from Ruzhong, Jiang Feng was already quite cheap. After some thought, Principal Zhang said, I remember Xiao mentioned that you are very fond of martial arts, right? Yes, Jiang Feng immediately turned into a nodding machine. Currently, the highest level of martial arts in Qingyuan City Martial Arts First High School is A-level. How about this, after you enroll, I will authorize you to choose an A-level martial art for practice. How does that sound? A-level martial arts? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Sword drawing technique was only a D-level martial art, yet it allowed him to kill intermediate-level ferocious beasts. How powerful would an A-level martial art be? As for whether he could learn it or not, Jiang Feng never cared about that question. When can I enroll? 3 days from now, you should gather at the entrance of Martial Arts First High School. Principal Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief. Things were finally settled, and it was no longer his concern. Supervisor Xiao continued speaking. As the saying goes, with rewards come punishments. In this assessment, I discovered a very despicable act. There was a person who not only abandoned his teammates but also, in a critical moment, to save himself, directly pushed his teammate into the jaws of a wolf. Such a person is simply unworthy of becoming a warrior. I hereby announce that his assessment results will be revoked, and he will be blacklisted, never to be certified. Zhang Li, do you have anything to say? Supervisor Xiao looked at Zhang Li, speaking in a very serious tone. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Li. Damn, there are people like this? Betraying even teammates, too much. Luckily, he wasn't my teammate. We can't let such a person become a warrior, or it will be a disaster. The looks directed at Zhang Li were full of disdain. Zhang Li widened his eyes. After all the hardships he went through to kill a ferocious beast, you're just going to revoke my results like this? On what grounds? I refuse. The warrior assessment only requires killing a ferocious beast. Why can you revoke my results? You say I abandoned my teammate, is it wrong to want to survive? Zhang Li immediately shouted. Supervisor Xiao looked at him coldly. Wanting to survive is not wrong, but if a person has no bottom line just to stay alive, can they still be called human? People like you, if they become warriors, for our great nation, instead of being a help, they would be a disaster. A scoundrel who can even betray teammates, do you expect him to step forward when the country faces a crisis? It's already good if he doesn't stab you in the back. Therefore, when certifying warriors, it is not only about assessing their abilities but more importantly, their character. That's all I have to say. If you still disagree, feel free to appeal. Supervisor Xiao didn't even bother saying much more to Zhang Li. If he didn't have this authority, he would be useless. The warrior practical assessment for today ended here. A total of 42 people participated in the assessment, with only 12 passing, a pass rate of just over 20%. Many people had already reached the physical level of a junior warrior, but they lacked combat skills. Before the battle even begins, how can one win if they are already afraid? Collect your belongings and go back, Supervisor Xiao said. The crowd had mixed feelings as they retrieved their equipment. Jiang Feng also retrieved his tetanus blade from Qinyu. It still served him well. If he had used the tetanus blade against the tiger blade tiger earlier, the battle might have ended long ago. A good weapon can greatly enhance one's combat power. After everything was sorted out, the group returned to the city, leaving Zhang Li lying on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. The journey back to the city was smooth, but Zhang Feng attracted a lot of attention along the way due to the items he was carrying. There was no helping it. Anyone who saw the things hanging on him would take a second look. Suddenly, Zhang Feng had an idea and hurried to Supervisor Xiao. "Hey, Uncle Xiao, does the Martial Alliance accept these items? I can sell them to you at a good price." Zhang Feng pointed to the spoils on his body. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Xiao rolled his eyes. "Don't push it too far. The beasts in the assessment area belong to the Martial Alliance. According to the rules, they shouldn't be taken away. I'm turning a blind eye to it." Okay. Zhang Feng sighed, mainly because he had no connections and was afraid of being cheated. Supervisor Xiao whispered to Zhang Feng quietly, "Go to the treasure pavilion in the city center. I know the owner there well. Mention my name, and you won't be cheated." Treasure Pavilion. Zhang Feng silently remembered the name. Soon, they returned to Qingyuan City. Those who did not pass the practical assessment returned home with gloomy faces. Those who passed first went to the Martial Alliance to register their information and obtain the identity of a warrior. They were also awarded a junior warrior badge. Having a warrior identity allows one to receive regular subsidies. The higher the warrior level, the more subsidies one receives. Zhang Feng and his group participated in the assessment for junior warriors, so they were currently junior warriors, receiving a monthly subsidy of 10,000. This meant that without doing anything special, they could earn 10,000 a month. It's worth noting that the average monthly salary for ordinary people in Qingyuan City is just over 3,000, so having a warrior identity is quite prestigious. Of course, this money doesn't come for free. If the country faces a major crisis someday, warriors must step forward to protect civilians and defend the homeland. After registering, it was considered truly over. Everyone happily went home to share the good news. Zhang Feng didn't rush home. He had to deal with the spoils on his body first. When leaving the Martial Alliance, Zhang Feng remembered the staff member named Tang Shishir he had met before. He remembered that she had offered to treat him to a meal. However, after looking around, he didn't see her anywhere. Perhaps she was on holiday. Zhang Feng didn't dwell on it and quickly found the treasure pavilion following the address given by Supervisor Xiao. It was easy to find because the treasure pavilion was well known in the warrior circle, being a nationwide chain store. It stood in the city center, a building with an ancient style. The treasure pavilion was very popular, with a constant stream of people coming in and out of the main entrance. Once inside, a waitress quickly approached Zhang Feng. "Hello, how can I assist you?" she asked. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a pleasant appearance and dressed in traditional Han clothing. Despite Zhang Feng's young age, she treated him well, displaying excellent customer service. "I want to sell all these things on me. Can you tell me how much they're worth?" Zhang Feng asked directly. The waitress in traditional attire maintained her good attitude and softly replied, "I'm sorry, our appraisers are busy. You may need to make an appointment. Or you can register your information and come back tomorrow. How about that?" "An appointment?" Zhang Feng didn't want to go through all that trouble. "It was Manager Xiao from Wumeng who recommended me. Could you please make an exception?" Zhang Feng directly mentioned Manager Zhao's name. As soon as the young lady in ancient attire heard about Manager Xiao from Wumeng, she became serious. He was a prominent figure in Qingyuan City. "Alright, let me inform the leader, please wait a moment," the young lady in ancient attire said. Zhang Feng nodded. Soon, a middle-aged man with a big belly and greasy appearance hurried down from the second floor. He walked straight to Zhang Feng. "Ha, you must be Comrade Xiao Jiang. I am Zhu Hao, the owner here. Manager Xiao has already informed me, rest assured, I will buy these items from you at the highest market price," the middle-aged greasy man warmly said. "It's too noisy here, come, follow me to the second floor, I have already prepared tea for you." "Then I'll trouble Mr. Zhu," Zhang Feng replied without hesitation, following Zhu Hao upstairs. As they entered his office, the aroma of tea wafted into their noses. It smells so good, it's excellent tea," Zhang Feng exclaimed. "Ha, I heard that you were coming, so I brewed the best tea leaves for you to enjoy. Here, have a taste first." Zhu Hao poured a cup of tea for Zhang Feng. In his past life, Zhang Feng had been influenced by his father and quite liked drinking tea. It wasn't that tea tasted exceptionally good, but the process of brewing and drinking tea made him feel very calm and comfortable. Zhang Feng took the cup of tea and sipped a little. His eyes lit up instantly. The tea tasted excellent, much better than De Hong Pao and Tai Guanyin he had drunk in his previous life. Moreover, as the tea flowed down his throat and entered his body, Zhang Feng felt his mind calming down. The distracting thoughts in his mind disappeared, and at that moment, all he could think of was the taste of the tea. Insight gained from basic breathing technique, cultivation progress plus 5%. Insight gained from sword drawing technique, cultivation progress plus 5%. A sudden prompt in his mind woke Jiang Feng up. His two martial arts had actually improved. A 5% progress was not insignificant. How did it suddenly improve? A puzzled voice from the basic breathing technique sounded. With a calm mind, there is insight. Indeed, the path of the sword requires undivided attention, with no distractions in the mind except for the sword drawing technique lamented. Jiang Feng immediately understood. It was because of the tea he had just drunk. Not only did his mind calm down, but the basic breathing technique and sword drawing technique also benefited. When the mind was calm, there was insight. Mr. Zhu, what kind of tea is this? Jiang Feng hurriedly asked. A tea that could enhance martial arts cultivation was indeed a valuable item. Calm mind tea, as the name suggests, drinking it can help calm the mind, cultivate the spirit, and even have a certain effect on martial arts insights. Of course, the effect is not significant, only serving a minor auxiliary role, unless it's a sky-high price spirit tea, but I can't afford that. Zhu Hao explained. Indeed, this was no ordinary tea. Jiang Feng immediately felt a fondness for Mr. Zhu. This kind of tea must be very expensive. The fact that he was willing to treat him with it showed how much he valued Jiang Feng. Mr. Zhu, may I ask how much this tea costs? I would like to buy some too, Jiang Feng inquired. I bought it for 5 million per kilogram. It should have increased in price now, and it's in high demand, hard to find. I don't have much left here. Upon hearing the price, Jiang Feng gave up directly. He probably couldn't afford even an ounce with his entire fortune. This realization made him quickly take a few more sips. Basic breathing technique gained insights, cultivation progress plus 3%. Sword drawing technique gained insights, cultivation progress plus 2%. Basic breathing technique gained insights, cultivation progress plus 1%. Sword drawing technique gained insights, cultivation progress. Soon, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s entered the office. Boss Zhu immediately stood up. Xiao Jiang, this is our best appraiser, Elder Ding from Baibao Pavilion. Show him the items you want to sell for appraisal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng quickly took off all the spoils he had on him and handed them over to the old man. Wearing reading glasses, the old man took the items from Jiang Feng and after a few glances, he spoke. 4 pairs of fangs from the primary fierce beast giant toothed boar, market value of 21,000 per pair, totaling 80,000. 2 pairs of steel claws from the primary fierce beast iron-clawed rabbit, market value of 31,000 per pair, totaling 60,000. Swift demon cat. The horn blade of the intermediate fierce beast blade horn tiger, well, the market value is quite high for this one, can be sold for 380,000. With that, all of Jiang Feng's spoils were appraised. Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised to find such a big difference in value between intermediate and primary fierce beasts. It was more than 10 times higher. However, the high value of the horn blade of the blade horn tiger was within Jiang Feng's expectations. After all, it was even harder than a first-grade spiritual sword, which costs at least 200,000. Selling it for over 300,000 was not unreasonable. I heard from Supervisor Xiao before that with the body of a primary warrior, you can kill an intermediate warrior. I thought it was a boast, but it turns out to be true. You really impress me. A mere primary warrior was not worth such attention from a big boss like him. The reason he treated Jiang Feng so well was partly due to Supervisor Zhao's reputation, but most importantly, he wanted to make friends with Jiang Feng. He was only a primary warrior now, but what about in the future? He was young, and youth was an asset. Being able to kill monsters above his level at a young age, such a person would surely achieve great things in the future. Making friends with him while he was still weak was definitely a profitable investment. Alright, according to Elder Ding's appraisal, the total value of these items is 880,000, which is the normal market price. As a favor to Supervisor Xiao, I'll round it up to 900,000. How does that sound to you? Boss Xu said. Jiang Feng naturally agreed. 900,000 was more than he had expected. This time, Boss Xu was definitely not making a profit, Jiang Feng noted silently. Money exchanged hands, and goods were delivered. Soon, Jiang Feng's phone vibrated. He opened it to find a message. An amount of 900,000. 00 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 5029, with a current balance of 1,476,254. 32 yuan. The 900,000 had been deposited, and there was another message he hadn't seen before. It was a deposit of 320,000. It should be the money transferred by LV Qing. She was indeed honest and trustworthy. Jiang Feng was now a millionaire. By the way, Boss Zhu, do you sell martial arts here? Jiang Feng suddenly asked. He had planned to earn money quickly and then buy some martial arts for cultivation to enhance his strength. Of course, Baibao Pavilion specializes in serving warriors, whether it's spiritual martial equipment, martial arts techniques, or elixirs. Baibao Pavilion has it all, definitely able to meet all your needs, Boss Zhu said confidently. Patting his chest, he continued, I can take a look around? Of course, I'll have someone show you around. Boss Zhu then called the ancient-style young lady from before to guide Jiang Feng. Where would you like to go first? The ancient-style young lady asked with her head down, feeling too shy to look at Jiang Feng. He was too handsome, and she was afraid she might fall for him. He might just be a small waiter, while the other was a warrior valued by the big boss. How could he be a match for him? Take me to the martial arts area first, Jiang Feng said. Miss Gufeng nodded gently and began to lead the way. Soon, the two arrived at the martial arts area. Recommend me some martial arts around 1 million, Jiang Feng said. Since he was going to choose, he would definitely choose some better martial arts. Well, with a price range of 1 million, that would be C-grade martial arts. This area is all C-grade. Miss Gufeng led Jiang Feng to the C-grade martial arts area. There were rows of wooden bookshelves filled with books. Aren't the inherited martial arts supposed to be martial imprints? Oh, these books are actually introductions and explanations of martial arts. If you choose one, we will go to the warehouse to get it for you, Miss Gufeng explained quickly. Martial imprints are very precious, how could they be casually displayed here? They must be hidden in a very safe place. Jiang Feng understood. He began to think about which aspect of martial arts he should choose. With limited funds and wanting better martial arts, he could only choose one for now. For breathing techniques, basic breathing technique would do for now. For combat martial arts, sword drawing technique would suffice. So, he should choose either body technique or comprehensive martial arts. I'll start with a body technique, it should work better in combination with the sword drawing technique, Jiang Feng thought to himself. Graceful body technique, coupled with swift swordplay, that's the standard for those dashing swordsmen in movies and TV shows. As for comprehensive martial arts, he would leave that for next time. Jiang Feng still remembered that the Martial Arts Academy owed him an A-grade martial art. I want a body technique martial art. Please follow me. Miss Gufeng led Jiang Feng to the body technique specialization area. They were all C-grade body technique martial arts. Floating dragon steps, ghost shadow illusion, swirling dance steps. Just by their names, one could tell they were not simple. However, the prices were really high. They all started at 1,500,000, which he couldn't afford at all. At the same level, the price difference could be significant. Of course, the higher the price, the better the quality and potential within the same level. Soon, Jiang Feng had read through the introductions of all the C-grade body technique martial arts here. Considering his financial strength, he chose a body technique martial art named Thunderous Dash. Priced at 1,050,000, it was within his budget. Thunderous Dash, an explosive body technique. It could instantly multiply his speed several times, but the duration was not long. Just like thunder, it came and went quickly. Hence the name. This body technique was not as graceful and agile as others, but its greatest advantage was the significant boost in speed. It was said that if one cultivated it to perfection, the peak speed could even rival lightning. That's why it was named Thunderous Dash. Jiang Feng chose this body technique martial art because he valued this advantage. His sword drawing technique relied on speed, so if he paired it with Thunderous Dash, he could approach his enemies at the fastest speed. While using Thunderous Dash, he could execute the sword drawing technique. As long as his sprint speed matched the speed of drawing the sword, he could save time to the maximum. Before the enemy could react, he could directly behead them. After choosing the martial art, Jiang Feng followed Miss Gufeng to pay over 1 million and successfully received a martial imprint. Mr. Jiang, this is a one-time martial imprint, can only be used once, and only by the owner, not for lending. So, as required, you need to use the martial imprint inheritance within the monitoring range of the treasure pavilion. Please understand, Miss Gufeng said. Jiang Feng understood. Hua country, or rather the whole world, has very strict regulations on martial arts. This is also to protect the martial artist's martial arts copyright. If it were spread at will, it would be chaotic. Alright, I'll take you to the training room. Soon, Miss Gufeng took Jiang Feng to a training room. The training room was very quiet, with excellent soundproofing. Moreover, there was a faint fragrance inside. It made people feel relaxed and happy. Mr. Jiang, I'll be at the door. Just call me if you need anything. Jiang Feng entered the training room and sat cross-legged on a cushion. He looked at the martial seal in his hand. The so-called one-time martial seal would automatically self-destruct after one use, unlike the martial seal Jiang Feng had when inheriting the sword technique at the Martial Alliance. But the effect was similar. It was also to prevent the exposure of martial arts. Jiang Feng pressed the martial seal against his forehead, and the next moment, a surge of energy entered his mind. Jiang Feng's consciousness seemed to be instantly pulled into another world. He had the same feeling when inheriting the sword technique before. This time, the scene that appeared in Jiang Feng's mind was a very dim and stormy day. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the wind and rain were fierce. Suddenly, he saw a flash of lightning in the distance. It flickered rapidly from left to right and was getting closer to him. When the lightning flashed past him, Jiang Feng finally managed to see a human figure. The lightning turned out to be a person. Oh my, is that the Flash? Jiang Feng was amazed. Wasn't this the Flash from reality? The speed was no different from lightning. The scene abruptly stopped there. With a crisp sound, the martial seal shattered. Jiang Feng also came to his senses. Thunder Flash, indeed powerful. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. The figure recorded in the martial seal should be the Thunder Flash who had comprehended the perfect realm, so his speed could rival lightning. In nature, the speed of lightning is second only to the speed of light, even faster than the speed of sound. Jiang Feng waited for a while, and a new voice finally sounded in his mind. Ah, I can finally speak. I was suffocating. As the voice came out, Jiang Feng's whole body trembled, because the voice was incredibly loud. The term voice like a bell was just right for it. No, it was even louder than a bell, more like thunder. Deafening. Even though the voice only appeared in his mind, Jiang Feng was still stunned by the noise. It was terrifying. Welcome, but uncle, your voice is so loud, I almost went deaf. The childish voice of basic breathing technique rang out. Shut up, you loudspeaker. Even the sword technique couldn't stand it. It seemed that Jiang Feng wasn't the only one suffering. Ahem, Thunder Flash, lower your voice when you speak in the future. Oh, okay. Thunder Flash said in a wrong tone. The voice was indeed much softer than before but still loud. Like holding a microphone in a KTV. There was even an echo. Its loud voice probably had something to do with its own attributes. Jiang Feng didn't push it too hard. Let's just make do with this. I'll call you Big Thunder from now on. Big Thunder, how did you cultivate, and how can I accelerate my cultivation? Jiang Feng asked. This was what he cared about the most. Now he knew that the foodie improved his realm by eating, and the sword technique improved his realm through sword intent in battles. What about Thunder Flash? When there's thunder and lightning, I should be able to speed up my cultivation, or things imbued with the thunder attribute can also accelerate my cultivation. Big Thunder said. Things imbued with the thunder attribute? Are you treating this like a fantasy novel? Should I try sticking my hand into a socket to test it out? Upon careful consideration, even the concept of sword intent makes sense, and something imbued with the attributes of thunder and lightning is not entirely implausible. In nature, are there not creatures capable of discharging electricity? Like electric eels, not to mention the various fierce and primal beasts rampant in the world today. It's not so different from a fantasy world after all. Let's go ask. Jiang Feng thought, then got up directly and opened the door to the training room. Miss Ancient Style was standing at the door, unmoving, truly dedicated. When he leaves later, he must give her a tip. Excuse me, is there anything here imbued with the attributes of thunder and lightning? Jiang Feng asked. He didn't even know how to phrase his question. Something about it just didn't sound right. Miss Ancient Style also paused for a moment, but she was very professional, not showing any strange expression, but rather thinking very seriously. After a while, she finally said, would the elemental Dan of the Thunderbird elemental beast count? The Thunderbird can unleash thunder and lightning attacks, so it should be what you mean by thunder and lightning attributes. Alright, how much does it cost? Jiang Feng nodded repeatedly, confirming that it met his needs. The boss said that Mr. Jiang can enjoy the lowest market price for your purchases at the Treasure Pavilion, so it's only 2,200,000. Miss Ancient Style smiled professionally. Jiang Feng's face fell immediately. 2,300,000, even if I sold everything, it wouldn't be enough, so he decisively gave up. The elemental Dan is worth so much money, which is reasonable. After all, it is the condensed essence of almost an entire elemental beast. Much stronger than the so-called horn knives of a blade tiger. Miss Ancient Style noticed Jiang Feng's embarrassment, but she didn't show it. Mr. Jiang, the energy contained in the elemental Dan is too vast and somewhat violent, not suitable for you at the moment. You can try the blood of the Thunderbird, which should have similar effects. Jiang Feng thought Miss Ancient Style made a lot of sense, so he decided to give it a try. When a package of Thunderbird blood was placed in front of Jiang Feng, before he could ask, the voice of De Ben in his mind rang out. There is a hint of thunder and lightning attribute, not very strong, but for me at the moment, it's enough. With De Ben's approval, Jiang Feng felt reassured. After inquiring about the price, for a package of about 500 milliliters, it was priced at 30,000. Compared to the Elemental Dan, it was much cheaper. After all, the demand for this item is not as high. Jiang Feng directly bought 10 packages. 300,000 disappeared instantly. Adding the 150,000 for Thunder Flash, he now had just over 100,000 left in his account. In an instant, from a millionaire, he became a pauper. Poor in literature, rich in martial arts, it's so true. It's easy for a warrior to make money, but spending it is even easier. A casual expenditure could amount to millions. Can't catch wolves without sacrificing the children. With stronger strength, killing monsters will be easier, and making money will be a breeze. Jiang Feng thought to himself. So, he decided not to keep the remaining tens of thousands. He used it all to buy Baichan Nutrient Solution. Although the Baichan Nutrient Solution no longer had any effect on the martial realm of the basic breathing technique, it was still good for improving physique. Jiang Feng estimated that after absorbing all these Baichan Nutrient Solutions, his physical fitness should reach the level of an intermediate warrior. Even if it doesn't, it won't be far off. At this point, Jiang Feng was truly a pauper. With just a few thousand yuan left for living expenses. Boss Shu, I'll take my leave. Jiang, my young friend, take care. I have things to attend to, so I won't see you off. Come by often in the future. Miss Ancient Style escorted Jiang Feng all the way to the entrance of the treasure pavilion. From the moment he entered until now, Miss Ancient Style had been serving him, and her attitude was very good. Jiang Feng felt quite embarrassed, so he took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and then pulled out a 10 yuan bill from it. Miss, I've been troubling you all this time, I feel really sorry about it. This 10 yuan is your service fee, thank you for your patient service. No need, Mr. Jiang, it's all part of my duty. No, you must take it, it's what you deserve. Mr. Jiang, really, it's not necessary. In the end, Miss Gu Feng couldn't resist Jiang Feng's insistence and had to accept the 10 yuan bill. Jiang Feng was very satisfied and prepared to leave. At that moment, a waiter happened to escort a well-dressed guest out. The guest swiftly took out a stack of bills from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. Here, as a tip, keep it. Thank you, Mr. Shang, welcome back next time. The waiter didn't hesitate at all and took the stack of money. It must have been at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. Jiang Feng suddenly felt awkward. He looked at Miss Gu Feng, realizing that she probably didn't want to accept his 10 yuan bill because who would have thought that the tip was several thousand yuan? Can't you read the word tip? The well-dressed man glanced at Jiang Feng and snorted. It was a clear provocation. Am I not worthy of respect? Jiang Feng directly took out 100 yuan bills and handed them to Miss Gu Feng. That's my monthly living expenses. By the time he got home, it was almost 1 in the afternoon. As soon as he entered, the aroma of food greeted him. Xiaochun, you're back, wash your hands and come eat. Mrs. Lu saw Jiang Feng return and hurriedly called out to him. She didn't ask him where he had been. Children grow up and always have their own affairs. As elders, they can't interfere in everything. Hey, what are you carrying in your hands, Ma Shui Wang? At that moment, Mrs. Lu noticed Jiang Feng carrying something. It seemed to contain several bags of blood packets. Ma Shui Wang, why didn't I think of that? This remark reminded Jiang Feng. He had been pondering all the way how to use the blood of the Thunderbird. Drink it directly? Wouldn't it be too fishy? Turning it into a delicacy would solve all the problems. Auntie, could you help me process it? I want it extremely spicy. Sure, just wait a moment. Mrs. Lu took the bags of Thunderbird blood and went to the kitchen to prepare it. Jiang Feng waited quietly for the result. Before long, a dish of extremely spicy Mao Shui Wang made from Thunderbird blood was ready. Jiang Feng quickly picked up a piece, didn't even blow on it, and ate it in one go. One word, satisfying. Maybe Mrs. Lu added some numbing spice while cooking, as Jiang Feng felt a tingling sensation in his mouth as he ate the Mao Shui Wang, as if an electric current passed through. Sensing a hint of Thunderbolt aura from Thunder Flash, gaining insight, Cultivation Progress plus 10%, Current Martial Arts Realm, Beginner, 10%. Ha, it works, Master. Please eat more so I can experience the Thunderbolt aura more. The extremely loud voice of De Ben exploded in Jiang Feng's mind. This guy was too excited, his voice couldn't be contained. It momentarily blanked Jiang Feng's mind. I'm sorry, Master, I got too excited, my voice was a bit loud. De Ben also realized the issue and immediately lowered his voice. Jiang Feng didn't blame him, he was also very excited. It really works, unexpectedly simple. Continue. Zhang Feng quickly picked up another piece of Mao Shui Wang and started eating. Sensing a hint of Thunderbolt aura from Thunder Flash, gaining insight, Cultivation progress plus 8%, sensing a hint of Thunderbolt aura from Thunder Flash, gaining insight, Cultivation progress plus 7%, sensing a hint of Thunderbolt aura from Thunder Flash. Whoa, master, it's too spicy, can you stop eating? The tender voice of the little foodie rang out. It seemed to be crying from the spiciness. Can't even handle this level of spiciness? Are you really from Ganshi province? Whoa, master, I was never human to begin with. Basic breathing technique was moved to tears by spiciness and decided to go on strike for an hour. Quite a character. Xiaochen, why are you only eating this dish? Are the other dishes not good? Mrs. Lu was puzzled to see Zhang Feng only eating spicy blood stew. Did her cooking skills decline? No, I just suddenly really wanted to eat spicy blood stew. Auntie, you don't need to worry about me. Zhang Feng had no intention of finding reasons. He ate heartily, finishing the last piece of spicy blood stew. Thunder Flash finally achieved a breakthrough in realm. Thunder Flash has accumulated enough. Breakthrough in realm, current martial arts realm is mastery, 5%. Zhang Feng had read the introduction of Thunder Flash before. The entry-level Thunder Flash could instantly increase speed by 5 times. The mastery-level Thunder Flash could increase it by 10 times. Zhang Feng wasn't sure how fast he could go now, as he hadn't tested it. But even based on data from 3 days ago, it was close to 30 meters per second. 10 times that would be 300 meters per second. And that was just data from 3 days ago. Zhang Feng's physical fitness was now much stronger than before. His speed would definitely be faster. When he unleashed Thunder Flash, his peak speed should surpass the speed of sound. Under normal circumstances, the speed of sound is 340 meters per second. So, can I insult the opponent before the battle? Then use Thunder Flash. By the time I reach him, he'll be too flustered to react. Hee, I'm quite clever. Auntie, I'm full, I'll go for a walk. After saying that, Zhang Feng rushed out of the door. Mrs. Lu had just started eating. Going for a walk at noon? In such a hurry, always out these days, it seems Xiaochen has found a girlfriend. Mrs. Lu smiled, raising Xiaochen, watching him start a family, get married, and have children. That would be fulfilling his parents' wishes. Zhang Feng headed straight to the Martial Alliance after leaving home. The testing equipment there was top-notch. This time, there weren't as many people at the Martial Alliance as last time, as the Junior Warrior assessment was about to begin. Now that the assessment was over, things had returned to normal. Zhang Feng arrived at the testing site, and it was the same staff member as before. When he saw Zhang Feng, he hurried over. Xiao Jiang, what can I do for you? Extremely enthusiastic. Zhang Feng was quite famous in Qingyuan City's Martial Alliance now, having gained the favor of Supervisor Xiao, so they naturally treated him with the utmost respect. I'd like to use your testing site, do I need to pay rent? Others might, but not you, feel free to use the facilities here. Zhang Feng knew the other party was deliberately trying to be friendly, so he didn't hold back either. Thank you. I haven't asked your name yet? Oh, I'm Zhou Qi, you can call me Xiao Zhou. Zhou Ji, I'll test first, we can chat later. Sure, go ahead. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Feng entered the testing site. Since he was here, he might as well test everything at once. His physical fitness must have improved compared to 3 days ago. Using the strength tester, Zhang Feng threw a punch. 1,223 kilograms. His punching power had increased by over 200 kg compared to 3 days ago. Next was speed. Zhang Feng first measured his basic speed. 2 meters per second. In that case, 10 times would be 352 meters per second. Indeed, it exceeded the speed of sound. But that was just theoretical, the reality needed to be tested. So Zhang Feng returned to the starting point. This time, he used Thunder Flash. ZZZ. When using Thunder Dash, Zhang Feng clearly felt as if there were electric currents sprouting beneath his feet. With a gentle push, Zhang Feng instantly sprinted forward. It felt like someone had given him a strong push from behind. He hadn't even fully adapted yet. Data appeared on the screen. 352 meters per second, exactly 10 times faster. Damn, are the soles of my shoes burnt? Zhang Feng felt some heat under his feet, and upon inspection, the soles were charred. A light touch turned them to ash. The sports shoes that had accompanied Zhang Feng for years had ended their life like this. It seemed he needed to buy a pair of boots suitable for warriors. Ordinary shoes couldn't withstand his usage. Is the instrument broken? Zhou Qi stared at the displayed data on the screen, momentarily stunned. In the time he had been lost in thought, Jiang Feng had already reached the finish line. Zhou didn't dwell on it, thinking he had just spaced out for a while. But why were there no decimal points on the screen? Finally, it was time for the reaction test. However, Thunder Dash wasn't a martial art focused on agility, so Jiang Feng's reaction test wasn't much better than 3 days ago. Zhou, I'm done with the test, I'll head back now, Jiang Feng informed Zhou. Alright, take care, Zhou nodded, then went to check the speed testing equipment. There doesn't seem to be any issue, why isn't it showing decimal points? No, I'll have to call someone from the maintenance department to take a look, Zhou muttered. Jiang Feng returned home, as in 3 days, he would be going to martial arts high school. There was also the Genius Training Camp, which sounded familiar. It seemed that Qinghe's sister had entered the Genius Training Camp at martial arts high school, only able to come home once a month. Sometimes, she could only return once every 6 months. It seemed necessary to inform Mother Lu about this. Jiang Feng didn't think of any excuses and truthfully told Mother Lu. He mentioned that the former principal of martial arts high school had taken an interest in him and wanted to recruit him into the Genius Training Camp. Mother Lu was also shocked to hear this. Initially, Jiang Feng had been judged to have no martial arts talent, so how had martial arts high school suddenly taken notice of him? And to have him join the Genius Training Camp? Mother Lu was well aware of the strict conditions of the Genius Training Camp. However, she didn't ask much, as if she had convinced herself. Muttering to herself, I knew it, you are their son, how could you not have martial arts talent? They must have made a mistake back then. The Genius Training Camp, well, following in your sister Qinghe's footsteps, maybe after graduation, you could also enter the Demon Suppression Bureau. But the path of a warrior is not easy. Actually, sometimes I wish you were just an ordinary person. Mother Lu seemed to recall something, furrowing her brows. Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Her earlier words actually confirmed his initial speculation. The parents of this body were definitely extraordinary. Jiang Feng had memories of this body, but information about his own parents was scarce. It was as if it had been deliberately and artificially erased. Jiang Feng didn't have deep feelings for the parents of this world. With such limited memories about them, how could he have strong emotions? However, he was quite curious about the identities of his parents. Auntie, can you tell me about my parents? Jiang Feng switched to gossip mode. His question brought Mother Lu back from her reverie. About your parents, I'm not very clear either. They were too mysterious. I only know they were not ordinary. Your mother once saved our family's lives, so after they disappeared, we adopted you, as a way of gratitude, Mother Lu explained. Jiang Feng actually saw through it. There were certain things that Mrs. Lu was definitely intentionally hiding from him, but he didn't press for answers. What's the point of bothering with all that? At this moment, he was living only for himself. In the following days, Jiang Feng stayed at home. He had bought several bottles of Baichao nutrient solution, just enough for these 3 days. There would surely be competition in the Genius Training Camp at Wudao First High School, and the competition might even be more intense. To reap the benefits of resource tilt, one must make themselves stronger than others. The basic breathing method feels boring, lacks motivation, and slows down the cultivation speed. Master, can we try something else? I'm tired of the Baichao nutrient solution. A voice of grievance from the foodie echoed in his mind. Jiang Feng had given it another name now, the exquisite foodie. Other foodies would be happy as long as they had food. But this one was different, not only greedy but also picky. It had gotten tired of the Baichao nutrient solution after just a few bottles. This stuff cost 30,000 each. I can't even get tired of the $3 Happy Fat Otaku water. Nowadays, the Baichao nutrient solution had almost no effect on improving the martial arts realm of the basic breathing method. Jiang Feng also noticed that as his physique grew stronger, the effectiveness of the Baichao nutrient solution diminished. Initially, 1 bottle of Baichao nutrient solution could increase Jiang Feng's strength by hundreds of kilograms, but later on, it didn't even have 1/10 of the effect. It seemed that the quality of the Baichao nutrient solution was somewhat low. For ordinary quasi-warriors, the Baichao nutrient solution was more than enough, but Jiang Feng's physique now was close to that of an intermediate warrior. To make further progress, he needed better supplements. The problem was, good supplements were expensive. Jiang Feng didn't have much money on him now. As for the scholarship and 800,000 promised by the former principal, he would only receive them after enrolling. It's really hard for a hero to be short of money. I need to find a way to earn some. Jiang Feng sighed. Practicing martial arts required money, and strengthening the physique also required money. It's not false that studying literature when poor and practicing martial arts when rich. Currently, the fastest way Jiang Feng could think of to make money was only one hunting and selling valuable parts of ferocious beasts. The parts of the junior ferocious beasts he had collected earlier, along with the horn knife of a bladehorn tiger, could be worth 900,000. What if he exchanged them all for intermediate ferocious beasts? Last time, I was able to kill a bladehorn tiger, and I only used an ordinary first-grade spirit sword. Now that my physique is stronger, I have also learned Thunder Flash, and I have the tetanus blade. Ordinary intermediate ferocious beasts are definitely not my match. But, Jiang Feng thought to himself, last time was a practical assessment with a specific area and Qin Yu and others guarding, so the safety was extremely high. This time, Jiang Feng would need to go alone to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. He might encounter not only intermediate ferocious beasts, the level of danger was quite high. There are risks in everything. If you avoid danger out of fear, you will never succeed. Jiang Feng, you have a second chance at life, you shouldn't be so cowardly. Jiang Feng encouraged himself in his heart. With a second chance at life and a golden finger, it would be a waste to remain timid. So, he made up his mind. Let's go! Qingyuan Mountain. Jiang Feng carried a huge travel bag on his back, with a rusty broken sword hanging from his waist. He was not one to hesitate. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't procrastinate. After telling Mrs. Liu that he wouldn't be back for dinner, he left the city and entered the mountains. This time, Jiang Feng was well prepared. With such a large travel backpack, he could definitely fit many valuable parts of ferocious beasts. No need to worry about waste. Hiss. The temperature in these mountains is much lower than outside. Jiang Feng walked on the mountain path, vigilantly looking around. He had deliberately looked up information about Qingyuan Mountain beforehand. Generally speaking, unless there was a special situation like a beast tide, only some low to mid-level ferocious beasts roamed the outskirts of Qingyuan Mountain. High-level ferocious beasts were rare. As for those primal beasts, their territories were deep within Qingyuan Mountain. But one should not let their guard down because of this. There had been cases of warriors encountering high-level ferocious beasts shortly after entering the outskirts of Qingyuan Mountain and being killed without even a chance to escape. Humph. It didn't take long before Jiang Feng encountered the first ferocious beast. Interestingly enough, it was a giant tusked boar again. The first ferocious beast Jiang Feng had slain in the assessment area also seemed to be a giant tusked boar. Did he have a grudge against giant tusked boars? The crimson eyes of the giant tusked boar stared fiercely at Jiang Feng, with no hint of hiding its killing intent. It was a hungry wild boar. The giant tusked boar was about to charge at Jiang Feng when he took the initiative, unleashing Thunderbolt Flash, increasing his speed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he dashed past the giant tusked boar. As he closed in on the beast, Jiang Feng had already drawn the blade of Windbreaker from his hand. Sword drawing technique. Swish. The whole process took less than a second. Jiang Feng turned around, and the head of the giant tusked boar fell directly. It didn't even have a chance to feel pain because its pain response nerves were no match for Jiang Feng's speed. To kill a pig, do you need to use 2 martial arts? The sound of sword drawing technique rang out. It seemed to think that a mere giant tusked boar wasn't worthy of its full move. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might, Jiang Feng said. Antagonists either die from talking too much or underestimating their opponents. Jiang Feng couldn't afford to be that kind of person. He removed a pair of tusks from the giant tusked boar and threw them into his backpack. Jiang Feng continued on his way. His main goal this time was a mid-level ferocious beast. If he encountered a high-level ferocious beast, he would give it a try. Perhaps the pressure from his martial arts could elevate his realm. Scorpion-tailed leopard finally encountered a mid-level ferocious beast. Jiang Feng looked ahead not far away at the leopard resting on a stone pillar, his face showing joy. Before coming here, he had reviewed information about the ferocious beasts on Qingyuan Mountain. Naturally, he could recognize the scorpion-tailed leopard. Its biggest feature was its tail, which resembled that of a scorpion, with a sharp barb at the top. It was said that the barb was poisonous, and if stung, even a mid-level warrior would perish without treatment within an hour. The advantage of the scorpion-tailed leopard, besides the poison on its tail, is its speed, which is also a characteristic of all leopard-type ferocious beasts. But when it comes to speed, I'm not backing down. Jiang Feng was very confident in his own speed. Mastering the realm of Thunderbolt Flash could unleash 10 times the speed. Not to mention a mid-level ferocious beast like the scorpion-tailed leopard, even a high-level ferocious beast, Jiang Feng was confident he could compete with it in speed. Sleeping so soundly, then you shall never wake up again. Jiang Feng made up his mind and directly executed the Thunderbolt Flash. Swish! Electricity crackled under his feet, and Jiang Feng's body turned into a shadow. In less than a second, he appeared behind the scorpion-tailed leopard. At the same time, a sword was drawn. Clang! However, the scorpion-tailed leopard had already woken up. It must have been startled awake at the moment Zhang Feng unleashed the thunderbolt flash. Its reaction speed was extremely fast, and its tail immediately stabbed towards Zhang Feng. Instead of defending, it attacked first. This was an attempt to use offense as defense. What a clever beast! Zhang Feng's sword drawing technique was definitely faster than the scorpion-tailed leopard's speed. But he couldn't guarantee that even if the scorpion-tailed leopard died, its tail wouldn't continue to reflexively stab towards him. Currently, Zhang Feng's biggest disadvantage is that he has not learned horizontal martial arts, and his physical strength is not enough. He definitely can't withstand this blow. So, he decisively chose to defend by sheathing his sword. Clang! The blade of the windbreaker clashed with the tail of the scorpion-tailed panther, creating a loud noise. In the next moment, the barb on the tail of the scorpion-tailed panther broke off directly. So sharp! Previously, Zhang Feng had fought with the tiger with blade horn using a first-grade spiritual sword, but it was shattered. It can be seen that the physical strength of intermediate fierce beasts should be stronger than that of first-grade spiritual weapons. However, under the sharpness of the windbreaker, it broke directly. In contrast, the windbreaker showed no change. It was still rusty. Heavens, what level is my windbreaker? Zhang Feng couldn't help but wonder. Spending $30 to buy a sword much stronger than a first-grade spiritual sword was a huge profit. Looking at the scorpion-tailed panther, when its tail barb broke, it was also caught off guard. It froze directly and then roared in anger. The tail barb was its weapon. Without it, its strength would be halved at least. Do you think you still have the right to be alive? Zhang Feng sneered at the sight. He drew his sword again. This time, he didn't even need to use the triple slash. Relying on the sharpness of the windbreaker, he directly split open the body of the scorpion-tailed panther with one strike. Beheaded instantly. The tail of the scorpion-tailed panther should be worth no less than the horn blade of the tiger with blade horn. It must be worth hundreds of thousands. Zhang Feng was excited. Intermediate fierce beasts are indeed valuable. Hopefully, he will encounter more intermediate fierce beasts later. Nowadays, Zhang Feng no longer pays attention to junior fierce beasts. Time passed quickly. When Zhang Feng entered the mountain, it was still 2 in the afternoon. In the blink of an eye, the sun was about to set. Only a little residual light from the setting sun remained. The mountain was already dim due to the dense trees, and by evening, it became even darker. At this moment, Zhang Feng's backpack was already bulging. In these few hours, he had hunted down more than 20 fierce beasts. Most of them were junior fierce beasts, but there were also 6 intermediate fierce beasts. It could be considered a good harvest. It's about time today, and my backpack is almost full. In the twilight of Qingyuan Mountain, it was a paradise for fierce beasts and elemental beasts. Many fierce beasts and elemental beasts were more sensitive in the dark, so they preferred to move at night. At that time, Qingyuan Mountain was very dangerous. Therefore, unless necessary, most warriors would not stay overnight in the mountains. Zhang Feng certainly did not presume that he could walk freely in Qingyuan Mountain. So, when he saw that it was getting late, he descended the mountain. After returning to the city, Zhang Feng went straight to the treasure pavilion. He needed to deal with the things in his backpack first. Zhang, my friend, you've come to see me again so soon. Are you missing my good tea? As soon as Zhang Feng arrived, Mr. Zhu received the news and immediately invited him to his office for tea. This time it was still the tranquil tea. Zhang Feng really liked it and quickly took a big sip. His restless heart, stirred by the afternoon's battles, immediately calmed down, and his breathing became steadier. Insight gained into basic breathing technique, training progress plus 2%, insight gained into sword drawing technique, training progress plus 3%, insight gained into thunderous flash, training progress plus 5%. Indeed, the tranquility was still effective. Zhang Feng had insights into all 3 of his martial arts. However, the effect was slightly less compared to before. This was normal, as many things are most effective the first time they are used. After finishing the tea, Mr. Shu took the initiative to ask, Zhang, with all this blood on you and this backpack, did you just return from hunting in Qingyuan Mountain? Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, I've been a bit tight on funds recently, so I went out of the city and into the mountains to hunt down some fierce beasts. Boss Shu, could you help me appraise how much these are worth this time? Zhang Feng said, opening his backpack. Boss Shu only took a quick glance and was somewhat surprised. Yesterday, Zhang Feng had only sold him some body parts of low-level ferocious beasts, with only one blade from a mid-level material, the horn of a knife tiger. But this time, there were actually 5 body parts from mid-level ferocious beasts. Of course, what surprised Boss Shu was not the body parts of mid-level ferocious beasts. After all, as a big boss, he had received many materials from ferocious beasts, even including the corpse of a Yuan beast. The key was Zhang Feng himself. Supervisor Xiao had mentioned Zhang Feng to him. He had just passed the practical assessment yesterday and become a low-level warrior. It had only been a day, and he was already venturing into the mountains alone. And he managed to obtain body parts from 5 mid-level ferocious beasts. You see, even some ordinary mid-level warriors, when they go into the mountains, can only hunt down 1 or 2 mid-level ferocious beasts at most. Zhang, can you easily slay mid-level ferocious beasts now? Boss Zhu asked curiously. It's almost there. I wouldn't say it's very easy. It still takes some effort. Zhang Feng scratched his head. For him, if it wasn't a one-strike kill, it wouldn't be considered easy. That's still impressive. As a low-level warrior, being able to slay 5 mid-level ferocious beasts, Zhang, your future is promising. I'll have the appraiser come over now, Boss Zhu chuckled. His determination to befriend Zhang Feng grew stronger. Although Zhang Feng wasn't very strong at the moment, given time, he would definitely become a formidable force. Making friends with talented individuals is the best investment. Soon, the appraiser calculated the value of all the ferocious beast materials in Zhang Feng's backpack. At the highest market price, they were worth a total of 1.45 million. Boss Zhu was generous and rounded it up to an even number. 1.5 million. Zhang Feng accepted it, which was equivalent to accepting Boss Zhu's friendship. He knew that Boss Zhu's kindness towards him was because he valued his future and wanted to have a favor owed to him. This was human nature. If you don't have enough value, people aren't fools, why would they help you? The essence of human nature is mutual exploitation. Boss Zhu, including Supervisor Xiao and Principal Zhang, saw potential in Zhang Feng, which is why they treated him so well. Zhang Feng accepted their goodwill, and in the future, if they needed help, as long as it didn't cross his bottom line, Zhang Feng would definitely lend a hand. An amount of 1,500,000 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 5029. Your current balance is 1,502,541.65 yuan. Soon, the 1.5 million was credited to his account. Looking at his replenished account, Zhang Feng was finally happy. Now that I have money, I should improve the food for the little foodie. Zhang Feng thought to himself. Little foodie, master, you're so good, I love you. There's only one good master in the world. With a master, martial arts are like a treasure. Hello, miss, we meet again. Zhang Feng greeted with a smile. He had just mentioned to Boss Zhu that he wanted to buy something. So, the latter called over the ancient-style lady who had served him last time. Mr. Zhang, what would you like to purchase? The ancient-style lady asked. Do you have supplements similar to the 100 Herbs Nutrient Solution, but of higher quality, preferably suitable for mid-level warriors? Zhang Feng stated his request. The ancient-style lady was a professional after all. As soon as Zhang Feng mentioned his needs, she immediately understood. I understand. The 100 Herbs Nutrient Solution mainly uses older common herbs, only suitable for aspiring warriors and some low-level warriors, with minimal effects on mid-level warriors. I suggest Mr. Zhang, you can buy the Spirit Ginseng Nutrient Solution, which is made from the juice of spirit ginseng and is suitable for intermediate and advanced warriors, Miss Ancient Style said. Spirit ginseng, unlike ginseng, is a spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicine is nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Its nutritional value is unknown, but it is said to be many times higher than ordinary ginseng. If an ordinary person takes it, they could probably fight fiercely for 3 days and nights without falling. Of course, provided that their body can withstand it. In short, anything with the word spirit in its name is very suitable for warriors to use, such as spiritual weapons, spiritual medicinal materials, and so on. What about the price? It depends on the age. A 10-year-old spirit ginseng nutrient solution costs 300,000, 50 years old costs 1 million, and 100 years old costs 2 million. Mr. Zhang, you must have just become an intermediate warrior, so I suggest the 10-year-old one is enough, Miss Ancient Style suggested. The lowest price is 300,000, 10 times that of the 100 Herbs Nutrient Solution. Zhang Feng didn't know much, but since Miss Ancient Style said so, he decided to give it a try. After all, he wasn't short of money now, and since Boss Zhu had already decided to make friends with him, he shouldn't deceive him in this regard. After all, for a big boss like him, this profit was nothing. Okay, then the 10-year-old one, please bring me one. Direct card payment, no password. Okay. Soon, Miss Ancient Style brought Zhang Feng a bottle of nutrient potion. Inside was a milky white thick liquid. When he opened the lid, a faint fragrance rushed into his nostrils. The basic breathing method detected a hint of delicious aroma. Very excited, practicing speed increased tenfold, progress plus 5%, so fragrant, master, give it to me quickly, sobbing. The kid next door was crying from being so tempted. Just smelling it made him so excited. If he took a sip, wouldn't he go crazy? Well, the 30,000 was worth it. However, Jiang Feng resisted the urge to drink it on the spot. After spending 300,000, he still had 1,200,000. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and said, "Also, give me 10 pounds of Thunderbird blood. 30,000 per pound, so 10 pounds would be 300,000. Can't favor one over the other." He also had to replenish to Ben. Then, Jiang Feng carried the 10 pounds of Thunderbird blood back home. It would take some time for Mrs. Liu to process the Thunderbird blood. Jiang Feng went straight back to his room and took out the bottle of spirit ginseng nutrient solution. "Master, I want it, give it to me," whimper. The little foodie kept urging him. Jiang Feng didn't tease it anymore. He opened the bottle and drank it in one gulp. Glug glug. The basic breathing method is super excited, enters an epiphany state, progress plus 50%, progress plus 30%. The basic breathing method has ample insights, breaks through to a new realm, practicing speed increased 20-fold, current martial arts realm is mastery, 30%. The basic breathing method is expected to digest all energy within 10 hours. So powerful. Jiang Feng was very excited. He had finally reached the mastery realm. After digesting all the energy from the spirit ginseng nutrient solution, his physique should reach the level of an intermediate warrior. 10 hours was nothing but a good night's sleep. After all, he didn't have to practice himself. Soon, the Thunderbird blood was also processed. Unfortunately, the Thunderbird blood contained too little thunder attribute. Jiang Feng ate a few pounds of Thunderbird blood, which made his stomach ache from the spiciness. The Thunder Flash still didn't break through to a new realm, but the progress of his practice had increased, which made Jiang Feng somewhat relieved. At least it wasn't all for nothing. Perhaps he lacked a chance to break through. The next day, when Jiang Feng woke up, all the energy of the spirit ginseng nutrient solution had been completely consumed. Jiang Feng hurried to the Martial Alliance for a test. Fist strength, 1,780 kilograms. The standard fist strength for an intermediate martial artist is 1,600 kilograms, twice that of a novice martial artist. Jiang Feng has met the standard. Speed, 42.3 meters per second. This is without using the Thunder Flash technique. The standard speed for an intermediate martial artist is 40 meters per second, also twice that of a novice. Met the standard. In the reaction test, Jiang Feng also met the standard with excellent results. In other words, his overall physical fitness has now reached the level of an intermediate martial artist. However, the assessment for intermediate martial artists is not due yet, so Jiang Feng's status remains that of a novice. In just a few days, he has grown from a novice to an intermediate martial artist. This is Jiang Feng, whose basic breathing technique has reached the level of mastery, and his training speed is 20 times that of others. Coupled with the fact that the foodie is constantly training without needing rest. Calculating this, Jiang Feng's efficiency is more than 20 times that of others. For an ordinary person, even with spirit ginseng nutrient solution, it would be impossible to digest so quickly. Moreover, the higher the level of the breathing technique, the less waste of the nutrient solution. Not all the energy in the nutrient solution can be absorbed. There will definitely be some loss during digestion. Generally, only 3 to 4 tenths can be absorbed at most. However, the foodie at the mastery level can ensure that the loss rate of the nutrient solution does not exceed 20%. This is also one of Jiang Feng's advantages. I'm going to the genius training camp tomorrow. Let's head to the mountain again today. With my increased strength, I should be able to earn more. Jiang Feng thought to himself. So after packing up, he planned to set off. However, just then, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Jiang Xiaobai." A crisp voice of a young girl came from the other end. "Jiang Xiaobai?" Jiang Feng remembered this name. He had saved her during the martial artist combat assessment. But how did she get his phone number? "Oh, Xiaobai, what's up?" "Jiang Feng, do you have time? My grandfather wants to invite you to our house to thank you for saving me before," Jiang Xiaobai said. "Invite?" Jiang Feng shook his head. He had things to do. So he directly refused. "I have something to do, maybe next time. My grandfather is Zhang Yunfan." "What's wrong with Zhang Yunfan?" "Zhang Yunfan is amazing." "Wait, are you talking about Grandmaster Zhang Yunfan?" A name surfaced in Jiang Feng's mind. The Grandmaster Zhang Yunfan. Among the 9 ranks of martial artists, after the 9th rank comes the Grandmaster. The so-called Grandmaster is one who has achieved the pinnacle of martial arts, able to create their own techniques and even establish their own schools to pass on to future generations. In the entire Qingyuan city, there are only 3 Grandmasters alive. Zhang Yunfan is one of them. Jiang Xiaobai, Zhang Yunfan. Unexpectedly, these two are grandfather and granddaughter. How could the granddaughter of a grandmaster be bullied by a group of wild wolves? That's right, my grandfather is Grandmaster Zhang Yunfan. So, do you now have the qualifications to come to our house as a guest? Zhang Xiaobai said with a smile on the other end. Send me the location. Zhang Feng agreed decisively. It's not that he's afraid of the grandmaster. Well, he is indeed afraid of the grandmaster. But the main reason is that he heard that this grandmaster Zhang Yunfan is a grandmaster of the Way of the Sword. The Way of the Sword, isn't his sword drawing technique also part of the Way of the Sword? So Zhang Feng's goal is very clear. Perhaps this is an opportunity for his sword drawing technique to break through. I'll come pick you up. On the other end, Zhang Xiaobai hung up after speaking. Don't you want to ask where I am? But on second thought, if she could find my phone number, it's not surprising that she knows my location. After a short wait, a horn sounded downstairs. Zhang Feng leaned out the window and saw a flashy sports car parked downstairs. Driving inside was Zhang Xiaobai. She's quite the rich girl. Zhang Feng touched his nose and thought, having money is really great. This sports car must cost at least tens of millions. I've worked hard all afternoon, but I can't even earn a tenth of what others make with just one car. Going downstairs, getting into the car, starting it up, and speeding away. My little Chen at home really is charm. His girlfriends are all rich and beautiful, Zhang Feng thought. Mrs. Lu watched the sports car gradually drive away from behind the window, a look of contentment on her face. The sports car was extremely fast, and although Zhang Xiaobai might not be very powerful in combat, his driving skills were top-notch. Speeding through the streets at 120 kilometers per hour, they encountered no mishaps. Finally, they arrived at a mansion. Yes, a mansion. Even in past lives, ordinary wealthy people couldn't afford to live in a mansion. In this era, every inch of land is precious. Only Zhang Yunfan, one of the 3 grandmasters in Qingyuan City, had the qualifications. Let's go, Grandpa is waiting for you in the living room, Zhang Xiaobai said. Zhang Feng followed Zhang Xiaobai around the mansion. It was truly massive. The security was tight, with guards stationed every 10 meters. Although their specific strength couldn't be discerned, their imposing aura was strong. At least they were high-level martial artists. They were just bodyguards. The despicable wealthy. Entering the living room, Zhang Feng saw an old man with white hair lying back in an armchair, leisurely sipping tea. Grandpa, the guest is here, Zhang Xiaobai called out, and the old man woke up. He glanced at Zhang Feng and smiled kindly. You don't need to be formal here. Treat it like your own home. Just find a place to sit. Zhang Feng naturally didn't stand on ceremony and sat down on a chair. Xiaobai, make tea for your benefactor, Grandmaster Jiang said. Zhang Xiaobai happily complied and started preparing the tea. Zhang Feng, being able to drink tea brewed by me, there are few in all of Qingyuan City who can. You're quite fortunate, Zhang Xiaobai chuckled. But Zhang Feng knew she wasn't exaggerating. Even the granddaughter of Grandmaster Zhang probably didn't have the privilege of making tea for her. Wow, it smells so good. Zhang Feng was amazed by the fragrance even before tasting the tea. It had a hint of mint-like flavor, but even more pleasant, the stimulating scent was just right. A whiff not only didn't feel uncomfortable but also refreshed the mind. Insight gained from basic breathing technique, training progress plus 1%, insight gained from sword drawing technique, training progress plus 1%, insight gained from thunderbolt flash, training progress plus 1%, just by smelling the aroma, he gained insights into several martial arts techniques. This tea was definitely better than Mr. Zhu's tranquil tea from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Grandmaster Jiang, this tea is amazing. Oh, it's just tea brewed with some low to mid-grade spiritual ingredients. It has a bit of a refreshing effect. If you like it, I'll give you a few packs when you leave, Grandmaster Jiang said nonchalantly. The difference was clear. Mr. Zhu treated his tranquil tea like a treasure, at most brewing a small cup for himself. Grandmaster Jiang, on the other hand, offered to give a few packs right away. The contrast was stark. Thank you, Grandmaster Jiang. It's a small matter, nothing to fuss over. You saved Xiaobai once, so this old man owes you a favor. I don't like owing others, so inviting you to my home this time is to see how you want this old man to repay you. Grandmaster Jiang was not one to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Zhang Feng had been waiting for this moment. Grandmaster Jiang, I won't say any cliched lines about helping those in need. As a junior, I understand that with your status and identity, if I don't accept your repayment, it might displease you. But if we talk about money, it would be too formal. I've heard that Master Jiang is obsessed with the Way of the Sword, achieving extraordinary success. It just so happens that I have also learned some swordsmanship and would like to seek your guidance, Zhang Feng said. Upon hearing this, Master Jiang burst into laughter. You, kid, sure know how to talk. Alright, old man will guide you today. Tell me, what style of swordsmanship have you learned? Master Jiang asked casually. Zhang Feng was delighted and immediately replied, I have studied the sword drawing technique. The sword drawing technique? It's a basic sword technique that most newcomers who intend to pursue the path of swordsmanship learn, Master Jiang commented. What level have you reached? Master Jiang asked casually. I have recently reached the level of minor accomplishment, Zhang Feng replied. Oh, minor accomplishment, barely. What, minor accomplishment? Master Jiang suddenly jumped up from his chair in surprise and disbelief, looking at Zhang Feng with a shocked expression. Don't try to deceive this old man. Although I am old, I am not foolish. Master Jiang clearly did not believe Zhang Feng. The sword drawing technique, although just a basic D-level sword technique used as a transition for beginners in swordsmanship, does not mean it is simple. The entry level of the sword drawing technique is not difficult. Basically, martial artists with medium or higher martial talent can reach the entry level, but it becomes challenging after that. Many swordsmen spend days and nights practicing for several years or even more than a decade, and still may not master the sword drawing technique. Not to mention reaching the level of minor accomplishment. He remembered that when he awakened his martial talent at the age of 16, he chose the path of swordsmanship. It was also when he started learning the sword drawing technique. In just 3 days, he reached the entry level, but then he got stuck. This blockage lasted for a full 2 years, and it was not until he was 18 that he finally achieved mastery. As for the level of minor accomplishment, it should have been when he was 25. Of course, he practiced a wide variety of martial arts, so he could not spend most of his time and energy on the sword drawing technique. This slowed down his progress. But he felt that even if he had focused all his energy on practicing the sword drawing technique at that time, he would have reached the level of minor accomplishment by the age of 22 at least. But Zhang Feng, looking so young and inexperienced, he was only 16 or 17, right? So young, he probably hasn't even spent a year practicing the sword drawing technique. How could he have reached the level of minor accomplishment? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Originally, Master Jiang had a pretty good impression of Zhang Feng. He thought this kid was articulate, didn't like beating around the bush, which suited his taste. But he didn't expect him to be a big talker as well. Grandpa, Zhang Feng's sword is really fast, I saw it with my own eyes, Zhang Xiaobai immediately testified when he saw his grandfather's disbelief. Master Jiang glanced at Zhang Xiaobai. You, little brat, usually lazy in your training, what do you understand? You probably think any sword move is impressive. How can Grandpa belittle his granddaughter like that? I'm not talking to you anymore. Zhang Xiaobai pouted, turned away in anger, ignoring Master Jiang. Master Jiang saw his precious granddaughter getting angry and instinctively wanted to appease her. But then he saw Zhang Feng. Realizing there was an outsider present, he had to maintain his dignity as a master. He had to endure and apologize in his heart. Darling granddaughter, don't be mad, don't be mad. After this kid leaves, Grandpa will apologize to you. Of course, he couldn't show it. Master Jiang, you don't believe what I said, do you? Actually, it's simple to prove. You should be very familiar with the sword drawing technique, Zhang Feng said. If I demonstrate it in front of you, you will naturally see it. Zhang Feng didn't explain much. Actions speak louder than words. Alright, if what you say is true, this old man will guide you for free this time, without any favors. Grandmaster Jiang also had a temper and challenged Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smirked, seeing this as an opportunity to gain a favor. There are too many things here, how about? No need, just go ahead, no need for compensation if something goes wrong, the host said. With the host's assurance, Zhang Feng had no objections. Then, right in front of Grandmaster Jiang, he displayed his sword technique. Clang! There were no fancy moves, the essence of sword technique was one word, speed. Attack with the sword at the fastest speed possible. Catch the opponent off guard and defeat them directly. In less than half a second, Zhang Feng completed a sword strike. The speed was so fast that Zhang Xiaobai surely couldn't feel it. She didn't even see Zhang Feng move. However, Grandmaster Zhang's face was filled with a serious expression at that moment. As Zhang Feng had said, he understood sword technique very well. No need for any so-called data, just one look and he could determine the level of mastery. The sword strike Zhang Feng just executed, the strength, the speed, definitely reached a level of proficiency. There was no doubt about it, it was real. I've shown my lack of skill, Grandmaster Jiang, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. It's better to be modest in speech. After all, he was a senior. Grandmaster Jiang was stunned for a while before regaining his composure. Looking at Zhang Feng, his gaze was complex. Shock, admiration, envy, jealousy, a mix of emotions. To be honest, he was a bit envious of Zhang Feng. To achieve such a level at a young age, he must have an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. How much hardship did he endure back in the day? Forget it, let's not dwell on the past. The younger generation always surpasses the older one. Talented individuals emerge. Grandmaster Jiang, what do you think? Zhang Feng's voice brought Grandmaster Jiang back from his reverie. Grandmaster Jiang looked at Zhang Feng apologetically. I underestimated you, you weren't bragging. Your sword technique is indeed at a proficient level. I'm willing to admit defeat. Zhang Feng was thrilled. Then, don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Let's go, follow me to the martial arts arena. With that, Grandmaster Jiang led the way out of the reception room. Just looking at his back, there was a hint of stoop. Could it be that he was already so outstanding that even a Grandmaster admired him wholeheartedly? Jiang Manor, Martial Arts Arena. Hurry, I heard Grandmaster Jiang is going to personally instruct a young swordsman, let's go watch. My goodness, if we can witness Grandmaster Jiang's guidance, even just a glimpse, it would be a huge gain. I wonder which lucky young person will receive Grandmaster Jiang's guidance. Jiang Manor was vast and housed many people, such as some distant relatives of the Jiang family and the warriors nurtured by the Jiang family. Some prominent families and organizations also nurtured warriors. It was similar to the landlords in ancient times nurturing their own soldiers. Upon hearing that Grandmaster Jiang would personally instruct, people naturally flocked to observe. Even if they couldn't benefit directly, they still wanted to catch a glimpse. Soon, the surroundings of the martial arts arena were crowded with people. Grandmaster Jiang paid no attention to them, his eyes were solely on Zhang Feng. Since you have reached a proficient level, let me ask you, what is the essence of sword technique? Zhang Feng and Grandmaster Jiang stood face to face in the martial arts arena. Suddenly, Grandmaster Jiang asked. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment and replied, speed. Grandmaster Jiang nodded. Well, that's not wrong, but in fact, no matter what kind of sword technique, it cannot do without one thing, sword intent. The two words sword intent were familiar to Zhang Feng. Initially, sword technique absorbed a strand of broken sword intent, which greatly improved its level. But he only knew the term sword intent. He didn't know what sword intent truly meant. The concept of sword intent is profound and mysterious. Even I cannot explain it thoroughly. You can understand it as a kind of mental state. It is the will of a swordsman when using a sword. When the will is strong enough, it can be attached to the sword, enhancing its power. Your sword technique has reached a level of proficiency, but it lacks intent. If you can cultivate a unique sword intent while practicing the sword technique, it signifies a state of perfection. Master Jiang explained a lot. Zhang Feng was completely puzzled. This is too fantastical. Upon hearing the explanation about the sword technique, there is enlightenment, progress plus 10%. Truly, a word from a wise man is worth more than 10 years of study. I feel like I understand a bit. The voice of the sword technique resounded. Wow, I'm completely lost, and you actually understand? Great, excellent, I love the feeling of lying down. Let me show you instead of talking more. Just watch closely, I will only demonstrate once. With that, Master Jiang casually picked a sword from the weapon rack in front of Zhang Feng and performed the sword technique. Clang! The sword was unsheathed. The speed was not fast, rather quite slow. But Zhang Feng knew that Master Jiang wanted him to see clearly. If he were serious, he might not even see the sword being drawn. What Master Jiang wanted Zhang Feng to experience was the sword intent he possessed while performing the sword technique. Observing a higher level of the sword technique, there is enlightenment, progress plus 30%, feeling a strong sword intent, entering an enlightenment state, progress plus 50%, progress plus 30% in practicing the sword technique, with enough enlightenment accumulated, breaking through the realm. Exiting the enlightenment state, current martial arts realm is mastery, 15%. That was amazing. Indeed, to become stronger, one must face a stronger version of oneself. Master, can you spar with him? If he can directly experience rather than just observe, he should gain more. The voice of the sword technique echoed in Zhang Feng's mind. Very excited tone. Even more excited than when he discovered a trace of sword intent in the blade of tetanus initially. Obviously, that trace of broken sword intent paled in comparison to the intense sword intent Master Jiang displayed now. Since the sword technique said so, Zhang Feng naturally had to comply. So he immediately said, Master Jiang, could we have a sparring session using the sword technique? Clatter! As Zhang Feng spoke, the warriors surrounding the martial arts arena erupted in excitement. Getting guidance from Master Jiang was one thing, but wanting to spar with him was too much to ask for. How could Master Jiang, such a distinguished figure, agree to that? Sure, pick any sword. Master Jiang agreed decisively. The sound of rebuke was incessant. No need, I'm comfortable with this sword. Zhang Feng pointed to the rusty sword in his hand. Master Jiang glanced at Zhang Feng's rusty sword, his gaze intense. He seemed to have noticed something special about it. This sword seems to carry a lingering sword intent. Surely, its previous owner must have been a master of the sword. Oh, how does it compare to Master Jiang? I am not as good as him, Master Jiang said firmly. Just from the residual trace of sword intent, he knew that his mastery of swordsmanship was far inferior to the original owner of the rusty sword. Zhang Feng became even more curious about the origin of the rusty sword he had come across. Master Jiang did not inquire about the rusty sword's origin from Zhang Feng, although he admitted that he was not as good as the original owner of the rusty sword. However, the rusty sword was just a sword, not its owner. As a Grand Master, he surely had no particular thoughts about this rusty sword. Then let's use this sword. We will draw our swords together, and I will slow down a bit, Master Jiang said. Alright, Zhang Feng nodded. Both of them gripped their swords. In a flash of lightning, two swords were drawn at the same time. Master Zhang's sword drawing speed was definitely faster than Zhang Feng's, but he intentionally slowed it down to guide Zhang Feng, so the speed was deliberately reduced. As a result, the two swords collided perfectly. Clang! A loud sound. Zhang Feng immediately felt his arm numb. A powerful force surged into his arm along the tetanus blade. He looked at the sword in Master Zhang's hand, surprisingly without any damage. Withstanding a strike from the tetanus blade without damage, could it also be a high-quality sword? It seemed like Master Jiang sensed Zhang Feng's thoughts and smiled. The sword in my hand is just an ordinary sword, not even considered a spiritual sword, but it can clash with your sword without damage. It's because of the sword intent. My sword intent is infused into the sword, making it a treasure sword. A truly powerful sword cultivator possesses a stronger sword intent. So, not just a sword, even a branch or a blade of grass in his hands becomes the sharpest treasure sword in the world. Engaging in sword drawing technique and battling a stronger self, gaining profound insights, cultivation progress plus 20%, directly touching complete sword intent into sword drawing technique, entering enlightenment state, cultivation progress plus 50%, cultivation progress plus 10% into sword drawing technique, cultivation progress plus 4. 99% in sword drawing technique, enlightenment in sword drawing technique ends, current martial arts realm reaches perfection, 99. 99%, 99.9999. Can't even finish writing this? Is this some kind of glitch? Stuck here without progress? Zhang Feng was about to curse. Just a tiny bit more, and he could break through to the perfect realm. I've even taken off my pants, and you're telling me your period came? The realm is advancing too fast, a bit unstable. To break through that last bit, I need to comprehend my own sword intent, which can't be rushed. But I have good news. Do you want to hear it? The voice of the sword drawing technique echoed in Zhang Feng's mind. He didn't seem too disappointed about almost breaking through. What good news? Zhang Feng hurriedly asked. He needed some good news now to cover up the sadness of falling just short of a breakthrough. Do you remember the strand of residual sword intent I extracted from the tetanus blade before? It never actually disappeared. I just couldn't grasp it, but just now, I've completely mastered it. So, although I haven't comprehended my own sword intent, I've already mastered someone else's sword intent, stepping halfway into the perfect realm. Master Jiang previously mentioned that comprehending sword intent signifies reaching the perfect realm. Although Zhang Feng's sword drawing technique hadn't grasped his own sword intent, he had mastered the strand of residual sword intent extracted from the tetanus blade. The nature was similar, at least superficially. Want to give it a try? The sword drawing technique asked. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. No need to ask, of course, he wanted to. Kid, what are you daydreaming about? Even if there's no gain, it's okay. You're still young, with a long road ahead. Master Jiang waved his hand in front of Zhang Feng, thinking he hadn't comprehended anything and was about to console him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng suddenly jumped up excitedly. Master Jiang, can you take my move? Sure, go ahead and draw your sword. Master Jiang was curious about what was special about Zhang Feng's move. Without further ado, Zhang Feng executed the sword drawing technique again. This time, he also activated that strand of residual sword intent. In the instant the sword intent was activated, a gleam appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. At the same time, the tetanus blade seemed to resonate and trembled as if reuniting with a long-lost dog seeing its master. In that moment, it was filled with excitement. The rust on the blade disappeared, transforming into a shining, incredibly sharp sword. Swish! A sharp sound pierced the air as a sword aura detached from the blade, slashing several meters away, only to be shattered by Master Zhang's sword. The sword aura seemed fragile under Master Zhang's blade, easily broken. Yet, Master Jiang was immensely shocked. The condensation of sword intent into sword chi. This is the realm achieved by the perfect sword technique. Could it be that you? No, something is amiss. This sword intent seems unfamiliar to you. I see, you have grasped a strand of the former owner's sword intent. Master Jiang, a sword master, deduced everything with just one move, without any error. Phew! Zhang Feng's arms hung down, breathing heavily. The previous strike was impressive but also exhausting. He could only use it once and would need hours to recover. Unfortunately, facing Master Jiang, he was unsure of the full power of that strike. Master Jiang walked up to Zhang Feng, patting his shoulder. With great emphasis, he said, "You are a genius. On the path of the sword, you will surely surpass me. It's just a matter of time." "Thank you for your guidance, Master Jiang. I will always remember this kindness." Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude. That's just how one should be. Even if someone guides you out of gratitude, it's essential to express thanks. Ha, you, kid, really know how to be grateful. It's time for dinner. Today, this old man is making an exception for you. Let's have a good meal, just the two of us. Master Jiang was delighted, linking arms with Zhang Feng and even calling him brother. Jiang Xiaobai, I feel something's off, but I can't pinpoint it. Zhang Feng was also happy. Although he didn't take the final step, reaching the realm of mastery and grasping the fragmented sword intent already satisfied him. So, Zhang Feng enjoyed the meal wholeheartedly. Master Jiang also let loose and both ended up drunk, completely unconscious. According to Jiang Xiaobai later, they were about to become sworn brothers, willing to die on the same day, if not the same year or month. Thankfully, they were stopped in time. Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sweat profusely. It was fortunate they were prevented, otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Master Jiang was over 90, while Zhang Feng was only 16. If they were to die on the same day, what a tragedy it would be. Zhang Feng couldn't help but imagine a dreadful scene, two brothers' graves not far apart. One tombstone read, Zhang Yunfan, passed away at 100, died peacefully. The other tombstone read, Zhang Feng, passed away at 20, died young. 7 o'clock in the morning. Today was the day he had agreed with Principal Zhang to depart for the genius training camp. It might be difficult to come back home often in the future. Auntie, you don't need to prepare so much. Xing has said most of the things you gave her were never used. Looking at the piles of bags in front of him, Zhang Feng felt helpless. He was just going to school, not moving houses. Was all this necessary? It's better to be prepared. Take everything with you. You're not like Xinghe, boys don't know how to take care of themselves. I made chili sauce for you. The school canteen food won't be good, so use the chili sauce to spice up your meals. And Aunt Lu kept talking, and in the end, Zhang Feng carried all the bags to Wudao First High School. Aunt's love was indeed overwhelming. At the entrance of Wudao First Middle School, 50 teenagers, all around 17 or 18 years old, were gathered. Principal, when are we leaving? Yeah, we've been waiting for over an hour. Aren't we all here already? Impatience crept in as someone couldn't help but urge. Principal Zhang furrowed his brows. Just a little longer, one person hasn't arrived yet. He was also anxious. Could something unexpected have happened? Were they intercepted by students from other martial arts academies? Principal, I've counted, there are 50 students here, everyone is present, no one is missing. There's one new addition this time. Principal Zhang replied absent-mindedly, his gaze filled with urgency. However, the 50 students had varied expressions upon hearing this. Some were surprised, some displeased, some felt wronged. The genius training camp only admits 50 individuals each year. These 50 had gone through rounds of competitions, eliminating batches of classmates, to finally stand here. And now they were told there was one more person added. What did this mean? Backdoor entry? Nepotism? How terrifying must the relationship be for Principal Zhang to open such a big backdoor? Unfair. I've prepared for this spot for 2.5 years, training until dawn every day, and he just gets a spot directly. I don't hate nepotism, I just hate that it's not me benefiting from it. Principal Zhang naturally heard these voices, but he sneered inwardly. Nepotism? If you can cultivate a D-level martial art to a basic level within 3 days, if you can, with the physique of a novice warrior, kill an intermediate-level ferocious beast, I wouldn't mind opening up another spot for you. However, Principal Zhang didn't say it out loud because he wanted Zhang Feng to stimulate these so-called elites and top students when the time came. Let them know there will always be someone better, challenges beyond their imagination. That's what's truly good for them. After another half an hour of waiting, Principal Zhang finally saw Zhang Feng approaching. At this moment, Zhang Feng was carrying a large bag in each hand and a small bag hanging around his neck. He looked quite comical. The camp provides all the necessary daily items, you don't need to bring so much stuff. Principal Zhang kindly reminded him. Zhang Feng glanced at him and asked, "Does the camp have the chili sauce my aunt made?" No. Do they have the leftover plum pork and braised pig's trotters from last night? No. They don't have anything I want, and you call that complete? Principal Zhang was almost going crazy. You could at least ask a normal question. There were beds, bedding, toiletries, seasonal clothing changes, and even intimate items for the girls were thoughtfully prepared. And you ask about leftovers? What would they think if I said yes? Alright, let's get on the bus. Principal Zhang didn't want to say anything more. He quickly ushered the students onto the bus. If they continued talking, he feared he might lose it. Wait! Just then, among the 50 top students, someone shouted. Principal Zhang and Zhang Feng both turned to look at the person. It was a young man, 1.70 meters tall, with a crew cut and a rebellious look on his face. Lu Hai, do you have something else to say? Principal Zhang asked, frowning. Lu Hai, the rebellious youth, snorted coldly. Principal, I refuse to accept this. Not just me, I believe other students also refuse. Why do we all have to go through layers of selection matches to earn a spot in the genius training camp, while that person can simply get an additional spot? A stone thrown into the water caused ripples. In fact, the top students of Wudao First Middle School were all very displeased. Now that one had spoken up, they no longer held back. They immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Yeah, why? I refuse to. Unconvinced, Principal, you have to give an explanation. Looking at these students, former Principal Zhang appeared helpless. Although he anticipated their dissatisfaction, he didn't expect them to show it so directly. Xiao Jiang, what do you say? Principal Zhang looked at Zhang Feng, wanting to know his thoughts. Zhang Feng, however, seemed indifferent. Unconvinced? Then let's make them convinced with a fight. Explaining things is the most troublesome. Zhang Feng generally adheres to the principle of respecting those who can be solved with fists rather than words. 90% of the time, a good beating is all it takes to resolve dissatisfaction. As for the remaining 10%, a few more beatings will do. Principal Zhang didn't expect Zhang Feng to be so tough. But young people should be like this. Those 50 top students, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, each became indignant. This was clearly a provocation. Humph! Such arrogance! The defiant youth Lu Hai snorted coldly. He couldn't stand anyone being more pretentious than himself. Principal, I request a one-on-one with him. Principal Zhang looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng sighed, then said to Lu Hai, I'm in a hurry, let's make it quick, use your strongest martial arts. That's what he said, but Zhang Feng had no intention of dropping the numerous bags he carried, because he felt it was unnecessary. A fight that could end in a second would take longer to unpack. Kid, don't be too arrogant. I won't bully you. You don't need to beat me, just hold on. Wasting time. Before Lu Hai could finish speaking, Zhang Feng was already impatient. He took a step forward. Although the two were about 10 meters apart, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng was in front of Lu Hai. Zhang Feng didn't draw his sword, the opponent didn't deserve it. He just threw a punch, landing heavily on Lu Hai's abdomen. Ouch! Lu Hai let out a strange cry. His body arched like a shrimp and flew backward. He was sent flying 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground. As soon as he hit the ground, he started retching. He might have even vomited bile. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Probably not even a second. Many students present didn't even see clearly. Lu Hai was just sent flying like that. The only one who witnessed the entire process was Principal Zhang. But he was more surprised than anyone. This kid, he's gotten stronger again. This speed, this strength. Even among intermediate martial artists, he was outstanding. Especially his speed, far surpassing the average intermediate martial artist. Principal Zhang knew Lu Hai quite well. He was a bit arrogant but had the skills to back it up. Among these 50 top students, he ranked 9th in strength. Although not yet an intermediate martial artist, he was close. And yet, he was defeated in seconds by Zhang Feng. It indicated that Zhang Feng's strength had definitely reached the level of an intermediate martial artist. Moreover, Principal Zhang was well aware that Zhang Feng was a swordsman. His true strength lay in swordsmanship. When dealing with Lu Hai, he didn't even draw his sword. It meant that in his eyes, Lu Hai wasn't worthy of facing his sword. Anyone else unconvinced, step forward now, and I'll take care of you all at once. Rest assured, I always win people over with virtue. Zhang Feng looked at the other group of top students, showing a smile he thought was very friendly. The students caught in Zhang Feng's gaze all had their faces changed drastically. Lu Hai was still vomiting. Do you call this winning people over with virtue? Are you naming your fists virtue? Of course, they could only complain silently in their hearts. They didn't dare show it. Haven't you seen the pitiful state Lu Hai is in now? Hurry up, Don't waste time. You, look at your eyebrows, all raised. You must be very unconvinced. Come over here quickly, let me give you some loving education. Jiang Feng pointed at his student. No, my eyebrows are natural, I have no complaints. I don't care, if I say you're complaining, you are, and I'll hit you. Bang! Jiang Feng's figure flashed and broke into the crowd. The next moment, the top student with naturally raised eyebrows was sent flying. And then, blah, next, it's your turn. Damn, not even bothering with excuses this time? Bang! Blah, in an instant, several so-called top students fell to the ground. Jiang Feng was like a wolf among sheep, and these top students were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, devoid of any desire to resist. They even forgot to run away, all scared by Jiang Feng's ferocity. Principal Zhang shook his head in sigh. They were all like delicate flowers who had never left their ivory towers, crumbling at the first sign of adversity. In truth, they had talent and strength. If they resisted, even if they weren't a match for Jiang Feng, they could at least hold their ground for a round or two. And if they united to face Jiang Feng together, he would probably be in trouble. But unfortunately, none of them stepped up to lead. Seems like focusing too much on their safety is counterproductive. True strength comes from experiencing life and death. I've been too soft before. Without going through storms, how can one see a rainbow? Perhaps this kid Jiang Feng is trying to teach me this lesson. Principal Zhang thought to himself. He had always prioritized the safety of these top students too much. Even when sending them for outdoor training, he had layers of protection in place. This directly undermined the purpose of the training, making it more like a picnic than a challenge. But after this incident, Principal Zhang had a realization. It was time for them to experience setbacks and failures. So, he didn't intervene in Jiang Feng's lesson to these top students. Even when students sought his help, he remained indifferent. Jiang Feng's efforts couldn't be in vain. Beat them hard, only through pain can they learn. Soon, all 50 top students from Wudao First High were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Jiang Feng let out a sigh, feeling relieved. Principal Zhang walked up to Jiang Feng, speaking seriously. Xiao Jiang, thank you for showing me this lesson through action. I've decided, from now on, they will have outdoor training at least once a week, with no protection whatsoever. If they choose to be warriors, they must be prepared to sacrifice at any time. Jiang Feng listened quietly to Principal Zhang's words. In reality, he was confused. What's going on? Why is he suddenly thanking me? What lesson did I teach him? Everyone, those who are still alive, get up and get on the bus. The bus will leave in a minute. Those who don't get on, don't bother coming to the training camp. Principal Zhang's tone turned stern. As soon as they heard they couldn't go to the training camp, the top students forgot about their pain and struggled to get up, rushing into the bus. The genius training camp of Wudao First High was not located within the school but on the outskirts. It was a 2-hour drive from the city. After more than 2 hours, the bus stopped. A large academy appeared before them. There was a plaque on the academy gate with bold and powerful characters. Genius Training Camp. At the gate, many young men and women around 20 years old gathered, their eyes fixed on the bus. Hey, the new batch of juniors is finally here. It's our turn to show them who's boss. We were really beaten badly last year, this time we need to vent. The Dragon Slayer will become the evil dragon. Ha. I wonder if there are any pretty junior sisters this time. Wow, look at that junior brother, so handsome. Where? Wow, such a fresh and good-looking guy, his skin is even better than mine. Get lost, don't compete with me, I want this junior brother. Jiang Feng got off the car and immediately caught the attention of all the senior sisters. Their gazes towards Jiang Feng were like hungry wolves. If it weren't for the principal standing nearby, they would probably have rushed over. As for the senior brothers, they all looked jealous. Already short on resources, now you have to be so handsome, how are we supposed to live? Welcome to the Genius Training Camp. From today onwards, you are all part of the Genius Training Camp. But this doesn't mean you can relax. Geniuses not only need talent but also sweat and effort. If one day we find anyone among you unworthy of the title of genius, you will still be eliminated. So, from now on, give it your all, understood? Principal Zhang delivered an inspiring opening speech. However, the students below, except for Jiang Feng, all seemed as dejected as frostbitten eggplants. They hadn't recovered from Jiang Feng's punch yet. Principal Zhang felt a bit awkward. He was all fired up, and they had no reaction? This was a bit hard to swallow. Ahem, follow me inside, I'll take you to meet your 4 mentors later. Principal Zhang knew that these kids had been quite shaken. It might take them a while to recover, but he believed they would regain their confidence, because those who couldn't bounce back would be kicked out of the training camp. Principal Zhang led the way into the training camp, with Jiang Feng by his side and 50 pale-faced youngsters behind him. Why are all the new students this year so listless? Yeah, they all seem so lackluster, nothing like our lively days. Except for that handsome junior brother. Junior brother, add me on WeChat, I'll give you extra lessons tonight. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Being a diligent student, he loved extra lessons. Sure, I'll add you. Jiang Feng quickly took out his phone. He was about to scan the QR code. Principal Zhang gave the senior sister a stern look, and she had to put away her phone. Just a little bit more, so close. Jiang Feng looked at the principal with a hint of resentment. You're stifling a young person who loves to learn. Soon, they arrived at a spacious playground. 4 people were waiting there, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men looked quite mature, probably in their 40s. The woman was younger, around 25. She was not tall, about 1.65 meters, but her figure was impeccable, with long legs of over a meter. And she couldn't see her toes when she lowered her head. There's an old saying in Hua, a woman who doesn't see her toes when she lowers her head is a beauty. Jiang Feng looked at the young woman and felt she looked familiar. These are your future professional mentors. Come on, introduce yourselves. Principal Zhang addressed the group. A muscular giant of about 1.9 meters tall spoke first. I'm Shi Tong, responsible for guiding your martial arts training. I must warn you, my teaching style is very direct and straightforward, so you better be mentally prepared. After speaking, he grinned. But this smile was far from flattering. It could only be described with one idiom, fierce and terrifying. Some girls were directly scared by his smile, their faces turning pale. I'm Zhang Wenchang, proficient in various weapons, swordsmanship, knife skills, marksmanship, and more. I will be in charge of your weapon guidance. Chen Yang, responsible for guiding your body martial arts. The other 2 male instructors seemed quite normal. Finally, there was the young female teacher. My name is Chen Changcheng. I am your combat instructor, and I will be spending the next 3 years with you. Please take care of me. The young female teacher covered her neckline with her hand and bowed. But with such a small hand, how could she cover it? This attempt to conceal only made her more charming. The faces of those pale boys suddenly flushed. One even started drooling. After bowing, Chen Chengchen walked up to Jiang Feng. Xiao Chenchen? Cheng Cheng's sister? They both spoke at the same time. Jiang Feng didn't remember at first, but upon hearing her name, he immediately recalled. Chen Chengcheng, his sister's best friend. They had entered the genius training camp together. Whenever Qinghe went home, she would follow, so over time, she and Jiang Feng got to know each other. However, after graduation, Qinghe joined the Demon Suppression Bureau, while Chen Chengcheng chose to stay at the genius training camp as an instructor. So Jiang Feng hadn't seen her in a few years. But the real reason Jiang Feng didn't recognize her was that the previous Chen Chengcheng was only this small, and now, in just a few years, she had grown so much. Such a big change, how could I dare to recognize her? Have you been eating papaya all these years? It's really you, Xiao Chenchen, you've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you. After confirming the other's identity, Chen Chengcheng excitedly reached out and pinched Jiang Feng's face. Your chubby cheeks still feel good. Chen Chengcheng muttered. Jiang Feng gave her a blank look. He thought, if you want chubby cheeks, pinch your own. Well, I mean the face. Watching Jiang Feng and Chen Chengcheng being so intimate, the senior students who were watching couldn't help but feel jealous. My Chengcheng goddess. Let go, release that boy, let me do it. What qualifications does he have to be so close to Chengcheng goddess? Don't stop me, let me kill him. Oh no, Chengcheng goddess is actually touching another boy's face with her jade-like hands. My world is collapsing. Ahem, Chengcheng, mind your image. Principal Zhang couldn't help but speak, and Chen Chengcheng reluctantly took her hand off Jiang Feng's face. Hey, Xiao Chenchen, how is your sister doing lately? I can't reach her. Qinghe's sister seems to be on a secret mission. It will be a while before she comes back. Oh hey, can you chat privately after the orientation? Principal Zhang couldn't help but interrupt. Okay. Chen Chengcheng pouted, looking super cute. From today, these 4 instructors will be in charge of teaching you. After 7 days, I want to see results. I will give you a test then, and those who fail will be expelled from the Genius Training Camp. As soon as the new students heard that they might be expelled from the Genius Training Camp, they all became serious. This was no joke. They had worked hard to earn this spot and couldn't afford to waste it. Alright, that's all I have to say. As for other matters, I will talk to you about them later. Now, come with me to choose your dormitory. After that, Principal Zhang led everyone to the dormitory area. Chen Chengcheng bounced over to Jiang Feng and took out her phone. Add me on WeChat, so we can stay in touch. Since you're here, I'll look out for you in the future. Chen Chengcheng hooked her arm around Jiang Feng's shoulder. But because Jiang Feng was over 10 centimeters taller than her, she had to stand on her tiptoes. After so many years, Chen Shengchang was still so affectionate towards herself. On the other hand, Jiang Feng felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, he only gained memories from his previous life. Memories don't equate to feelings. The genius training camp is quite large, estimated to cover several thousand acres. Following the principal around the camp for a while, they finally arrived at the dormitory area. The dormitory area is divided into single rooms, double rooms, 4-person rooms, and 6-person rooms. The quantity is limited, so whichever type of dormitory you want, you'll have to fight for it. Here, there is gender equality, so all female students, if you don't want to live with smelly boys, you'll have to work harder. Oh, and one more thing, you can team up. Principal Zhang looked at everyone and said, among the 50 people, there were only 8 girls. Principal Zhang was hinting to them that they could team up to compete for dormitories. Otherwise, they would have to live with the boys. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng realized he was right. Competition in the genius training camp was fierce. It was only the first day, and they were already fighting for dormitories. Even a fool would know that a single room was the best option. However, single rooms were limited, so whoever had the strength would get a good dormitory. But Jiang Feng noticed a problem. Are those standalone villas over there? Jiang Feng pointed in a direction where there were rows of villas. Before Principal Zhang could answer, Chen Shengchang beside him spoke up. Yes, but those are all senior students' dormitories. By the time it's your turn, only these single rooms and suites will be left. Oh, Jiang Feng nodded, but an idea popped into his head. Now, everyone can go and fight for dormitories. I have only one requirement, no causing harm. Other than that, anything goes. After Principal Zhang finished speaking, the 50 new students behind him rushed towards the dormitory area. They had to be quick. The early bird catches the worm. Only Jiang Feng remained calm. Why aren't you in a hurry at all? Chen Shengchang asked curiously. I'm not in a hurry. I'm just looking for a better villa. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Then, he chose a villa that looked quite new. A villa? Chen Shengchang and Principal Zhang were both shocked. Jiang Feng's target was not a single room but the senior students' villa. Since it said that dormitories are up for grabs, then villas should be fair game too, right? Jiang Feng asked. In theory, yes, but Chen Shengcheng subconsciously replied. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Feng ran straight towards the villa area. This kid, he really can't stay quiet, but it does suit his character. Principal Zhang was somewhat looking forward to the outcome. Jiang Feng could easily outshine this batch of new students, as he had expected. However, he was curious whether Jiang Feng could surpass the senior students who had been studying at the genius training camp for a year. These senior students had been through a lot in the camp, not something a newcomer like Lu Hai could compare to. Chen Shengchang watched Jiang Feng's running figure with a strange look in her eyes. He seemed to have changed from before. Hey, look, why is he heading towards the villa area? Could this fool have gotten lost? No need to guess. He must be trying to show off in front of Chengcheng, but he's about to be embarrassed soon. The senior students watching the scene kept gossiping. Jiang Feng had already captured the attention of everyone. However, they all saw him as a clown. Damn, Long, he seems to have entered our villa. I saw it too. Why are you standing there? Go back. Jiang Feng entered a villa, and immediately 2 senior students jumped out and sprinted towards the villa. They had just been spectators, but now they were part of the show. Hey, this fool actually entered Chen Long's villa. Long is not someone to mess with, he's in for a rough time. Serves him right, he brought it on himself by showing off. Hee, this is going to be interesting. Hey, how long do you think it will take for Long to kick him out? I bet $10, no more than half a minute. Half a minute? Are you looking down on Dragon Brother or valuing that kid too much? I bet a pack of spicy sticks, within 10 seconds. Inside the villa, Jiang Feng looked at the interior decoration, nodding in satisfaction. Although it couldn't compare to his mansion in his previous life, it was still very good. In this world now, with primal beasts rampant, human territory is not as vast as before. Being able to live in such a large villa was already quite remarkable, but it would be even better if he could have a manor to live in. The furniture and everything are ready, just move in with your bags. Good, we'll live here from now on. Just as Jiang Feng finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly rushed into the villa. One tall, one short, one fat, one thin. You. The tall and fat senior pointed at Jiang Feng, frowning and looking fierce, about to scold him. But Jiang Feng was a step ahead. Who are you people, and why barge into my dormitory? What did you say? Your dormitory? 3 big question marks appeared over the heads of the fat and thin seniors. They even forgot what they were going to say. The anger they had brewed suddenly dissipated. Dragon Brother, shouldn't this be our line? The thin senior looked at the fat one and asked. Yeah, damn, this kid is playing dirty tricks first. After a moment of daze, the fat senior finally reacted. Dare to mess with me, I'll beat him. The fat senior roared, raising his fist to strike. But when he turned his head, he found that Jiang Feng had already disappeared. He was there just a moment ago. How did he suddenly vanish? Dragon! Dragon brother, help me! At this moment, the voice of the thin senior behind him trembled. Dragon brother quickly turned around and saw Jiang Feng, who had disappeared just now, had somehow appeared behind him, holding a rusty sword against the thin senior's neck. When Jiang Feng activated the remnants of the sword intent, the rust on the blade of tetanus disappeared. But after retracting the sword intent, the rust reappeared. Jiang Feng was puzzled. But it didn't matter, the rusty appearance actually made it easier to confuse the enemy. The sharpness was not affected. How could he be so fast? Unless he is an advanced martial artist, no, even if he is, he couldn't catch me off guard. He must be relying on body technique martial arts. Dragon Brother's mind raced. After all, as a top student who could enter the genius training camp, he definitely wasn't a pushover. The current situation was mainly because they underestimated the enemy. Neither he nor anyone else could have imagined that a junior who had just entered the genius training camp would have such fast body techniques. Skinny monkey, you're such a coward. This kid has a rusty sword in his hand, probably can't even cut vegetables. What are you afraid of? Dragon Brother's words reminded the skinny monkey. Just as a sword suddenly appeared at his neck, he instinctively panicked. He had no mind to notice that it was a rusty sword. Threatening me with a rusty sword, you. Dragon Brother, I'm bleeding. The skinny monkey intended to resist. Jiang Feng didn't show any mercy, just a slight movement of his wrist. The blade of tetanus drew a small cut on the skinny monkey's neck. Jiang Feng deliberately held back his strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a small cut. His blade of tetanus was something even Grandmaster Jiang couldn't see through. Don't move! Seeing the blood, even Dragon Brother was a bit flustered. Bullying the skinny monkey isn't a skill. If you dare, let him go. Fight me fair and square. If you win, the villa is yours. Dragon Brother shouted at Jiang Feng. He thought Jiang Feng wouldn't agree. After all, he had a hostage in hand. How could he easily let go? But he was wrong. Jiang Feng really put away the sword. Alright, I'll spar with you and show your true strength. Jiang Feng also wanted to test how strong he was now. It was quite extravagant to have a senior from the genius training camp as a sparring partner. Alright, as you wish. Dragon Brother's spirit rose to the fullest. He could see that Jiang Feng was no ordinary junior. Not easy to deal with. Imperial Fist. Dragon Brother clenched his fist, and his demeanor suddenly changed, giving off a domineering feeling. Ha! Dragon Brother shouted loudly, taking a big step towards Jiang Feng. Then a punch was thrown. Jiang Feng didn't draw his sword but met the punch with his fist. Bang! Fist clashed with fist, and Jiang Feng immediately felt a very domineering force surging into his fist. It made him feel a sense of timidity. And then, he was pushed back several steps. What kind of martial art is this, actually able to influence one's fighting spirit? Jiang Feng was surprised. The power of the opponent's punch just now wasn't that great, but it gave off a sense of oppression. It was as if facing a high-ranking figure across from you, making you unable to use your full strength at all. Haha, exhilarating, come again. Dragon Brother let out a hearty laugh. Once again, he punched towards Jiang Feng, still using the martial art called Imperial Fist. The sense of oppression surged again. Even the thought of fighting back was suppressed, unable to unleash half of his strength. Dragon Brother was already a high-level martial artist, with a stronger physical condition than Jiang Feng. At this moment, under the influence of the Imperial Fist, Jiang Feng couldn't bring out his full strength, making him no match for Dragon Brother. Bang! Two fists clashed again. Jiang Feng kept retreating, his right fist starting to bleed. Admit defeat, losing to me is not a disgrace. Seeing this, Dragon Brother regained his confidence. I knew it, after all, I've been in the genius training camp for so long. How could I not even beat a junior? It was just because I underestimated him. Jiang Feng shook his bloodied right fist inside. I thought I could defeat you without drawing my sword, but it seems I have overestimated myself. However, it's time to end this. Saying that, Jiang Feng took out the blade of tetanus. Seeing this, Dragon Brother became serious. He could tell that Jiang Feng was a swordsman. Drawing his sword now meant he was serious. Don't worry, I won't draw my sword, Jiang Feng said. Dragon Brother frowned, feeling insulted. I used to be as arrogant as you, thinking I was invincible, until I was beaten by a senior. Then I realized there are always people better than us. Jiang Feng smiled slightly at the words. This time, I will be the same. You saying that shows you're not that arrogant. No, what I mean is, this time, I will beat you just like that senior of yours beat you. Jiang Feng grinned. Dragon Brother was stunned, then immediately got angry. Veins popped on his forehead. Dragon Brother, he's mocking you. The skinny monkey poured oil on the fire, completely igniting Dragon Brother's anger. Let's see then, who beats who? Imperial Fist. Dragon Brother roared, throwing another punch. The powerful Imperial Fist oppression swept towards Jiang Feng. But this time, Jiang Feng was unaffected. A cold light flashed in his eyes, like a sword, gleaming with sharpness. At the same time, the blade of tetanus held by Jiang Feng's hand also trembled violently. The sound of the sword humming continued, urging Jiang Feng to draw the sword quickly. That strand of broken sword intent was activated. Master Jiang once said, sword intent is essentially a kind of will. At this moment, with the surge of sword intent, the oppressive feeling brought by the Imperial Fist was naturally completely neutralized. If Dragon Brother could cultivate the Imperial Fist intent, perhaps he could still contend with Jiang Feng's sword intent. But that required cultivating the Imperial Fist to a perfect state. Dragon Brother doesn't have this ability. Not affected at all? Dragon Brother obviously noticed the issue as well. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to be surprised. The fist was already out, with no way back. Just as Dragon Brother's fist was about to hit Jiang Feng, he finally moved. Sword drawing technique. Jiang Feng gripped the sword handle and swung it with force. However, the sword did not come out of its sheath. Blade of tetanus along with the scabbard struck Dragon Brother's fist. The shattered sword intent condensed into sword energy, suddenly bursting out. Bang! A loud noise. Dragon Brother was instantly like a bullet leaving the barrel, shot out. He crashed into the wall, creating a human-shaped hole in it. Such strong power. Even Jiang Feng himself couldn't help but be amazed. And this was without the sword being drawn. If it had been drawn, with the sharpness of the blade of tetanus, Dragon Brother wouldn't have just flown out like that. He would probably have been cut in half directly. Jiang Feng turned his head and looked at Skinny Monkey again. He too was in shock, staring at the human-shaped hole in the wall, unable to calm down for a long time. But then, Skinny Monkey felt a chill. He turned around and saw Jiang Feng staring at him, malevolently. Junior brother, no need to bother, I'll leave on my own. Swish with that, Skinny Monkey swiftly dashed out of the villa, to find his dragon brother. Outside the villa, more and more senior brothers and sisters gathered to watch the commotion. It's been several minutes, why is there no movement at all? Who just said the junior brother would be thrown out in at most 10 seconds? Damn, could something have happened? It's been so long, and there's been no movement at all. Isn't that strange? Principal, I'll go check. Chen Long has always been heavy-handed, it would be bad if something happened. Chen Shengcheng was very worried about Jiang Feng. Principal Zhang, on the other hand, remained calm. With Jiang Feng's strength, even if he wasn't a match for Chen Long and Skinny Monkey, he wouldn't be far behind. Nothing will happen, just watch. Chen Shengcheng looked at Principal Zhang with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he had so much confidence in Jiang Feng. Bang! Just then, a loud noise. Everyone looked up, seeing an unidentified flying object zooming past in the sky at high speed. Because the sunlight was strong at that moment, no one could see clearly what it was. But Principal Zhang and Chen Shengcheng saw it clearly. Principal, if I'm not mistaken, that thing just now should be Chen Long, right? Yes, that's right. Hey, what did I say? Is Chen Long a thing? Not a thing? Doesn't seem right either. The dormitory door opened, and Skinny Monkey ran out in a flash. Seeing Skinny Monkey coming out, the senior brothers and sisters who were watching the commotion immediately bombarded him with questions. Skinny Monkey, what's the situation inside? Why did it take so long? Are you and Chen Long that useless? Damn, why aren't you speaking, running so fast? Skinny Monkey completely ignored them, quickly chasing after Dragon Brother's direction. Dragon Brother, wait for me. Just as everyone was very puzzled, Jiang Feng walked out of the villa. Perfectly fine, without a scratch. How is this possible? Did Chen Long lose? It shouldn't be. Chen Long is at least in the middle of our class in terms of strength. He couldn't lose to a freshman. Then what's the situation? Who knows, maybe that gay Chen Long took a liking to the junior brother, wanted to live and eat together with him, and drove Skinny Monkey away. Hey, your idea isn't bad, that must be the truth. Everyone unanimously believed that Chen Long had made some kind of deal with Jiang Feng. That's why nothing happened. With no more excitement to watch, they all dispersed. Over half an hour later, the dormitory grabbing game ended. Those who could only grab 6-person and 4-person rooms all looked unhappy. But there was nothing they could do, they were just not as skilled. Principal Zhang gathered the freshmen to give a speech. Dormitory assignments have been sorted out. Today is the first day, so rest well. Formal training will begin tomorrow. 1 week from now, I will test the results of your training. If you don't meet the standards, you know what will happen. Alright, you can all disperse now. I will send the course schedule in the group chat, so make sure to check it. Principal Zhang waved his hand, and the new students dispersed. Some went straight back to their dormitories, while others planned to wander around. When most people had left, Zhang Feng quietly approached Principal Zhang. Principal, about the matter you promised me, is it still valid? This year's scholarship and my personal reward of 800,000 have been transferred to your account. What about the A-level martial arts? You can collect it at the martial arts hall. I have already made arrangements. Thank you, Principal. Goodbye. Zhang Feng was instantly thrilled. A-level martial arts. The sword technique is impressive, but it's only D-level. The thunderbolt flash is fast, but it's only C-level. Zhang Feng could hardly imagine how powerful A-level martial arts would be. Big treasure, here I come. Principal, did you really agree to give him an A-level martial arts manual? Is it because of Qinghe's face? On the side, Chen Chengcheng stared with her big watery eyes, full of astonishment. The highest level of martial arts that Qingyuan Wudao First High School can provide is A-level. Since its establishment, very few students have had the opportunity to practice A-level martial arts. The most recent one was Qinghe. She graduated as the top student of the Genius Training Camp and even received a summons from the Demon Suppression Bureau before graduation. She was truly outstanding. Therefore, Chen Chengcheng subconsciously thought that Principal Zhang's favoritism towards Zhang Feng was due to Qinghe's influence. Qinghe is indeed outstanding, but in my opinion, that kid Zhang Feng might be even more exceptional than Qinghe. Principal Zhang watched Zhang Feng's departing figure with anticipation. The higher the quality of martial arts, the stronger it is. However, the difficulty of cultivation also increases. For most people, even if you give them thousands or millions of A-level martial arts manuals, they won't be able to learn it. But he believed that Zhang Feng would succeed in cultivation. After all, he likely possessed genius-level talent. He was a true genius, unlike those so-called geniuses in their genius training camp. Chen Chengcheng was even more shocked to hear Principal Zhang's evaluation of Zhang Feng. She knew very well that Qinghe was one of Principal Zhang's proudest disciples, as he had admitted himself. But now, there was someone even more outstanding than Qinghe. Chengchang, you should be quite familiar with that kid Zhang Feng. What do you think of him? Principal Zhang suddenly asked. Chen Chengcheng thought for a moment and replied, I haven't had much contact with Zhang Feng for a long time. But Qinghe told me before that Zhang Feng was classified as a zero-talent individual during the talent test, making it impossible for him to become a warrior. This caused him great despair and deepened his sense of inferiority. Inferiority? Principal Zhang couldn't believe that this term had anything to do with Zhang Feng. From head to toe, he exuded confidence. Who would dare to barge into a senior's dormitory, beat him up, and then take over his room if they were insecure? I specifically investigated him. He was indeed classified as a zero-talent individual at first, but look at him now, even Chen Long is no match for him. Could it be that there was an error in the initial talent test? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but I prefer to believe in another possibility. Zhang Feng might have been affected after the talent test and his talent awakened. Principal Zhang explained. Some people have such strong martial arts talent that their bodies are too weak to handle it. To protect themselves, their martial arts talent may go into a dormant state. Principal Zhang felt that this possibility was quite high. After all, Zhang Feng's talent displayed now was indeed very high. Originally, I wanted to have him undergo another systematic test, but upon further thought, it's not necessary. Let him learn an A-level martial art, see how long it takes for him to succeed, and everything will be clear. Inside the martial arts hall, after Zhang Feng verified his identity, the administrator lady personally took him to the top floor. Unlike the shelves on the first and second floors, the top floor had only one glass cabinet. They were made of special glass, several times harder than bulletproof glass. Inside the glass cabinet were 3 martial seals. The administrator lady said, Our martial arts academy only has 3 A-level martial arts, 3,000 thunder illusions, meteor godfist, and diamond body domination. Which one do you choose? Another multiple choice question. Can't he have them all? Although Zhang Feng really wanted all of them, he knew it was not realistic. Fortunately, he had already thought about it before. He was still lacking in a horizontal training martial art. Obviously, the diamond body domination was the horizontal training martial art. Next to the martial seal representing diamond body domination, there was an introduction about it. Diamond body domination, A-level horizontal training martial art, with 12 realms. At its peak, it was an S-level horizontal training martial art, but due to the loss of the cultivation method for the last 3 realms, it was temporarily classified as A level. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but pause. Incomplete martial art? Nowadays, some martial arts were created by contemporary grandmasters, while others have been passed down from ancient times. The former are collectively referred to as new martial arts, and the latter as ancient martial arts. Generally, martial arts that are incomplete are mostly ancient martial arts left by the ancient martial civilization. Because the ancient martial civilization had suffered a devastating blow, the remaining heritage was somewhat incomplete, which was quite normal. In general, the quality of ancient martial arts is higher than that of modern new martial arts. After all, the ancient martial civilization was a highly developed martial arts civilization with a long history of accumulation. In contrast, the modern martial arts civilization is only a little over 200 years old. Between the ancient martial civilization and the modern martial arts civilization, there was a martial arts blank period lasting for 1,000 years. During that period, people didn't even know what martial arts were. It was only 200 years ago, with the discovery of the first ancient martial civilization relic, that people reopened the martial arts civilization. However, even standing on the shoulders of giants to view the world, the new martial arts civilization was still too young. Nowadays, new martial artists definitely do not understand martial arts and martial arts as well as ancient martial artists. I suggest you not choose this diamond body domination. It seemed that the administrator lady noticed Jiang Feng's thoughts and couldn't help but remind him. Diamond body domination is an incomplete version. Leaving aside what to do after reaching the 9th realm, there is also the question of whether there will be any issues during the cultivation process. Based on the data we currently have, we cannot confirm whether there are any issues in the inheritance of the diamond body domination in the first 9 realms. Zhang Feng was not afraid of any issues during cultivation. After all, he didn't rely on his own martial arts cultivation. Issues like that were irrelevant to him. At this moment, Zhang Feng was pondering another question. The martial arts he had cultivated could give birth to independent consciousness with personalities. Could the diamond body domination he chose also generate its own consciousness and possibly restore the last 3 realms by itself? Zhang Feng was not sure, but he felt he could give it a try. After all, he had nothing to lose. If successful, it would be a huge gain. Although S-level and A-level seemed not much different, they were worlds apart. Otherwise, why would the authority of Martial Arts Academy only be below the S-level? I've decided, I'll choose this diamond body domination, Zhang Feng said. The administrator lady frowned. So, she had just wasted her breath saying so much. You're just letting information go in one ear and out the other. If it weren't for your good looks, I wouldn't bother telling you so much. Not listening to a beauty's advice will only lead to losses. The necessary reminders have been given. Zhang Feng insisted on choosing diamond body domination, and the admin lady didn't try to dissuade him further. After fingerprint scanning, iris verification, and entering a password, the glass cabinet finally opened. The admin lady took out the martial arts seal storing diamond body domination and handed it to Zhang Feng. Inherit it here, and never reveal any information about diamond body domination, or it will be a serious offense, the admin lady cautioned. Zhang Feng nodded. These were all familiar rules. Typically, only when you've mastered a martial art to perfection can you fully pass it on to others. Otherwise, you can only provide some guidance at most. It's impossible to teach it from scratch to someone else. Zhang Feng took the martial arts seal and placed it on his forehead. Just like before, a vast amount of information instantly flooded his mind. His consciousness entered a scene where a figure radiating golden light floated in mid-air, exuding a dazzling brilliance. It seemed to have condensed into the outline of a golden giant. And that figure resided at the heart of the golden giant. Diamond body domination, indestructible and immortal, defying the heavens, who can stop me, ha ha ha. A loud laughter echoed through the surroundings. Each word struck Zhang Feng's heart as he listened. Although the lines sounded a bit juvenile, they were undeniably arrogant and bold, stirring up one's blood. Defying the heavens, who can stop me? Isn't that audacious? It seemed like the loud laughter had provoked the heavens. The clear sky suddenly darkened as dark clouds gathered. Amidst the clouds, lightning and thunder roared. Boom! Suddenly, a half-meter-wide lightning serpent descended from the dark clouds. Its target was the figure hidden in the heart of the golden giant in mid-air. However, before the lightning could reach the figure, it struck the head of the golden giant and vanished. It couldn't penetrate the golden giant's defense at all. Crackling! The heavens were enraged. Instantly, numerous lightning serpents of various sizes rained down, all striking the golden giant but failing to break its defense. Is this the diamond body domination? It's too powerful. I wonder at what level the figure in the scene has cultivated, the 9th or 12th. If this is the power at the 9th level, it's absolutely amazing. Zhang Feng's consciousness gradually withdrew from the scene, yet his emotions remained intense. It was too powerful, incomprehensibly strong. At this moment, he held boundless expectations for the diamond body domination. The next second, a voice resounded in Zhang Feng's mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? As soon as the voice spoke, it was a triple inquiry of the soul. Zhang Feng inwardly cursed. This voice sounded a bit silly and clueless. In the next moment, the voice of sword drawing technique rang out. You are my son, and I am your father. You should call me Dad. Dad? Zhang Feng was speechless for a moment. From this moment on, besides being aloof and arrogant, the sword drawing technique acquired another persona. Shameless. How did I not notice this before? Truly fitting for the sword drawing technique, it's really sharp. Shameless. Brother, don't listen to him, that guy is very naughty. Let me tell you, I am your big brother, and you are my little brother. From now on, Big Brother will look after you. A thunderous voice boomed. Without guessing, it was Big Ben. Big Brother. Diamond body domination obediently called out. Zhang Feng sighed. How could someone who used to be an S-level martial artist, now an A-level, be fooled by a D-level and a C-level martial art like this? Don't bully the newcomer. Big Brother, did you bring me any gifts? I like tasty treats. The voice of a little foodie chimed in. Gift? Nope. The tone of Diamond Body was slow and hollow, almost like senility. Oh no, what kind of group have I gathered here? A foodie kid, a haughty swordsman, a loud brute, and now someone with senile dementia. Shut up, all of you. Let me handle this. Zhang Feng asserted his authority as the master, and instantly, the other martial artists fell silent. Let me answer your question. You are my martial art, I am your master. Come on, say master. Master. Sword technique foodie big guy all said in unison, shameless. Ahem, let's get back to business. Diamond Body, how about we call you Kong from now on? Zhang Feng suggested. I think Baba suits me better, Diamond Body said slowly. For some reason, hearing it say that gave a strange feeling, as if there was no issue at all. It seemed to genuinely like the name rather than trying to take advantage of us. Who would blame someone with senile dementia? No, we'll call you Kong, that's settled, Zhang Feng decided. Alright, Kong, what do you need to advance your level? Tell your master, Zhang Feng inquired. Even though he had fallen to A level now, reaching the entry or mastery level would surely make him formidable. Zhang Feng was eager to give it a try. Master, I want to drink spirit ginseng nutrient liquid, the foodie immediately exclaimed before Kong could speak. Quiet, let Kong speak. Zhang Feng promptly silenced the foodie. This guy's stomach could never be filled, and Zhang Feng couldn't afford to keep him. What do you need? I don't know. Zhang Feng, sweating, then how do you advance your level? I don't know. Useless if you know nothing. Then what do you know? I seem to have forgotten something important. I can't remember, my head hurts. After being damaged, its brain wasn't functioning well. Talking to it was exhausting with its slow pace. Zhang Feng gave up decisively. He would study it slowly when he had the leisure. Already done? The administrator lady was surprised to see Zhang Feng awake and lost in thought. It hadn't been half a minute. How could he wake up so quickly? How much could be passed on in such a short time? Why would Principal Zhang let him choose A-level martial arts? Was he being scammed? What do you mean already done? Miss, don't talk nonsense. I'm a 7-time man in one night, each time lasting an hour. Zhang Feng immediately retorted unhappily. If others heard this, his reputation would be ruined. The administrator lady understood Zhang Feng's words and blushed instantly. Pervert. She spat and returned the martial seal to the glass cabinet, then ordered Zhang Feng to leave. Hurry, it's closing time. In the villa, Zhang Feng tidied up a bit. Dragon Brother and Skinny Monkey had lived here before, so everything was pretty much in place. Zhang Feng didn't have to worry about a thing. Not long after he finished cleaning up, a call came in. Zhang Feng checked the caller ID. It was Orange Sister. Hello, Orange Sister, what's up? How come you only call me when there's trouble? No, I mean. Alright, I won't tease you. I just wanted to ask if you'd join me for lunch. Of course. After agreeing on a meeting place, Zhang Feng tidied up and headed out. The two went straight to the cafeteria. It wasn't that Zhang Feng was stingy, but the genius training camp was closed off, and generally, unless under special circumstances or during holidays, one couldn't just leave. Besides, this was the outskirts, and there weren't many restaurants around. It was lunchtime, so the cafeteria was quite crowded. However, as soon as Zhang Feng and Chen Chengcheng entered, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Of course, it was all for Chen Chengcheng. Wow, the goddess Cheng Cheng is here, and even the steamed buns in her hands smell good. Ha! Why is there a guy with her? No way, did my goddess Cheng Cheng get a boyfriend? Oh no, my heart is broken. Not good, I just reserved breakfast for Cheng Cheng tomorrow. Then you better cancel it, you've lost your chance. No, I need to quickly add another one. Cheng Cheng, looks like you're quite popular here. Zhang Feng noticed the hostile gazes from the seniors in the cafeteria and couldn't help but sigh. It's nothing. If Qinghe were here, they'd probably go crazy, Chen Chengcheng said. Speaking of Lu Qinghe, even she couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He was truly a prominent figure at Wudao High School. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Feng scratched his head. Perhaps because they had been together for a while, he didn't find Qinghe as stunning. Of course, mainly because Lu Qinghe rarely displayed his strength in front of him. He naturally didn't understand how amazing his neighbor's sister was. It's not exaggerated at all. You'll see in the future, Chen Chengcheng didn't want to dwell too much on Lu Qinghe. After all, she had her pride. Even though they were best friends, who said there wouldn't be any comparison between best friends? The two ordered their food, and Zhang Feng noticed that the menu listed some very unusual ingredients like elemental beast meat and century-old spirit herbs. Zhang Feng randomly selected a few dishes and was about to pay. Chengcheng, this meal is on me. Chen Chengcheng didn't say anything to stop him. Zhang Feng went to the cashier and asked, how much for the dishes I just ordered? 0. 5 credits, the cashier said without looking up. Oh, only 0. 5 credits? Zhang Feng widened his eyes, looking uncertainly at the cashier. What on earth were credits? Chen Chengcheng appeared next to Zhang Feng, smiling, and said, in the genius training camp, credits are like currency. Here, whether you're buying things, eating, or doing anything, you need credits. Money is not useful here, well, not entirely useless. If you have enough money, some people are willing to exchange credits with you. Zhang Feng was speechless. What was this? I'm a new student. Where would I get credits from? Let me handle it. Meals for mentors are free. Chen Chengcheng smiled as she handed over her mentor card. Zhang Feng wasn't stupid. Chengcheng invited him out for a meal because she knew he didn't have any credits and might go hungry. She's really attentive. So touched, Omega, back at the table, while waiting for the food to arrive, Zhang Feng curiously asked, Chengcheng, how do we earn these credits? Since it concerned his future meals, Zhang Feng had to show some concern. Well, there are quite a few ways. Like I mentioned earlier, you can exchange money with classmates, but that's the worst-case scenario. Most of the credits are earned based on your performance in the training camp. As for the specific criteria, you will gradually come to understand, Chen Chengcheng explained to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded, then suddenly asked, can martial arts in the martial arts hall also be purchased with credits? Of course, but it's quite expensive. Even an E-level martial art requires hundreds of credits. By the way, which A-level martial art did you choose this morning? Chengcheng asked with curiosity in her eyes. A-level martial arts, it's been a long time since anyone practiced at Wudao Middle School. Even she wasn't qualified to study. Diamond body domination, Zhang Feng replied without hesitation. There was no need to hide it. Chengcheng was a mentor, so it was easy for her to find out. Hearing this, Chen Chengcheng furrowed her brows and asked somewhat displeased, didn't the martial arts hall administrator tell you about the flaws in diamond body domination? He did, it's just that the inheritance of the last 3 levels is lost. But who knows, maybe I can complete it myself. Zhang Feng chuckled. He had this idea originally. But ever since he found out that Diamond was suffering from senile dementia, he felt that his hopes were somewhat dim. However, even if it was dim, at least there was still hope. Listening to Zhang Feng's arrogant words, Chen Chengcheng couldn't help but smile awkwardly. You are quite confident. Trying to complete the missing parts of an S-level ancient martial art on your own is basically a fool's errand. But it's normal for young people to be a bit arrogant. Chengcheng didn't discourage Zhang Feng, she just said with a wry smile, since you've already chosen it, let it be. Even if you can't complete it, reaching the 9th level of cultivation will still be impressive. While the two were chatting, 2 people entered the cafeteria. Their arrival attracted the attention of many in the cafeteria. Stop eating, look, Teacher Chen Koan and Senior Chen Jin are here. Hee hee, it's going to be interesting. Interesting? What's so interesting? Oh my, are you on 2G network, bro? You don't know? Teacher Chen Koan has been pursuing Cheng Cheng Goddess. He has never been to the cafeteria before. What do you think it means for him to come now? Wow, boss, give me a bag of popcorn. Zhang Feng and Chen Chengcheng naturally overheard the students' conversation. Zhang Feng clearly saw Chen Chengcheng's impatient expression. Oh, trouble is coming. Xiao Chenchen, sorry, I might have to drag you into this, Chen Chengcheng apologized. As she finished speaking, the two approached. One was older, probably around 25 or 26, similar in age to Chen Shengcheng. The younger one was around 18, likely a student. They bore a resemblance, most likely brothers. Shengcheng, you rejected my invitation just to eat in the cafeteria with this little pretty boy? Look at those skinny arms and legs, are you kidding me, Shengcheng? Have your standards for a partner dropped this low? Chen Kuan said angrily, glaring at Zhang Feng. How could this little pretty boy, this fresh meat, be favored by Chengcheng? Only someone like me, with developed muscles exuding a masculine aura, is worthy of her. Chen Kuan, watch your mouth. Chen Shengcheng, seeing him speak ill of Zhang Feng, couldn't help but be angry. Chen Kuan widened his eyes in disbelief, looking utterly aggrieved. Shengcheng, after 3 years of pursuing you, always treating you so well, am I really inferior to a newcomer like this pretty boy? Chen Shengcheng felt even more wronged upon hearing this. Your so-called kindness is just pestering me every day? Threatening to suppress whenever you see me with the opposite sex? Because of you, hardly anyone dares to be friends with me. Zhang Feng saw the grievance on Orange Sister's face. He knew, as a boy, it was time to stand up. Hey, big black face, don't be delusional, Orange Sister doesn't like you, so stop bothering her, just go away. Big black face? Chen Kuan was stunned. When did he get this nickname? Am I black? My skin is authentic bronze, okay. On the other hand, Xinjin couldn't bear it anymore. Who do you think you are? My brother is talking to Orange Mentor, it's none of your business. Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your brother, it's none of your business. Zhang Feng retorted without backing down. You're asking for trouble. Shenzhen immediately got angry. A freshman dared to talk to him like that. If he could tolerate this, where would he put his face in the future? He raised his hand to slap Zhang Feng. The Genius Training Camp has rules. Trainees can spar with each other as long as it doesn't cause serious injury or death. Shenzhen's slap didn't involve martial arts, but it was still powerful, with a strong gust of wind. Zhang Feng, however, didn't flinch at all. His expression remained calm, because Orange Sister beside him had stood up, and she grabbed Shenzhen's wrist. Compared to Chen Shen, Shenzhen's strength was like a child against a strongman in an arm wrestling match. No comparison. When I'm not around, I can't control what you do, but as long as I'm by his side, no one can touch him. Shenzhen stared coldly at Shenzhen, increasing the strength in her grip. Shenzhen immediately grimaced in pain. Zhang Feng, ***, such a domineering Orange Sister, I like it. So this is what it feels like to be protected, full of security. Ahem. Chen Kuan coughed displeasedly on the side. Shenzhen then released her hand. Take care of your little brother. Shenzhen quickly withdrew his hand. The wrist that had just been pinched by Shenzhen was now bruised. White-faced boy, hiding behind a woman, what kind of man are you? If you're brave, face me one-on-one. Afraid to offend Shenzhen, Shenzhen vented his anger on Zhang Feng. Pointing at Zhang Feng, he angrily scolded, blah blah blah, I have Orange Sister covering me, what about you? Furious. Not just Shenzhen. At this moment, all the male students in the cafeteria were glaring angrily at Zhang Feng. Look at this, is this how people talk? Zhang Feng felt a chill down his spine and quickly moved closer to Orange Sister. He was almost hugging her thigh. Ah, so secure. Even Chen Chen was a bit speechless. Little Chen Chen seemed different from before. Zhang Feng, I'll remember you, we have plenty of time in the future. Chen Kuan looked at Zhang Feng with ill intentions. Chen Chen frowned, blocking Chen Kuan's gaze on Zhang Feng. Chen Kuan, as a mentor, threatening a freshman, I can report this to the principal. Chen Kuan smiled slightly. Orange, I didn't threaten him, rest assured, I'm a mentor after all. I wouldn't bully a student. But Shenzhen might not be so innocent. Chen Kuan patted Shenzhen's shoulder. Shenzhen immediately understood, revealing a sinister smile. He was truly a villain, just missing the evil laugh. Orange Mentor, you can't always be by his side. White-faced boy, I'll keep an eye on you. Shenzhen extended 2 fingers, poked his own eyes, then pointed at Zhang Feng. Hey, you perverted gay. Zhang Feng quickly crossed his hands over his chest, looking at Shenzhen with disgust. Indeed, handsome boys must protect themselves when out and about. You. I didn't mean that, what I meant was, I. Once Zhang Feng interpreted this sentence, even Shenzhen himself didn't know how to explain it. He immediately panicked, especially when the gazes of the surrounding students turned strange. My reputation. Ruined. Let's go, hurry. Chen Kuan knew that he and his brother couldn't argue with Zhang Feng at all. Staying would only be embarrassing. However, as the 2 brothers left the cafeteria, Zhang Feng faintly overheard their conversation. Chen Kuan, remember to wash your hands later. Chen Jin, huh? Why, I just washed them before going out. Shen Koan, orange just touched your wrist, you can't have oranges sent on you. Chen Jun, bro, do you have to be like this? Shen Koan, what, you want me to lick it? Not a good idea. Shen Koan looked at Chen Jun's purplish wrist, lost in thought. Chen Jun was shocked, don't come near me. The cafeteria farce ended with the departure of the Chen Koan and Chen Jun brothers. By then, the food was served. Sister Orange said seriously, Xiao Chen Chen, you need to be careful recently. Chen Koan and Chen Jun are known for holding grudges. If you make them lose face, they won't let it go easily. Jiang Fong was unfazed. He picked up a piece of yuan beast meat with his chopsticks and ate it in one bite. It's fine, Sister Orange, that Chen Koan might be troublesome, but he's a mentor, he won't come after me. As for that Chen Jin, he's no threat to me. Jiang Fong was full of confidence. With the near-perfect sword technique and the mastery of the Thunderbolt Flash, even advanced warriors like Dragon Brother couldn't withstand his sword, not to mention the A-level martial arts diamond domineering body. Although he didn't know how this guy cultivated for now, once he figured it out, surpassing levels would be a piece of cake. A-level martial arts are no joke. Confidence is good, but you shouldn't let your guard down. Chen Jin's strength ranks in the upper middle level in the genius training camp, so you should be cautious. How about this, you come stay at my place for a while, that way I can take care of you. Chen Orange thought for a moment and said, this might not be appropriate. Jiang Fong was a bit hesitant and shy, but he was excited inside. Living with a beautiful teacher right after entering school. How much did he drink to have such a dream? Well, the way you put it, it might not be convenient indeed. After all, there are a few other girls in my dorm. Chen Orange thought about it and found it reasonable. Then let's go to your place, after all, you have a big villa with enough rooms. Sister Orange, I still think it's better to go to your dorm. Jiang Fong suddenly said very seriously. He didn't say this because he heard that Sister Orange had a few female roommates. No, not at all. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? I won't let them harm you. It's decided, after dinner, I'll move to your place. Chen Orange took charge directly. Jiang Fong could only lower his head and eat, not daring to speak. After dinner, Chen Orange indeed arrived at Jiang Feng's dormitory door with a full bag, apparently planning to stay for a long time. Oh my god, what did I just see? Goddess Orange is actually cohabiting with a guy. I remember that villa belonged to Chen Long and Skinny Monkey. What kind of taste does Goddess Orange have to choose them? Your information is so outdated. This morning that villa already changed owners. It's a freshman who just started. What, are Chen Long and Skinny Monkey that useless? They can't even beat a newly enrolled student? Heads popped out of nearby dormitory windows. Some even took photos and posted them on the college forum. Title, shocking. Orange Goddess living together with freshman schoolmate. Accompanied by a photo of Chen Chengcheng entering Jiang Feng's villa with a backpack. The comments section instantly exploded. 12 foot, no snowflakes drifting in the north wind, the world is vast, quick, tell me, who is it, I want to duel with him. Woo-woo/crying/everyone, I have already identified him, the owner of that villa is named Jiang Feng, a new student today, here is his photo/image. JPG/, below is his personal information. In a room, Chen Koan was also browsing the forum. His face turned ferocious, veins bulging. Crack! Bang! Chen Koan exerted force, crushing the phone in his hand. Cheng can only be mine, no one can take her away, no one can. Chen Koan roared. Uncontrollable energy surged within him, venting in all directions. Instantly, furniture like tables, beds, and refrigerators were sent flying. It looked as if a disaster had struck. His love for Chen Chengcheng had reached a frenzied state. Jiang Feng, you will pay for this. Alright, Sister Chengcheng, your room is all set up. Jiang Feng was sweating profusely. Chen Chengcheng, on the other hand, was lounging comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, with cucumber slices on her face. She seemed to have just showered, wearing a pink nightgown, revealing two smooth and fair long legs. Any man witnessing this scene would likely have their blood pressure skyrocket. Jiang Feng swallowed hard and quickly averted his gaze. Not that he was a gentleman, but he feared what he might do if he kept looking. Ahem, Sister Chengcheng, there's still a man here, so please be mindful. Jiang Feng couldn't help but remind her. Oh, little morning, are you a man? Chen Chengcheng removed the cucumber slices covering her eyes, gazing playfully at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was at a loss for words. He could easily outwit others in arguments, but when facing Sister Chengcheng, his mind always went blank. Little morning, I treat you like a little brother just like Xinghe, do you have any thoughts about me? But even if you do, it's okay, you can't beat me anyway, he. No way to argue back, absolutely no way. And indeed, he couldn't win. Jiang Feng could only retreat to his room. Facing a beauty, he could only look but not. No, not even look, isn't that torture? The next day. Today marks the first day of formal training. The course schedule for today was shared in the group last night. From 8 to 10 o'clock in the morning, there's physical training with teacher Shi Tong, guiding martial arts practice. From 10 to 12 o'clock in the morning, there's a weapons class with teacher Zhang Wenchang. In the afternoon, there's agility training with teacher Chen Yang and hand-to-hand combat training with teacher Cheng Cheng. It's going to be very fulfilling. The first class is martial arts training, held in the gravity room. Jiang Feng hurried over early, but when he arrived, the other students were already there. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, all the students instinctively shrank their necks. Scenes from yesterday flashed in their minds, leaving a shadow in their hearts. Hey! Jiang Feng greeted the students with a smile. But as soon as he reached out his hand, 50 top students who should have been proud and confident all took a step back in fear. Jiang Feng was helpless. Why were they so scared? He was just here to teach them about love. Hey, you're all here early. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Not a booming voice, but it was teacher Shi Tong who had arrived. He was bare-chested at this moment, revealing the distinct lines of his bronze muscles. The only 8 girls in the class blushed as they watched. Since everyone is here, let's start today's training. We introduced ourselves yesterday, so let's not waste time. I'll outline the training plan for the next session. Teacher Shi Tong was clearly impatient and didn't bother with pleasantries. He went straight to the point. Today, we will test your physical strength and the level of your martial arts skills. See that gravity chamber behind you? Everyone turned to look at the massive oval-shaped building behind them. Jiang Feng was puzzled, but the other 50 students were from the Martial Arts Academy and were familiar with the gravity chamber. Gravity pressure could significantly enhance physical strength, making it perfect for training martial arts skills. Teacher Shi Tong unlocked the door to the gravity chamber. Everyone peered inside, including Jiang Feng, who was equally curious. Inside the building, there was a space almost the size of a football field, covered with metal plates of unknown material. The gravity chamber was completely sealed, without a single gap. Inside the gravity chamber, there are different zones with increasing gravity levels, 1 time, 2 times, 4 times, 8 times, 16 times, and so on, with the innermost area reaching up to 128 times normal gravity. Your task is to test each level. Find out your limits. Teacher Shi Tong's instructions were straightforward. If you could endure a zone for more than 10 minutes, you passed. Remember, I want to see your limits, so give it your all. I will reward you with credits based on your performance. The better you perform, the higher the reward. With rewards involved, the nature of the challenge changed. Without rewards, some students might stop when they felt it was enough, never tapping into their full potential. In the Genius Training Camp, credits were equivalent to money, even more valuable. Outside, money couldn't necessarily buy A-level martial arts. But here, as long as you had enough credits, you could even buy out the entire martial arts hall. Now, put all your belongings in the lockers and then you can enter. After teacher Shi Tong finished speaking, everyone quickly stored their belongings and rushed into the gravity chamber. Jiang Feng naturally followed suit. As soon as he entered the one-time gravity zone, Jiang Feng immediately felt a slight heaviness on his body. In reality, the one-time gravity had little effect on Jiang Feng. It was just a matter of getting used to the sensation for the first time. After a moment, he adjusted. However, before Jiang Feng could enter the next zone, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Diamond Body has sensed a slight pressure and entered the cultivation state. Current martial arts level is at the first stage, 1%. Jiang Feng was taken aback. The dormant Diamond Body had actually started cultivation? This was beyond his expectations. So, Diamond, you need to feel pressure to have the motivation to cultivate, right? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand how to cultivate the Diamond Body now. I guess so. Whenever I feel pressure, I have a sense of exhilaration, Diamond replied. Being incomplete, it had no idea how to cultivate. It was like a martial arts prodigy with immense potential but no idea how to unlock it. But that was okay, now we know, right? One-time gravity was just a slight pressure. Let's add a pound. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng stepped into the 2-time gravity zone. The pressure increased sharply but was still within his tolerance. Not only Jiang Feng, but other students also entered the area with double gravity. After all, they were all top students in the academy and wouldn't be too bad. Feeling the pressure increase in Diamond Body Art, training progress plus 10%. Indeed, with the strengthening of gravity, the training speed of Diamond Body Art could also accelerate. But this was clearly not enough. 4 times. Zhang Feng was the first to enter the area with 4 times the gravity. The pressure this time was even greater. Zhang Feng didn't react at first, his legs slightly bent, but he quickly straightened up again. 4 times the gravity, just barely feeling something. Feeling the pressure increase in Diamond Body Art, training progress plus 20%. Behind Zhang Feng, Lu Hai watched Zhang Feng step into the area with 4 times the gravity, gritted his teeth, and also rushed towards the area with 4 times the gravity. So what if your strength is stronger than mine? In terms of physique, I will definitely not be inferior to you. I practice the B-level horizontal martial art Indestructible Body of Wisdom. Although I am only at the introductory level at the moment, the strength of my physique can match that of a general D-level horizontal martial arts proficiency or even a minor achievement level. I don't believe that the horizontal martial art you practice can be stronger than mine. Although Zhang Feng beat him up, Lu Hai was still not convinced. Every night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying the one-on-one fight with Zhang Feng. He felt that if Zhang Feng hadn't taken advantage of him being off guard, it was still uncertain who would win. He had to regain his dignity. Stepping into the area with 4 times the gravity, Lu Hai clearly felt the pressure. But he endured it. Zhang Feng had no idea that someone was competing with him. Seeing that there was no longer any improvement in Diamond Body Art in the 4 times gravity area, he continued forward and stepped into the area with 8 times the gravity. Hiss! As soon as he stepped into the area with 8 times the gravity, Zhang Feng couldn't help but inhale sharply. Indeed, the further back, the greater the pressure. After all, it was an increase of 2 times each time. Feeling the pressure increase in Diamond Body Art, training progress plus 40%, training progress plus 20%, training progress plus 10%. With enough accumulation in Diamond Body Art, breakthrough in realm, current martial arts realm is the second level, 1%. He broke through so quickly. Zhang Feng was excited. Feeling no pressure in Diamond Body Art, stop training. I don't feel anything. After reaching the second level realm in Diamond Body Art, Zhang Feng's physique strength was at least twice as strong as before. The pressure brought by the 8 times gravity area had no effect on Zhang Feng at all. I can do it too. Lu Hai gritted his teeth and followed suit, entering the area with 8 times the gravity. Oops. As soon as he stepped in, Lu Hai was directly brought to his knees by the powerful gravity. It just so happened that Zhang Feng was right in front of him. Hearing a sound behind him, Zhang Feng subconsciously turned around. At the same time, Lu Hai's other leg couldn't support him either and bent down. Well, now both knees were on the ground. The most feared thing was when the air suddenly became quiet. The scene at this moment was quite embarrassing. Even Zhang Feng was a bit stunned. It's not New Year yet, why such a grand gesture? I rushed here in a hurry, and I didn't bring any red envelopes with me. Put. Someone couldn't help but laugh. This laugh immediately broke the tension, and with a scream, they were pressed to the ground by gravity. Zhang Chang, the limit is 4 times gravity, performance is very average, reward 10 credits. Lu Hai, can you hold on? If you can't, say so. At this moment, Lu Hai was not only on both knees, but his hands were also on the ground. He was almost bowing his head. I can still do it, I can. Lu Hai gritted his teeth, covered in sweat, veins popping on his face, neck, and arms. 8 times gravity was almost his limit. But he was not willing to give up. Ah! Lu Hai roared and suddenly stood up. Her legs were still trembling, as if they could collapse at any moment. If you can hold on, so can I. I want to prove to everyone that I'm not inferior to you. Lu Hai shouted at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't expect that the only thing that could push Lu Hai to unleash his potential was to surpass him. This obsession runs deep. Since that's the case, let me stimulate you a bit more, see if it can help you break through your limits. Zhang Feng grinned. Then, step by step, he walked towards the 16-fold gravity zone in front of Lu Hai. After reaching the second level of the Diamond Body Domination, 8-fold gravity no longer had any effect on him. Boom! As soon as he entered the 16-fold gravity zone, Zhang Feng felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Of course, it was an exaggeration, but the difference between 16-fold and 8-fold gravity was quite significant. Diamond Body Domination feels increased pressure, training progress plus 50%, training progress plus 30%, training progress plus 20%, Diamond Body Domination accumulates enough, breakthrough in realm, current martial arts realm is the third level, 1%, Diamond Body Domination feels no pressure, stops training. With a breakthrough in the Diamond Body Domination, the 16-fold gravity immediately became ineffective. Zhang Feng, whose back was slightly bent under the pressure, straightened up again. Basically, as long as he could persist until the breakthrough in the Diamond Body Domination, he would no longer feel any pressure. He's really amazing, being able to withstand 16-fold gravity. And look how relaxed he seems. 16-fold gravity is definitely not his limit. Oh my, what is his actual limit? The students who were still struggling in the 2-fold, 4-fold, and 8-fold gravity zones were all amazed by Jiang Feng's displayed strength. Although they had been beaten up by Jiang Feng before and knew that his strength was extraordinary, being strong didn't necessarily mean having such a strong physique. To withstand such intense gravity pressure, one must possess a formidable martial art and have a high martial arts realm. Not to mention these students, even teacher Shirton couldn't help but glance at Jiang Feng a few more times. Being able to stroll so casually in the 16-fold gravity zone, this young man's physical strength must be extremely strong, possibly even reaching the level of an advanced martial artist. Achieving such results on the first day of gravity training, it had been a long time since the Genius Training Camp had seen such a performance. I am curious about his actual limit. How many times the gravity can he withstand? Shirton pondered. It's impossible. I practice B-grade martial arts, and I can only stop at the 8-fold gravity zone. How could he reach the 16-fold gravity zone? He must be cheating, he must be. Lu Hai couldn't believe his eyes and roared. This shout drained his last ounce of strength. Unable to withstand the pressure of the 8-fold gravity, he slumped to the ground. Lu Hai, the limit is the 8-fold gravity zone. Well done. You are rewarded 20 credits, and with the determination you just showed, an additional 10 credits. Shirton said. But Lu Hai was not the least bit happy. He lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on Jiang Feng ahead. This obsession of his might not disappear for a while. On the contrary, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Just the 8-fold gravity zone alone could reward so many credits. If he could make it to the end, wouldn't he receive even more rewards? With credits, he could exchange for more martial arts at the martial arts hall. Let's go! So, Jiang Feng didn't linger in place. He continued forward and stepped into the 32-fold gravity zone. Diamond body feels increased pressure. Training progress plus 30%, training progress plus 30%, training progress plus 20%, training progress plus 20%. Diamond body has accumulated enough. Breakthrough in realm. Current martial arts realm is the 4th level, 1%. Diamond body feels no pressure, stops training. The training speed is getting slower. Perhaps as the realm gets higher, the help of gravity diminishes. Diamond body used to directly increase by 50 to 60%. Gradually decreasing to 20 to 30% at a time. Jiang Feng did not hesitate and entered the 64 times gravity zone again. As soon as he stepped in, Jiang Feng's body tensed uncontrollably. There was a cracking sound coming from his body. It was the sound of bones deforming under the pressure of gravity. Diamond body feels doubled pressure, continues training, progress plus 20%, progress plus 20%, progress plus 20% progress. The speed is indeed slower. When reaching the previous realms, it was basically enough to accumulate and successfully break through in 1 or 2 minutes. In the 4th level, the progress only increases by 20% each time. Jiang Feng supported himself for a full 5 minutes before finally accumulating 100% progress. Diamond body has accumulated enough. Breakthrough in realm. Current martial arts realm is the 5th level, 1%. Diamond body feels a slight pressure. Training speed slows down. Progress plus 5%, progress plus 3%. Look. He's already in the 64 times gravity zone. He's about to reach the innermost part. It seems like he doesn't intend to stop. Is he really going all the way to the innermost part? My goodness, the difference is too big, isn't it? Several students who were struggling to support themselves were shocked when they saw Jiang Feng heading towards the 128 times gravity zone. One moment of distraction and the chi supporting them dissipated. Then they were pressed down firmly by gravity. But Stone Ton's voice did not sound, because he was also stunned. He can't be crushed even by 64 times gravity? How strong is this kid's physique? Didn't he just become a junior martial artist a few days ago? As a mentor, Stone Tong was very knowledgeable about the students. He knew about Jiang Feng, who joined halfway. Initially, he shared the same thoughts as the other students, thinking Jiang Feng was just a beneficiary. But now, it seemed he had misunderstood him. In the 64 times gravity zone, I remember from the last batch, there weren't many who could reach this far, right? To withstand such strong gravity pressure, even ordinary senior martial artists would find it difficult. Only the best among them could manage it. But this kid, the information shared by the Martial Union shows that his overall physical qualities have only slightly exceeded the level of a junior martial artist, yet his physique is so strong. It seems that the martial arts he learned are either B grade or A grade. Moreover, his martial arts realm is not just at the entry level. Stone Tong's eyes were sharp, and he immediately figured it out. To cultivate a martial art above B grade to a level beyond the entry level at such a young age was even more shocking. Will the 128 times gravity zone be his limit? Stone Tong couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, Zhang Feng also arrived at the boundary between the 64 times gravity zone and the 128 times gravity zone. Almost there, I should be able to break through to the 6th level realm in one go. Thinking like this, Zhang Feng took another step forward. Boom! Crack! In an instant, Zhang Feng's legs were directly bent by the pressure. With one hand on the ground, he barely managed not to fall. However, this powerful gravity directly shifted the bones in Zhang Feng's body. Between 64 times and 128 times, that was a difference of a full 64 times. It's not as simple as 1 and 2, or 2 and 4. Feeling immense pressure in the diamond-domineering body, blood boiling, he began to practice diligently. Progress plus 20%. Progress plus 15%. Progress plus 10%. Voices kept echoing in his mind. At this rate, he probably won't take more than 7 or 8 minutes to break through. But can Zhang Feng hold on for that long? At this moment, he was already pressed red all over by 128 times the gravity, sweat mixed with blood beads oozing from his pores. He looked terrifying. He really rushed into the 128 times gravity zone. I officially admit defeat. I bow down. I am convinced. I am willing to call him the strongest. But it looks like he's reaching his limit too. Probably can't last 10 minutes. Still very impressive. The classmates said one after another. Although they had been beaten by Zhang Feng before, they were now convinced after seeing him enter the 128 times gravity zone. Progress plus 10%. Kong, can you go faster? I can't hold on much longer. Zhang Feng shouted in his mind. The progress bar had just reached 60%, and the speed of increase was getting slower and slower. At this rate, 10 minutes might not be enough. Master, hold on a little longer, I'll do my best. Kong said, but the speed of cultivation didn't seem to increase. Zhang Feng's whole body was soaked in blood and sweat, looking very miserable. Even the female classmates present couldn't bear to watch. Even Shi Tong, who considered himself to have a heart of stone, couldn't help but feel a little sorry. Zhang Feng, if you really can't hold on, you can give up. You've done very well. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. It's not that he didn't want to speak, he just didn't have the strength. Right now, he was holding his breath, enduring this immense pressure. Too determined. Classmates, did you see that? This perseverance, the spirit of not giving up until the last moment, is worth learning from. Shi Tong, seeing Zhang Feng not speaking, couldn't help but feel moved. He was the most outstanding among all the students he had taught. No one else. Time passed second by second. Zhang Feng's current feeling could truly be described as time dragging on like years. Every second was a huge torment for him. The other students had all left the gravity zone, leaving only Zhang Feng still struggling. He didn't even know how long had passed. 10 minutes. He actually made it through. Such a persistent man. I really like him. I suspect you're cheating, but I have no evidence. Shi Tong looked at the time, then at Zhang Feng supporting himself with both hands in the 128 times gravity zone, and quickly shouted, Zhang Feng, time's up, you can stop now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt bitter. Did you think I didn't want it to end? But the diamond-domineering body was only 10% away from the 6th realm. If he gave up now, all the previous suffering would be in vain. Progress plus 2%. Progress plus 1%. Progress plus 0.5%. Why hasn't he come out yet? Even Teacher Shi said it's okay. Why is he still holding on? Shi Tong seemed to have guessed and couldn't help but sigh. I understand, Zhang Feng must feel that he hasn't reached his limit yet. He wants to test his limits, that's why he hasn't given up. There are not many young people with such perseverance and determination. Kong, woo, master, you have endured so much pain to help me improve. I am so touched, I won't let you down. Burst out, my cosmos. The diamond-domineering body feels your perseverance, quite moved, breaks through the bottleneck. Current martial arts realm is the 6th level, 1%. Hum with the sound ringing out. Suddenly, a golden light burst from Zhang Feng's body. The golden light enveloped Zhang Feng's body. At this moment, all the pressure he had been enduring suddenly disappeared. Finally, I did it! Zhang Feng let out a long breath. With that breath, all his strength was drained, and he collapsed on the ground. The golden light continued to protect him. Right now, Zhang Feng didn't want to do anything, not even move a finger. He just wanted to lie here quietly. What's going on? Why is there golden light emanating from him? I've only heard that elemental warriors who practice gold attribute techniques would have this kind of situation when releasing their elemental power, but isn't he just a junior warrior? The students were puzzled. However, Shi Tong widened his eyes, a speculation forming in his mind. Golden light protection, could it be the A-level martial art diamond body? This kid is actually practicing diamond body in horizontal martial arts. No, it's impossible. Even if it's diamond body, you need to reach the 6th level to cultivate the golden light protection. How could he possibly? Although he said it was impossible, Shirtong knew in his heart that his speculation was probably correct. As a horizontal martial arts instructor at the Genius Training Camp, he had studied no less than 30 horizontal martial arts. He was a professional. Without exaggeration, he was familiar with 80% of the horizontal martial arts publicly known in the Huaxia Empire. Even if he hadn't practiced them, he had knowledge of them. Besides diamond body, he couldn't think of any other horizontal martial arts that could cultivate golden light protection before becoming an elemental warrior. Nearly half an hour later, Zhang Feng finally began to feel better. During this half hour, Zhang Feng had been lying in the 128 times gravity zone. Yet, he felt nothing. The difference between the 6th level realm of diamond body and the 5th level realm was like heaven and earth. The golden light enveloping him completely neutralized all external pressure. Not even a trace could penetrate. No wonder it was so difficult to break through. The effort and reward were directly proportional. Regaining some strength, Zhang Feng stood up and walked towards the door of the gravity chamber. He walked very easily, as if the gravity here had disappeared. The students looked at Zhang Feng as if he were a monster. Zhang Feng walked straight to Shirtong and smiled. "Teacher Shi, how was my performance?" Shirtong looked at Zhang Feng with a complex gaze. After a long silence, he asked, "Zhang Feng, tell me the truth, the horizontal martial art you practice is diamond body?" "Yes, that's right." Zhang Feng nodded without hesitation. It wasn't a secret, and the fact that he could ask probably meant that Shirtong had figured it out. "So, were you enduring the 128 times gravity zone just now to use this high pressure to break through diamond body to the 6th level?" Zhang Feng nodded again. Although he had guessed it earlier, Shirtong was still shocked to receive Zhang Feng's confirmation. Indeed. To be able to cultivate an A-level martial art to such a level at such a young age, you may not be the first, but you are the first I have seen. Shirtong looked at Zhang Feng and gave him the highest praise. I announced that Zhang Feng performed extremely well in this physical training session, setting a record of enduring over 10 minutes in the 128 times gravity zone, rewarding him with 100 points. In addition, Zhang Feng's practice of horizontal martial arts broke through a realm under intense pressure, granting an additional 100 points. A total of 200 points. Shirtong declared. He had trained so many top students, and the highest record in the gravity chamber so far was only 8 minutes in the 64 times gravity zone. Just now, Zhang Feng set a new record in the 128 times gravity zone. If we include the time he spent lying on the ground, it was over half an hour. Shirtong was well aware that Zhang Feng, who had cultivated the golden light body protection, was not under any pressure from the 128 times gravity. Zhang Feng stopped at the 128 times gravity zone not because it was his limit, but because the gravity chamber only went up to 128 times gravity. 200 credits. All the students looked envious. Among them, the highest credit earned was only 30 points. The disparity was evident, but they could only envy without showing any discontent. This was what Zhang Feng deserved. After all, besides Zhang Feng, the best performer among them, Lu Hai, had only reached the 8 times gravity zone. There was no comparison to Zhang Feng's 128 times gravity. Moreover, they dared not show any discontent. The shadow of the previous incident still lingered in their minds. "Alright, today's training ends here. You have classes later, so rest and recover for the remaining time," Shirtong said. After glancing at Zhang Feng, he left in large strides. He had to inform the principal about today's events immediately. TSK, these credits are so easy to earn," Zhang Feng chuckled. Hearing his words, everyone looked at him with resentment. Was this how people spoke? Did they have no pride? Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. The second class was weaponry taught by teacher Zhang Wenchang. Zhang Feng and the others had rested enough and hurried to the combat arena where the second class was held. When they arrived, teacher Zhang Wenchang had been waiting for some time. "Just had Shi Laoshir's class, right? Do you need some time to rest?" Zhang Wenchang's gentle smile gave off a refreshing feeling, much more pleasant than the rough Shirtong. "We've rested enough, teacher Zhang, let's start," a confident-looking male student spoke up. Obviously, he specialized in a certain weapon. A warrior must practice various martial arts for all-round development, but they would focus most of their time and energy on one main martial art. The others would be practiced in spare time. For example, Lu Hai specialized in the martial art Indestructible Wisdom Body, so he initially challenged Zhang Feng because he couldn't believe he could lose in his area of expertise. But he had to accept the truth. "Alright, let's not waste time. My teaching method differs from Sherlock's, who probably had you test your limits in the gravity chamber. My approach is one-on-one combat teaching. Zhang Wenchang's method was simple. Each student would spar with him once using the same weapon. Zhang Wenchang would suppress his strength to that of an intermediate warrior, mainly relying on the strength of the martial arts to determine the outcome. This teaching method allowed him to understand each student's weapon and martial arts proficiency, as well as their weaknesses, to tailor specific training plans for them. It also provided one-on-one guidance to help them comprehend and improve through combat. To enhance the martial art, one needed pressure, while weapon training required continuous battles to gain experience. Teacher Zhang, I have a question. With so many of us, we must have a variety of weapons we excel in and different martial arts we practice. You can't possibly understand them all, right? The same male student raised his voice again. This was a doubt shared by everyone, but Zhang Wenchang remained unfazed, as this kind of questioning was raised by almost every group of students he had taught. Rest assured, I may not be talented, but I have dabbled in all 18 types of weapons, including swords, spears, axes, whips, hammers, and more. Unless someone among you uses an extremely rare and unique weapon, I can guide you in using it. As for martial arts related to weapons, I have practiced a total of 352 styles. Among them, 203 are at an advanced level, 142 are at an intermediate level, and 7 are at a master level. Basically, whatever you know, I know. Even if I haven't learned it, I can use similar martial arts in its place. So, you don't need to worry at all. 352 styles of martial arts? Upon hearing this number, not just the other students, even Zhang Feng couldn't help but be amazed. Isn't that too impressive? Has this teacher Zhang spent all his time studying martial arts related to weapons? But if he has such skills, why hasn't he mastered any martial art to perfection? Zhang Feng was puzzled. In fact, he was just talking without knowing the reality. Since he didn't need to practice, he had no idea that as one progresses in martial arts, the difficulty increases exponentially. Especially crossing the line from mastery to perfection, many people might never achieve it in their lifetime. Because it's not just about effort anymore, it also requires talent and luck. His sword technique could reach near perfection, not only because his martial arts could self-improve but also due to the guidance of a grandmaster and the fragment of sword intent he extracted from the blade of tetanus. It was all a matter of luck. Talent, luck, and effort, lacking any one of these, one could never achieve their current accomplishments. Now, any more questions? Teacher Zhang Wenchang asked. No one spoke, they were still in shock. As for the student who spoke earlier, he was awkwardly drawing a floor plan with his big toe. Since there are no more questions, let's begin. Ah, the student who just spoke, you go first. Zhang Wenchang pointed to the student who had spoken earlier. The latter quickly stood up and respectfully said, Teacher Zhang, my name is Luo Feng, and I specialize in using knives. The knife technique I practice is the B-grade martial art Thunderous Blade. Thunderous Blade, is it? Perfect, I have also practiced it. At what level have you currently mastered this martial art? Zhang Wenchang casually asked. I reached the beginner level 6 months ago. Although I haven't broken through yet, I feel I'm almost there. I should be considered at an advanced level, right? Luo Feng hurriedly replied. His words were filled with confidence and pride. After all, when it came to his expertise, he had to show off a bit, right? Luo is really amazing. I remember he started practicing Thunderous Blade a little over a year ago and reached the beginner level in just 6 months. Now, he's almost a master. Indeed, most people might not even reach the beginner level in a year. Luo is truly the second best in our year. Just mention my name directly. I also started practicing Thunderous Blade a year ago, but I still haven't learned a thing. I had to switch to another C-grade knife technique. Hearing the whispers behind him, Luo Feng felt even more proud. Indeed, showing off in one's area of expertise is quite satisfying. Well, being at an advanced level is quite commendable. Then, let's have a sparring session with this Thunderous Blade. I will limit my strength to that of an intermediate warrior. Teacher Zhang Wenchang said. He then took 2 identical knives from the weapon rack and casually tossed one to Luo Feng. Since it was a practice session, with the same martial arts and strength, the weapons naturally had to be the same. Otherwise, it would lose its meaning. Luo Feng took the knife and immediately became serious. Do your best and use the Thunderous Blade technique, Zhang Wenchang said. Alright, Teacher Zhang, be careful, Luo Feng said, pulling out his knife and slashing towards Zhang Wenchang. Swish! A flash of silver, like a bolt of lightning. Of course, it was much slower than lightning. The Thunderous Blade technique, as the name suggests, was known for its speed. As a B-level blade technique, even at the basic level, its attack speed could rival the proficiency of the sword drawing technique. Luo Feng made the first move with his blade, but Zhang Wencheng only moved after him. Boom! When Zhang Wencheng struck, it sounded like thunder, very loud. Not to mention Luo Feng, who was facing him directly. Even the onlookers, including Zhang Feng, were stunned by the thunderous sound, ringing in their ears and bewildering their minds. Zhang Feng was a bit better off. After enduring De Ben's loud voice, he had developed some resistance. De Ben's voice was no less intense than the thunderous sound. Zhang Wencheng's strike came 0.2 seconds after Luo Feng's. Essentially, while Luo Feng's blade was halfway out, Zhang Wencheng had just begun his strike. Yet, he was quicker. Just as Luo Feng raised his blade and was a meter away from Zhang Wencheng's blade was already at Luo Feng's neck. The blade was just a millimeter away from Luo Feng's neck, cutting a few strands of sweat without harming him. The precision and strength are very well controlled. If this were a real fight and not just a practice, Luo Feng would have been decapitated long ago. Zhang Feng was also shocked, not by the speed of Zhang Wencheng's strike, but by his mastery of force. His strike was indeed fast, but Zhang Feng believed that his sword drawing technique at the near-perfect level would not be much slower. However, in terms of force control and post-strike precision, Zhang Feng admitted defeat. At such a fast speed, Zhang Feng couldn't place his sword a mere millimeter away from his opponent. Wow, Teacher Zhang is amazing. Yes, when Luo Feng struck, I could barely see, but when Teacher Zhang struck, I couldn't see anything at all. You wanted to see? I didn't even see it. I swear I didn't blink. But I didn't see anything until Teacher Zhang's blade was at Luo Feng's neck. The students were amazed by Zhang Wencheng's speed. Luo Feng widened his eyes, looking incredulous. Not even the students who hadn't practiced the thunderous blade could see Zhang Wencheng's strike. This was simply overwhelming. Zhang Wencheng sheathed his blade and smiled slightly. Luo Feng, you're already very skilled. From the speed and strength of your strike just now, I can tell you're just a step away from mastery. To reach the near mastery level of the thunderous blade at your age is already impressive. Back in my day, at your age, I had just reached the basic level. To prevent Luo Feng from feeling too disheartened, Zhang Wencheng comforted him. But he didn't mention that at Luo Feng's age, he had also practiced 3 B-level martial arts, swordsmanship, blade techniques, and spear techniques. Dedicating time and energy to 3 B-level martial arts and reaching the basic level in all 3 was much more impressive than Luo Feng's focus on one. Upon hearing Zhang Wencheng's words of comfort, Luo Feng felt much better. Yes, Teacher Zhang is much older than me. It's normal for him to be stronger after practicing for so many more years. But my future will surely surpass Teacher Zhang. Luo Feng motivated himself inwardly. Let's talk about your shortcomings first. Teacher Zhang began to guide. The speed of your knife strikes is already quite fast. You don't need me to teach you much in this aspect. But when you were practicing the thunderous blade, you were too focused on its speed and neglected another characteristic of this martial art. What characteristic? Luo Feng asked immediately, recognizing one's shortcomings and then making up for them. That is the path to growth. The thunderous blade, besides having the speed of lightning, also carries the sound of thunder. When I struck, all of you should have heard a deafening thunder, right? With these words, Zhang Wencheng made everyone nod in agreement. Not only deafening, but also dizzying. Actually, when I struck, my speed wasn't that fast, of course, it was faster than Luo Feng's. But the reason why you didn't see anything in my blade was already at Luo Feng's neck is mainly because of that thunderous sound. That thunderous sound can shake your minds, to the extent that you weren't even aware that at the moment I struck, your minds were blank. Naturally, you didn't see anything, or you did see, but you didn't know. Zhang Wencheng explained the principle directly. That's why only Zhang Feng saw Zhang Wencheng's striking process. Because he was tormented by the loud voice every day, to some extent, he had developed some resistance to the thunderous sound. Luo Feng, your next direction should be thinking about how to cultivate the sound of thunder. I have a place to recommend to you. Luo Feng immediately took out a notebook to jot it down. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. The illusion simulation room, where you can simulate various weather, environments, and scenes, very realistically. You just need to simulate a thunderstorm scene there to practice the thunderous blade. Perhaps you will gain some insights. Illusion simulation room? Simulating a thunderstorm? Zhang Feng had no idea that there was such a place in the genius training camp. Although Zhang Wencheng was guiding Luo Feng, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. I remember De Ben mentioned that if he could practice during a thunderstorm, he would definitely gain some insights. De Ben had told him about this a long time ago. But at that time, Zhang Feng thought that the weather was not something he could control. So he didn't take it seriously. His vision was a bit narrow. The technological development of this world has exceeded his imagination. Teacher Zhang, I understand now, thank you for your guidance. Luo Feng respectfully clasped his hands. Well, your performance is also very good. This time I will reward you with 30 points. I hope to see your progress next time. Zhang Wenchang was quite satisfied with Luo Feng as well. With teacher Zheng's praise, Luo Feng became elated again. He returned to the group of students and suddenly shifted his gaze to Zhang Feng. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. I admit that your strength is very strong, and your physical training results impress me, but in weapon training, I am confident that I am better than you. If I had a knife in my hand last time, I could have fought you. Obviously, he had been holding a grudge about being beaten up by Zhang Feng last time. Presumably, every night was spent tossing and turning, regretting why he didn't fight back then. This time, he finally entered his own field of expertise, had the capital to show off, and of course, he had to regain some face. Zhang Feng looked at Luo Feng with a strange expression. Alright, you can show off all you want. But if you show off to me, then I can't bear it. You think you were showing off in your area of expertise, but from the moment you started showing off, you have already stepped into my area of expertise. When it comes to showing off, Zhang Feng has never been defeated. You are just engaging in the most basic form of showing off. High-level showing off is when you clearly don't feel like I'm showing off, but you admire it wholeheartedly. Oh, are you saying that you can perform better than me in terms of weapons? Luo Feng obviously didn't believe it. Zhang Feng had already demonstrated his almost abnormal physique in the previous class, so he was certain that Zhang Feng must be majoring in horizontal martial arts. How could he possibly surpass him in martial arts with weapons? No, I never thought about competing with you. Zhang Feng shook his head. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's mouth twitched, forming a self-proclaimed charming smile. Daring to admit that you're not as good as me shows that your mindset is still good. Zhang Feng glanced at Luo Feng with a look that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Without explaining. Instead, he took a step forward. Teacher Zhang, may I go next? Zhang Wenchang naturally observed the confrontation between Luo Feng and Zhang Feng just now. Compared to Luo Feng's full confidence, he was more interested in Zhang Feng. Because from Zhang Feng's expression and eyes, he could see a hint of mockery, a touch of indifference, and a dash of nonchalance. He never thought about competing with Luo Feng, not because he was afraid, but because he felt it beneath him. How confident must one be in oneself to show such an expression? Alright, tell me about your proficient weapon and martial arts, as well as your current overall physical fitness level. Zhang Wenchang nodded. My current physical condition has reached the level of an intermediate warrior. My proficient weapon is the sword, my martial arts is the D-level sword technique, drawing sword art, and my realm is. Before Zhang Feng could finish, he heard a chuckle. Luo Feng's voice followed. Drawing sword art? Isn't that the most basic sword technique? You're already an intermediate warrior, yet you're still using the drawing sword art, which is so common in the streets. With just that, you want to compete with me? Don't you know that an entry-level B-level martial art is equivalent to a D-level martial art at the level of minor achievement? Listening to Luo Feng's mockery, before Zhang Feng could get angry, a furious voice resounded in his mind. Common street martial art? How dare you look down on me like that? Enough is enough. Master, let me stab him with a sword. No, stabbing him once is too easy. I want to cut him 100 times, 100 times, 100 times. Undoubtedly, the owner of the voice was the drawing sword art. It was already resentful of its D-level martial art status, believing it was defined by vulgar people. Luo Feng directly calling it a common street commodity. How could the drawing sword art tolerate that? Calm down, don't stoop to the level of vulgar people, show them what you're made of later, and slap him hard. Zhang Feng hurriedly comforted the drawing sword art in his mind. If this thing really loses control and stabs Luo Feng with a sword, it would be a big problem. Luo Feng, don't interrupt Zhang Feng's words, you continue. What is the realm of your drawing sword art currently? Zhang Wenchang spoke up. Luo Feng had no choice but to close his mouth. However, the smile on his face grew stronger. Finally, he had saved face. He could sleep well tonight. Almost perfect realm. Zhang Feng spoke truthfully, but as soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Even the smile on Luo Feng's face froze. Almost perfect realm? Just one step away from perfection? Boasting, right? Let alone a D-level martial art, even the worst E-level martial art, it is very difficult to reach the perfect realm. Not to mention young warriors of 16 or 17, even many martial arts experts who have studied for most of their lives may not have a martial art at the perfect realm. The almost perfect realm is equivalent to having one foot in the perfect realm. The difficulty is equally immense. Zhang Wenchang frowned. Zhang Feng, did you misspeak? With his third-grade elemental warrior hearing, he definitely didn't mishear. Zhang Feng must have misspoken. Perhaps he was too nervous and misspoke? I didn't say it wrong, it's the half-step perfection realm, Zhang Feng repeated. Very certain. Even if you're bragging, you should at least make some drafts. Even if you say it's the half-step great accomplishment realm, it would be more believable. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh again. Yeah, this is too unrealistic. A half-step great accomplishment realm is also impossible. I think at most it's just the half-step proficiency. Other students also voiced their doubts. Zhang Wencheng's face also darkened. Obviously, like those students, he didn't believe it either. Zhang Wencheng was known for his good temper. If his expression darkened, it meant he was truly angry. Even facing someone with extremely poor talent, Zhang Wencheng would guide them with a sense of responsibility. But he couldn't tolerate someone who liked to boast, especially about this matter. Zhang Wencheng had devoted his life to studying martial arts related to weapons, so even though he was over 40 years old, he still only had the strength of a third-grade elemental warrior. It was because he was truly passionate about weapons, almost to the point of obsession. In this regard, he wouldn't allow anyone to boast. This was disrespectful to him and to all weapon experts. You're still young, I understand if you like to boast, but now it's a guidance class. I need you to give me a truthful answer so I can give you the most accurate advice. Zhang Wencheng suppressed his displeasure. After all, he was still a child. I've said it before, the half-step perfection realm is my most truthful answer. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Jiang Feng shrugged. He understood Zhang Wencheng's skeptical attitude. Even Grandmaster Zhang Yunfan didn't believe him at first, right? But you will all be proven wrong by reality. Zhang Wencheng was also taken aback by Jiang Feng's confident demeanor. Had he not been boasting? Or had his boasting skills reached the highest level, to the point where even he believed it? Alright, let's give it a try, but let me make it clear, if you haven't reached the half-step perfection realm, don't come to my class again in the future. In my class, I don't tolerate people who boast. Zhang Wencheng said. Jiang Feng shrugged, looking indifferent. Fine. Okay, let's spar with the sword drawing technique. I will suppress my strength to the level of an intermediate warrior. With that, Zhang Wencheng took 2 swords from the weapon rack. He threw one to Jiang Feng and held one himself. Let's begin. As Zhang Wencheng's voice fell, he drew his sword directly, unlike when he sparred with Luo Feng earlier, deliberately giving him a 0.2-second advantage. Obviously, he was truly provoked by Jiang Feng. He wanted to teach Jiang Feng a lesson. Compared to Grandmaster Zhang's sword drawing technique, it's far inferior. Sensing that Zhang Wencheng's sword drawing technique lacked any sword intent, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. Grandmaster Zhang's sword drawing technique was definitely at the perfection realm, while Zhang Wencheng's sword drawing technique was at most at the great accomplishment realm, or even inferior to Jiang Feng. Of course, comparing him to Grandmaster Jiang was unfair in itself. As his thoughts turned, Jiang Feng also displayed his sword drawing technique. The two almost drew their swords at the same time, with similar speeds. After all, the former had suppressed his strength to the level of an intermediate warrior. And Jiang Feng, although at the half-step perfection realm, it was because he had grasped that strand of broken sword intent. In terms of speed alone, he was still at the great accomplishment realm. Except for Jiang Feng and Zhang Wencheng, no one else could see them draw their swords. This speed far exceeded the speed at which Luo Feng had displayed the thunderous blade earlier. At this speed, it's actually at the great accomplishment realm. Zhang Wencheng was also amazed by Jiang Feng's sword drawing speed. But before his thought could fully form, the two swords clashed. Buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling sword aura burst forth from Jiang Feng's sword. All the students instinctively closed their eyes as a dazzling light flashed. Then, bang! A figure swiftly retreated, stopping after more than 10 meters. A deep and long mark was left on the ground. Ah! My eyes! Such a glaring light, it blinded my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. My vision is so blurry, I can't see clearly. Can someone tell me who was just sent flying? No need to look. It must be Jiang Feng. Could it be anyone else but Teacher Zhang? The students rubbed their eyes, gradually regaining their vision. However, when they saw Jiang Feng still standing in place while Teacher Zhang Wencheng was already 10 meters away, they couldn't help but rub their eyes again. Is there something wrong with my eyes? How did I see Teacher Zhang being pushed back over 10 meters? Hey, now that you mention it, my eyes seem off too. No way. Impossible. It must be Teacher Zhang going easy. Yes, he didn't want Jiang Feng to lose too badly. Luo Feng's eyes were almost popping out of his head. He couldn't believe the situation even more than Teacher Zhang himself. Just a moment ago, he mocked how hard he was trying, and now he was being proven wrong. Clap, 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 clap. I yield, Teacher Zhang. Jiang Feng sheathed his sword and saluted. Zhang Wencheng looked at the short sword in his hand, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Sword Chi. How is this possible? You're only an intermediate martial artist, how can you possess Sword Chi? Zhang Wencheng muttered to himself. Moreover, the power of this sword chi was formidable. Even a first-grade martial artist borrowing elemental power to release sword chi wouldn't have such strength. If Jiang Feng's sword chi had not erupted just now, and he had not released elemental power to form a protective barrier, he might have been injured. Zhang Wencheng was not a grandmaster like Zhang Zong, he had not cultivated sword intent, nor had he experienced it, so he didn't know that the sword chi Jiang Feng had just erupted was actually condensed sword intent, much stronger than sword chi formed by elemental power. Jiang Feng, how did you do it in the end? You're clearly not a martial artist, you don't have elemental power, how can you release sword chi? Zhang Wencheng took a step forward, almost face to face with Jiang Feng, asking the question that puzzled him. Jiang Feng quickly took a few steps back, afraid that the other party would get too close and kiss him. Teacher Zhang, to be precise, what I just released was not sword chi. Then what was it? Zhang Wencheng hurriedly asked. Sword intent can be condensed into substance, enveloping the sword body is sword gang, slashing outwards is sword chi. I heard that true masters of the sword, with sword intent within them, can surpass even the most extraordinary swords, cutting through the vast expanse of stars. Jiang Feng directly quoted the explanation about sword intent that Grandmaster Jiang had told him before. As for whether he could cut through the stars, he didn't know. Anyway, let's just boast. Boasting doesn't require paying taxes. Jiang Feng's explanation seemed to confirm Zhang Wencheng's speculation. He suddenly laughed, almost maniacally. Indeed, my research was not wrong. When the sword technique reaches perfection, sword intent can be cultivated. But what exactly is sword intent? Listening to Zhang Wencheng's words, it seemed that he had been researching this all along, but he had never been able to confirm it. But isn't that the truth? Grandmaster Jiang had said so long ago, why the need for research? Jiang Feng had no idea that Grandmaster Jiang was a true master. Not to mention in Qingyuan City, even in the whole of Huagua, his status was extraordinary. What Grandmaster Jiang knew didn't mean everyone else did. If it weren't for the sword drawing technique speaking, if it weren't for coincidentally encountering the rusty sword, if it weren't for receiving guidance from Master Jiang, Jiang Feng would probably never understand the true meaning of sword intent in his lifetime. Zhang Wencheng's ability to come up with this conjecture was already quite remarkable. By the way, didn't you say your sword drawing technique was in the quasi-complete realm? Why can someone in the quasi-complete realm also possess sword intent? Could it be that there's something wrong with my research? Zhang Wencheng continued to inquire. At this moment, he was no longer a mentor but a scholar yearning for knowledge. Strictly speaking, your research isn't wrong. Because my situation is quite special, I haven't comprehended my own sword intent. But by chance, I obtained a strand of someone else's sword intent and mastered it, so now I can be considered half a step into the complete realm. Jiang Feng didn't hide anything either. Zhang Wencheng's gaze was just too intense, and he couldn't bear to hide it. I see, this is the gap in my research that must be filled in immediately. Where's your notebook, Luo Feng? Quickly bring your notebook. Adhering to the principle that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen, Zhang Wencheng immediately snatched Luo Feng's notebook and started jotting down notes. While taking notes, he said, please continue, Jiang Feng. No, Teacher Jiang, your words just now could save me at least 10 years of effort. I never expected that after being stuck on my research topic for so many years, it would be because of you, kid, that I'm about to break through. Zhang Wencheng was extremely excited, urging Jiang Feng on incessantly. Jiang Feng felt helpless but could only recount everything he had heard from Master Jiang and his own understanding to Zhang Wencheng. The students present were all stunned watching this scene. Wasn't it Teacher Zhang guiding us in weapon training? How did the situation suddenly change? How did Jiang Feng go from being a student to suddenly becoming Teacher Zhang? Teacher Zhang, what about your dignity? You're a mentor, how can you seek advice from a student? Zhang Wencheng, dignity? What's the value of dignity? If completing my research requires me to kneel down and call you dad, I'd do it. Over half an hour later, Teacher Zhang Wencheng had filled several pages in his notebook, and Jiang Feng's throat was dry from speaking. In truth, he had already shared everything he knew long ago, but he couldn't bear to continue reading sword drawing technique and, using Jiang Feng's mouth, recounted all he knew. Jiang Feng had been lying down all this time, relying on his martial arts for automatic cultivation. So, in terms of understanding martial arts, it was undoubtedly the martial arts itself. Alright, Teacher Zhang, that's all. Jiang Feng didn't want to say more, there was nothing more to say. Teacher Zhang closed his notebook, treating it like a treasure, and carefully placed it in his pocket. Then he smiled at Jiang Feng. Teacher Jiang, how about we exchange contact information on WeChat and keep in touch in the future? If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll make sure it's taken care of for you. Zhang Feng naturally understood what he meant. It was simply that if he encountered any problems, he could still ask him for help. However, Zhang Feng didn't refuse. Making friends with a weapon expert would surely benefit him in the future. Although he had surpassed Zhang Wencheng in terms of the sword drawing technique, he was far behind in other weapons and martial arts. If he had any new martial arts to consult in the future, he believed Zhang Wencheng would definitely impart his knowledge generously. Ding! You have added Lone Wolf as a friend. Zhang Feng, I didn't expect your username to be so unique. Zhang Wencheng, of course, I'm the prince of naming. How about I customize a username for you too, like Peace Brings Fortune, or Years Flow Like Water? Zhang Feng, that's enough, that's enough. I think my username Jiang Still Spicy sounds better. At this moment, the students were all sitting on the ground, nearly dozing off. Now it's your stage, don't mind us. Ahem, students. At this moment, Zhang Wencheng remembered the presence of other students. He quickly shouted. The listless crowd immediately stood up. Is it finally over? Great, let's continue the class quickly. They were all waiting for teacher Zhang's guidance. However, Zhang Wencheng's next words almost knocked them off their feet. Students, you can study on your own for this class, I have something to attend to. With that, he slipped away. Study? How can studying on your own be more important than being guided? Only the students who had not been guided yet were left disheveled in the wind. It seems like loneliness has arrived. Just watching you show off. Damn, what about the reward we agreed on? Zhang Feng suddenly remembered this, but Zhang Wencheng had already disappeared. Luckily, he had added him on WeChat. Zhang Feng quickly sent a message. Still the old Jiang, Teacher Zhang, you haven't given me the credit reward yet. After a minute, the other side replied with a voice message. Lonely Wolf, smiley face, 19 foot, oh, sorry Zhang teacher, I was too hasty, I forgot. How many credits do you want? Just name the number. Zhang Feng's phone was on speaker at this time. Zhang Wencheng's voice was heard by everyone, and they, who were already disheveled in the wind, were suddenly struck as if by lightning. But Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. How audacious, isn't this like handing a blank check to fill in any number? Still the old Zhang, 1,000, no, 10,000. The crowd widened their eyes. Do you really dare to ask for that? 10,000 credits, are you trying to buy the training camp? Lonely Wolf, smiley face, 17 foot, Zhang teacher, that's too much, I don't have the authority, how about I give you 300 credits according to my highest authority? 300. Zhang Feng was somewhat disappointed. Although it was far from what he had expected, he could still accept it. Seeing Zhang Feng's expression of being in a big loss, those students were itching with hatred. Are you still disappointed? After a class, we didn't gain anything. Did I say something wrong? 300. Plus the 200 credits from the last class, on the first official day of class, he earned 500 credits. I only have 10 credits, that's 50 times less. This is no longer a gap between people, from today on, I'm willing to call him Zhang God. Although very envious, most students admired Zhang Feng more. At this age, for youths who are much superior to themselves, it's no longer jealousy but admiration. How outstanding is Zhang Feng? In the first physical training, he directly broke the record of the gravity room. In the first weapon class, he even guided the instructor directly. Being called Teacher Jiang by the instructor, this has never happened since the establishment of the Genius Training Camp. How can one not be worshipped? Only Luo Feng lowered his head and remained silent. Remembering his previous sarcasm towards Zhang Feng, and looking at Zhang Feng's performance now, it was like a slap in the face. Compared to Zhang Feng, what is his mere proficiency in the Thunder Blade of Thunderbolt? He was utterly embarrassed. At that moment, Zhang Feng approached Luo Feng. He patted him on the shoulder and said with deep meaning, "Young man, don't be discouraged, you only see the surface glory of me, but you don't know how much." Zhang Feng paused intentionally halfway through his sentence. Luo Feng quickly looked up at Zhang Feng, waiting for his continuation. The other students also perked up their ears, wanting to hear how Zhang Feng was so outstanding. They say that outstanding people will work even harder. Zhang God is so outstanding, there must be unimaginable hardships and hard work behind him. How easy and joyful it is, hey, I'm just playing around. I just eat, drink, and have fun, and unknowingly I've reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Ah, what a dull and boring daily life. It's only after you've worked hard that you realize you're really not good enough. You'll find that life is not just about the mundane present, but also about the poetry in distant places you can't understand. Luo Feng? Everyone? They thought they could have a comforting bowl of chicken soup for the soul, but little did they know, this soup was poisonous. Look at you, are you even speaking human language? Why do I feel like punching you after hearing that? Well, provided I can beat you up. Everyone was left speechless. Luo Feng was so devastated that he spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. Ah, these young people. Jiang Feng sighed, shook his head, and leisurely walked away. At noon, Jiang Feng mooched another meal off Sister Orange. Since meals with the mentor were free, why not take advantage of it? By the way, Sister Orange, do you know where the environmental simulation room is? Jiang Feng suddenly asked during the meal. He remembered Zhang Wenchang mentioning that the environmental simulation room could simulate various weather conditions and scenarios. A thunderstorm could be quite helpful for thunder flash. Yes, I know. Are you planning to go? After we finish eating, I'll take you there. But using the environmental simulator requires paying credits. It's like 10 credits per hour. Sister Orange said. Jiang Feng sneered. A mere 10 credits, he didn't care about that. No problem, I have plenty of credits. Oh, it seems you did well in the 2 morning classes. I hope you'll perform well in my class this afternoon too, Chen Orange said, feeling somewhat hopeful. This reminded Jiang Feng. Right, Sister Orange's combat teaching required mastering a form of unarmed martial arts. He seemed to have not learned that yet. But it's okay, sharpen the sword before the battle, and he would shine soon. I'll have to pick a martial arts manual at the martial arts hall later. Jiang Feng thought to himself. But everything in its due order. First, to the environmental simulation room. After the meal, Chen Orange took Jiang Feng to the environmental simulation room. It was just a small room, looking quite ordinary, nothing special. The environmental simulation room uses the most advanced virtual reality technology in Huagua, capable of simulating various weather and environments you desire, with a realism rate of 99%. Both visually and in terms of tactile sensations, it's very realistic and helpful for practicing some martial arts based on mood. Sister Orange explained to Jiang Feng. Some martial arts couldn't be cultivated through routine daily practice but rather through deep contemplation, with one insight leading to a breakthrough. This was a kind of mood. The environmental simulation room was built for this purpose. Jiang Feng arrived at the door, took out his student card, and swiped it on the card reader on the door. Ding! Billing starts, 10 credits/hour, less than an hour will be charged as 1 hour, current balance is 500 credits. The door opened. Sister Orange, I'm going in first. Good luck, I'll head back first. Chen Orange made a gesture of encouragement to Jiang Feng and left. Jiang Feng also entered the environmental simulation room. The room wasn't large, about 200 square meters. It was spacious inside, with almost nothing except for a central control platform. Jiang Feng studied it briefly and figured out how to use it. He operated on the control platform for a while. The next moment, the lights went out. Boom! A huge thunderous sound rang out, silver lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the sky directly. Only then did Jiang Feng see clearly around him. He wasn't in a small room anymore, this was a completely different world. The surroundings were hazy, with extremely low visibility. Looking up, there was a sky filled with dark clouds. Amidst the dark clouds, lightning flickered. Wow, this feels so real. Jiang Feng widened his eyes. Even in his past life, technology had not reached such a level. It seemed that in this world, not only was martial arts prosperous, but research and technology was also not neglected. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed. Ha ha ha! Along with the thunder, laughter filled Jiang Feng's mind. This situation could be described as having both internal and external troubles. The loud noises from within and outside were terrifying. Jiang Feng was almost knocked unconscious by the 2 loud bangs. Encountering thunder and lightning for the first time in Thunderous Dash, feeling excited, entering an enlightenment state, cultivation progress plus 30%, cultivation progress plus 25%, cultivation progress plus 20%, cultivation progress plus 10%, cultivation progress plus 5%, cultivation progress. Accumulating enough in Thunderous Dash, breakthrough in realm, current martial arts realm at minor completion, 5%. Thunderous Dash has exited the enlightenment state. Cultivation progress plus 1%, cultivation progress. Jiang Feng had intended to scold it, but unexpectedly, this fellow suddenly enlightened and broke through so quickly. How could he still be angry? Reaching the minor completion realm in Thunderous Dash increased the eruption speed by 2 times based on the proficient realm. That's 20 times. And it didn't stop there. After reaching the minor completion realm, Jiang Feng could unleash Thunderous Dash 3 times in a row. Only a half-second pause was needed in between. This was a significant improvement. Previously, Jiang Feng had to rest for a while after using Thunderous Dash once, making continuous use impossible. But now, being able to perform 3 consecutive dashes changed everything. He could even change direction midway, greatly enhancing his agility. After completing an enlightenment, the speed of cultivation in Thunderous Dash noticeably slowed down. However, this was normal. The first time was always special, and once you got used to it, the excitement faded. Thunderous Dash. Zhang Feng practiced Thunderous Dash directly amidst the thunder and lightning. Lightning streaked across the sky, while a figure below moved so fast that only after images remained, darting around. Practicing Thunderous Dash in a thunderstorm, gaining insights, cultivation progress plus 10%, progress plus 5%. An hour quickly passed. Zhang Feng stopped and closed the central control platform. The scene instantly reverted. It was still the same small house. The martial arts realm of Thunderous Dash remained at minor completion, 90%. There was no further improvement afterward. It seemed that the virtual thunderstorm no longer had any effect on Thunderous Dash. Breaking through a realm, these 10 credits weren't wasted. Zhang Feng was quite satisfied. Leaving the environmental simulation room, Zhang Feng went straight to the martial arts hall. He still needed to choose a martial arts manual for empty-handed combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show off an Orange Sisters class in the afternoon. I mean, study well. So expensive. Looking at the prices of the martial arts manuals, even the lowest E-grade martial arts started at 100 credits. With his remaining 490 points, Zhang Feng could only exchange for a C-grade martial arts manual. After deliberating for over half an hour, he finally chose an ancient martial arts manual called 12 Beast Form Fist. It cost 450 credits. It was considered an upper-class boxing technique among C-grade combat martial arts. This martial art simulated the life habits and combat characteristics of 12 animals, incorporating their essence into offensive and defensive boxing techniques. The 12 animals were dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, tortoise, rooster, swallow, kite, snake, bird platform, eagle, and bear. The 12 beast form fist consisted of 12 moves, each with its own unique features. For example, the dragon form fist had an unpredictable fighting style, inspired by the idea of a mysterious dragon that appears and disappears, making it impossible to predict the trajectory of the strike. The tiger form fist was characterized by decisive and lethal strikes, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, delivering deadly blows without holding back. The bear form has immense strength and astonishing momentum, capable of unleashing power several times over. The horse form relies on the strength of the legs, requiring coordination between the force of the rear kick and the long jump and footwork, making the form internally gentle yet externally strong. Additionally, there are characteristics such as the agility of the monkey form, the flexibility of the snake form, the lightness and stability of the swallow form, and the swift and fierce nature of the eagle form. If one can master this martial art, they can embody the 12 beasts in each move. After inheriting the martial arts imprint, a new voice appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. I practiced the dragon form, greetings to the master. A respectful greeting to start. Zhang Feng was quite satisfied. Finally, a normal martial art. Wait, isn't it the 12 beast forms? Why the dragon form? Zhang Feng suddenly realized something was amiss. Did something go wrong? Or is the 12 beast forms like the diamond body, a martial art with missing parts, leaving only the practice method of the dragon form? No, the admin lady didn't mention that to him. Just as Zhang Feng was about to inquire further, the voice in his mind spoke again. I practiced the dragon form, the leader of the 12 beast forms, representing them completely. Therefore, it will be renamed as the dragon form from now on. Nonsense! I am the tiger form, the strongest. The position of the leader of the 12 beast forms should belong to me. You don't have my strength, it should be renamed the bear form. Strength is nothing, just brute force. The monkey form is the most powerful. One voice after another echoed in Zhang Feng's mind. They were arguing about the leader's position. The crucial point was that the voices were the same, but the tone of each sentence was different. This made Zhang Feng realize a very serious issue. The 12 beast forms had given birth to 12 consciousnesses. It sounded like no big deal. But if you look at it differently, if the 12 beast forms were a person with 12 personalities in their mind, isn't this straight up dissociative identity disorder? And he had thought he finally had a normal martial art. Turns out it's a mental illness. A foodie, a swordsman, a loudmouth, senile, and now, dissociative identity disorder. Quite a lively bunch. The 12 personalities of the 12 beast forms kept arguing in Zhang Feng's mind, making him increasingly irritated. If they kept arguing like this, he feared he might develop a split personality. So, he couldn't help but shout, "Shut up, all of you." Instantly, his mind fell silent. Zhang Feng was secretly pleased. Indeed, he still had authority. Just as he was about to say a few words, I am the leader. It should be renamed the tiger form. Nonsense, the monkey form sounds better. After a brief silence, they started arguing again. They were not giving Jiang any face. "Haven't you heard the master? Be quiet." At this moment, the thunderous voice of the big voice rang out. It directly silenced the noisy voices of the 12 beast forms. Indeed, it had to be the big voice. "Listen quietly to me. If you don't cooperate, I will erase all your consciousnesses," Jiang Feng said sternly. "Don't think I'm a pushover, am I, Hello Kitty?" Indeed, as soon as the 12 beast forms heard that Jiang Feng would erase them, they dared not speak. "Firstly, regarding the issue you have been arguing about, I will resolve it now. None of you are the leader, I am the leader. From now on, your unified name will be the 12. Secondly, if you want to speak, choose a representative. Don't keep chattering endlessly. For 12 months in a year, you will take turns as representatives. Understood?" It was crucial to set rules for newcomers who were uncooperative. Even the proud swordsman of the sword art, I could conquer. Can't even conquer your schizophrenia? Understood. Understood. 10 more understood omitted. Seeing them all obedient, Jiang Feng was finally satisfied. With this empty-handed martial arts, he could perform well in Orange Sisters class in the afternoon. After spending so many credits, he had to earn them back. Time quickly came to the afternoon. The first class in the afternoon was Chun Yang's body movement class. The students had already gathered early. "Have you ever played the game of cat and mouse?" As soon as Chun Yang arrived, he asked. At the mention of playing games, these 16 or 17-year-old elite youths immediately perked up. Even the top students at this age surely had a childlike heart. "Today's body movement class will play cat and mouse. But I'm not the cat, I'll be the mouse, and you'll be the cats," Chen Yang said. Everyone originally thought Chen Yang wanted to be the cat to test their body movement skills. But unexpectedly, he wanted to be the mouse. What did this mean? "All of you are cats, come and catch me. Whoever can touch me wins. The winner will receive a reward of 100 credits, Chen Yang explained. "Shall we go together or individually?" a student asked. "You go together, limited to this area. You can use any means, as long as you can touch me, even if it's just my clothes, you win," Chen Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone felt that this body movement teacher was quite arrogant. In such a small space, he had 51 students mobilizing together, and just one touch counted as a loss. Wasn't that too confident? "Teacher Chen, aren't you underestimating us too much? This place is too small, and with so many of us, so densely packed, how could we not touch you? At least change to a larger area, right?" Although 100 credits were tempting, they were all elites, all talented, with their own pride. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang sneered. "Even if it's only half the area, you still won't be able to touch me." With that said, the students were not pleased. This was already mocking them. "Teacher Chen, aren't you too arrogant? Your body movement may be strong, but it's not possible for us not to touch you. Teacher Chen, if we all touch you, over 5,000 credits, can you afford that? You don't need to worry about that. Now, let's begin." Chen Yang remained confident. As he gave the signal to start, the student closest to him immediately moved. Wind step. Swish. The student's body instantly seemed much lighter. Rushing towards Chen Yang, from a distance, it looked as if he was floating. Wind step, a light-footed martial art that allows temporary flight by controlling the wind. "Unfortunately, your level is too low, you can only float a little." Chen Yang watched as the student approached without any panic. He didn't even rush to dodge, but first made a comment. When the student reached Chen Yang, reaching out to grab him, Chen Yang finally moved. He lightly stepped back, and the student missed. "I suggest you go to the wind pressure room and feel the flow of the wind, it will benefit you." Wind pressure room? The student fell into silent contemplation upon hearing this. At that moment, another student rushed towards Chen Yang. His movements were agile, shifting left and right, not wanting Chen Yang to anticipate his next move and react in advance. Illusionary form step, using mysterious footwork to make the opponent unpredictable. If the cultivation is successful, it can even form several illusions, making it difficult for the other party to distinguish between reality and illusion. "Unfortunately, your realm is too low." Chen Yang still responded very casually, even taking the time to explain to the other party. The person's figure was agile, quickly approaching Chen Yang. However, he could never touch him. Observant people could see clearly that Chen Yang was not serious at all. It was as simple as an adult fooling a child. "Don't come at me one by one, too slow. Let's attack together. Maybe there's a tiny bit of hope to touch me," Chen Yang said to all the students. Initially, the students were hesitant to attack together, feeling that it was unfair to outnumber the opponent. But now, they didn't care about that anymore. "Attack!" A student waved his hand. Immediately, everyone rushed towards Chen Yang. Facing a siege of 50 people, even with strong agility, it would be difficult to handle. But soon Zhang Feng realized he was wrong, because teacher Chen Yang remained very relaxed. Even when surrounded by 50 students, seemingly blocking all his retreat paths, he always found a gap to evade everyone's touch. He even had the leisure to dodge and comment at the same time. Zhang Feng gained a deeper understanding of agility martial arts through Chen Yang's comments. It turned out that agility martial arts also had various types. There were those focused on confusing the enemy, like phantom steps and shadow shifting. Just like the student earlier with illusionary steps, this type of agility martial arts was very suitable for actual combat, making it hard for the enemy to predict your movements and achieving unexpected sneak attacks. There were also lightness-based ones, such as cloud ascension and snow trace. Wind riding steps was one of them. The main feature was making the body light, allowing for short or even long-term flight. It was useful for both battles and traveling. Then there were explosive types, like Zhang Feng's Thunder Flash. However, explosive agility martial arts seemed rare. Among the 50 students, besides himself, Zhang Feng only saw one. Teacher Chen Yang's agility is indeed very strong, seemingly encompassing 3 types of agility, rendering numbers useless. Because they don't coordinate well, many opportunities to touch teacher Chen Yang are missed due to other students bumping into each other. Zhang Feng did not join the group chasing Chen Yang. Instead, he focused on understanding teacher Chen Yang's agility patterns. I understand now. Teacher Chen Yang must have cultivated several types of agility martial arts simultaneously and mastered them all. He can effortlessly use multiple agility martial arts at the same time, without any pause in between. After watching for a while, Zhang Feng finally understood. It's my turn to perform. Zhang Feng moved swiftly, turning into a residual image instantly. With the Thunder Flash at the intermediate level, he could unleash 20 times the speed, reaching over 800 meters per second. This was already comparable to the speed of a standard rifle bullet, twice the speed of sound. Chen Yang, moving freely among the crowd, suddenly sensed something. He looked towards Zhang Feng. In just a split second, Zhang Feng was already in front of him, reaching out to grab him. However, just as he was about to touch Chen Yang, the latter evaded at a strange angle, successfully dodging Zhang Feng's touch. Explosive martial arts? To achieve such speed, you must be at least at the mastery level, right? Chen Yang couldn't help but ask. Among so many students, Zhang Feng was the only one who had mastered agility martial arts. Thunder Flash, intermediate level, Zhang Feng stated directly. Chen Yang was surprised. Intermediate level? Even stronger than he had guessed. Zhang Feng wanted this reaction. Seizing the moment when the other party was surprised and distracted, Zhang Feng once again used the Thunderbolt Flash technique, instantly appearing by Chen Yang's side. But Chen Yang reacted quickly, immediately dodging and retreating several tens of meters away. The Thunderbolt Flash belongs to the explosive type of martial arts, capable of a brief burst of extreme speed, but not long-lasting. What? Chen Yang was about to comment, but before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Feng's figure disappeared once again, leaving only a residual image. The real Zhang Feng had already appeared to the left of Chen Yang and reached out to grab him. Ghost Shadow Step. Chen Yang was greatly surprised and immediately used his martial arts. In an instant, he turned into several people, as if creating illusions of himself. Zhang Feng's hand passed through one of the Chen Yang illusions. Obviously, it was a fake. The real Chen Yang had already appeared several tens of meters away. Even he couldn't help but feel a bit startled. He had almost been touched just now. He truly hadn't expected that. Clearly Zhang Feng's use of explosive martial arts should require a momentary pause after a burst of speed. But without even a second's pause, he unleashed it again. This was illogical. Just as Chen Yang was astonished, Zhang Feng's figure disappeared once more. Coming again? 3 consecutive flashes? Chen Yang was startled and quickly flashed to a place several tens of meters away. Just as he was catching his breath, he suddenly felt a hand patting his shoulder. Teacher Chen, you've lost. Zhang Feng's voice rang out. Chen Yang looked at the hand on his shoulder and couldn't help but chuckle. The boasting he had just done had been slapped back so quickly. You rascal, I admit defeat. Chen Yang was not one to take losing badly, so he conceded. Then he turned around, staring into Zhang Feng's eyes and asked, Did your Thunderbolt Flash reach 4 consecutive flashes? No, it only reached 3 consecutive flashes. When I burst for the 3rd time just now, I didn't chase after you, but came directly to this position. Zhang Feng shook his head with a smile. Why? How did you know I would hide here? Chen Yang was even more puzzled. Did Zhang Feng have precognitive abilities? The students also stopped and looked at Zhang Feng and Chen Yang. When they saw that Zhang Feng was the winner, they weren't shocked. Those who should have been shocked had already been surprised enough. Compared to breaking the gravity chamber record and teaching instructor Zhang's swordsmanship, defeating teacher Chen Yang was considered insignificant. How did you know I would hide here? Teacher Chen Yang curiously asked. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Guessed? You could guess that too? This area is small, there are people everywhere else, only here is empty, so I guess that in your haste, teacher Chen, you would probably choose to hide in this place. Therefore, when I made my third sprint, my target was here. Zhang Feng explained his thoughts at the time. In fact, he had guessed correctly. When Chen Yang saw Zhang Feng's 2 consecutive flashes, he was already astonished. At that moment, a normal person's thinking would be to seek safety. After hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, whether it was teacher Chen Yang or the other students, they were all very impressed. To be able to think of these things was already remarkable, not to mention thinking of so much in such a short time. It was enough to prove that Zhang Feng was very calm at that moment, and very decisive, without any hesitation. In a situation where both sides were so fast, even a moment of hesitation would lead to a different outcome. You rascal, indeed impressive. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Teacher Chen Yang sighed. He hadn't expected to be outsmarted by a little brat, truly getting more and more outdated. Actually, it was also taking advantage of the right timing and circumstances. If it were a one-on-one between you and me, even if I exhausted myself, I wouldn't be able to touch you at all. Zhang Feng immediately replied. This was a way to give Chen Yang some face and a step down for him. Zhang Feng played the game of human relationships and worldliness very clearly. Chen Yang's impression of Zhang Feng immediately improved. Regardless, I set the rules, and if you lose, you have to admit it. Here are 100 credits for you, Chen Yang said. Zhang Feng chuckled. Another 100 credits in hand. And you guys, when you were playing cat and mouse earlier, I gave you advice. Now, follow my directions for the next training. Alright, class dismissed. Chen Yang waved his hand and left. Being slapped in the face, there was no face left to stay. After a short break, they began the final class. Chen Qingqing's combat class. Hee, finally, we get to see teacher Cheng Cheng again. So looking forward to it. Among the 50 students, 42 boys were eagerly anticipating Chen Qingqing's class. Hand-to-hand combat class, there would inevitably be some physical contact. Hee. Carrot. Seeing these boys drooling without any backbone, Zhang Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Cheng Cheng, you are not someone they can handle. The happier you are now, the more painful it will be later. Soon, Chen Cheng, dressed in a tight sports outfit, arrived. Hair tied up, looking very capable. The tight sports outfit accentuated her already explosive figure, causing the boys present to involuntarily howl like wolves. As for the girls, looking at the ups and downs of Chen Qingqing's chest, then at themselves, they couldn't help but feel ashamed and lower their heads. The gap between people, why is it so big? Good afternoon, everyone. I am your combat teacher, my name is Chen Chengcheng, as I introduced myself before. Chen Qingqing's voice was very friendly. After speaking, she raised an eyebrow at Zhang Feng. In an instant, all the male students were jealous to the point of contorting their faces. I believe you have all studied hand-to-hand combat martial arts. My teaching method is very simple, it's sparring. In combat martial arts, only actual combat can improve your skills, Chen Chengcheng said. Just as she finished speaking, a male student immediately stood up. Teacher Chengcheng, let me go first. This statement made the other male students unhappy. Damn, Yin Wensi, where's your martial ethics? Teacher Chengcheng hasn't even started yet, and you're already standing up, come back. Tisk tsk, the early bird catches the worm, it's your fault for being so slow. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think to himself. It's not the early bird catching the worm, in my opinion, it's the early worm getting eaten by the bird. Let's observe 2 minutes of silence for you in advance. Zhang Feng, who was familiar with Chen Chengcheng, knew very well that this girl seemed very friendly on the outside. But that was just on the surface. Alright, Yin Wensi, right, then you go first. Use your strongest martial art against me. Chen Chengcheng nodded. The male student was immediately thrilled. Be careful, teacher Chengcheng, here comes my dragon claw. Yin Wensi turned his palm into a claw and aimed for Chen Qingqing's upper body. Damn, is this the legendary breast-grabbing dragon claw? When did Yin Wensi learn this move? I remember he was clearly practicing the great strength diamond palm. Could it be an epiphany? At this moment, all the male students were looking at Yin Wensi with great envy. Until Yin Wensi reached Chen Chengcheng. In an instant, the once very friendly Chengcheng teacher's face immediately turned serious. A fierce look erupted in her eyes. Before Yin Wensi's dragon claw could touch Chen Chengcheng, she sidestepped and delivered a kick. Striking first, This kick landed directly on Yin Wenxi's abdomen, just a few centimeters away from his vital point. Ouch! Yin Wenxi let out a cry of pain, flying back more than 10 meters and crashing heavily to the ground. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the male students who had been envious and jealous of Yin Wenxi were suddenly taken aback. It seemed as if she could feel the pain herself, while covering her lower body. Teacher Chen Chen is so terrifying. How could she be so ruthless? To have so many distractions in actual combat, if this were a real fight, I would be a wreck by now, Chen Chen said coldly. There was no trace of her previous kindness, only utmost seriousness remained. Even Jiang Feng was taken aback by Chen Chen's sudden change. It was like she had become a different person. Damn, could it be that Chen Chen also has multiple personalities? Next, Lu Hao, Chen Chen pointed directly at a male student. The student's face changed upon being called. Previously, he would have been very happy, but after witnessing Yin Wenxi's fate, he was scared. Teacher Chen Chen, please spare me, my family's lineage will end with me. So much nonsense, Chen Chen impatiently scolded, then charged straight at Lu Hao. With a kick in midair, she landed it on Lu Hao's face. He was sent spinning in midair, landing face first after a 720-degree rotation. The onlookers gasped in shock. What does this case tell you? In a fight, don't waste words, and never hesitate, or you won't even have a chance to resist. Continue. Next one, Chen Chen scanned the crowd. All the students she looked at lowered their heads, afraid of being called. Just as Jiang Feng had guessed, their previous anticipation had turned into regret. Calling out names one by one is too troublesome, I'll just pick whoever. Chen Chen seemed a bit impatient. Without even calling out names, she entered the crowd and randomly picked someone to start beating. This instantly reminded them of yesterday morning's experience. The situation was exactly the same, but clearly, Chen Chen was more formidable than Jiang Feng. Moreover, she was more ruthless. When facing Jiang Feng before, they were stunned and didn't even think of fighting back. Now, facing Chen Chen, they didn't even have a chance to fight back because her attacks were too fierce. They couldn't defend themselves at all. Soon, the ground was filled with writhing figures in pain. Only Jiang Feng was left standing. Chen Chen looked at Jiang Feng. Even Jiang Feng couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, Chen Chen's gaze was terrifying. She must have experienced real life and death battles to possess such momentum. However, after looking at Jiang Feng, Chen Chen's fierce gaze suddenly softened. A smile appeared on her serious face. The devilish teacher who had been imposing just a moment ago instantly reverted to the kind-hearted Chen Chen. This further confirmed Jiang Feng's suspicion. Chen Chen probably has dissociative identity disorder. Wah, unfair, why beat us and not him? I protest, a teacher should treat everyone equally. Today, Jiang God must lie on the ground with us. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't lay a hand on Jiang Feng, the students writhing on the ground in pain immediately protested. This was clearly favoritism. Just because Jiang God is handsome, you can't bear to strike him? Does being handsome give you a free pass? Chen Chen ignored the students and smiled at Jiang Feng. She asked, how about it, little Chen Chen, want to give it a try? Sure, but please go easy on me, Sister Chen Chen. Jiang Feng agreed. He had specifically chosen a martial arts class for this lesson, after all. Don't worry, little Chen Chen, I promise not to hurt that pretty face of yours. Lu Hao, look at you, are you speaking human language? The shoe print on my face hasn't even faded yet. Alright, Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Then, his figure swiftly flashed. With electrifying speed, he appeared in front of Chen Chen. Tiger fist, tiger pounces on prey. Jiang Feng shouted loudly, leaped up suddenly, his hands clenched like claws. He truly resembled a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Faced with Jiang Feng's sudden attack, Chen Chengcheng remained calm, as if she had anticipated it. She leaned back, raising her right leg high and kicked towards Jiang Feng from the side. This was a common combat move called a whip kick, but it was very practical. Jiang Feng was suspended in mid-air at this moment, unable to react at all. He could only let this leg kick him. Bang! Jiang Feng was kicked several meters away, feeling like his bones were about to fall apart. Chen Qingqing's kick was indeed powerful. Fortunately, Jiang Feng's physique was strong enough, otherwise, he would be rolling on the ground like the other students at the moment. 12 Beast Fist suffered setbacks in its first battle, very angry, began to practice hard, progress plus 30%, current level is entry, 31%, progress plus 30%, progress plus 30%, 12 Beast Fist made a breakthrough in one go, current martial arts level is mastery, 1%, boss, keep fighting, I don't believe we can't beat that woman. 12's voice full of defiance rang out. Well, this guy is quite competitive. He just suffered a setback and immediately made a breakthrough. Good, come again. Zhang Feng was also very excited at this moment. After reaching the mastery level of 12 Beast Fist, his insights naturally fed back to Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng seemed as if he had been practicing day and night for years, very familiar with every move of 12 Beast Fist. Swish! Zhang Feng flashed again and appeared in front of Chen Changcheng. A punch was thrown. Chen Changcheng immediately countered with a punch. Just as the two fists were about to collide, Zhang Feng suddenly retracted his fist. He bypassed Chen Changcheng and punched towards her waist. This was the Dragon Fist, with unpredictable moves that caught opponents off guard. Ha! Chen Changcheng didn't expect Zhang Feng to make such a move. But her reaction speed was also super fast. She immediately took action, kicked her legs and did a backflip, dodging Zhang Feng's punch. As she landed, Chen Changcheng quickly squatted down and delivered a sweeping leg kick towards Zhang Feng's lower body. At this moment, there was no escape. But Zhang Feng remained calm. Horse stance, swift hooves. The horse stance focused on the lower body, with the feet as powerful as horse hooves. The so-called horse stance was just like this. Chen Changcheng's kick landed on Zhang Feng's body, but he didn't budge an inch. Tiger stance, fierce tiger pounces. At this moment, Chen Changcheng was below, and Zhang Feng was above. The fierce tiger pounce was the most suitable move. Look, isn't Jiangshan taking the lead? It seems that Jiangshan has indeed gained the upper hand at this moment. Definitely, didn't you see that during their first encounter, Jiangshan was clearly not a match? Chen Changcheng must not want Jiangshan to lose too badly, so she didn't use her full strength. Makes sense. The students were surprised to see Zhang Feng actively attacking Chen Changcheng at this moment. Compared to them being passively beaten, Zhang Feng could actually counterattack, which indeed surprised them. 12 Beast Fist starts to gain the upper hand, very happy, training progress plus 20%, faced with Zhang Feng's fierce tiger pounce, Chen Changcheng did not dodge. She let Zhang Feng's claws touch her. 18 falls on the clothes. The moment Zhang Feng touched Chen Changcheng, he suddenly felt as if the power of his punch had been removed. It was like punching cotton, full of powerlessness. The next moment, a powerful force acted on Zhang Feng. Chen Changcheng had grabbed Zhang Feng's arm at some point and, with a strong pull, tried to throw him away. Rooster stance, golden rooster stands alone. Zhang Feng immediately used the chicken fist technique, firmly rooted in place. This prevented Chen Changcheng from being thrown out. However, it also gave Chen Changcheng the opportunity to stand up. 12 Beast Fist suffered another setback, excitement turned into anger, and continued to double efforts in cultivation, progress plus 30%, snake form, spirit snake coiling. Seizing the moment when Chen Changcheng had just stood up and was not stable yet, Zhang Feng swiftly approached, his body instantly becoming flexible. Even more flexible than women who practiced yoga, truly resembling a boneless snake. He quickly coiled around Chen Changcheng's body, legs clasping her waist, arms locking around her neck. Being this close, Zhang Feng knew it wasn't quite respectful to Changcheng, but it was a battle after all, and there was no time to think too much. Behaving like a rogue, Jiangshan is shamelessly acting like a rogue. Woo, why did I slack off during martial arts training back then? I regret it so much. At this moment, the posture between Zhang Feng and Chen Changcheng was indeed very ambiguous, easily leading to misunderstandings. Zhang Feng clearly saw that Changcheng's ears were turning slightly red, so she could also feel shy. Changcheng, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Zhang Feng tried to explain, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt something grab him. Then an irresistible force surged, throwing him out directly. Xiao Chenchen, don't think about other things during the fight. Once distracted, the advantage will turn into a disadvantage, Chen Changcheng said. Zhang Feng was so focused on explaining just now that he didn't notice Changcheng's resistance. He had indeed been careless. But to be fair, your martial arts skills are indeed good. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the 12 Beast Fist, right? Chen Changcheng asked. Zhang Feng nodded. Although I haven't learned this martial art, I have some knowledge about it. If practiced well, it can be very useful. Alright, I'll take it seriously from now on, Chen Changcheng said, her expression turning serious. She had just been playing around with Zhang Feng earlier. Now, she was truly serious. Good, it's more interesting when taken seriously. Zhang Feng seemed unfazed. He realized that the 12 Beast Fist was very competitive, so the more setbacks it faced, the faster it would improve. In that case, let the storm come even stronger. Changcheng, come at me with all you've got, Zhang Feng shouted. As time passed by, Zhang Feng and Chen Changcheng had already exchanged blows at least 100 times. It had to be said that when Changcheng took it seriously, she indeed became stronger. Zhang Feng was continuously pushed back, always at a disadvantage. But fortunately, with his strong physique, he managed to hold on. He wouldn't give up easily because his 12 Beast Fist had always been in a state of diligent practice. Have you noticed that although Jiangshin has been at a disadvantage, he seems to be getting stronger, as if the balance is gradually tilting towards the middle? That's right, it feels like Jiangshin is constantly improving. He's using teacher Changchang as a sparring partner. Damn, Jiangshin is too strong, isn't he? Even the onlookers noticed something off about Zhang Feng. Not to mention Chen Chengcheng, who was currently sparring with him. She noticed that Zhang Feng was becoming more proficient in the 12 Beast Fist during their practice, so she began to intentionally help him. Enough accumulation of 12 Beast Fist, breakthrough in realm, current martial arts realm, initial completion, 1%. Finally, after being pushed back once again by Cheng Cheng, the 12 Beast Fist's anger value reached its peak, breaking through the realm. Reaching the level of proficiency in the 12 beastly forms fist, each move was no longer limited to its form but carried its own meaning. Previously, Zhang Feng's execution of each move was merely imitating the fighting stance of the respective animal. But now, when he executed them, he became one with the animal. This was the unity of form and intention. Bear King's mighty fist. Roar! Zhang Feng seized the opportunity and unleashed the bear form fist. A very real bear's roar echoed. Behind Zhang Feng, a giant bear shadow faintly appeared. As Zhang Feng punched, the bear shadow's fist, the size of a sandbag, enveloped Zhang Feng's hand and smashed towards Chen Chengcheng. Chen Chengcheng countered with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and the force spread out in all directions, causing ripples in the nearby air. Thud! Zhang Feng was pushed back 2 steps. And to his surprise, Chen Chengcheng was pushed back 3 steps. Phew! Zhang Feng exhaled deeply, his body relaxing. It was over. Has your 12 beastly forms fist reached a proficient level? Chen Chengcheng asked Zhang Feng, knowing well about the martial art. Yes, thank you, Chengcheng's sister. Zhang Feng nodded gratefully. He knew that Chengcheng had intentionally held back, adjusting her strength to challenge him without defeating him easily but enough to pressure him. My duty is to help you advance in martial arts, so there's no need for thanks. But I can only assist you up to this point. Beyond proficiency, you must seek enlightenment on your own, Chengcheng said. She was right. After reaching proficiency in the 12 beastly forms fist, Zhang Feng no longer reacted when sparring with Chengcheng. That's why he decided to end the fight. To further improve after reaching proficiency, one needed to comprehend the essence of the fist techniques. This training session, all of you performed very poorly, except for Xiaochen. Except for Zhang Feng, who performed the best. So, I'll reward him with 300 credits, announced Chen Chengcheng, granting Zhang Feng all the credits she could award. The other students envied but dared not speak up. Both of them were not to be trifled with. If they were to engage in a mixed gender match, there would be no room for negotiation. Today's training ends here. Rest well, as we continue tomorrow, Chen Chengcheng said. Instantly, despair filled the faces of all the students. It was only the first day, and they were already being pushed beyond their limits. And they had to endure this for 6 more days. After 6 days, they should get used to it. The students dispersed, each going their separate ways. Some went to recover from injuries, while others reviewed today's training in hopes of gaining insights. Zhang Feng returned to the villa and lay down to rest. Training for a day was indeed tiring. Unknowingly, he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the principal's office. For teachers, it's the first day of training for those brats. How did they perform? Tell me. Principal Zhang sat in his chair, facing the instructors, Shi Tong, Zhang Wenchang, Chen Yang, and Chen Chengcheng. Shi Tong spoke first. Let me start. Overall, I can't say it was average. It was very poor, much worse than the previous batch. But there was one exception, Zhang Feng. That kid is really something. On the first day in the gravity room, he broke the record straight away. By the way, Principal, it was you who authorized him to practice his diamond domineering body, right? This kid actually broke through several realms in the gravity room and directly cultivated to the 6th realm. Stone Tong only used 2 words to describe other students. But when it came to Zhang Feng, he seemed to open up and couldn't stop talking. The evaluation of Zhang Feng was absolutely top-notch. What did you say? He cultivated his diamond domineering body to the 6th realm? Principal Zhang jumped up from his chair in shock. No one knew better than him how terrifying this was. Just yesterday, he authorized Zhang Feng to choose an A-level martial art at the martial arts hall. And today, he directly cultivated to the 6th realm. In one day? No, not even a full day, to achieve this level. Are you sure a person can do this? Not to mention that cultivating the diamond domineering body, which is as difficult as an S-level martial art, even the worst E-level martial art, probably few people could achieve entry-level cultivation in just one day. Although diamond domineering body is called differently from other martial arts in terms of realms, it's essentially similar. The 6th realm should at least be equivalent to a minor completion realm, right? And this is just in one day. Very sure, although I haven't practiced the diamond domineering body, I know that being able to cultivate a golden protective body means at least reaching the 6th realm, Stone Tongue said confidently. Principal Zhang fell silent. Perhaps I have underestimated this kid. He is probably more than just a genius. Even with a genius-level martial talent, it's not necessarily possible to cultivate the diamond domineering body to the 6th realm in just one day. I believe that Teacher Zhang's martial talent is definitely more than just genius level. Do you know that his sword drawing technique has already reached a quasi-complete realm and he has even grasped a hint of sword intent? At this moment, Jiang Wenchang also spoke up. Principal Zhang, who was still shocked by Jiang Feng's cultivation to the 6th realm of the diamond domineering body, was once again surprised by Jiang Wenchang's words. Double shock. What did you just say? His sword drawing technique has reached a quasi-complete realm? Principal Zhang raised his voice. Clearly, during the last junior warrior practical assessment, it had barely reached a minor completion realm. It's only been a few days, and now it's almost quasi-complete. And he even grasped a hint of sword intent. Are you serious? Yes, it's definitely a quasi-complete realm. Oh, Principal, there's something I need to inform you about. I'm no longer Teacher Zhang's teacher from now on, he is my teacher, and I will rely on him for my research report. Principal Zhang directly ignored Jiang Wenqing's last sentence. A quasi-complete realm of the sword drawing technique. The 6th realm of the diamond domineering body. Both of these would normally take several years or even decades to cultivate, right? Yet here they are, appearing on a young man who was only 16 or 17 years old. Tell me everything else about Jiang Feng at once, or else I'm afraid my heart won't be able to take it, Principal Zhang couldn't help but say. His thunderbolt flash should also be at a minor completion realm, but what I admire most is his character, very calm and decisive. This was Chen Yang's evaluation of Jiang Feng. Xiao Qinchen is learning the 12 beast form fist. He probably just started not long ago and was very unfamiliar at first, but after sparring with me a few rounds, he became noticeably skilled. Later on, he even reached a minor completion realm and has initially understood the 12 beast intent. I speculate that he probably had an epiphany during battle. This was Chen Xingqing's evaluation of Jiang Feng. But with the bombshell news just revealed, Principal Zhang, at this moment, wasn't too surprised. After all, being able to cultivate the diamond domineering body to the 6th realm and the sword drawing technique to a quasi-complete realm. Other things, even if abnormal, all seemed very normal. Principal, Jiang Feng is definitely the most talented young person I have ever seen so far. Perhaps, he is more than just a genius, Shirtong couldn't help but say. Principal Zhang glanced at him. Not just you, even I, for the first time, have seen such an almost monstrous existence. He shouldn't need to attend your classes anymore, right? Upon hearing Principal Zhang's words, the 4 teachers all showed bitter smiles simultaneously. The way I train them is through the gravity chamber, but after that kid cultivated diamond domineering body to the 6th level, even 128 times gravity has no effect on him. I don't know how to teach him anymore, Shirtong shook his head. I'm ready to ask him to be my master, Jiang Wenchang also said. Chen Yang and Chen Shengcheng expressed the same sentiment. Jiang Feng's understanding of various martial arts has even surpassed theirs. They have nothing more to teach Jiang Feng. Well, in that case, Jiang Feng doesn't need to attend your classes anymore. Let him train with the old students. I remember those old students are supposed to participate in the wilderness practice class tomorrow, right? Let him join them too. Principal Zhang thought for a moment and made a decision. The gap between the new students and Jiang Feng has been completely widened. Having them attend classes together again might not motivate them but rather deal a heavy blow. It's like comparing someone with $1 million in assets to someone with $2 million. The former might work harder to surpass the latter. That's motivation. But if you compare yourself to Jack Ma, what would you think? Would you believe that you have a chance to surpass him just by working hard? Definitely not. You wouldn't even entertain that thought. For the sake of those new students, it's better to include Jiang Feng among the old students. This might not be a good idea, Principal. Although Jiang Feng is monstrously talented, he is still young, and his physical fitness is only at the level of an intermediate warrior. Letting him participate in the wilderness practice class with the old students could pose certain risks. Chen Changchang was the first to oppose. The wilderness is very dangerous, and even those old students may experience casualties. However, Chen Yang had a different opinion. Changchang, I don't agree with you. Jiang Feng is very calm and decisive, with a sharp mind. I believe that his survival rate in the wilderness might even surpass that of some old students. Jiang Feng's previous performance left a deep impression on Chen Yang. Well, I think it's possible too. Although Jiang Feng's physical fitness is lacking, the martial arts he has cultivated can greatly enhance his combat power, completely bridging the gap with the old students. Shirton also nodded in agreement. Except for Chen Shengsheng, the 4 teachers all agreed with Principal Zhang's decision. Chen Shengsheng was well aware of this. She was just too worried about Jiang Feng, letting her emotions cloud her judgment. It's decided then, Shengsheng, you go and make the arrangements yourself. As for Jiang Feng's safety, you don't need to worry. I won't let anything happen to such a good seedling, Principal Zhang said, making the final decision. Although Chen Shengsheng was reluctant, she had no choice but to comply. Alright, meeting adjourned, you all can go back now. Principal Zhang waved his hand, dismissing them. There had been too many shocks today, and he was having a hard time processing it all. After the 4 teachers left, only Principal Zhang remained in the office. Ah ha ha ha, 0, Principal Zhang jumped up from his chair, excitedly dancing and laughing heartily. His face was filled with wrinkles. Hit the jackpot! Hit the jackpot! Jiang Feng, that kid, might not have genius-level talent, but rather a more powerful monstrous-level talent. Among a billion people, only one monster might appear. My Qingyuan martial arts school is about to rise completely. Awakeners? They're all trash. Qingyuan City Martial Arts School is shocked by the appearance of a monstrous-level youth. If this matter spreads, it might immediately become popular nationwide. No, it might even cause a stir globally. With monstrous-level talent, it's not an exaggeration to say that with proper cultivation, he will definitely become a martial god in the future. In the over 200 years of the new martial arts era, there are only about 10 people in Huagua with monstrous-level talent. Currently, only 4 are still alive. These 4 are the 4 strongest martial gods among the 5 guardian gods of Huagua, each guarding one of the country's 4 gates in the east, south, west, and north. It can be said that Huagua's current superpower status in the world is one of the main reasons for their existence. Principal Zhang had every reason to be excited. When Jiang Feng becomes a martial god in the future, he can boast everywhere. The martial god Jiang is from our Qingyuan martial arts school. No, maybe by then, it won't be Qingyuan martial arts school anymore. It will be Qingyuan Martial Arts University. With such achievements, it's entirely possible to directly upgrade a martial arts high school to a martial arts university. What's the big deal about upgrading a vocational school to an undergraduate school? I'll directly upgrade from a secondary school to a university. By then, I'll be the university president. My status will even surpass the top leader of Qingyuan City. He. Thinking about reaching the pinnacle of life in the future, Principal Zhang couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Wait, if it's really monstrous-level talent, then I alone won't be able to handle it, I have to report it. Although if he reports it, his credit might be shared. But Principal Zhang really couldn't hide it. Firstly, he was afraid that if something happened, as a mere small principal, he wouldn't be able to handle it. On the other hand, he also didn't want to hinder Jiang Feng. Monstrous talent is one thing, but if one doesn't have the corresponding resources, progress will still be slow. Although he really wanted to keep Jiang Feng at Qingyuan Martial Arts School, but he was also very clear that with the limited resources he could mobilize now, it was far from enough to train a warrior into a martial god. Even a grandmaster would be a stretch. Forget it, I'll take the loss. I can't ruin someone else's future because of selfishness. In the end, Principal Zhang's rationality overcame his greed. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The other party answered quickly. Hello, what's up? A magnetic voice came through the phone. Director Liao, it's me, Zhang Fu. There's something I feel is necessary to report to you. Principal Zhang's tone was full of respect. Go on. A few days ago, our Qingyuan Martial Arts School enrolled a student. Based on his various performances, I suspect he might have monstrous-level talent. As soon as Principal Zhang said this, the phone fell silent on the other end. It took more than half a minute before a voice was heard again. Are you serious? Zhang Fu, you should know, this is no joking matter. This time, the voice sounded shocked and excited. But as the top leader of Qingyuan City, having seen big scenes, he couldn't lose his composure over this uncertain news. Director, I assure you I'm not joking, although it's not confirmed yet, but it's highly probable. Principal Zhang recounted all of Jiang Feng's performances throughout the day. The phone fell silent again. This time, it remained silent for 3 minutes. If the phone hadn't still been lit up, Principal Zhang would have thought the other party had hung up. Director, are you there? Are you saying that in just one day, he learned an S-level difficult ancient martial art and reached the 6th realm? His sword drawing technique has reached the quasi-complete stage. I can be sure that just a few days ago, he was only at the intermediate level. Phew! A deep breath came from the other side. Obviously, even the knowledgeable comrade in front couldn't bear it after listening to Principal Zhang's words. I understand, Principal Zhang, don't leak this matter for now. I will report it upwards and see what the higher-ups think. Before that, you must ensure his safety, understood? Got it. I understand the seriousness of the situation. Principal Zhang nodded repeatedly, as if the other side could see him. Then, the phone hung up. Principal Zhang couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, he is a leader. To hear such a big thing and still remain so calm and composed, I can't compare. At the same time, in the Qingyuan City Government Building, Leader's office, a middle-aged man who looked very refined and scholarly gently put down the phone. Then, he suddenly jumped up from his chair, danced around, and laughed heartily. 0/aha. This unexpected fortune has finally fallen on me. If Zhang Fu didn't deceive me, then I, as the Qingyuan city leader, will have reached the peak of my position. At this age, to be able to rise even higher, it's truly beyond my wildest dreams. In a small unknown city, to produce a monstrous talent, the future god of war. This achievement can at least secure him the position of governor of Ganshi province. I need to contact the higher-ups quickly. No, not yet, in case it's a misunderstanding. If I rashly inform them, it will only backfire. I need to personally understand the situation first before confirming. The refined middle-aged man paced back and forth, deeply conflicted. But in the end, he decided not to report it immediately. No time to waste, I'll go tomorrow. The next day, Zhang Feng woke up. Slept so well, so comfortable. Zhang Feng stretched lazily, flexing his muscles. He realized that his physique seemed to have improved again. The foodie really never stops cultivating. So diligent. Moreover, after reaching the advanced stage, the speed at which the foodie absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was 20 times that of an ordinary warrior. One night's worth of progress was equivalent to over 10 days of training for others. After all, normal people can't practice 24 hours a day. Even sleeping is a form of training. Sigh, I really am a hard-working and diligent student. Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel. After dressing and freshening up, Zhang Feng went downstairs. He found Chen Chengcheng sitting on the sofa on the first floor. Seeing Zhang Feng coming down, she pointed to the dining table. I've prepared breakfast for you, it's still hot, eat up. Zhang Feng saw porridge, milk, vegetables, and meat. This breakfast was incredibly lavish, wasn't it? Cheng, did you make all of this? Zhang Feng was surprised. He didn't expect the beautiful Cheng to be able to cook as well. He remembered that Qinghe didn't seem to know how. Yes, try and see how my cooking skills are. Chen Cheng urged. Zhang Feng hurried over and started eating heartily. Delicious, Cheng, you're amazing. This wasn't flattery, it really was delicious. If it's delicious, eat more, it's all for you. Chen Cheng was pleased to see Zhang Feng so satisfied and happy. For a cook, receiving a good review from a diner, no matter how tired, was worth it. Ah, Cheng, you're beautiful, strong, and your cooking skills are so good, truly a perfect package, able to handle tigers, fight off jackals. I wonder which lucky guy in the future will be able to win your perfect heart. Zhang Feng praised Cheng while enjoying the meal. By pleasing her, he could look forward to such a sumptuous breakfast in the future. It feels so good, doesn't it? Maybe it's you who's the pig. Chen Cheng suddenly said. Ha! Zhang Feng was stunned, his hand paused with a big piece of meat in his mouth. Ha! What are you thinking? I mean, the way you eat, it's just like a pig. Chen Cheng couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Feng's dumbfounded look. This little brother is really fun. Well, I'll tease him every morning from now on. That way I'll have a good mood all day, right? Zhang Feng was speechless. Playing such jokes with this innocent little boy. What if he takes it seriously? You have to take responsibility. Soon, Zhang Feng finished his breakfast. As he was about to leave, Chen Cheng suddenly said, Wait, starting today, you don't have to go to class anymore. Why? Just because I performed too well, you want to expel me? Zhang Feng was puzzled. They say you get expelled for not performing well. How come being too good isn't allowed? What are you thinking? We're not expelling you, it's just that you did so well yesterday that we can't teach you anymore. So the principal decided yesterday to let you join the outdoor practical course with the senior students, so come with me later. Chen Cheng explained. Oh, Zhang Feng nodded, but his face showed some reluctance. Chen Cheng noticed Zhang Feng's thoughts and said, Don't worry, you won't lose any credits, in fact, you'll earn more credits from the outdoor practical course. For each fierce beast you slay, you'll receive corresponding credits. Basically, those senior students can earn at least 100 credits each time they participate in the outdoor practical course. With Chen Cheng's words, Zhang Feng's unhappy expression disappeared. Even ordinary senior students can earn so many credits. Does that mean he starts with 500 points? What are we waiting for, Cheng? Let's set off right away. Zhang Feng immediately got excited. Credits, here I come. The outdoor practical course, just by its name, you know it's not in the training camp. Zhang Feng followed Chen Chengcheng out of the training camp, heading out of the city from the north gate. This was his third time leaving the city. The first time was under the guidance of the Martial Alliance, leaving from the south gate to participate in the real combat assessment at Qingyuan Mountain. The second time, he left the city on his own, also from the south gate, to hunt in Qingyuan Mountain. This was the third time, but leaving from the north gate. Zhang Feng vaguely remembered that to the south of Qingyuan City was Qingyuan Mountain, and to the north was Luosu Mountain, named after its resemblance to a giant snail. Luosu Mountain was about 20 kilometers from Qingyuan City, and Chen Chengcheng personally drove Zhang Feng there. On the way, Chen Chengcheng reminded him, "The wilderness is different from the city, it's very dangerous, so you must be on high alert at all times, understand?" "I got it, Chengcheng, you've told me that 8 times already." Zhang Feng felt helpless. They were obviously good girlfriends, but why was Qinghe so aloof while Chengcheng was so talkative? How did they usually get along? One never stops talking, the other never says a word? "It's just because I'm worried about you. With others, I can't be bothered." Also, besides being careful of fierce beasts, you also need to watch out for the Qin brothers, Chen Koan and Chen Zhen, who will also participate in this outdoor practical course. Chen Koan is a teacher, so he shouldn't harm you, and I'll keep an eye on him, but you need to be careful of Chen Zhen, he's likely to target you when we're in the mountains. Chen Chengcheng reiterated. "Chengcheng, rest assured, Chen Zhen is no match for me." Zhang Feng was very confident. If he can't even beat someone his age, he might as well find a tofu to bump into and end it. Don't be too confident. Chen Zhen was certified as a senior martial artist half a year ago, so his current strength must be stronger. He has also practiced several B-grade martial arts, so his level is not low. Among the senior students, his ranking can enter the top 10, much more formidable than Chen Long, whom you defeated before, Chen Chengcheng said in a very serious tone. Then, under Chen Chengcheng's repeated instructions, Zhang Feng endured for more than half an hour before finally reaching the foot of the Luosishan Mountain. At the foot of the Luosishan Mountain, there was a temporary camp set up. Dozens of senior students and teachers gathered there. When the sound of the car engine rang at the entrance of the camp, everyone immediately gathered around to watch the excitement. "Have you heard? A junior who just arrived the day before yesterday is going to participate in the wilderness practical class with us." "What? Seriously? Why does a new student like him have to join us for the wilderness practical class? I heard he performed very well during training yesterday, so he was allowed to join us for class as an exception. What's the use of performing better than a group of freshmen? The wilderness is not like our training camp, he might suffer." These seniors discussed animatedly about the car. Then they saw Zhang Feng and Chen Chengcheng getting out of the car. As soon as they saw Zhang Feng, those seniors became even more excited. "It's actually this damn guy, who stole my Chengcheng goddess. Now I hope to see him suffer." "Exactly, if it were another junior, I might pray for him, but for him, I will only be happy. It's karma, this is the karma for stealing my Chengcheng goddess." Almost all the male seniors looked at Zhang Feng with hostility. After all, he was the man who entered the list of male students to be condemned on the first day of school. Being handsome easily makes you a public enemy. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. "It's not my fault for being handsome, but it is my fault for being even more handsome than you in front of you." Zhang Feng didn't say this in his mind, his voice was not low either. Upon hearing this, those seniors immediately started cursing angrily. "Shameless! You are too narcissistic, aren't you? Even Qing Yuan Pine Yu Yan has never praised himself like this. I, Wu Yanzu Qing Yuan Fenzu, express my dissatisfaction." "Ha? Who disagrees?" Zhang Feng's ears twitched as if he heard someone disagreeing. "I love it when someone disagrees, because then I can beat you up." Unfortunately, he didn't hear who disagreed just now. Among those seniors, there were 2 pairs of hostile eyes staring at Zhang Feng. Well, one of those gazes occasionally glanced at Chen Chengcheng next to Zhang Feng. They couldn't help but look at her. "Bro, your information is correct, it's really him. Of course, Shirtong told me when we were drinking yesterday, it can't be wrong. But that big guy, despite his size, has poor alcohol tolerance. He got drunk after a few sips and started talking nonsense. He said that Zhang Feng learned the diamond body technique in just one day and reached the 6th level of cultivation, claiming he's a genius." Chen Koan sneered disdainfully. "Heh, it's obviously bragging. I have never seen or even heard of anyone being so awesome." Chen Zhen also expressed disdain upon hearing this. "Just drunken nonsense. But that's not important. Brother, this is a good opportunity. That guy made us lose face the day before yesterday, so we must teach him a lesson. After entering the mountain, I'll find a chance to beat him up and vent your anger." Chen Zhen said fiercely. Just teaching him a lesson is too cheap. Chen Kuan shook his head. Brother, just tell me directly, how should we deal with him? Chen Kuan didn't speak, he just made a slashing motion across his neck. Chen Jin, of course, understood this gesture. His face changed immediately, showing some fear. Bro, this doesn't seem right. I think beating him up would be enough, killing him is just. What if the principal investigates? Chen Kuan's face turned fierce as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. You don't understand. Beating him up might calm you down, but not me. He took away the woman I love the most. Just the thought of those two scoundrels doing despicable things in bed makes me furious. Only when he's dead can Chung Cheng come back to me. He must die, he must. Chen Jin couldn't help but feel afraid as he looked at his brother's determined face. If he doesn't die, I can't sleep. I haven't closed my eyes for 2 days and nights, you know? So you must kill him, or I'll be more miserable than dead. Seeing Chen Kuan's bloodshot eyes and dark circles, Chen Jin felt heartbroken. In the end, he nodded heavily. Brother, rest assured, I won't let him leave Mount Luosha alive. I trust you, and after dealing with him, remember to stage the scene as if the students were eaten by wild beasts when they entered the mountain. It's not unheard of. I understand. Teacher Cheng Chang, you're here. In the camp, a middle-aged man walked out and greeted Chen Chang. Director Wu, this is Jiang Feng, who will be joining the mountain practice this time, Chen Chang said. I know, the principal has informed me, Director Wu said, then turned to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, right? Let me brief you on some details of this wilderness practice session. The location of this class is Mount Luosha, lasting for 3 days. Compared to Qingyuan Mountain, the fierce and primal beasts in Mount Luosha are weaker, but still pose some danger. So, you need to wear the distress signal bracelet and call for help in case of danger. Another aspect is the reward system for this class. As soon as Director Wu mentioned the reward system, Jiang Feng became interested. Everything else was just talk, this was the main point. Killing a junior fierce beast can earn you 1 to 5 credits, the exact amount will be determined by the strength of the beast you kill. Intermediate fierce beasts are worth 6 to 10 credits. Advanced fierce beasts are worth 20 to 30 credits. After killing the beasts, you only need to take a drop of their blood, and we will use a special device to score you. Additionally, this practice session will be conducted in groups. If a group has the highest overall score, each member will receive an extra 100 credits. That's the situation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now. After Director Wu finished, he waited for Jiang Feng to ask questions. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and came up with a question. Director Wu, you mentioned the credits for killing junior, intermediate, and advanced fierce beasts, but what about stronger primal beasts? How many credits can one earn by killing a primal beast? This question immediately caused laughter. Haha, he's so funny, how could he ask that? Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing. So naive, does he really think he can kill a primal beast? Even Director Wu couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. Well, Jiang Feng, maybe you should ask a different question. Why should I change it? You haven't answered me yet. Seeing Jiang Feng insisting on this question, Director Wu stopped laughing and became serious. Jiang Feng, I need to remind you not to even think about facing a primal beast. It's not something you at your level should consider. I suggest you stick to the outskirts of Mount Luosha, where there are mostly junior and intermediate fierce beasts, very few advanced ones. It should suit you better. Clearly, Director Wu's attitude was the same as that of the other students. Zhu felt that Jiang Feng was not qualified to join their practical class. When Chen Chengcheng heard Director Wu speak in such a tone, she couldn't help but frown and said with a hint of anger in her voice, Director Wu, it's a good thing for young people to have their own ideas. What we should do is help them achieve them, not ridicule them. Since you let student Jiang Feng ask questions and he has voiced his doubts, all you need to do is provide him with answers. As for safety and such, I am his teacher, and I will naturally remind him. You don't need to worry too much. If Director Wu was only concerned about Jiang Feng's safety, Chen Chengcheng wouldn't say anything, but his tone was clearly disdainful and mocking. That was where Chen Chengcheng drew the line. I have someone backing me up, you have no right to mock me. Seeing Chengcheng stand up for herself, even at the risk of offending a director, Jiang Feng felt even warmer inside. It's comforting to have someone backing you up. Director Wu seemed somewhat wary of Chen Chengcheng. Seeing her getting angry, he immediately put on a smile. Chengcheng, don't overthink it, I didn't mean it that way. I'm just concerned about Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, if you have no further questions, choose a group to join and start the practical class. Director Wu said, I have no further questions. I just want to know, how many credits do you get for killing a Yuan beast? Jiang Feng persisted in asking this question. Director Wu was taken aback and a bit impatient. But out of respect for Chen Chengcheng, he replied, if you can really kill a yuan beast, I can give you 1,000 credits. Director Wu said casually. After all, he thought Jiang Feng was just boasting. He didn't believe that Jiang Feng, a new student who had just joined the genius training camp, could really kill a yuan beast. Even the old students participating in this practical class didn't have that kind of strength. Situ Nan, who was ranked first in the training camp, might have that ability. But he wasn't here today. Alright, then I have no problem. With the answer in hand, Jiang Feng fell silent. 1,000 credits. Well, if there's a chance, he might as well give it a try. Then it was time to form teams. Before Jiang Feng arrived, the old students had already formed their teams, each consisting of 3 to 5 people. And an awkward situation arose. No team was willing to accept Jiang Feng. They all used the excuse of having enough team members to refuse him. Well, Director Wu was about to say something when someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Why don't you join our team? Everyone looked over to see a girl speaking. She was quite delicate, but had a small pink birthmark on her face. Although not very noticeable, it did lower her attractiveness a bit. No way! However, as soon as the girl finished speaking, a boy from her team immediately refused. Ling, don't just pull him into the team because he looks good. Think about the rest of us in the team. If you let him in, he'll just hold us back. If we don't get first place, will you compensate us? After the boy spoke, another girl in the team with freckles on her face quickly agreed. Yeah, Ling, don't be deceived by his looks. Men are all bad, especially good-looking ones. Jiang Feng was speechless for a moment. You don't want me in the team, I don't mind. You say men are bad, I won't argue. But when you say good-looking men are worse, I disagree. I accuse you of slander. Seeing her companions dissuade her, Ling could only give Jiang Feng an apologetic look. She didn't say anything more. With that, no team was willing to accept Jiang Feng. Ahem, Jiang Feng, it's really out of my hands. Since no team wants to take you and it's too dangerous for you to go alone, maybe it's best to just forget about it. Director Wu said in a seemingly helpless tone. Actually, everyone knew that he didn't want Jiang Feng to participate in this class either. In case something happened, as the leader, he would definitely be held responsible. He didn't want to do this thankless task. It's okay, Director Wu, I can form a team by myself. Jiang Feng said nonchalantly. In fact, he didn't want to join any team in the first place, he preferred to act alone. The members of those groups were afraid he would hold them back. But truth be told, Jiang Feng also found them hindering. You alone? Director Wu frowned at the words. Then he looked at Chen Chengcheng. Chen Chengcheng looked at Jiang Feng, wanting to say something. Jiang Feng spoke first. There's no rule against forming a team alone, right? Well, there isn't, but since there's no rule, it's settled. Chengcheng, don't worry, I know my limits. If I'm not confident, I won't decide like this. Jiang Feng knew Chengcheng was worried about him, but he was truly confident. Seeing Jiang Feng so self-assured, Chen Chengcheng couldn't help but believe in him a bit. Thinking back to what the principal said last night about protecting Jiang Feng's safety, there must be preparations made. Even Chen Chengcheng had no objections, so naturally Director Wu had none either. Thus, Jiang Feng formed his own team. The outdoor practical class officially began. Charge! These senior students were all extremely excited, rushing into the Snail Mountain. They were in groups of 3 to 5, while Jiang Feng was alone. Chen Chengcheng watched Jiang Feng's figure gradually disappear, her worry still evident in her eyes. At that moment, a figure appeared beside her. Do you remember what we talked about before? The sudden voice startled Chen Chengcheng. She then saw that Chen Koan had appeared next to her at some point. What do you mean? Chen Chengcheng frowned and instinctively moved aside, distancing herself from Chen Koan. Sensing Chen Chengcheng's action, Chen Koan felt even more displeased. She never used to treat me like this before. It's all because of that pretty boy. But it's okay, everything will return to normal soon. I've told you, Chengcheng, you're mine, and no one can take you away. Chen Koan's eyes, filled with greed and madness, made Chen Chengcheng very uncomfortable. Chen Koan, don't involve others in our matters, especially not Jiang Feng. If something happens to him, I won't let you off. Then let's wait and see. Chen Koan let out an eerie laugh that didn't sound human. This person was truly insane. Chen Chengcheng had a foreboding feeling. This lunatic, could it be? Xia Kenshin, I believe in you, you will definitely come back safely. At this moment, Chen Chengcheng could only trust Jiang Feng. The Snail Mountain was vast, and the dozens of students quickly dispersed. Jiang Feng deliberately chose a direction with fewer people, so soon he couldn't see anyone else's trace. Hiss! It's been almost half an hour, why haven't I encountered a single fierce beast? Jiang Feng leisurely walked on the mountain path. It had been half an hour since the outdoor practical class started. He estimated he had walked over 10 miles. From being vigilant at the beginning, he gradually relaxed. Not to mention fierce beasts, he hadn't even encountered an ordinary large wild animal all the way. At this rate, who knew when he would be able to hunt down a fierce beast? How many credits could he earn in 3 days of classes? This Snail Mountain is far worse than the Qingyuan Mountain. When they went hunting in Qingyuan Mountain before, they would encounter a fierce beast almost every 10 minutes. But obviously, the number of fierce beasts in the Snail Mountain was much fewer than in Qingyuan Mountain. Just when Jiang Feng was getting impatient, suddenly, in his mind, a voice rang out. "It smells so good, master." It was the voice of a foodie. It said it smelled good? Where was the fragrance coming from? Jiang Feng couldn't smell anything. Where is this fragrance coming from? Did I just fart? Jiang Feng sniffed hard but couldn't smell anything. Foodie, although I am greedy, I can still distinguish between good and bad smells. Master, don't joke around, I'm serious, there really is a fragrance, it's coming from your left side, about 10 kilometers away. The foodie said very seriously. Jiang Feng knew this foodie well, and the only thing that could make it so serious was gourmet food. Of course, in the foodie's perception, gourmet food was those rare and precious ingredients rich in nutritional value. Could it be wild spirit ingredients? On the left, about 10 kilometers away, so precise? Are you a divine dog, tracking across endless distances? Despite the banter, Jiang Feng still respected the foodie's suggestion. When it came to eating, it was an expert. Besides, he was just wandering around aimlessly. Might as well trust it. So, Jiang Feng headed towards the left. Normally, Jiang Feng could cover 10 kilometers in just a few minutes. The mountain road was difficult, and he needed to be cautious of dangers in the dark, so Jiang Feng slowed down a bit. It took about 10 more minutes to arrive. The fragrance is getting stronger, we're almost there, maybe just 500 meters more. East-southeast 30 degrees, yes, that's it. Under the guidance of the foodie, Jiang Feng soon saw a fruit tree tens of meters away. The fruit tree was not tall, barely reaching 2 meters. It bore 3 fruits, each the size of an adult's fist, crystal clear, unlike normal fruits. From a distance, they looked like they were made of jade. At this distance of tens of meters, Jiang Feng could indeed faintly smell a light fruity fragrance. It had to be the foodie, this guy had a sensitive nose. Usually lazy, can't even recognize treasures. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't paid attention in class before, so he had no information about this kind of fruit in his memory. But it didn't matter, in this era, who still relied on naked eyes to identify things? Jiang Feng approached and took out his phone directly. He opened the photo identification function and aimed at the fruit tree in front of him. Click. Soon, the phone identified the fruit tree. Relevant information popped up. My Huarun Charm 660 Pro is really handy, even in the deep mountains, it has such a good signal. Made in Hua country, leading the way. Jiang Feng silently praised his phone. Then he started browsing seriously. There was a lot of information about this fruit tree on the phone, quite diverse. But in summary, the tree was called the Jade Spirit Fruit Tree, and the 3 crystal clear fruits on it were called Jade Spirit Fruits. Jade Spirit Fruits were second-grade spiritual items with extremely high nutritional value. Even advanced martial artists could greatly enhance their physique by consuming them. Second-grade spiritual items, probably valued between 50,000 to 1 million on the market, Jade Spirit Fruits are relatively rare second-grade spiritual fruits, should be able to sell for around 900,000. This was also information from the phone. The Jade Spirit Fruit Tree was quite special. It took 50 years to bloom, 50 years to bear fruit, and another 50 years to mature. That's a total of 150 years. After the Jade Spirit fruits matured, they would absorb all the essence from the tree and fall to the ground. At the same time, the Jade Spirit fruit tree would wither and die. In other words, from blooming to death, the Jade Spirit fruit tree only had a lifespan of 150 years. And in its lifetime, it would only bear 3 Jade Spirit fruits. That's why Jade Spirit fruits were so rare. It smells so good, master, I can't resist anymore, I want to eat. In his mind, the foodie kept urging Jiang Feng. The Jade Spirit fruit, in terms of quality, is even higher than the 10-year-old Spirit Ginseng nutrient solution. It's no wonder it can attract foodies. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. The fruit is not ripe yet. We're quite lucky. Look at how plump it is. It will be ripe in at most an hour. Let's wait a little longer, Jiang Feng said. An immature Jade Spirit fruit has less than 50% of its nutritional value. It would be a loss to pick it now. Just an hour, it's worth the wait. The foodie had to endure it. A few minutes later, there was a rustling noise not far away. Then, Jiang Feng saw a large lizard emerge from the bushes. This giant lizard was nearly 2 meters long and half the height of a person. Covered in a layer of jet black scales, it looked like it was wearing heavy armor. As the giant lizard emerged from the bushes, it noticed a person next to the jade spirit fruit tree. It was stunned. "I was just taking a dump. How come there's an extra person?" Zhang Feng was also slightly stunned. But the next moment, his eyes lit up. It had been said that there were fierce beasts guarding the treasures of heaven and earth nearby, and it seemed the rumors were true. After searching for so long, he hadn't encountered a fierce beast. Now, he had both the spirit fruit and the fierce beast. Double happiness. Click. Zhang Feng took a picture of the giant lizard and immediately identified its information. Black armor giant lizard, advanced fierce beast, with very tough scales. It moves slowly but has a strong attack, liking to whip its opponents with its tail. Without a second grade or higher spiritual weapon in hand, it's difficult for an ordinary advanced warrior to break through its scale defense. Zhang Feng quickly browsed through the information about the giant lizard. The flash from the phone's camera when Zhang Feng took the picture seemed to have alarmed the black armor giant lizard. It immediately realized that the human in front of it must be coveting the spirit fruit it had been waiting for so many years. It got angry directly. Roar! The black armor giant lizard let out a roar towards Zhang Feng. Opening its huge bloody mouth, a foul smell wafted out. Zhang Feng almost couldn't help but vomit. Damn, breath attack, so insidious. I'll kill you. Zhang Feng cursed and grabbed the tetanus blade, rushing towards the black armor giant lizard. The black armor giant lizard didn't move its limbs but twisted its butt. The thick tail behind it then swung heavily towards Zhang Feng. Hoo! The tail swiped through the air, making a whistling sound. It was like a steel whip, with considerable power. But Zhang Feng wasn't afraid at all. Just as the giant lizard's tail was about to hit Zhang Feng, he suddenly pulled out the rusty sword in his hand. Sword drawing technique, slash. Clang! A clear sword cry rang out. As the rusty sword was unsheathed, all the rust disappeared, as if it were a new sword. Glinting with a cold light. This was Zhang Feng igniting the remnants of the sword intent. The sword intent enveloped the sword, instantly bursting into a dazzling sword light. Then, it struck the tail of the black armor giant lizard. Put! At the moment of contact, the tail was directly severed. Everything went smoothly, as easy as cutting tofu. The proud scale armor of the black armor giant lizard was extremely fragile under the tetanus blade with the sword intent. Roar! The pain of losing its tail made the black armor giant lizard let out a miserable cry. But it still couldn't understand why the human could so easily break through its scale defense. However, Zhang Feng wasn't going to give it a chance to think too much. After cutting off the tail of the black armor giant lizard, taking advantage of its pain, Zhang Feng leaped 10 meters high. He descended towards the head of the black armor giant lizard. At the same time, he gripped the sword hilt with both hands and stabbed fiercely downward. Striking while you're in pain, aiming for your life. Zhang Feng's attack was swift and decisive. No matter if the opponent is strong or weak, in a life and death battle, no chances will be given. With one strike, it's a lethal move. The pitiful black-armored lizard didn't even react before the tetanus blade was already plunged into its head. In the next moment, the sword intent condensed into sword chi erupted inside its head. The sword chi raged, instantly turning its brain into a mush. The black-armored lizard struggled in place for a moment before becoming completely still. It died thoroughly. Zhang Feng withdrew his sword, leaping down from the black-armored lizard's head. With a gentle shake, the filth on the sword scattered on the ground. Not a trace remained. After retracting the sword intent, it returned to its rusty sword appearance. With the nearly perfect realm of sword drawing technique, I can already slay fierce beasts beyond my level. Coupled with the sharpness of the tetanus blade, I should even have a chance against Yuan beasts. Zhang Feng's momentum reached its peak at this moment. Although he had not truly encountered a Yuan beast yet, his confidence was full. It was time to get down to business. Zhang Feng used the rusty sword to cut open a hole in the black-armored lizard's heart, took a drop of its heart blood, and placed it in a special container. This container was made of a special material, with each student participating in the wilderness practice having one. After killing a fierce beast, they would take a drop of its heart blood and put it in the container. The heart blood of these fierce beasts would solidify into blood beads in the container, not mixing together. At the end of the course, when grades were calculated, they would look at the blood beads in the container. It's a pity I didn't bring my backpack, what a waste. Zhang Feng sighed as he looked at the massive body of the black-armored lizard. The most valuable part of the black-armored lizard was its scales that resembled heavy armor. If all were taken off, they should fetch a good price. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng hadn't brought the large backpack with him, but the thought of getting 3 jade spirit fruits soon made Zhang Feng excited again. One jade spirit fruit was worth over 900,000, so 3 would be over 2,700,000. Calculating this way, the value of the black armored lizard's scales was just that. They should be ripe in half an hour. After waiting for a while, the 3 jade spirit fruits became fuller and fuller. They even emitted a faint white light. In contrast, the jade spirit fruit tree began to wither, with its leaves turning yellow. It indicated that the jade spirit fruits had started absorbing the essence of the tree. Ha! Suddenly, Jiang Feng's ears twitched. He heard footsteps not far away. He immediately looked and saw a familiar figure approaching. It was Chen Jin. He was carrying a knife on his back as he walked towards Jiang Feng. You sure run fast, but you made it easy for me to find you, Chen Jin said as he walked. Hearing this, Jiang Feng frowned. From the sound of it, their meeting was not a coincidence but intentional on Chen Jin's part. But they had clearly gone in different directions earlier, so how could Chen Jin find him so quickly? Unless there was a tracker on him. Jiang Feng looked at the distress signal bracelet on his wrist. The distress signal bracelet had a tracking function, which he knew, but Chen Jin couldn't see the tracking. Only the teacher had that permission. So, the person behind Chen Jin was his brother, Chen Kuan. Chen Jin had only taken a few steps when he saw the black armored lizard's body not far away. He paused, somewhat surprised. Black armored lizard? You actually managed to kill a high-level fierce beast? After saying that, he noticed the jade spirit fruit tree next to Jiang Feng. His face immediately lit up. Jade spirit fruits. I didn't expect to encounter such rare second-grade spirit fruits. It's not in vain that I wasted so much time chasing you. Kid, for giving me such a generous gift, I'll make it less painful for you later. Chen Jin's eyes were full of greed. His physique had been stuck for a long time, and those medicinal liquids made from first-grade spirit materials were no longer useful. These 3 jade spirit fruits might help him break through the bottleneck. He began to feel fortunate that he had followed here, otherwise, he would have missed it. It had to be said, Jiang Feng's luck was quite good, even encountering such rare spirit fruits. Unfortunately, his luck was about to run out. If you want to fight, then fight, stop with all the nonsense, Jiang Feng impatiently said, looking at Chen Jin. In less than half an hour, the jade spirit fruits would ripen. However, dealing with this guy shouldn't take that long. Ha, you don't think that just because you can kill a black armored lizard, you can be my opponent, do you? You're too naive. If I were to deal with that black armored lizard, within 10 moves, it would be dead, Chen Jin said mockingly. Jiang Feng's expression turned strange. Do you even know what you're saying? 10 moves? I only used 2 moves to kill it, and you need 10 moves. Where do you get the nerve to mock me? Chen Jin could clearly see the disdain, mockery, and the look of treating someone like an idiot on Jiang Feng's face. He was instantly enraged. You little pretty boy, what makes you think you can look down on me? If it weren't for teacher Cheng Cheng protecting you, I would have made you cry for mercy back at the training camp. But it's not too late now, I will make you beg for mercy. Chen Jin roared. So annoying. Jiang Feng was very impatient. Since the other party wasn't making a move, he decided not to either. Swish! Jiang Feng directly activated the Thunderbolt Flash. Electricity surged under his feet, and his figure flashed. In an instant, he was in front of Chen Jin. However, instead of drawing his sword, he threw a punch towards his face. Bare form, mighty fist. Generally, in non-life and death battles, Jiang Feng tried to avoid drawing his sword. Seeking death. Chen Jin, being among the top 10 in the senior students, was not to be underestimated. He immediately reacted and swiftly drew his sword to slash at the fist coming towards him. Drawing the sword? Jiang Feng frowned, feeling a chill in his heart. He sensed Chen Jin's killing intent. He thought it was just a fight, but he didn't expect the other party to draw his sword. Did he want to put himself in a life-threatening situation? Jiang Feng had underestimated Chen Jin and Chen Kuan's hatred towards him, as well as their level of madness. But with the punch already thrown, it was impossible to retract it. However, Jiang Feng remained calm. With his 6th-level golden body, even the sharpness of a spiritual weapon could be withstood. Golden light shielded him. Jiang Feng's fist was instantly covered with a rich golden light. By concentrating the golden light on his fist, he could have a stronger defense. The next moment, Jiang Feng's fist collided with the blade swung by Chen Jin. Clang! A crisp metal collision sound rang out. Chen Jin's spiritual blade struck Jiang Feng's fist covered in golden light, sparking a shower of sparks. Both of them stepped back simultaneously. Jiang Feng looked at his undamaged skin on his right fist, feeling somewhat surprised. The terrifying power of the 6th-level golden body was truly remarkable. It was indeed worthy of being a former S-level martial art. At full strength, Jiang Feng's physical strength could even rival that of a spiritual weapon. However, he didn't know the grade of the spiritual blade in Chen Jin's hand. At this moment, Qingjin was staring at his spiritual blade in disbelief. There were some noticeable nicks on the blade. This was a second-grade spiritual blade. He had spent over 2 million on it. Even when dealing with the black armored lizard, a few more strikes could have broken through its thick scales. Yet now, it was damaged by Zhang Feng's fist. What kind of fist was this? Harder than a spiritual weapon? Are you even human? Suddenly, Qingjin remembered what his elder brother had told him before they entered the mountain. He seemed to say that when he was drinking with Shirtong mentioned that Zhang Feng's diamond body had reached the 6th level, allowing him to emit a golden light for protection. At that time, both of them thought Shirtong was just talking nonsense because he was drunk and didn't take it seriously. But looking at the current situation, this seems to be the only possibility. Otherwise, Qingjin couldn't think of any other explanation for how Zhang Feng could withstand his second-grade spiritual blade with just his physical body. No, it's impossible. The diamond body is an S-level martial art in ruins. You, a newcomer, how could you have cultivated to the 6th level so quickly? Qingjin was actually certain, but he still couldn't believe it. Or rather, he didn't want to believe this fact. Seeing Qingjin's expression, Zhang Feng didn't explain anything to him. At this moment, the look in his eyes towards Qingjin was already filled with coldness. Whether it was a minor scuffle or a major fight, it didn't matter. Zhang Feng had thought that there wasn't much deep-seated hatred between him and Qingjin. At most, they were just teaching each other a lesson. But just now, he truly felt Qingjin's killing intent. That strike of his was definitely with the intention to kill. For someone who wanted to kill him, Zhang Feng would no longer show any mercy. So, Zhang Feng slowly gripped the sword hilt. He was ready to draw his sword. Drawing the sword meant drawing blood. Qingjin seemed to sense Zhang Feng's killing intent and became serious instantly. Gripping the sword with both hands, he stared fiercely at Zhang Feng. Previously, he didn't pay much attention to Zhang Feng, thinking he could easily cut him down with one strike. But now, he had to take it seriously. Even if you have the golden light protection, my last strike wasn't at full power. Don't think you're the only one who understands martial arts. With my next strike, I can break through your golden body. Qingjin roared. It seemed that only by doing so could he elevate his own momentum to its peak. Void-breaking slash. Qingjin held the sword and charged towards Zhang Feng. Running halfway, he leaped high into the air and descended upon Zhang Feng from above. Zhang Feng looked at him expressionlessly. His gaze was not that of someone looking at a living person but a corpse. Clang! Drawing the sword. Unsheathing it. A cold light flashed, the sword intent condensed into sword energy, surging directly out of the wind-breaking blade in an arc. A curved sword light slashed out several meters in an instant. Sword energy? How could? Qingjin saw the sword energy slashing towards him and was instantly wide-eyed with shock. But before he could finish his sentence, the sword energy had already arrived. At this moment, he was in mid-air and had no chance to dodge. Of course, with the speed of this sword energy, even on level ground, he wouldn't have had a chance to evade it. Qingjin could only hope that his void-breaking slash could withstand it. Ah! Put! The sword energy pierced through Qingjin's body. He fell back to the ground, still holding the sword up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. With a crisp sound, the spiritual blade in Qingjin's hand broke in half and fell to the ground. Along with the broken blade, Qingjin's upper body also fell to the ground. Zhang Feng took a breath and slowly sheathed his sword. The sword intent transformed into qi, indeed powerful, but also consuming. Using it once almost depleted 60 to 70% of his strength. It was only then that Zhang Feng looked at Qingjin's body. The body split in half, blood mixed with visceral fragments covering the ground. For most ordinary people, seeing such a scene would make them feel uncomfortable, even mentally disturbed. But for some reason, even though Zhang Feng had just killed someone for the first time, he felt no emotional fluctuations at all. It was as if he hadn't killed a person but just an animal. Perhaps my state of mind has been imperceptibly altered by these martial arts. Zhang Feng muttered to himself. Every time he advanced in these martial arts realms, he would gain insights that would in turn enrich him. It was as if he was intuitively grasping these insights. Therefore, his thoughts and state of mind would also change along with those insights. But this is not a bad thing. If one's martial arts realm advances while the state of mind lags behind, it can easily lead to demonic possession. His body probably needs to be taken care of. Zhang Feng was very calm at this moment. Although it was Qingjin who harbored murderous intent first, there was ultimately no evidence of his death at this moment. Once the truth is revealed, it will undoubtedly bring a lot of trouble. Fortunately, this is the wilderness, making it convenient to handle. Before long, Zhang Feng disguised the scene as Qingjin and the black-armored giant lizard fighting to the death. If someone were to investigate carefully, they might discover clues. But Jiang Feng's goal was only to erase any traces of himself. It took a lot of time to clean up the scene, and not long after, 3 jade spirit fruits fell from the jade spirit fruit tree to the ground. At the same time, the fruit tree rapidly withered and died at a visible speed. Jiang Feng hurried over and picked up the 3 jade spirit fruits. So fragrant, master, please give me to eat. In his mind, the impatient voice of the foodie sounded. With delicious food right in front of it, how could it resist the temptation? Wait until I find a different place, Jiang Feng said, then quickly left. This place was definitely not suitable for cultivation. 10 minutes later, he entered a cave. Inside the cave, it was pitch black. There was some light near the entrance of the cave, but further in, there was almost no light at all. Jiang Feng sat at the cave entrance, took out a jade spirit fruit from his pocket by the faint light. Upon closer inspection, the fruit was like jade, shiny, translucent, and very beautiful. Jiang Feng was reluctant to eat it. If he were to sell it, he could probably get 80 to 90,000. Was it too wasteful to eat it like this? Woo-woo, master, I didn't expect that money is more important to you than me. The foodie's voice sounded aggrieved. Jiang Feng suddenly felt guilty. Between money and the foodie, he actually hesitated. This was unacceptable. Of course, I choose money. Foodie, so, in the end, did I make a mistake, my dear? Ahem, just kidding, of course, you are important. I'll give it to you now. Jiang Feng stopped teasing the foodie. After all, the jade spirit fruit was found by the foodie, so it deserved a share. Besides, in the end, all the benefits would go to Jiang Feng. No matter how you looked at it, it was not a loss. Then, Jiang Feng stuffed the jade spirit fruit in his hand into his mouth. He took a big bite. It was sweet and crispy, tasting somewhat like an apple but much better. The flesh melted in his mouth, the juice flowed into his stomach, instantly turning into a pure energy that surged through his limbs and bones. Delicious, delicious, so delicious, woo-woo, the foodie cried because it was so delicious, tears uncontrollably flowing from the corner of its mouth. After experiencing a more delicious food with the basic breathing technique, the mood greatly improved. Cultivation progress plus 20%, current martial arts realm reached completion, 50%, after reaching the completion realm with the breathing technique, progress became very slow. To bring the basic breathing technique to the perfect realm, second-grade spirit fruits were definitely not enough. Higher quality natural treasures were needed. Jiang Feng took a few more bites and finished a whole jade spirit fruit. Previously, using all his strength to kill Qinjin with one sword had consumed 60 to 70% of his energy, but now he had immediately recovered. After eating one fruit, Jiang Feng took a few more bites and finished another jade spirit fruit. However, this second jade spirit fruit did not elevate the foodie's realm. It seemed that the jade spirit fruit no longer had any effect on it. It is estimated that all energy will be digested within 32 hours. Master, I won't eat the last jade spirit fruit for now. You can keep it to sell for money, the foodie said. Jiang Feng was touched for a moment, thinking that this little glutton was quite considerate of its master. It even left a coin for itself. After exchanging the money, I can add a bit more and buy better nutrition for myself. Jiang Feng, did I get moved too early? It's not that it doesn't want to eat, it's probably just tired of the jade spirit fruit. What a spendthrift! Since the little glutton is tired of eating, Jiang Feng didn't eat anymore either. After eating 2 jade spirit fruits earlier, it would take some time to digest them completely. By then, his physique should reach the level of an advanced warrior. Eating too much of the same thing will gradually reduce its effectiveness. The effect of the third jade spirit fruit on Jiang Feng is definitely not as good as the first 2. It's better to sell it and exchange it for equivalent items. Let the little glutton handle the digestion of the jade spirit fruit. Jiang Feng doesn't need to worry about it at all. He looked towards the cave. It was pitch black inside, nothing could be seen. Could there be any opportunities in the cave? Jiang Feng recalled the literary works he had read in his past life, where there were often adventures under cliffs and deep in caves. Since he was already here, why not explore it? Golden light. Jiang Feng silently activated the 6th level of the diamond body technique, and instantly, a golden light radiated from his body, illuminating the surrounding meters. Using a broken S-level martial art as a flashlight, how extravagant. But in Jiang Feng's view, whether it's D-level or S-level, as long as it's practical, it can light the way ahead and protect him at any time. Why not do it? And so, Jiang Feng walked leisurely for about half an hour. He still hadn't reached the end. This cave was much deeper than Jiang Feng had imagined. Suddenly, he kicked a small stone, which hit the cave wall and made a sound. The sound wasn't loud, but in the cave, it echoed. The sound immediately amplified several times. The next moment, buzzing the sound of flapping wings echoed from above. At the same time, red lights lit up on the cave ceiling. I forgot to observe above. Zhang Feng was startled. He had been focusing on the front, back, and sides, but had neglected the top. Mainly because the cave was too high, Zhang Feng's golden light couldn't reach the top of the cave. But he didn't expect that he had been walking under a group of monsters for so long. If he hadn't kicked a small stone just now, he probably wouldn't have known. Flap, flap, flap. The flapping of wings became louder and louder, and the red light on the cave ceiling increased. If these were all eyes emitting light, then there were at least dozens, if not hundreds, of monsters above Zhang Feng's head. This is terrifying just to think about. Run! Zhang Feng almost didn't think, he turned and ran. But as soon as he turned around, he noticed more red lights behind him. Compared to behind, there were fewer lights ahead. So Zhang Feng made a quick decision, not looking back, he ran forward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monsters made sharp screeching sounds, accompanied by the flapping of wings. Zhang Feng hadn't run a few steps when several shadows flew towards him. When they entered the range illuminated by the golden light, Zhang Feng finally saw clearly that these monsters were actually bats. Each bat was quite large, and most likely fierce beasts. Hundreds of fierce beasts, even if they were all low level, were still quite daunting. Clang! Without hesitation, Zhang Feng drew his sword instantly. With 3 swift strikes, the bats that approached him were all killed. He didn't have time to collect the blood from their hearts. Immediately he ran madly forward. He even used the thunderbolt flash. The bloody scene completely enraged the bats above his head. They swarmed towards Zhang Feng. The first wave probably had dozens of them. The bats behind him probably wouldn't catch up to Zhang Feng for a while, but the bats ahead were getting closer to him again. Zhang Feng quickly waved the tetanus blade. One sword could kill one bat. However, there were too many bats in this group. Soon, several bats closed in on him. Clang, clang, clang. The bats' claws struck Zhang Feng, but they couldn't even break through his golden body protection. Zhang Feng wielded his sword again and killed them. Luckily, these bats are not individually strong, Zhang Feng thought to himself. His golden body protection was impenetrable even by a second-grade spirit blade. These bats, classified as low to mid-level ferocious beasts, naturally couldn't harm him. But Zhang Feng didn't let his guard down. Even if ants can kill an elephant in large numbers, he couldn't guarantee that his diamond body could withstand a group attack. Escaping was the best option. With the full power of Thunderbolt Flash, Zhang Feng quickly broke free from the bat swarm. However, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Without much thought, Zhang Feng ran towards the narrower path. The narrower the entrance, the smaller the numerical advantage. After running for about 10 minutes, with no sign of the bat group behind him, Zhang Feng stopped to catch his breath. It was truly a mess. If only I had a martial art with wide-range attacks, these bats would be nothing, Zhang Feng thought. Facing a group with large numbers but weak individual strength, Zhang Feng believed that martial arts were inferior to firearms. A rocket launcher could easily wipe them out. But thinking about that now was useless. He needed to figure out how to get out. Retreating was not an option, he had to move forward. Since there was a fork in the road, it meant that this cave might have multiple exits. Maybe he could find another way out. So, Zhang Feng continued forward. This time, he didn't walk for long before stopping. He had reached a dead end. He had guessed wrong, there was no exit ahead. Who's there? Suddenly, Zhang Feng faintly saw a figure ahead. It was just at the edge of the illuminated area, so it wasn't very clear. Could there be someone in this eerie place? Was it another unfortunate soul like himself, driven here by the bat swarm? Hello, can you hear me? If you can, respond, Zhang Feng asked again when the figure remained still. The figure still didn't move. Zhang Feng slowly moved forward until the figure entered the illuminated area. A dead person? The figure turned out to be a corpse. No, more accurately, a skeleton. There was no flesh or blood, indicating it had been dead for a long time. If it was an ordinary person, they might have been dead for a few years. For a warrior, it would be even longer because their bodies were stronger, taking more time to decompose. It was said that some warriors who focused on body cultivation could remain uncorrupted even after 1,000 years. Bacteria and microorganisms couldn't decompose them. What a coincidence, huh? Anyone who can die in a place like this is definitely not ordinary, Zhang Feng thought, delighted, and hurried forward to see if there was anything valuable. A few minutes later, his expression changed from excitement to disappointment. Ah, too late. In front of the skeleton, there was indeed a box, but it was already empty. There was nothing else around. Obviously, someone had beaten him to it. Oh well, even though I didn't find anything, meeting you is fate. I'll help you rest in peace, Zhang Feng said. In Hua culture, fallen leaves return to their roots, signifying peace in death. Zhang Feng didn't know the origin of this skeleton, but he could at least help it rest in peace. So, Zhang Feng drew his sword and slashed at the ground, creating a pit. Ha! That easy? Was his sword so powerful? It directly opened up a pit. Moreover, why was the pit so perfectly square, not like something he had slashed out himself? Zhang Feng looked into the pit and found a small box placed inside. Obviously, this pit had been there for a while. It was just filled up later. The sword he had just used only brought it back to light. Zhang Feng quickly took out the box from the pit and opened it. Inside were only two things, an ancient and elegant jade pendant and a projector. He set the jade pendant aside and the projector caught Zhang Feng's attention. I wonder if there's still any power left. Zhang Feng fiddled with the projector and it quickly turned on. Surprisingly, it still had power. What brand is this? I should get one too. Play. He pressed the play button, and soon, a holographic image appeared. To Zhang Feng's surprise, it was a young woman. She looked no more than 30, very beautiful, and exuded a noble aura. Definitely not an ordinary person. The woman in the image spoke. If everything goes as expected, I should be dead by now. I wonder if anyone will see this recording. The young woman smiled bitterly, her eyes filled with reluctance and resignation. If you can see this recording I made, it means you want to help me find peace in death. You are a good person. Why am I suddenly being labeled a good person? Zhang Feng was speechless for a moment. When I say good person, I mean a genuinely good person, not just handing out a good person card to you. Just as Zhang Feng finished his sarcasm, the young woman spoke again. This startled Zhang Feng. Can you hear me talking? Aren't you just a recording? Zhang Feng was shocked. Don't worry, I'm really dead. I was just joking earlier to lighten the mood. You must have been scared, right? Hee, you're quite humorous. Zhang Feng forced a smile. He almost believed there were ghosts in this world. But he had to admit, this young woman had a good attitude. She was almost dying, yet still had the spirit to joke around. Alright, enough joking around, or we might run out of power. Let's get to the point. My name is Ying, I live in the capital, chased here by enemies, and now I'm fatally wounded, with little time left. I know I won't survive, so if you're willing to help me find peace, I have a favor to ask. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to seek revenge for me, just to return my remains home. Of course, I won't ask for help for nothing. Have you seen that jade pendant? It's actually a storage spiritual tool with a reward for you inside. The power is running out, so I'll be brief. Inside the jade pendant are two things, a martial art I created, free of copyright risks, for you to practice with peace of mind, and a key from an ancient martial civilization relic, very important. Don't let anyone else know, or you'll end up like me. Before she could finish, the image disappeared. The projector finally ran out of power. End up like you, being chased? Zhang Feng murmured. That key from the ancient martial civilization relic could attract pursuit. Was it really that important? Zhang Feng then examined the jade pendant. He knew that a storage spiritual tool meant there was actually a hidden space inside the jade pendant. Items could be stored in this space for easy carrying. This thing was quite rare. People in this era couldn't fully understand it, only obtaining it from those ancient martial civilization relics. It was basically priceless and hard to come by unless you had money and the right connections. The key was Zhang Feng didn't know how to use it. He could only use his advanced Huarun Might 660 Pro to search, and then, he knew how to use it. It was simple, focus on the jade pendant, concentrate your thoughts, and you could see what was inside. Then, with a thought, you could retrieve the items. Putting things in was even simpler, just push them in. The space is quite large. Zhang Feng focused his thoughts and immersed himself in the jade pendant. He saw the peculiar space inside the jade pendant, roughly measuring 50 m x 50 m x 50 m. Despite its size, the space contained very few items. There was only a pitch-black key of unknown material and a martial seal. Such a large space, yet so little inside. What a waste, Zhang Feng commented. In my opinion, it would be better to have a pile of banknotes. Then, he took out the key and the martial seal. Zhang Feng couldn't make out much from the key. It seemed to be inscribed with some characters or symbols, but he couldn't understand them. He also didn't know if Ying mentioned anything about the key in the hologram. Unable to comprehend, he decided to leave it for later. Zhang Feng felt that the martial seal was more substantial. So, he placed the martial seal on his forehead and began the inheritance. The cold wind howled, and heavy snowflakes danced in the air. A graceful figure appeared, holding a sword. Despite the heavy snowfall, not a single snowflake touched her. Ying? Zhang Feng immediately recognized the figure. It was the woman from the hologram. It then dawned on him that Ying mentioned having created her own martial arts within the jade pendant. Creating martial arts was something only a grandmaster could achieve. This young woman who appeared to be in her 30s was already a Grandmaster level expert? Her talent was truly exceptional. Just as Jiang Feng was amazed, the previously motionless Ying suddenly moved. Amidst the snow, she wielded her sword. Her movements were elegant and captivating, resembling a martial art rather than sword techniques, devoid of any killing intent. However, Jiang Feng soon noticed something amiss. Centered around Ying, within a radius of several hundred meters, the snowflakes dissipated, replaced by strands of sword energy. The sword energy Ying unleashed floated down like snowflakes. If one didn't look closely, they might not even notice it. The sword energy seemed to blend with the surrounding snowfall. This sword technique, inspired by my insights during sword practice in the snow, I name it snow drifting in the mortal realm. The sword energy drifts like snow, cleansing the filth in this world. Yi Ying's voice echoed. In the next moment, she turned and looked towards Jiang Feng. Or perhaps, she wasn't looking at Jiang Feng. I will not publicize this sword technique to the world. It has no rank, but I believe it surpasses A rank. By inheriting snow drifting in the mortal realm, you are the one I value the most. I hope that as you inherit the sword technique, you also inherit my will. Sweep away the filth in this world. With that, Yi Ying's figure gradually faded away. Jiang Feng's consciousness returned to his body, creating one's own martial arts. I wonder when I will have that ability. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Other people's martial arts, no matter how high their level, still belong to others. Only self-created martial arts would truly suit him. Of course, Jiang Feng wasn't one to aim too high. He was far from reaching the level of a grandmaster. Snack lover, welcome, new one. Oh, you're a big sister. Big Ben, big sister, welcome, welcome, I'm Big Ben. If you need anything, just ask your big brother, I've got your back. Kong, welcome, welcome 12, oi. I'm Dragon Fist, call me Dragon Brother, next month, call me Tiger Brother. Voices of various martial arts echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. According to them, this snow drifting in the mortal realm seemed to be a girl. A martial art created by a woman, personified as a female? However, Jiang Feng never heard the voice of snow drifting in the mortal realm. 12, oh, she's still a cold beauty, huh? Oh, right, swordman, why aren't you speaking? Both of you are sword martial arts, you should have a common language. Only after 12 finished speaking did the faint voice of swordman, the sword technique, sound. Hello, miss, I am sword technique, a D-rank sword technique. This time, the sound of sword drawing was not as arrogant as usual, but rather gave a shy and introverted feeling. This doesn't fit the image of a sword practitioner. Soon, a cold voice rang out. So-called grades are just human evaluations. In my opinion, martial arts should not be distinguished by high or low status. Even if it's a D grade, it won't be inferior to other martial arts. Xue Pioran finally spoke. Jiang Feng almost thought she hadn't even developed consciousness yet. Listening to her voice, Jiang Feng pictured a silver-haired, elegant woman in white in his mind. If she could take human form, she would probably look like that. It seems great minds think alike. I've always felt underestimated in my potential. Sword drawing immediately became excited. This new swordsmanship lady who had just arrived was so in tune with his own thoughts, even their values were so aligned. They were simply a perfect match. Can I call you Xue? Sword drawing's tone turned shy again. Sure, a name is just a code, I don't mind. Xue Pioran replied. Xue, I have something good here, would you like to try it? What good thing? Sword intent. That's a good thing. Are you really willing to share it with me? Of course, I feel a connection with you, and I can share anything with you. Jiang Feng couldn't even get a word in. The conversation between these two sword practitioners became more and more exciting, regretting not meeting sooner. Insight into broken sword intent in Xue Pioran, entering enlightenment state, training progress plus 50%, progress plus 50%, breakthrough in Xue Pioran, current martial arts realm is proficient, 1%, continued enlightenment in Xue Pioran, training progress plus 40%, training progress. More insights from Xue Pioran flooded Jiang Feng's mind. He became increasingly familiar with this sword technique, as if he had been practicing it for years. And this feeling continued. Enlightenment in Xue Pioran complete, current martial arts realm is intermediate, 99%, mastered broken sword intent in Xue Pioran. Suddenly, before Jiang Feng could say a word to Xue Pioran, she had already reached the intermediate realm. It was truly amazing. Sword drawing, Xue, congratulations on reaching the intermediate realm. Xue Pioran, thank you for sharing, but your strand of broken sword intent was only enough for me to reach this realm. To progress further, I need to realize my own sword intent. Xue Pioran's level must be higher than that of sword drawing. Therefore, her training difficulty must also be higher. However, reaching the intermediate realm already satisfied Zhang Feng. Most importantly, she had also mastered that strand of broken sword intent. This meant that Zhang Feng could also release this sword intent by performing Shuepyoren. Shuepyoren's killing power is widespread, meaning those bats can no longer threaten me. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. It was like finding a solution to a problem right before falling asleep. Now all the troubles were resolved. Senior, I accept your request. I will definitely send your remains back to the capital. Zhang Feng bowed to the skeleton. In any case, inheriting her martial arts made him half her disciple. Naturally, he had to show some respect. Afterwards, Zhang Feng placed Yi Ying's remains into the jade pendant. When the opportunity arose to go to the capital, he would fulfill her last wish. There would definitely be such an opportunity. Qingyuan City was not his final destination. He would definitely venture into big cities like the capital. After taking care of Yi Ying's remains, Zhang Feng walked back the way he came. Soon, he returned to the place where he had been surrounded by a swarm of bats. The bats had returned to the top of the cave to rest. Perhaps because they hadn't caught Zhang Feng, they were too lazy to chase him. At this moment, if he was careful and didn't make any noise, he could quietly leave. But how could Zhang Feng back down? Humph, you were all hyped up when you ganged up on me before, now it's my turn to fight back. Zhang Feng sneered. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it upwards. Crack! The stone hit one of the bats. It immediately woke up. Squeak! The bat let out an angry cry, setting off a chain reaction. Rows of red lights lit up again. All the bats were awakened once more. Come on! Zhang Feng shouted. Plop, plop, plop. Suddenly, all the bats swooped towards Zhang Feng. In no time, they completely enveloped him. Instead of attacking directly, Zhang Feng immediately released a golden protective light. When all the bats were close to him, he drew his sword abruptly. Snow drifts in the human world. The sword intent was instantly released from the blade of tetanus. However, this time, the sword intent transformed into numerous small sword energies, resembling snowflakes. They covered an area of about 10 meters around Zhang Feng. Kill! Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the sound of slashing resounded. Every bat touched by the snowflake sword energy immediately spurted blood and fell dead to the ground. The dispersed small sword energies were not very powerful, but any advanced fierce beast among the bats could resist them. Unfortunately, they were just a group of low-level fierce beasts. They couldn't withstand the damage from the sword energy at all. Within the range of the falling snow, none of the bats could hold on for a moment. Just a few minutes later, the ground was covered with bat corpses. Only a few bats escaped and flew outside the cave. Zhang Feng didn't chase after them but started to collect his spoils. These bat corpses were valuable and could be sold for money. Although the price wasn't high, the quantity was substantial. Selling a few hundred of these low-level fierce beast bats should fetch a few million. In addition, Zhang Feng collected a drop of blood from each bat's heart and stored them in a container. They could also be worth a few hundred credits. This cave exploration was indeed worthwhile. However, for Zhang Feng, the greatest gain was Yi Ying's inheritance. Not to mention the valuable jade pendant alone. Zhang Feng had always wanted a storage spirit tool. This way, he wouldn't have to carry a big bag when he went hunting in the future. Zhang Feng threw all the bat corpses into the storage jade pendant. The space inside was large enough. After stacking the bat corpses, there was still 30 to 40% of space left. After leaving the cave, Zhang Feng called out to the foodie in his mind. Keep sniffing, where else are there good things? The foodie's dog nose couldn't be wasted. Finding precious materials and hunting the fierce beasts guarding them was a double win. To the east, 20 kilometers away, there's a fragrance. After sniffing, the foodie quickly replied to Zhang Feng. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng ran madly towards the east. As the sun set in the west, night fell. In a certain part of the mountain, a bonfire was lit. Zhang Feng skewered a piece of fierce beast meat with the blade of tetanus and began roasting it over the fire. Soon, a delicious meaty aroma wafted out. Zhang Feng took a big bite, the oil dripping from his mouth. Surprisingly, although there were no seasonings, the original flavor of the roasted meat made it even more delicious. Zhang Feng had a great harvest today. With the help of the foodie's keen sense of smell, he saved a lot of time searching for fierce beasts. After leaving the cave, Zhang Feng successively found 18 spiritual materials, but they were all some first-grade spiritual materials, not as good as the jade spirit fruit. Still, it was better than nothing, and he could sell them for 4 to 5 million. Near these spiritual materials, there were fierce beasts guarding, all of them intermediate to high-level fierce beasts, but Zhang Feng felt no pressure at all. He dealt with them directly. The valuable parts of their bodies were put into the storage jade pendant. The blood was stored in a container. This wilderness practical lesson really made him earn a lot. And this was only the first day. In the following 2 days, the harvest should also be substantial. But I estimate that I've almost picked all the spiritual materials in this area, and there aren't many intermediate and high-level fierce beasts left. I need to change places. The foodie could no longer smell any fragrance. This meant that at least this area no longer had anything good. Zhang Feng planned to try to venture deeper into the wilderness after daybreak tomorrow. He could easily kill high-level fierce beasts now. So, next, he planned to try the primordial beasts. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Zhang Feng immediately became alert, placing his hand on the sword hilt, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Whoo! The sound rang out again, and Zhang Feng already knew the direction. He turned around, ready to draw his sword. However, the next moment, a cold light flashed. Zhang Feng felt a chill on his neck. A knife had unknowingly been placed against his neck. Such a fast knife. Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. His sword drawing speed was already super fast, but compared to the other party, he was quite lacking. He hadn't even reacted, and the knife was already against his neck. Fortunately, the other party didn't intend to kill him, otherwise, the knife wouldn't just be against his neck so simply. Zhang Feng followed the knife's direction and saw a young woman with golden hair and blue eyes. She was actually a foreign girl. She seemed young, around 25 years old. She was indeed good-looking, a standard Western beauty with a high nose, big eyes, and fair skin. Her figure was extremely voluptuous, tall, and curvy. However, she looked a bit disheveled at the moment. She must have just gone through a big battle, got injured, her clothes torn in many places, even revealing some private parts slightly. Watching her made one's heart beat faster involuntarily. Well, my heart was beating fast because there was a knife against my neck, no other reason. Barbecue, give it to me. The golden-haired beauty spoke, in a non-standard Huaxia language. But Zhang Feng could still understand. If you want barbecue, just say so, there's no need to draw a knife. How about you put the knife down, and we enjoy it slowly? Zhang Feng asked tentatively. Stop the nonsense, just do it, the golden-haired beauty said impatiently. With a forceful move, the knife made a cut on Zhang Feng's neck, but it only left a white mark, no blood was drawn. Zhang Feng's 6th-level golden body was not to be trifled with. However, Zhang Feng also knew that the other party hadn't used much force, so he decisively handed over the barbecue he had just taken a bite of. The golden-haired beauty quickly took it, not minding Zhang Feng's saliva, and took big bites of the barbecue. The golden-haired beauty finished the barbecue in 3 or 4 bites. Then, she took out a small bottle from her body, about the size of a regular oral liquid. Without saying a word, she stuffed it into Zhang Feng's pocket. Keep it with you, I'll come to get it in 3 days. Don't give it to anyone else. If the item is not on you by then, you're dead. The golden-haired beauty threatened Zhang Feng coldly. Then she put away the knife directly, leaped into the air, and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Everything happened so suddenly. From the appearance of the golden-haired beauty to her departure, it probably didn't even take half a minute. Zhang Feng was a bit slow to react. He subconsciously took out the bottle of oral liquid from his pocket. Inside was a pink unknown liquid. What is this? Zhang Feng was curious. It couldn't be just ordinary oral liquid, he refused to believe it. The blonde foreign girl obviously valued it, but why keep it on herself? Zhang Feng tried to open the lid, and immediately, a pungent smell wafted out. Not exactly unpleasant, but definitely not good either. Just a whiff made Zhang Feng feel a bit warm. His heartbeat slightly accelerated, his skin gradually flushed, and the blood flow in his body increased. It gave him a strange sense of excitement. Alarmed by this, Zhang Feng quickly tightened the lid. Could the pink liquid in the bottle be something illegal? Master, it smells so good, let the baby smell it a few more times. The voice of the foodie immediately sounded. Zhang Feng was puzzled. He thought the pungent smell wasn't pleasant at all. The foodie really wasn't picky. Master, this must be a good thing, let the baby drink it. You're quite bold, but we still don't know what this thing is. This time, Zhang Feng didn't listen to the foodie. What if it's poison? He would be in big trouble. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps approached. Zhang Feng instinctively stuffed the bottle of pink liquid into the jade pendant. Then, he saw several figures running towards him. In no time, they surrounded him. Zhang Feng could now see the faces of those people clearly, 3 men and 2 women, all in their mid-20s. They were dressed in uniform clothing, which seemed familiar to Zhang Feng. In his memory, Qinghe's sister seemed to have worn something similar. So, were they from the Demon Suppression Bureau? Who are you? Why are you here? One of the men among the 5 asked in an interrogative tone. Clearly, they were interrogating him. Of course, they had the authority to do so. After all, the Demon Suppression Bureau was a specially approved organization in Huagua, directly under the management of the Huagua Elder Council. They specialized in handling cases related to martial artists, with higher levels of authority than the usual public security bureaus. I am a student from the Qingyuan Martial Arts Academy's Genius Training Camp, here to participate in the Wilderness Practice Class. Zhang Feng replied cooperatively. He wasn't afraid of the Demon Suppression Bureau, but Qinghe's sister was a member, so he had to be cautious. Genius Training Camp? The man who had spoken earlier glanced at the others. One of the young women said, Captain Zhang, it should be real. He's wearing the academy uniform of the Qingyuan Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this, Captain Zhang relaxed a bit, but still didn't completely trust Zhang Feng. Did you see a blonde foreigner just now? Yes, I saw her running in that direction. Zhang Feng pointed without hesitation. It was the direction the blonde beauty had fled. He had no intention of deceiving the Demon Suppression Bureau, he even hoped they would catch the blonde beauty. Otherwise, how would he deal with her if she came looking for him again? Li Ming, Li Hu, Lu Qi, go after them, Captain Zhang ordered. Yes. The two men and one woman immediately chased after the direction Zhang Feng had pointed, but Captain Zhang and the woman who had spoken earlier stayed behind. Did that Western woman say anything to you or give you anything? Captain Zhang took a few steps forward, approaching Zhang Feng. His sharp gaze locked onto Zhang Feng's eyes. It was a gaze that had definitely killed people, and quite a few at that. Ruthless, merciless, and sharp. If it were any other student, even those who had experienced some things, being stared at by those eyes would make them nervous. Probably, they would confess everything, even what underwear they were wearing. But not Zhang Feng. His state of mind had long been subtly altered by those martial arts. Perhaps he hadn't experienced much himself, but in terms of mentality, he was no less than the other party. No, she just passed by me, looking hurried, she must have been injured. Zhang Feng shook his head. His intuition told him that the bottle of pink liquid was not simple. If he told the other party, it might cause even more trouble. Really? Captain Zhang took a step closer to Zhang Feng, his gaze fixed on him. It seemed like he wanted to see evidence of lying in his eyes. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng's eyes were calm, like a still ancient well, not even a trace of nervousness. There wasn't even any sleep in his eyes, let alone evidence. Let me search you. With that, Captain Zhang reached out towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng immediately stepped back a few paces. What? Are you feeling guilty? Seeing this, Captain Zhang became even more suspicious of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng frowned. He had put the pink medicinal liquid into his jade pendant, so the other party shouldn't be able to find it. But Zhang Feng was very averse to being searched, even more so by a man. Searching is fine, but according to the laws of Hua country, you need to show a search warrant to search me. Zhang Feng said. The rule you mentioned is only for the Public Security Bureau. The Demon Suppression Bureau has the right to act first and report later. They can search you first, then get the warrant. Captain Zhang said proudly. This was the advantage of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Directly under the Elder Council, their power far exceeded that of ordinary law enforcers. If you resist, I can treat you as a suspect. With that, Captain Zhang moved to search Zhang Feng. But at that moment, the young woman who had spoken earlier suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise. Wait! Captain Zhang looked at her in confusion. Ran, what's wrong? I just remembered why he looks familiar. The young woman named Ran looked at Zhang Feng and asked, You're Lu Dui's brother, right? I saw your photo on her phone. Lu Dui? You mean Qinghe? Captain Zhang asked hastily. Ran nodded. In the next moment, Captain Zhang's gaze towards Zhang Feng immediately changed from scrutiny and indifference to warmth and kindness. His face broke into a smile, completely different from before. Zhang Feng was speechless. The speed of this change was truly remarkable. Is your sister really Qinghe Lu? Captain Zhang asked again. Zhang Feng nodded. You didn't ask if she's your real sister. I call her sister Qinghe, isn't that the same as sister? It's not like I'm lying, right? Seeing Jiang Feng's admission, Captain Zhang immediately smiled apologetically. Ha, it's a small world, not recognizing each other in the same family. You're Qinghe's brother, then you're my brother. If you had mentioned this relationship earlier, we wouldn't have treated you like that. Forgive me, little brother, I was just doing my job. Captain Zhang immediately put his arm around Zhang Feng as if they were old friends. Family? Are you my sister's boyfriend? Zhang Feng asked curiously. He didn't remember Sister Qinghe having a boyfriend. But since she rarely came home, it was normal not to know. Not yet, but it's just a matter of time. Look at the whole Qingyuan city, besides me, who else is worthy of Qinghe? Zhang Meng was very confident. Zhang Feng was speechless once again. He thought there was some big revelation. so it's all just wishful thinking on your part. I was wondering, Sister Chingha's taste couldn't be that bad, right? With a handsome younger brother at home, how could she be interested in someone so average looking outside? But seeing Zhang Meng like this, he seemed to have big plans for Sister Chingha. Perfect, this was a chance to gather some information. So Jiang Feng immediately forced out a smile. Zhang Gu, you're right. My sister is so outstanding that not just in Qingyuan City, but in the whole province of Ganshi, there are very few who can match her. It's all thanks to you, Zhang Gu, for the opportunity. Jiang Feng's words struck a chord in Zhang Meng's heart. He was immediately moved to tears and saw Jiang Feng as a true friend. He wished they could swear brotherhood under a peach blossom tree. I mean, in the woods. With your words, brother, I'm already a winner. Just wait, you'll be calling me brother-in-law in the future, Zhang Meng said, patting his chest. Jiang Feng blinked, feeling a bit guilty for teasing him. Seems like he's still in love. As soon as Qingha Jie was mentioned, he became foolish. He even believed in such nonsense. No rush, no rush. We can call you brother-in-law after everything is settled. By the way, Zhang Gu, about the body search. Forget about it, why would I doubt you, my brother? See, the trouble is solved just like that. Oh, Zhang Gu, my sister mentioned she's going on a secret mission for a long time. What exactly is she going to do? Jiang Feng asked. The first rule of gathering information is not to ask directly. Otherwise, it's easy to expose your true intentions. You have to slowly infiltrate from other angles. Start with casual chatter. Oh, that matter, it's hard to say. It is indeed a secret mission. I can only tell you that she's going to explore a newly discovered ancient martial civilization relic, but I can't say more. Oh, is it dangerous? There's definitely danger, but don't worry too much. Qingha is so outstanding, she'll be fine. She's a key figure in the Demon Suppression Bureau, the organization won't let her take risks, Zhang Meng said. Hearing this, Jiang Feng felt somewhat relieved. Later, Jiang Feng talked to Zhang Meng about many things, mostly related to Qingha Jie. This not only brought them closer but also helped Jiang Feng understand Qingha Jie better. To be honest, Jiang Feng's understanding of Qingha Jie might not even be as good as Zhang Meng's. When they had talked enough, Jiang Feng finally got to the point. By the way, Zhang Gu, what's the deal with that Western girl? Why was she at Luosishan? And why were you chasing her? Jiang Feng casually asked. Without hesitation, Zhang Meng replied, that Western girl is from the Aurelian Empire. Her name translated into our language is Catherine. She infiltrated Ganshi to steal the 6th-generation gene potion newly developed by our Renha Biopharmaceutical Group. Zhang Meng was still furious. Ganshi province had invested a great deal to support the research of the gene potion by Renha Biopharmaceutical Group. How could they easily take back the fruits of victory? Oh, that's indeed outrageous. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. His mind was racing with thoughts. Most likely, the pink liquid bottle that the Western beauty slipped into his pocket was the 6th-generation gene potion Zhang Meng mentioned. It didn't sound like something illegal, but he needed to clarify. So he continued, what is the 6th-generation gene potion? Oh, it's a type of medicine that can stimulate human genes. It's said that after ordinary people use it, their physique can be greatly enhanced. Even without martial arts training, they can match the strength of warriors. But currently, it's only a theoretical effect. Whether it can be successful is still uncertain. The 6th-generation gene potion is said to have the highest success rate, but before any tests, it was stolen. After hearing Zhang Meng's explanation, Jiang Feng was even more shocked. Ordinary people could have the strength of warriors. If this is successful and mass-produced, it would be a great boon for the country and the people. If used on the battlefield, it would be equivalent to mass-producing an army powerful enough to rival warriors. Regardless of the country, the number of warriors is extremely scarce. At most, they make up only 10%. Hua country has the largest population in the world. With a population of 1.4 billion, the number of warriors barely reaches 100 million. That's not even 10%. Most of the military consists of ordinary people. If these ordinary people could be transformed into beings comparable to warriors, Jiang Feng couldn't even imagine. Ah, why am I telling you all this? You don't need to understand it now anyway. Focus on your training, aim to be like your sister, and getting into the Demon Suppression Bureau directly after graduation is the most important thing. Zhang Meng patted Jiang Feng's shoulder and said. Jiang Feng nodded earnestly. Sigh. Still haven't caught up after all this time? No, I'm still a bit worried. Ruan, escort Qingha's brother back, I'll go take a look. Zhang Meng suddenly remembered something important. Jiang Feng hurriedly said, no need, I'm still in class, you guys do your own thing, don't worry about me. Alright then, take care of yourself, here's my number, contact me if anything happens, I'll come to help you right away, Zhang Meng left in a hurry after leaving a string of numbers. Zhang Feng watched them leave and couldn't help but sigh. Actually, this person isn't bad, just a bit too arrogant. Of course, as a small team leader of the Demon Suppression Bureau, a bit of arrogance is to be expected. Genetic potion. I wonder if I can use it. Zhang Feng couldn't help but wonder. Even ordinary people can possess the strength of warriors after using it. If he were to use it, wouldn't he become even stronger? But even if he wanted to use it, it's not now. Who knows what might happen if he takes something like that? This is the wilderness. Danger could arise at any moment. The night passed without incident. As the sun rose again, Zhang Feng continued on his way. He started heading deeper into the Snail Mountain. Foodie, sniff hard for me, see if you can find any treasures, it's all up to you. Once I make money, I'll buy you something even better than jade spirit fruits. Zhang Feng walked while painting a rosy picture for the foodie. For a foodie, what temptation is greater than food? Soon, the excited voice of the foodie rang out. Found it, master, southeast, 25 kilometers. Zhang Feng's face lit up at the news. Finally, another job to do. So, he quickened his pace and headed southeast. Before long, he arrived at the location the foodie had mentioned. In front of him, not far away, was an open space. The ground was littered with broken tree branches, with only one tree still standing tall. However, most of this tree had turned into charcoal. Obviously, this area had been struck by lightning. The other trees had been directly destroyed, only this one tree, despite being struck by lightning, was still alive. Isn't this a thunderstruck tree? Zhang Feng had heard that if a tree survives a lightning strike, it can store the power of thunder and lightning. There's a superstitious belief that thunderstruck trees can ward off evil. Whether it's true or not, Zhang Feng didn't know, but if thunderstruck trees were used to craft weapons, it would definitely be great. After all, being able to withstand a direct hit from heavenly thunder and still stand tall proves its strength. Moreover, with the power of thunder and lightning within, if used as a weapon, it would likely have electric shock and paralysis effects. It doesn't look like it would taste good, the foodie grumbled. But another voice sounded excited. A loud voice boomed out. Ah, it's the aura of thunder and lightning, master, get closer, let me feel it properly. The sudden loud voice truly startled Zhang Feng. Just as he was about to scold him, the notification tone sounded. Thunderbolt Flash senses the aura of thunder and lightning. Feeling quite excited, cultivation progress plus 1%. You've really done it this time, I feel too embarrassed to scold you. Zhang Feng remembered, De Ben did mention that things with thunder and lightning attributes would benefit his cultivation. Back then, just consuming the blood of a thunderbird could boost his progress so much. Although the thunderbird is a thunder and lightning elemental beast, the thunder and lightning energy in its blood is very diluted. But the thunderstruck wood is different. Struck by heavenly thunder, it must have absorbed the energy of the thunder. Isn't this stronger than the thunderbird's blood? Alright, I'll indulge you, but before that, we need to deal with that leopard. Zhang Feng's gaze shifted from the thunderstruck wood to a purple leopard nearby. The leopard was entirely purple with lightning-shaped patterns on its body. Zhang Feng didn't recognize it, but a quick photo identification with his phone revealed the information about the purple leopard. Thunderbolt Cheetah, a first-grade elemental beast, mastering thunder and lightning elemental power. It can enhance its speed by borrowing the power of thunder and lightning, reaching speeds of over 2,000 meters per second at its fastest burst. Elemental beast. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He had been thinking about finding an elemental beast to practice with, and here it was. But indeed, this speed is really fast. His current physique should not be at the level of an advanced warrior yet, but it's close. Even using the intermediate realm skill Thunderbolt Flash could only burst at 20 times the speed. At most, a little over 1,000 meters per second. Far inferior to the Thunderbolt Cheetah. However, fast speed doesn't mean strong combat power. Speed is just the advantage of the Thunderbolt Cheetah, while Zhang Feng's combat power is not solely reliant on speed. At this moment, the Thunderbolt Cheetah was licking the thunderstruck wood. When its tongue touched the wood, Zhang Feng could clearly see flashes of electricity. The Thunderbolt Cheetah was likely absorbing the heavenly thunder energy stored in the wood. Licking so earnestly presented a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Thunderbolt Flash. Zhang Feng immediately executed the Thunderbolt Flash, generating electricity under his feet. His body turned into a blur, rushing towards the Thunderbolt Cheetah. At the same time, a rusty sword suddenly appeared in Zhang Feng's hand. It was his blade of tetanus. With the storage jade pendant, Zhang Feng no longer needed to carry the blade of tetanus on him at all times. When not in use, he could keep it in the pendant and retrieve it with a single thought when needed. Very convenient. Sword drawing technique. While performing the Thunderbolt Flash, he also executed the sword drawing technique. By the time Zhang Feng appeared next to the thunderbolt cheetah, the sword was already drawn. When dealing with elemental beasts, Zhang Feng did not hold back at all. He directly unleashed the broken sword intent. The sword intent enveloped the blade, instantly bursting into sharp sword energy, slashing towards the thunderbolt cheetah. So far, Zhang Feng had never failed with this move. Basically, he could instantly kill intermediate and advanced ferocious beasts. However, this time was different from the past. He was facing an elemental beast. Mastering elemental power, it could rival an elemental warrior. Clang! The blade of tetanus pierced through the thunderbolt cheetah's body. But there was no hint of joy on Zhang Feng's face. Instead, he furrowed his brows and sighed. Elemental beasts truly lived up to their name, far stronger than advanced ferocious beasts. The thunderbolt cheetah gradually dissipated. What Zhang Feng had struck was just its afterimage. The opponent's reaction speed and agility were much faster than Zhang Feng had imagined. Roar! In the next moment, a roar echoed. It came from behind Zhang Feng. The thunderbolt cheetah's speed had reached such a level that it could not only swiftly evade Zhang Feng's attacks but also sneak up on him from behind unnoticed. Golden light protection. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate at this moment. He decisively activated the 6th level of the diamond body, releasing the golden light protection. Because he knew very well that the thunderbolt cheetah's speed far surpassed his own. Evading was definitely not an option. To deal with it, he could only rely on his other advantages, such as defense and sword intent. Creak! Crackling! Just as the golden light emerged, Zhang Feng heard a piercing scratching sound. It was like the noise of nails scraping metal, sending shivers down his spine. Besides that, Zhang Feng also seemed to hear the sound of electric shocks. There was a hint of burnt smell. Zhang Feng was attacked on his back, causing his body to lean forward and stumble. He rolled on the ground and quickly stood up, turning around. Only then did he see the thunder leopard had appeared right where he had been standing. The power of that claw was indeed formidable, even carrying an electric shock effect. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had cultivated the diamond body to the 6th level, allowing him to emit a defensive golden light. Zhang Feng estimated that the defensive power of his golden light shield could be compared to the elemental power of some 1st or 2nd grade elemental warriors. Otherwise, how could he withstand the attack of the thunder leopard, a 1st grade elemental beast? Can't break through my golden light shield? Then I'm safe. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The thunder leopard excelled in speed, so its attack and defense were probably not that strong. As long as his golden light shield could withstand its attacks, everything would be fine. As the saying goes, I have countless chances to make mistakes, while you only have one. Even a beast like you can wield the power of thunder and lightning to this extent. I, De Ben, will not be inferior to it. De Ben's loud voice suddenly rang out, filled with defiance. And then, provoked by thunder flash, showing extreme dissatisfaction, in order to vent his anger, enters an enlightenment state. Cultivation progress plus 30%, cultivation progress plus 25%, cultivation progress. Accumulated enough for thunder flash, breakthrough in realm. Thunder flash enlightenment ends, cultivation stops, current martial arts realm is consummation, 5%, this is a breakthrough? Zhang Feng had originally been heading towards the thunderstruck wood, thinking that the celestial thunder energy within it would benefit De Ben, but he hadn't expected that De Ben was also someone who loved to compete. In martial arts. Stimulated by the thunder leopard, he broke through directly. Upon further thought, it was understandable. Put yourself in his shoes, you failed the automatic driving test several times. Then suddenly, you find out that a dog passed the test 2 in one go. What would you think? Am I really worse than a dog? De Ben's thoughts just now were probably along those lines. So he exerted himself. It seems I can stimulate other martial arts at any time. Zhang Feng suddenly had a good idea. Boss, let's compete with that beast again. De Ben's indignant voice rang out. Having just made a breakthrough, Zhang Feng naturally had to reward him properly. Alright. So, Zhang Feng's figure flashed and he rushed towards the thunder leopard. This time, his speed was even faster. The consummation realm thunder flash directly boosted Zhang Feng's speed by 40 times, reaching over 2,000 meters per second. He could now keep up with the thunder leopard's maximum speed. Zhang Feng appeared in front of the thunder leopard in an instant and drew his sword to strike. The thunder leopard hadn't anticipated Zhang Feng's sudden increase in speed. However, its reaction speed was very fast. It immediately dodged. Zhang Feng's strike only hit its afterimage. The speed has increased, but the speed of drawing the sword is not enough, Zhang Feng sighed inwardly. Although his sword drawing technique had reached near perfection due to mastering the fragmented sword intent, its speed had not improved significantly. He couldn't keep up with the Thunder Leopard's speed. This was getting troublesome. He needed to think of another way. While Zhang Feng was contemplating, the Thunder Leopard was not idle either. It was even more uncomfortable than Zhang Feng. It had thought it could suppress the human with its speed advantage. However, the opponent's speed was not slower than its own. As a result, it lost its advantage. Looking at that human, the golden light emanating from his body was so tough that he couldn't break it himself. To kill that human, one had to rely on strategy. The eyes of the Thunder Leopard spun around, as if truly contemplating something. In fact, being able to cultivate into a mythical beast already meant having awakened intelligence. It was said that the intelligence of some advanced mythical beasts could even rival that of adults. Soon, the Thunder Leopard came up with a plan. Roar! The Thunder Leopard roared once again. But this time, amidst the roar, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded. Boom! Zhang Feng's eardrums were instantly in pain from the shock, ringing in his ears. His mind even felt slightly dazed. The Thunder Leopard wielded the power of thunder and lightning. Apart from having the characteristics of paralysis and speed from electricity, it naturally possessed the ability to produce thunderous sounds. This roar carried the sound of thunder. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be left momentarily blank from the shock. The Thunder Leopard's roar was precisely for this purpose. With its speed, as long as the opponent had a moment of distraction, even if it was just a split second, it would be enough for it to do many things. Indeed, as Zhang Feng's eyes glazed over and his expression became vacant, the protective golden light surrounding him retracted. Seeing this, a triumphant sneer flashed in the Thunder Leopard's eyes. Without hesitation, it accelerated suddenly. In an instant, it rushed to Zhang Feng's side. Then, it waved its claws and struck towards Zhang Feng's head. It aimed to crush the human's head before it. However, just as the Thunder Leopard swiped its claw, it saw a mocking smile suddenly appear on Zhang Feng's previously vacant face. The Thunder Leopard felt a sense of unease. But it was too late. Zhang Feng's body, where the golden light had already disappeared, once again shone brightly, and it concentrated on his head. The Thunder Leopard's claw heavily struck Zhang Feng's head, but it only produced a dull thud. This time, the protective golden light completely neutralized the force of the Thunder Leopard's claw. Zhang Feng wasn't even pushed back, he stood still in place. At the same time, the rusty sword was unsheathed. In fact, Zhang Feng had already executed the sword drawing technique the moment the Thunder Leopard charged towards him. It just seemed delayed because the Thunder Leopard's speed was faster than Zhang Feng's sword drawing speed. But it didn't matter. At that moment, the Thunder Leopard had just launched an attack, thinking that its roar had subdued Zhang Feng. It never expected that it was Zhang Feng's strategy. Having endured Big Ben's thunderous voice every day, Zhang Feng had developed a certain resistance to sound attacks, if not immunity. The previous act was entirely a scheme he came up with in a flash of inspiration. Pretending to be hit, luring the Thunder Leopard closer, and making it lower its guard. The Thunder Leopard's intelligence was only equivalent to that of a human child. How could it have anticipated Zhang Feng's counter-strategy? The greatest advantage humans had over beasts was their intellect. A leopard playing mind games with me? Isn't that seeking death? At that moment, the Thunder Leopard had just launched an attack and was in a state of exhaustion, unable to summon new strength. It was impossible to dodge. Zhang Feng's sword could definitely hit it. Clang! The rusty sword was unsheathed, and after the remnants of the sword intent surged in, it instantly transformed into a brand new and sharp sword. The sword energy was like a rainbow, its edge revealed. A cold light flashed, directly slashing at the Thunder Leopard. Plop! The sound of flesh tearing instantly resounded. Swish! However, to Zhang Feng's surprise, the Thunder Leopard was not killed just like that. Perhaps the fear of death had triggered its potential. Just as Zhang Feng's sword was about to cut its neck, it forcibly moved its body slightly, causing Zhang Feng's sword to sever one of its front limbs. But it also managed to escape disaster. At this moment, Thunder Leopard realized that it was no match for the human in front of it and chose to escape without hesitation. However, with one forelimb missing, its speed was significantly reduced. Zhang Feng immediately dispersed his sword energy explosively. Snowdrifts in the human world. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, small sword energies fell from the sky like snowflakes. Before Thunder Leopard could escape the range of the sword energy, it was touched by those snowflakes. Several blood marks appeared on its body immediately. Zhang Feng's move was only meant to hinder its speed. The real killer move was about to begin. Swish! Zhang Feng's speed exploded, his figure flickering. He passed by Thunder Leopard directly. In the moment near Thunder Leopard, a sword aura flashed by. But it was just a moment. Zhang Feng stopped. Thunder Leopard stopped too. Motionless, man and leopard. After a few seconds, Jiang Feng snapped his fingers in a very cool manner. Snap! Thunder Leopard's body cooperatively split in half and fell to both sides. Elemental beast, that's all. Phew! After showing off, Jiang Feng took a deep breath. He sat heavily on the ground. Successively using the sword intensive drawing the sword technique and snow drifts in the human world consumed a considerable amount of energy. Fortunately, he had taken the jade spirit fruit before, so his energy was not completely depleted. It kept replenishing Jiang Feng's stamina. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. In the end, his physical fitness was just too poor. He needed to improve it quickly. After resting for a while, Jiang Feng walked to the side of Thunder Leopard's corpse. The body of an elemental beast was quite valuable. It couldn't be wasted. Jiang Feng searched around on it and quickly found a spherical object the size of a glass bead. He hurriedly dug it out. After wiping off the bloodstains, a purple bead appeared. It was only as big as a thumbnail, transparent, showing its internal purple color, and shimmering with electricity. Is this the elemental Dan? Jiang Feng examined the small bead. Both elemental beasts and elemental warriors had elemental dawn in their bodies to store their elemental power. It could be said that the true essence of an elemental beast lay in its elemental Dan. Feeling the aura of thunder and lightning from Thunder Flash, starting cultivation, cultivation progress plus 0.5%. Feeling the aura of thunder and lightning from Thunder Flash, starting cultivation, cultivation progress plus 0.5%. Feeling the aura of thunder and lightning from Thunder Flash. As Jiang Feng examined the elemental Dan of Thunder Leopard, Thunder Flash began to cultivate using the thunder and lightning energy from the elemental Dan. However, the speed was indeed a bit slow. It seemed to have reached a high level, which was why it slowed down. With his cultivation speed, it would take a long time to break through to perfection. But as long as it was useful, Jiang Feng was satisfied. Originally, he had planned to sell it, but now it seemed that he could wear it around his neck and cultivate with it every day. Jiang Feng threw Thunder Leopard's body into the storage jade pendant. Even without the elemental Dan, it could still fetch a good price. He kept a drop of its heart's blood and put it in a container. Jiang Feng remembered that Director Wu had said that hunting an elemental beast would directly reward 1,000 credits. He shouldn't go back on his word, right? And then there was the Thunderstruck Wood. Jiang Feng didn't know how to use it. Should he lick it like Thunder Leopard did? Ugh! Jiang Feng stood next to the Thunderstruck Wood but felt nothing. Ben, how do you use this Thunderstruck Wood? Jiang Feng asked. Master, you're late. Most of the heavenly thunder energy in this Thunderstruck Wood has been absorbed by that damned beast, leaving only a little. Ben's voice sounded immediately. That was a pity. But it couldn't be wasted. Wasting was shameful. If you have time, make it into a bracelet. It should look pretty good when coiled around your wrist. Jiang Feng thought to himself as he cut it down with a sword. He then tossed it into the storage jade pendant. It had to be said, having the storage jade pendant made things a lot more convenient. Snack lover, let's continue our treasure hunt. On the evening of the third day, at the foot of the Luosha Mountain, temporary campsite, Director Wu, along with a group of teachers, stood at the campsite entrance, gazing up at the mountain, eagerly anticipating. It's almost over. Hopefully, there won't be any casualties this time. It shouldn't happen. You are well aware of the strength of those kids. In a group, even if they encounter a first-grade elemental beast and can't win, they still have a chance to escape. At worst, they can press the rescue button, so nothing should go wrong. Moreover, we have already cleared the Luosha mountain before. There won't be any existence beyond a first-grade elemental beast, so rest assured. Those teachers were somewhat worried about their students. After all, they had invested so much effort in nurturing them and naturally didn't want them to get hurt. Chen Chengcheng also looked down the mountain path with great concern. Although Jiang Feng had shown so much confidence before, there were always uncertainties in everything. Those senior students had participated in practical classes more than once and had experience. But Jiang Feng had just joined the genius training camp and hadn't experienced anything yet. Chen Koan was hiding in a corner, staring at the monitor. It displayed the walking routes and real-time locations of all students, based on the distress bracelets they wore. At this moment, Chen Koan's eyes were fixed on the small red dot representing Jiang Feng on the monitor. Why is he still moving? Could it be that Xiaojun hasn't made a move yet? No, Xiaojun always listens to me. I know, Xiaojun must have killed that pretty boy and fed his body to the savage beast. So, in reality, it's the savage beast that has been moving all along. A crazy grin appeared on Chen Koan's face. The pretty boy is dead, and Cheng will be mine. No one can compete with me. Soon, the first figure appeared in front of everyone. Then, more and more students descended from the mountain. When they all appeared unharmed, Director Wu and the teachers finally breathed a sigh of relief. These were all the most elite talents of Wudao No. One high school. Each one represented the future of Wudao No. One high school. To cultivate them, Wudao No. One high school had put in a lot of effort. Even one casualty would be a huge loss. Fortunately, at least in the years under Director Wu's leadership, there had been no student deaths in the genius training camp. This time should be no different. Several hours ago, Director Wu had been staring at the monitor all the time. He confirmed that every student had been moving. If they were moving, it basically meant they were still alive. He also breathed a sigh of relief. Students, congratulations on your safe return. Next, each group please send a representative to put the Savage Beast Essence blood you obtained into this device. Director Wu pointed to a device that looked very technological. The students were not new to participating in outdoor practical classes, so they were very familiar with it and immediately lined up to measure their scores. The first student took out the container with the essence blood of the savage beast. Inside were dozens of blood beads. He poured all the blood beads into the device at once. Immediately, the information began to display on the device's large screen. 5 fawn wild boars of the primary savage beast, totaling 10 credits. 12 jungle grey wolves of the primary savage beast, totaling 36 credits. 15 iron claw rabbits of the primary savage beast, totaling 15 credits. 5 wind-chasing wolves of the intermediate savage beast, totaling 35 credits. Advanced savage beast. Calculation complete, totaling 365 credits. Well, this result is not bad. Keep up the good work. Next, Director Wu nodded in satisfaction at the scene. In a typical outdoor practical class, each person can earn over 100 credits. If it's less than 100, it's considered quite poor. Like that group just now, with 3 members totaling 365 points. That's over 120 points per person. It's already considered good. Then, the next student also poured the blood beads from the container. Junior Ferocious Beast. Intermediate Ferocious Beast. Advanced Ferocious Beast. Calculation complete, a total of 382 credits. Soon, all groups had finished calculating their scores. Basically, they all had over 360 points, with the highest currently being 450 points. But that group was already very happy. As long as they get first place, each person in their group can also receive an additional 100 credits. Easy money. Director Wu glanced at the number of students and furrowed his brow. Why are 2 people missing? Where is Qinjin? Luo Yu, Lu Ping, Han Chen, isn't Qinjin in your group? Why did you all come down the mountain without him? Director Wu hurriedly asked. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The 3 students asked by Director Wu immediately changed their expressions. They were all very nervous, their eyes flickering. They looked at each other, none of them speaking. Director Wu became even more anxious. Oh no, after maintaining a record of no student casualties for several years, is it going to be broken today? These reckless kids, they really don't let people relax. Director Wu immediately went to check the monitors and found Qinjin's location, right at this campsite. Han Chen, tell me, what's going on? Don't push me. At that moment, Director Wu was completely stunned. He yelled at one of them. I believe no one was not afraid of the director during their student days. The young man named Han Chen was immediately scared out of his wits by Director Wu's shout. Unable to withstand the pressure, he could only honestly say, "Dr. Director, we also don't know where Qinjin went. He separated from us shortly after we went up the mountain the day before yesterday and even handed me the distress signal bracelet. Yeah, Director, we don't know anything. Qinjin just told us not to worry, to keep it a secret for him. We can't afford to provoke him, so..." After Han Chen finished speaking, the other 2 immediately chimed in. In short, it all boiled down to one thing. We don't know anything, it's none of our business, we were all forced. They all shifted the blame. Director Wu's face darkened upon hearing this. This was going to be difficult. Meanwhile, Chen Chengcheng was frantically typing on her phone. She was trying to contact Jiang Feng. Besides Qinjin, the 2 missing people were Jiang Feng. When Director Wu checked the monitors just now, she also saw that Jiang Feng's representative red dot was moving. Still moving, so everything should be fine, right? But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Why did it happen to be Qinjin and Jiang Feng who were missing? Combined with what Han Chen and the others had just said, Chen Chengcheng became even more worried. She basically guessed that Qinjin's actions were definitely aimed at dealing with Jiang Feng. Little morning, you must not get into trouble, otherwise how can I explain to Qinghe? Chen Chengcheng typed frantically, praying in her heart. She didn't even dare to make a voice call, afraid that making a sound would put Jiang Feng in danger, which would be unforgivable. Finally, after typing the last word, she immediately sent it. Then came the agonizing wait. However, to Chen Qingqing's surprise, Jiang Feng replied almost instantly. And it was a voice message. Jiang is still sharp, 15 foot, oops, lost track of time, orange sister, tell them to wait a bit, I'll come down after dealing with this big rat. Sword technique. Squeak. Chen Qingqing listened to the final miserable squeak of the rat in the voice message and stood frozen in place. Are you really fighting a big rat? How did you manage to fight and reply to the voice message at the same time? Although she didn't understand how Jiang Feng pulled off this tricky move, she was relieved to confirm he was okay. Meanwhile, in Luosha Mountain, Jiang Feng held a phone in one hand and a sword in the other as he passed by a rat over a meter tall. With one swift strike, he beheaded it instantly. As the rat let out a cry, Jiang Feng released the voice key. Is it time already? Time flies, Jiang Feng sighed. He hadn't had his fill of killing yet, but it was time to wrap things up. Jiang Feng extracted a drop of blood from the rat's heart and placed it in a container. The container was almost filled with blood beads by now. Even if Chen Qingqing didn't urge Jiang Feng, he couldn't continue. With so many blood beads, they should be worth quite a few credits, Jiang Feng thought to himself. In the past 3 days, he had roamed almost half of Luosha Mountain. With the help of the foodie's keen sense of smell, he saved a lot of time searching for ferocious beasts. Regardless of whether they were low-level, intermediate, or high-level, none of the ferocious beasts could withstand a single blow from Jiang Feng's sword. That's how he managed to collect so many drops of ferocious beast blood. It was a pity he hadn't found more primordial beasts, it would have been even more satisfying. Jiang Feng then headed down the mountain. Director Wu, what should we do? Should we go into the mountain to look for him? I don't think it's that serious. Everyone knows Chen Jin's strength. Even if he encounters a primordial beast, he has the ability to survive. Besides, even teacher Chen Koan isn't worried. Why should you be? At these words, everyone turned to look at Chen Koan. As Chen Jin's older brother and mentor, Chen Koan remained calm. So what was there to worry about? Chen Koan, do you know something? Director Wu asked with a furrowed brow. Chen Koan remained composed. Director Wu, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not worried because I believe in my brother's strength. He's probably still indulging in the thrill of hunting ferocious beasts and lost track of time. No one could believe Chen Koan's nonsense, but Director Wu had no choice. If even the elder brother wasn't worried, what could he do? All they could do was wait. Soon, darkness fell. Director, look, there's a figure coming. A sharp-eyed teacher suddenly spotted a figure on the way down the mountain. However, due to the darkening sky, the features were unclear. Is it Chen Jin? Director Wu immediately widened his eyes to get a better look. Soon, the figure drew closer, and everyone could see the person clearly. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a straight nose, and sharp features, the handsome young man's slightly messy hair added to his youthful heroism. How could such a handsome guy with high looks be Chen Jin, the rough man? It must be Jiang Feng. When Jiang Feng saw a large group of people welcoming him at the camp gate, he felt a bit embarrassed. This needed to be handled discreetly. When Director Wu saw that it was Jiang Feng, a hint of disappointment was evident on his face. Of course, he didn't wish any harm to Jiang Feng. He just hoped that Chen Jin was safe and sound. How? The moment Chen Koan saw Jiang Feng, his eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping out of his head. He was extremely incredulous, as if he had seen a ghost. How could he still be alive? Didn't Xiaojun kill him already? Chen Koan was filled with questions and shock, even neglecting a more important matter. If Jiang Feng was alive, then where was his brother? Fortunately, at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Feng, and no one noticed Chen Koan's abnormality. Director Wu concealed his disappointed expression, then furrowed his brows and asked Jiang Feng, "Why are you so late? Did something happen on the way?" Nothing really happened, I just got carried away by the thrill of hunting fierce beasts and lost track of time, Jiang Feng said somewhat embarrassedly, scratching his head. He felt a bit guilty for keeping everyone waiting. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, everyone showed strange expressions. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Wasn't it exactly what Chen Koan said just now? But he was talking about his brother, Chen Jin. The same sentence seemed more suitable for Chen Jin in their opinion. A newcomer like Jiang Feng getting addicted to hunting fierce beasts? It would make more sense if he got addicted to being abused by fierce beasts, right? Have you seen Chen Jin? Director Wu asked again. Jiang Feng shook his head directly. No, I haven't seen anyone. Well, I don't consider Chen Jin a person anyway, so I'm not lying. Director Wu stared into Jiang Feng's eyes, trying to see if he was lying. Of course, he couldn't tell anything. Alright, go calculate your score. Pour the essence of the fierce beasts you've obtained into that device, and it will calculate how many credits you've earned. Since he couldn't discern anything, Director Wu could only give up. Waving his hand, he said casually. In his opinion, it would be a miracle if Zhang Feng could kill a few intermediate-level fierce beasts in these 3 days. Okay. Zhang Feng nodded and walked to the front of the device. Then he casually took out a container from his pocket for storing the beast blood. Clatter! The container, almost filled with blood beads, immediately caused a commotion. The senior students saw the container in Jiang Feng's hand, each of them stunned and speechless, with expressions of disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes vigorously, thinking they were seeing things. Oh my goodness, is it full? How many blood beads are there, hundreds? Or thousands? Gulp! At least starting from 500 beads. Are the blood beads inside fake? Counterfeit? No need to guess, this kid must have poured all the blood of an entire fierce beast into the container. That's why so many blood beads have solidified. He's so naive, using such a crude method. If it's the blood of the same fierce beast, the device would detect it. Initially surprised, the senior students soon guessed the reason. It was probably because Zhang Feng had killed too few fierce beasts and was afraid of losing face, so he directly poured all the blood of an entire fierce beast into the container. Zhang Feng heard their speculations, but he didn't explain. It was time for a face slap, showtime. Zhang Feng opened the lid of the container and poured all the contents into the device in one go. The next moment, the device started ringing incessantly. Blood bat of intermediate fierce beast * 185, a total of 370 credits. High-level fierce beast black armored giant lizard * 1, 29 credits. High-level fierce beast giant bear rat * 1, 26 credits. Intermediate fierce beast bone-eating wolf * 13, 104 credits. High-level fierce beast. As they listened to the continuous prompts from the device, the senior students who had just mocked Zhang Feng fell silent. Their faces turned red. Wasn't this face slap too quick? But soon, a voice shattered their worldview. First grade elemental beast thunder leopard, total? Credits, no relevant data in the system. Hiss. As soon as this voice sounded, not just the students, even the teachers, including Director Wu, were stunned. Elemental beast? None of them dared to believe it. In the genius training camp, it was very rare for a student to become an elemental warrior before graduation. At most, there would be 1 or 2 in each batch. This time, only Situnanda, who ranked first on the leaderboard, achieved it. But what about Zhang Feng? He only joined the genius training camp a few days ago. Could it be that his level has also reached the elemental warrior? If not an elemental warrior, how could he kill an elemental beast? Director Wu, I remember you said that if one could kill an elemental beast, they would be rewarded with 1,000 credits, right? Zhang Feng quickly asked upon hearing the voice coming from the device. The system has no data, so I will create one. Director Wu was still in shock, subconsciously nodding. But then he realized. 1,000 credits. He didn't have such high authority. He had just said that out of impatience with Zhang Feng's questioning. How could he have imagined that Zhang Feng had actually killed an elemental beast? Then thank you, Director Wu. I should have a few drops of elemental beast blood here, Zhang Feng said. As if to cooperate with him, the device immediately started beeping. First grade elemental beast flame-tailed tiger, total? Credits, no relevant data in the system. First grade elemental beast crimson gold bear, total? Credits, no relevant data in the system. Along with the thunder leopard, Zhang Feng had killed 3 elemental beasts in 3 days. Because he only found 3. But Zhang Feng was also very satisfied. 3 elemental beasts meant 3,000 credits. Adding the blood of those primary, intermediate, and advanced ferocious beasts, it should add up to 4 or 5,000. Well, this time when he goes back, he can go shopping properly. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking this, others felt like their heads were about to explode. 1 elemental beast was not enough. There were 3? In just 3 days, not only could you hunt down so many ferocious beasts, but you could also kill 3 elemental beasts. Even an ordinary first-grade elemental warrior couldn't do that, right? Even Chen Changchang was full of disbelief. Is this still the little morning she knew? How could she be so strong? The device kept beeping. Director Wu suddenly looked at Zhang Feng with a complex expression and asked, "Are you an elemental warrior?" Swish! As Director Wu asked this question, everyone's gaze immediately focused on Zhang Feng. They wanted to see his answer. An elemental warrior? Zhang Feng was stunned. He shook his head honestly. Not yet. Director Wu was taken aback at his words. He walked uncertainly to Zhang Feng, placed his hand on his shoulder. After feeling it for a while, he withdrew his hand with a puzzled expression. There is no elemental energy fluctuation, indeed not an elemental warrior. Upon hearing Director Wu's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were almost scared to death. A 16-year-old boy who had just joined the genius training camp a few days ago had become an elemental warrior. This was simply unimaginable. Even those from big cities, the children of warrior families, might not be so abnormal. But then they realized another issue. If he wasn't an elemental warrior, how did he manage to slay 3 elemental beasts? The gap between ordinary warriors is not significant. Even in battles between junior and senior warriors, victory could be achieved through the advantage of martial arts. However, the gap between warriors and elemental warriors is almost insurmountable. Even the best among senior warriors, just a step away from becoming elemental warriors, would have no chance against elemental warriors or elemental beasts, because elemental power cannot be countered with mere brute force. Even if a senior warrior pushes their physical limits to the extreme, they can only unleash a force of 5,000 kilograms by breaking through the limits of the human body. This is already the limit of a senior warrior. Elemental power is much stronger than brute force. A first-grade elemental warrior, without using martial arts, can generate at least 10 tons of impact by just releasing pure elemental power. This is just the most ordinary. And if there are attribute bonuses, the power becomes even stronger, such as the paralysis bonus of the thunder attribute, such as the burning bonus of the flame attribute, such as the freezing bonus of the frost attribute, and so on. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, it is considered impossible for an ordinary warrior to kill a higher-level elemental warrior or beast. Of course, there are exceptions, like awakened individuals. Are you an awakened individual? Director Wu asked cautiously. If he really was an awakened individual, then he was not someone to offend. It is said that there is an awakened individual at martial arts school No. 2, and the principal almost treated him like an ancestor. Almost all the resources of the school are prioritized towards him. Not really. However, Jiang Feng still shook his head. Not an elemental warrior, not an awakened individual. So, is he just an ordinary warrior? Then how did he manage to kill 3 elemental beasts? This doesn't make sense. Director, could it be that he bought this blood in advance from outside to deceive and earn credits? A teacher suddenly guessed. Director Wu's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly, that's the only possibility. The truth became clear. Director Wu was about to question Jiang Feng when Chen Chengcheng beside him spoke first. No, Jiang Feng was asked to participate in the wilderness practice class with the senior students by the principal's sudden decision last night, and I only informed him this morning. He had no time to do these things at all. If you don't believe it, you can ask the principal. Upon hearing this, Director Wu's words were choked back. He believed Chen Chengcheng's words. I see. Just then, a senior student raised his hand suddenly. He must have stolen the blood of these fierce beasts from the bodies of the beasts we hunted. I'm sure everyone, like me, only took a drop of blood after killing the fierce beasts and left their bodies in place, right? After the senior student finished speaking, everyone immediately realized. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? No wonder he came down the mountain so late. He wasn't indulging in the joy of hunting fierce beasts, he was clearly looking for the bodies of the beasts. No wonder the amount of fierce beast blood he obtained can match all of us combined. He was just picking up what we left behind. I have to say, he's quite clever. Nonsense, it's just a shady trick. With this mindset, he might as well think about how to improve himself. What about the 3 elemental beasts? We haven't killed any elemental beasts. Someone raised a question, and the senior student, in a detective-like manner, confidently reasoned. The frog in the well has been touching your belly. There is only one truth. Everyone should know that whether it's a fierce beast or an elemental beast, they have a strong sense of territory, and once invaded by other races, they will engage in battle. This situation is not uncommon, so perhaps he was just lucky to encounter 3 elemental beasts that perished together. After the detective Conan Huaguofen finished his reasoning, he closed his eyes with a proud look on his face, waiting for everyone's praise. However, no one spoke for a long time. When he opened his eyes, he saw everyone looking at him with strange eyes. Even Kagaro Mori would shake his head at your reasoning. Why didn't you say that these 3 elemental beasts collectively committed suicide in front of Jiang Feng? Isn't that too far-fetched? Only a fool would believe that. Ahem, although Tang Xinyi's reasoning may seem somewhat unrealistic, upon careful consideration, it does make some sense. Besides that, there is no other possibility. Director Wu coughed awkwardly and said with a somewhat unnatural expression. Some sense? It makes no sense at all. Director Wu himself didn't believe it. But what could he do if he didn't believe it? He had to go along with this line of thought. Now, Director Wu's dilemma was no longer about how Jiang Feng achieved it. He was thinking about those 3,000 credit points. Originally, it was just a casual remark made by Jiang Feng. 3,000 credit points, if converted into money, would be at least 30 million. Even in the training camp, some students bought credits with money, and the price rose to nearly 15,000 per point. 3,000 credits would be 45 million. Even if he sold everything, he couldn't afford it. As Director Wu spoke, everyone's gaze turned to him. Director Wu blushed with embarrassment. If it weren't for the promises he made earlier, he wouldn't have lost face like this. Director Wu, do you believe this too? Chen Shengcheng couldn't help but frown and speak. Although she also doubted that Jiang Feng could hunt down so many fierce beasts and even kill 3 elemental beasts. But that reasoning from student Tang Xian was too unrealistic, right? Encountering 3 elemental beast corpses that killed each other by chance. The probability of this happening is probably lower than winning the lottery jackpot. Besides this reason, do you think there is any other possibility? Jiang Feng, if you can't provide evidence to prove that you indeed killed these fierce beasts and elemental beasts, then your achievements won't count, Director Wu said bluntly. Since he had already lost face, he might as well go all the way. Upon hearing this, Chen Shengcheng looked at Jiang Feng. She wanted to ask if he had any evidence. Jiang Feng, however, calmly replied, Director Wu, according to the rules of the practical class, as long as I present the heartblood of the fierce beasts, it will count as my achievement, and that is my evidence. If you doubt me, then please provide evidence of your doubts, otherwise, you cannot deny my achievements. A wise person once said, when faced with doubt, do not fall into the trap of self-justification. If someone accuses you of eating their things, you don't need to prove your innocence by opening your stomach. You should dig out their eyes and swallow them, so they can see clearly in your stomach. This saying means that when faced with doubt, the doubter should provide evidence, rather than you constantly explaining yourself. Jiang Feng found this saying very reasonable. Therefore, he didn't plan to explain too much. If you want me to provide evidence that I killed these fierce beasts and elemental beasts personally, then please ask all the students present to provide evidence that those beasts were killed by them. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Chen Shengcheng immediately understood. That's right, Director Wu, if you doubt that the essence of these fierce beasts was not obtained by Jiang Feng himself, then please provide evidence. Otherwise, this matter will be judged by the principal. Inform the principal? Director Wu certainly couldn't do that. If the principal found out, he would be in big trouble. But Chen Shengcheng was clearly trying to protect Jiang Feng. His position as a mere director couldn't suppress Chen Shengcheng. Just as Director Wu was thinking about how to resolve this matter satisfactorily, a group of people came down from the mountain. They were the rescue team previously sent into the mountains to find Xinjin. When they saw the rescue team carrying a stretcher, everyone's faces turned grim. Could the worst have happened? They only hoped that Xinjin was just injured, not dead. What happened? Director Wu hurried over to the rescue team. He also wanted to avoid Chen Shengcheng and Jiang Feng. When the rescue team arrived at the camp, a white cloth covered the stretcher. The person on the stretcher was completely covered. In such cases, it usually meant a declaration of death. Director Wu, prepare yourself before looking, the captain of the rescue team said solemnly. Even for them, as professionals, seeing the body for the first time made them feel nauseous. Director Wu and the other teachers' faces turned grim at the captain's words. The words spoken by the members of these rescue teams must indicate that the upcoming scene is not suitable for children. Chen Kuan took a step forward and grabbed the collar of the rescue team leader, shouting angrily, "He is not my brother, right? Speak up." The fierce expression on Chen Kuan's face frightened the rescue team leader, who was afraid that Chen Kuan might attack him. Chen Kuan was a 5th-grade elemental warrior, capable of crushing him with just one hand. Chen Kuan, calm down. It's not certain if it's really Xinjin. Director Wu hurriedly pulled Chen Kuan's hand away. The rescue team leader, sweating profusely, also quickly said, yes, the face of the body has been destroyed, there are no identification documents to prove his identity, maybe. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Kuan lifted the white cloth covering the stretcher. Instantly, a strong stench of death filled the air, causing everyone to cover their noses. Director Wu, Chen Kuan, and the other teachers looked at the stretcher, and their faces turned pale instantly after just one glance. Some teachers with weak wills couldn't hold back and vomited directly. Damn, is it that serious? They vomited just by looking at it. What could it have turned into? I don't know, can't see. Should someone go take a look? Forget it. Judging by the teachers' reactions, they will definitely have nightmares tonight. Because the teachers were surrounding the stretcher, the students couldn't see what was on it. They became curious and hesitant to look. I'll go take a look. Chen Shengcheng, who was originally next to Jiang Feng, also wanted to take a look. However, Jiang Feng grabbed her arm. Don't go, it's disgusting. How do you know? Could it be? Chen Shengcheng looked at Jiang Feng with a strange look. Jiang Feng smiled calmly, guessing, if it can scare experienced teachers like this, it must be really disgusting. Cheng, don't join in the excitement. Okay. Chen Shengcheng stared into Jiang Feng's eyes for a few seconds, then nodded without asking further questions. She didn't go over to join the commotion. Her eyes wandered, lost in thought. Click. Chen Koan stared fixedly at the disfigured body on the stretcher, his hands clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck, his mouth twitched incessantly. His eyes widened, almost bulging out of their sockets. Although the body was unrecognizable, even his own mother wouldn't recognize it, a black birthmark on the neck was very prominent. Chen Koan also had an identical birthmark on his neck. Seeing Chen Koan in this state, everyone knew what was going on. No one dared to speak, fearing to provoke this star of calamity. We also found the body of a black-armored giant lizard where the deceased was discovered. Based on our preliminary investigation, it seems that the deceased was bitten in half by the black-armored giant lizard during the battle, with the upper body swallowed whole. The skin on the face was corroded by stomach acid, resulting in this appearance. Before dying, the deceased also managed to make a final strike, cutting open the belly of the black-armored giant lizard, leading to both of their deaths, said the rescue team leader. Of course, the truth will have to be determined by the Public Security Bureau. To hell with the truth. As soon as the rescue team leader finished speaking, Chen Koan, in a fit of rage, kicked him to the ground, causing him to spit out blood. The black-armored giant lizard is just a high-level ferocious beast. My brother was already halfway into the realm of elemental warriors. Even if he encountered elemental beasts, he could come out unscathed. How could he be killed by a black-armored giant lizard? Are you all idiots? Chen Koan roared. Other members of the rescue team immediately ran over to help the team leader up. A young member of the rescue team shouted defiantly, "Your brother wasn't killed by us. Do you need to take it out on us? Since you think your brother was murdered, then go find the killer yourself. Why bully us? If it weren't for us, your brother's body would still be." Before he could finish, his teammates quickly covered his mouth. They were just ordinary junior warriors. How could they afford to offend Chen Koan, a senior warrior? The other party could easily crush them. And the cost, perhaps just pay a fine, at most a few months in jail. That's the power of warriors. The higher the warrior's level, the greater the power. Unless they commit something extremely heinous, it's just a minor punishment. You're right, I do want to find the killer and seek revenge, Chen Koan said hoarsely. Director Wu was puzzled. By your words, do you know who the killer is? Of course, and I can take revenge now, Chen Koan said, and before Director Wu could ask further, he turned and rushed towards the group of students. Chen Koan, you. Director Wu tried to stop him, but it was too late. Chen Koan had already rushed into the crowd. However, he did not attack the other students. Instead, he went straight for Jiang Feng. His target had always been Jiang Feng. You murderer, pay for my brother's life. Chen Koan roared, not even close to Jiang Feng yet. He struck out with a palm. A palm print formed by elemental force shot towards Jiang Feng. The speed of the elemental palm print was even faster than a bullet. A furious strike from a 5th-grade elemental warrior, Jiang Feng couldn't block it. However, Jiang Feng didn't need to act. Even before Chen Koan rushed towards Jiang Feng, Chen Shen beside him had already noticed. Stepping forward, she stood in front of Jiang Feng. Faced with Chen Koan's elemental palm print, Chen Shen also struck out with a palm. The two elemental palm prints collided and exploded directly. The energy wave from the explosion instantly spread over a dozen meters, knocking down nearby students. Some with weaker constitutions even spat blood. Only Jiang Feng, because Chen Shen was protecting him, was unaffected. At this moment, Chen Koan had reached Chen Shen. Without a word, he threw a punch. His fist was also covered with a powerful elemental force. 18 falls on the robe. Chen Shen immediately displayed her martial arts. This martial art, when they trained before, Jiang Feng and she had practiced it. But at that time, Chen Shen had suppressed her strength and didn't use any elemental force. This time, she exerted all her strength. Buzz Chen Koan's fist had just touched Chen Shen's clothes when he was directly pushed back several steps. Chen Shen, however, remained unmoved. Sister Chen, you're strong. Jiang Feng immediately praised her. Despite Chen Shen usually appearing harmless, compared to Chen Koan's fierce appearance, she was not weaker at all when it came to a fight. Of course. Chen Shan raised her head proudly and said. Then she looked at Chen Koan. Chen Koan, I've said it before, Jiang Feng is mine. Don't even think about touching a hair on him. Chen Shen, are you shielding the killer? Seeing Chen Shen take action, Chen Koan knew he couldn't kill Jiang Feng, so he had to stop. Director Wu and the other teachers finally reacted and stood between Chen Koan and Chen Chen. Teacher Chen Koan, are you saying Jiang Feng is the killer? Director Wu frowned, asking. He had never thought in that direction. One was an elite among the senior students, almost stepping into the realm of a senior warrior. The other had just entered the training camp, at most having the strength of an intermediate warrior. They were not on the same level at all. That's right, he's definitely the killer. Chen Koan, you say the murderer is Jiang Feng, but do you have any evidence? Accusing a student without basis, I will definitely report this to the principal, Chen Chengcheng said coldly. She was very protective of her own, especially since Jiang Feng was someone she publicly promised to look after. She could tolerate other things, but anyone trying to bully her would have to get through her first. Yes, Teacher Chen Koan, if you say he's the murderer, you must have some evidence, right? Jiang Feng is just a new student, how could he? Director Wu also spoke up. You want evidence, right? Fine, I'll give you evidence. Weren't you all wondering why Qingjin handed the distress signal bracelet to someone else and left alone? He left to deal with Jiang Feng. I provided Qingjin with Jiang Feng's location, but Jiang Feng was unharmed, and Qingjin ended up dead. Isn't this truth clear enough? Chen Koan couldn't hide it anymore and revealed everything. As long as he could prove Jiang Feng's guilt and avenge his brother, he was willing to be expelled from the genius training camp and face public condemnation. Teacher Chen, I don't know what I did to offend you. Why would you target a new student like me? And I really haven't met Senior Qingjin, I didn't kill him. At this moment, Jiang Feng looked terrified, trembling as he hid behind Chen Chengcheng, saying pitifully. His expression of fear and grievance seemed genuine. Chen Chengcheng was taken aback by Jiang Feng's sudden change. Just a moment ago, you were so calm. How did you suddenly become like this? If this is an act, you deserve an Oscar for Best Actor. Don't pretend. You dare to kill but not admit it. What kind of man are you? Chen Koan pointed at Jiang Feng angrily. Chen Chengcheng tensed her body, ready for a fight at any moment. Enough, we will know the truth after the Public Security Bureau investigates. If Qingjin didn't die from the black armored lizard, but by another culprit, we will give you an explanation, Director Wu finally spoke. As a director, he still had some dignity left, or so he thought. However, Chen Koan didn't care about his dignity at all. I don't need your explanation. If the Public Security Bureau investigates, he will face trial. I disagree, I must kill him with my own hands. If any of you dare to stop me, you will be enemies of my Chen family. Think carefully. Chen Koan looked at the teachers. Suddenly, all the teachers lowered their heads, afraid to speak. Even Director Wu, though unhappy about the lack of respect, dared not say a word. The Chen family, where Chen Koan belonged, was very powerful in Qingyuan City. The patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Sanjin, was one of the 3 martial arts masters in Qingyuan City, alongside the sword master Jiang Yunfan, known as the Tai Chi master Chen Sanjin. Master Chen Sanjin devoted himself to the S-level ancient martial art, orthodox Tai Chi fist. After mastering it, he had a realization and created the Chen-style Tai Chi fist that suited him better. Hence, he was known as the Tai Chi master. A family with a master like him in charge was practically a local tyrant in Qingyuan City, able to do as they pleased. Not to mention Director Wu, even the former principal had to be cautious. Seeing that Director Wu and the other teachers remained silent, Chen Koan smiled cunningly. He then looked at Chen Chengcheng. I don't want to be your enemy. Step aside now, and I can overlook the past. Otherwise, not only you but even your family behind you will suffer. Both surnamed Chen, but Chen Koan had a master in the Chen family backing him up, while Chen Qingqing's family was just an ordinary second-rate family. The strongest head of her family was only a rank 8 elemental warrior. This threat was enough to scare Director Wu, a grassroots individual. But compared to the master's family, it's far off. Chen Qingqing's face changed when she heard this. If it was just a threat to her, she wouldn't back down at all. But Chen Koan actually threatened her family. On one side was her best friend's younger brother, the little brother she vowed to protect. On the other side was the safety of her family. Chen Chengcheng clenched her fists, feeling torn. Jiang Feng also noticed Chengqing's dilemma. He grabbed her hand, the warmth from his palm giving Chengqing a sense of inexplicable peace. At that moment, Jiang Feng spoke. Master, impressive, isn't it? Having a grandmaster as a great-grandfather, impressive, right? I almost became a disciple of a grandmaster. So, in terms of seniority, you're still my great-grandson. But upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, everyone looked at him with strange eyes. This kid is too arrogant, isn't he? Asking if a grandmaster is impressive? Grandmasters are indeed impressive. Those who can join the genius training camp are young people with outstanding talents. But even if they are proud and arrogant, they dare not guarantee that they will become a grandmaster-level warrior in the future. Chen Kuan couldn't help but laugh. Do you know that just with that sentence, even if I killed you, no one would dare to speak up for you? Zhang Feng ignored Chen Kuan and walked out from behind Cheng Cheng, standing side by side with her. Cheng Cheng, you've helped me enough. I'll handle the rest myself. Zhang Feng smiled calmly. Of course, he was not confident in defeating a 5th-grade elemental warrior. Let alone winning, just surviving would be tough. But so what? He was still a man, a boy. Normally, it was fine to be protected by Cheng Cheng, but in this situation, he couldn't let Cheng Cheng endanger her family for him. You'll handle it? How will you handle it? I promise to protect you, and I won't break my word. Cheng Cheng frowned but made up her mind. She had to protect little Chen Chen. As for the family behind her, she believed that according to the laws of Huagua, Chen Kuan's Chen family wouldn't be allowed to destroy another family directly. Even a grandmaster didn't have the power to destroy a family without cause. The consequences would be severe. Cheng Cheng, you'll regret this. And, you won't be able to protect him today either. Just now, I didn't use my full strength. Chen Kuan's face became even more ferocious. His elemental power surged. He was ready to use his killer move. Cheng Cheng also became serious immediately. She knew that Chen Kuan's strength was even greater than her own. His family's Chan-style Tai Chi was an A-level martial art. Among their group of students, only Lu Qinghe could suppress Chen Kuan. Stop! Just as the battle was about to begin, a loud shout rang out. Then, a figure flashed over and stood between Chen Kuan and Cheng Cheng. It was the principal of Wudao First High, Zhang Fu. Seeing the principal finally arrive, Cheng Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Sensing the situation was wrong earlier, Cheng Cheng quickly contacted Principal Zhang. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Chen Kuan, stop. I've warned you repeatedly, whether students or teachers, fighting among yourselves is strictly prohibited. Are you deliberately defying the rules? Principal Zhang scolded Chen Kuan. But Chen Kuan remained unmoved. Things had come to this point, even if the principal came, he wouldn't back down. Since you said fighting among ourselves is strictly prohibited, then how should we deal with him, who killed my brother Qinjin? Chen Kuan pointed at Zhang Feng angrily. That's just your personal speculation, baseless. Cheng Cheng immediately interjected. Principal Zhang looked at Chen Kuan, Cheng Cheng, and Zhang Feng in turn, furrowing his brows, then turned to Director Wu and asked, "What exactly happened? Tell me everything without hiding or fabricating anything," Director Wu said, sweating profusely. At this point, he dared not conceal anything. He explained the whole situation in detail. Principal Zhang's expression changed as he listened. When he heard that Chen Kuan had instructed Qinjin to deal with Zhang Feng, his face darkened. If this matter spread, he would lose all dignity. Who would dare send their children to Wudao No? One high school in the future? Chen Kuan, as a teacher, you conspired with others to target a new student. Do you realize that based on this alone, I can expel you from the talent training camp? Principal Zhang pointed at Chen Kuan angrily. Chen Kuan remained unfazed. What talent training camp? Do you think I care? If it weren't for this woman, I would never have stayed here as a lousy teacher. You. Hearing Chen Kuan insult the talent training camp, Principal Zhang turned red with anger, almost losing his composure. Enough of this nonsense, Zhang Fu. Zhang Feng, I will kill him today and make him accompany my brother in death. If you dare to interfere, you will be against the Chen family. Think about it, a mere principal like you, do you have the qualifications? Chen Kuan had reached his breaking point. He wasn't afraid of a mere principal. With his grandfather backing him, he had never feared anyone in Qingyuan City. Principal Zhang's face was extremely unpleasant at this moment. When had he ever been so insulted? Even with a powerful background, did he lack basic decency? Seeing Principal Zhang speechless, Chen Kuan looked smug. But at that moment, another voice spoke up. If he doesn't have the qualifications, what about me? Several black cars arrived and a group of well-dressed individuals got out. Each exuded an air of superiority. Then, a person slowly opened a car door. The well-dressed individuals surrounded that person like stars around the moon. This scene stunned everyone, even Chen Kuan refrained from attacking Zhang Feng. Instead, he looked solemnly at the group. Such a grand scene, who are these people? They look familiar. Hey, isn't that person in the middle like Director Liao? You mean Director Liao, the top leader in Qingyuan City? Damn, it's not just a resemblance, it's really him. The person being surrounded, also dressed formally with an elegant demeanor, seemed approachable yet commanded respect. Recognized by all, he was the top leader of Qingyuan City, a mayor. He had only been seen on TV and in newspapers before. Unexpectedly, today was a rare opportunity to see him in person. Director Liao, it's an honor to meet you. Principal Zhang approached Mayor Liao with a forced smile. Mayor Liao must have witnessed the embarrassing scene earlier. No worries, it's just that the young people nowadays lack the morals of our generation. They don't even know the basic respect for elders, Mayor Liao casually remarked. Everyone could tell he was scolding Chen Kuan. Frowning, Chen Kuan couldn't understand why Mayor Liao was there. Was it for Zhang Feng? It couldn't be. In all of Qingyuan City, there were no more than 5 people qualified to invite Mayor Liao, and Zhang Feng was definitely not among them. Yes, it must be a coincidence. Mayor Liao probably just decided to visit the talent training camp on a whim. Hello, Mayor Liao, I'm Chen Kuan, my grandfather is. With the mayor present, Chen Kuan couldn't pretend not to see him. He immediately wanted to reveal his identity, but he was interrupted by Chief Liao. I know, your great-grandfather is Master Chen Sanjin. Hearing Chief Liao say this, Chen Kuan felt even more proud. However, the next words from Chief Liao froze his expression. I have had dealings with old Master Chen before. He is a good person, amiable and kind, but I wonder if the old master knows that his descendants, under his name, are being disrespectful and ignorant of basic respect for the elderly. Chief Liao was referring to Chen Kuan's insult to Principal Zhang earlier. Chen Kuan felt embarrassed instantly. He could be arrogant in front of others, but in front of Chief Liao, he had to be honest. Alright, I won't interfere with your education, but you cannot touch that young man named Zhang Feng. Chief Liao continued. This statement directly indicated his position. Even Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised and puzzled. He probably didn't know Chief Liao, so why was he specifically coming to help him out? As for the others, they were extremely shocked. The looks they gave Zhang Feng were filled with awe. They never expected that this seemingly ordinary junior high school student had such a background. After a moment of daze, Chen Kuan's face darkened. Chief Liao, forgive me, I cannot comply. Zhang Feng killed my brother, and I must personally kill him to bury my brother. Chief Liao calmly said, I know the ins and outs of the matter. Rest assured, I will not let a bad person go unpunished, nor will I let an innocent person be wronged. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, and if he is indeed the culprit, I will give you an explanation. Chen Kuan's expression became even uglier. In truth, he wasn't sure if Zhang Feng was the real culprit, but he just wanted to kill Zhang Feng. What if I insist on killing him? Chen Kuan gritted his teeth. Then you bring old Master Chen here. I will give him face, but you are not qualified. The implication behind Chief Liao's words was clear. He would only give face to Master Chen Sanjin, not to Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan's face twitched with anger, but he had to endure it because it was Chief Liao. Fine, very well, all of you just wait and see. I won't let this go so easily. And you, Zhang Feng, don't think you're safe now. I'll give you a few more days to live, and by then, you, and your family, will all die. In the end, Chen Kuan could only utter a few harsh words before leaving. When Chen Kuan mentioned his family, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. Although his parents were not around, the Lu Qinghe family had become his true family. What if Chen Kuan used them to threaten him? My strength is still not enough. At this moment, Zhang Feng's conviction to become stronger grew even stronger. Principal Zhang. Chief Liao glanced at Principal Zhang, who immediately understood. Director Wu, the outdoor practical class is over. You can take the students back first, Zhang Feng can stay. Yes. Director Wu replied and started to usher the students and teachers to leave. At that moment, Zhang Feng suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. Director Wu, what about my credits? Zhang Feng's words made Director Wu's expression turn sour. With so much happening, why are you still bringing up this matter? Who promised, will take responsibility. Don't worry, you will get your credits. Director Wu will make sure of it, even if he has to pay out of his own pocket. Principal Zhang said helplessly. It's already so late, why are you still concerned about this? Director Wu was at a loss. Having to pay out of his own pocket might bankrupt him, and he might have to work here for free for years to make up for it. But he had no right to refuse. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. Everyone else left, leaving only Zhang Feng and Chen Chengcheng. Chen Shan, you should go back first, Principal Zhang said. Chen Shan looked at Zhang Feng somewhat worriedly. Don't worry, Sister Chen Shan, Director Liao is a big shot. He won't do anything to me, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Although Chen Shan was still worried, she had to leave. Now, only Zhang Feng, Principal Zhang, Director Liao, and the officials he brought remained on the scene. Bring it over, Director Liao beckoned. Soon, one of his men brought a box. Opening it revealed a crystal ball inside. The quality of this is absolutely valuable. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up at the sight. Even the crystal balls he had seen in his past life didn't compare to this quality. Principal Zhang, who knew Zhang Feng very well, immediately knew what he was thinking when he saw his expression. He couldn't help but pat Jiang Feng's head in frustration. Put away your thoughts. This crystal ball was used by ancient martial artists in the ancient martial civilization to test martial talent. It's better than conventional testing instruments and easier to use. Cooperate well later. Director Liao wants to see what level your martial talent is, Principal Zhang reminded. Oh, Jiang Feng responded. In his memory, testing martial talent in the past was very complicated. It involved a special device that had to be connected to brainwaves. It was completely different from this crystal ball. But when he tested before, he was talentless. Could having talent be as simple as using a different method? At that moment, Director Liao personally brought the crystal ball in front of Jiang Feng. According to Principal Zhang, your last martial talent test result showed no talent, but you could easily comprehend martial arts, even mastering the sword technique to near perfection and reaching the 6th level of the diamond body technique. If that's true, then your martial talent must be extremely high, possibly at the level of a monstrous talent. Later, I will place the crystal ball on your forehead. You must have a clear mind, no resistance at all, understand? Director Liao said gently. Jiang Feng nodded. I must cooperate. Then, Director Liao aimed the crystal ball at Jiang Feng's forehead and activated it. In an instant, Jiang Feng felt like something had entered his mind, wandered around, and then left. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 3 minutes passed, and nothing changed. The crystal ball showed no reaction at all. Jiang Feng clearly saw Director Liao frown. This shouldn't be. Even with the worst talent, the crystal ball should have some reaction. Could it be that there's really no talent? Director Liao muttered. Although it was strange, he had to put away the crystal ball. Seeing this, Principal Zhang hurriedly said, Director Liao, but he did indeed master the sword technique to near perfection and the diamond body technique, all in just 1 day. Could it be? Principal Zhang wanted to say that maybe there was a problem with the crystal ball. Director Liao shook his head directly. It's impossible for the crystal ball to have a problem. It must be a human issue. Jiang Feng, demonstrate the sword technique and the diamond body technique. Obviously, Director Liao was starting to have doubts. Jiang Feng didn't hide his skills but cooperated fully, displaying the sword technique. Clang! With one sword drawn, the sword intent instantly turned into sword energy, slashing 10 meters away. A huge rock was directly shattered by this sword energy. It didn't even split in half, just shattered. Next, Jiang Feng activated the 6th level of the diamond body technique, and golden light instantly radiated, enveloping his whole body. Watching this scene, Director Liao's last trace of doubt vanished, leaving only deep astonishment and admiration. At the age of 16, having just become a warrior not long ago, to reach this level, even the monsters are no match. For those without talent, it is impossible to even reach the entry level of martial arts practice. So, there is only one possibility left. His martial talent may have surpassed the level of monsters. Chief Liao's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Surpass the level of monster talent? Principal Zhang was stunned by Chief Liao's words. What does this mean? The highest known talent so far is the level of monsters. 1 in a billion, a rare existence. A martial talent that surpasses the level of monsters has never been born, not even a name exists for it. The highest talent measured by the crystal ball is the level of monsters. If his talent really surpasses the level of monsters, perhaps, the crystal ball would not even react. This was just Chief Liao's speculation. But besides this, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Jiang Feng on the side listened to these people's discussion without saying a word. Just like you guys are imagining here. I don't even need to think about how to explain it myself, you will come up with reasons for me. Chief Liao, if it is indeed a talent that surpasses the level of monsters, then this time, it is like discovering a new continent. No, it's even more amazing than discovering a new continent, enough to go down in history. Principal Zhang was extremely excited. His face was all red. Chief Liao, on the other hand, remained calm. After all, his face also represented the face of Qingyuan City. This is ultimately just our speculation. Even if we say it, no one will believe it, and besides, we can't talk about this matter. Otherwise, it will only bring harm to that kid. After Chief Liao finished speaking, Principal Zhang also nodded solemnly. Not to mention an unknown talent that surpasses the level of monsters. Even if it is a talent at the level of monsters, once this identity is revealed, it will attract forces hostile to Huadhui for targeting and assassination. Other countries and organizations would not want to see Huadhui have another martial god level figure. A martial god of a nation can withstand a million-strong army. It's not an exaggeration. I hope everyone can keep this matter confidential. I will report it secretly to the higher-ups and discuss the specific matters. Principal Zhang, until the higher-ups make a decision, Zhang Feng will stay temporarily at your genius training camp. Everything remains the same, don't show any special treatment, Chief Liao instructed. Of course, everyone hurriedly nodded. They were well aware of the importance of this matter. Once leaked, it would cause irreparable consequences. Even if their 9 generations were wiped out, it would not be enough to make amends. After speaking, Chief Liao walked up to Zhang Feng. He handed him a business card. This is my contact information, available 24 hours a day. If you encounter anything you can't solve, you can contact me. Kid, we will meet again soon, and then I will give you a big gift. Chief Liao smiled warmly, looking very kind. Of course, he had to be kind to Zhang Feng. If it really is a talent that surpasses the level of monsters, then he would be the world's only example. His future achievements might even surpass the martial gods of the 5 directions, reach a new realm. And he, by helping Zhang Feng when he was young, becoming Zhang Feng's guide, would inevitably rise to greater heights in the future based on this achievement. When Zhang Feng heard about the big gift, his eyes lit up. A gift from the city's chief is definitely not ordinary. Chief Liao, why wait for another day? Just give it to me now. Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and said, it was rushed, I'm not prepared, let's do it another day. Another day? There's always a feeling that something's not right. The matter here is concluded. Principal Zhang personally took Zhang Feng back to the genius training camp. Meanwhile, Commander Liao hurried back to his office. He locked all the doors and windows, searched the entire office to ensure there were no listening devices. Even after doing all this, he was still uneasy. Releasing his elemental power, he formed a layer of elemental shield similar to a barrier, blocking the airflow and isolating himself from the outside world. This way, no one could hear his voice. After completing all this, Commander Liao took out an old-fashioned button phone and opened the contact list. There was only one number. When he dialed it, the call was answered almost instantly. Governor Wang, it's me, Liao Zhongping. Is there something very important for calling this number? A deep voice came from the other end. This phone was their one-way contact, absolutely impossible to be tapped. So, whoever used this phone must have extremely important confidential information. Governor Wang, there is a major issue I need to report to you. Commander Liao told Governor Wang about Zhang Feng's situation in full detail. A young man who was highly likely to surpass the monstrous level talent was definitely a matter of national importance. It was not something a mere mayor of a small city could handle. Governor Wang, I strongly suspect that his martial talent has surpassed the monstrous level and reached a higher level. Commander Liao voiced his speculation. There was silence from the other end for a while. Obviously, even the provincial governor needed some time to accept this matter. You only suspect, but do not have concrete evidence, right? Finally, after a minute, the other end spoke. Commander Liao smiled bitterly. I have never heard of such a thing happening in the world, so how could I have evidence? Governor Wang, do you have any way to confirm it? The other end fell silent again before speaking. I heard that the Elder Council recently obtained an extremely powerful ancient martial art preliminarily classified as SSS level. That martial art has an extremely high difficulty in practice. The Elder Council gathered dozens of young talents with genius-level abilities in the capital, but none of them could practice it to the entry level. I can apply for a one-time inheritance permission for that martial art from above. Let the young man you mentioned give it a try. If he can successfully practice it, it will serve as proof. Zhang Feng returned to the villa. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Orange Sister lying on the sofa in her pajamas, still as alluring as ever. I dare not look, I dare not look. Zhang Feng immediately covered his eyes. Subset of, seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, Chen Orange rolled her eyes. What's the difference whether you cover your eyes with such a wide gap between your fingers? Zhang Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. You wouldn't understand. Viewing through the gaps between fingers and directly looking are completely different visual experiences. Normal viewing is macroscopic. Viewing through the gaps is microscopic. I've packed your meal, it's in the microwave, go ahead and eat, Orange Sister said. Zhang Feng felt warm inside. Every time he came back, there was hot food waiting for him. How blissful it was. While Zhang Feng was eating, Chen Orange suddenly asked, Shinjin, did you kill him? Zhang Feng paused for a moment, then continued eating calmly. Does it matter whether I did or not? Zhang Feng's answer actually surprised Chen Orange. Does it matter? Chen Koan had already concluded that Zhang Feng was the murderer. So, regardless of whether Zhang Feng did it or not, Chen Koan would never let him go. Don't worry, little morning, I promise to have your back. I'm not a rigid person, I support justice over family. You are my little brother, right or wrong, I will stand by your side. Chen Orange suddenly smiled. Helping others without favoritism in a more polite way is being impartial. But she is not that kind of person. She is very protective of her loved ones. Well, I believe you, Sister Orange. Jiang Feng nodded. After dinner, Jiang Feng and Chen Orange each returned to their rooms. Jiang Feng lay on the bed, savoring the experiences of the past 3 days. It was quite exciting. The first time he killed someone. He obtained an inheritance from exploring a cave and even received a storage jade pendant. He even met a beautiful Western girl. It must be said, Western girls have amazing figures. Oh, wait, almost forgot about that thing. When he recalled the Western beauty, Jiang Feng thought of the pink potion she had given him, so he quickly took it out of the storage jade pendant. 6th generation genetic potion. If Zhang Meng wasn't bragging, this thing can enhance the strength of even ordinary people, comparable to martial artists. If I use it. Jiang Feng was very curious and eager to try it. And at that moment, the foodie in his mind kept urging him. Drink it, boss, I'm drooling, slurp, but our teacher always taught us not to eat things given by strangers. Jiang Feng hesitated. The foodie said, do you know her name? Jiang Feng replied, yes, her name is Catherine. The foodie continued, do you know her identity? Jiang Feng answered, yes, she is from the Oreo Empire and infiltrated Hua country to steal this genetic potion. The foodie concluded, well, you know her name and her identity, so she's not a stranger. Damn, that actually makes sense. Is the temptation of food that strong? It can even make the foodie's brain and mouth work so well. I can't argue with that. You make sense, and I never listened to my teacher anyway, so, bottoms up. Jiang Feng made a decision. Then he opened the bottle, tilted his head back, and drank it. Glug glug. Burp ha, it tastes like strawberries, no wonder it's pink. It's quite tasty. I don't feel anything, maybe it's expired? After a minute, Jiang Feng only felt a slight warmth in his stomach. He didn't feel anything else. Indeed, Zhang Meng was just bragging. Foodie, do you feel anything? Foodie, why aren't you talking? Jiang Feng asked. But the foodie completely ignored him. Ignoring people after eating? Basic breathing method fused with special energy, causing mutation. Just then, a prompt sounded. Mutation? I've only heard of people mutating into zombies or giant green monsters. Can martial arts also mutate? Mutation. Should be a good thing, right? Jiang Feng wasn't sure. All he could do was pray for the foodie. He didn't know how long it would take for the foodie to mutate, so Jiang Feng waited and slowly fell asleep. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in these 3 days of wilderness practice. While others were in teams, taking turns to keep watch, Jiang Feng was alone. So every night, he was half awake, keeping his mind alert. The slightest noise would startle him awake. Now he could finally get a good night's sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when Jiang Feng was awakened by rustling noises. Still groggy, he didn't want to open his eyes. But soon, he felt hands groping over him. Suddenly jolted awake, he opened his eyes. In the darkness, he saw a figure pressing down on him. With flowing long hair, it seemed to be a woman. Could it be Sister Orange? Has she finally decided to make a move on me? Should I comply, or comply? As Jiang Feng pondered, the figure reached out and grabbed his neck. A powerful force swept in, lifting Jiang Feng off his feet and pressing him against the wall. In the moonlight, Jiang Feng finally saw clearly. It wasn't Orange Sister, but the Western beauty with golden hair and green eyes from last time. He had just thought of her before going to sleep, never expecting to see her again so soon. The golden-haired beauty pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Jiang Feng's neck. Her voice was cold. Where is my stuff? I drank it, Jiang Feng answered honestly. Drank it? The golden-haired beauty's eyes widened. You drank the 6th generation gene potion I risked my life to steal? Wait, you're still alive? The golden-haired beauty's expression shifted from anger to confusion. Jiang Feng blinked. Could there be something wrong with the gene potion? Does drinking it kill you? Damn, shouldn't have listened to the foodie's nonsense. You're not dead. It seems the 6th generation gene potion was successful. Nice. I can still take you back. The golden-haired beauty's expression changed from confusion to excitement again. With that, she aimed a chop at Jiang Feng's neck. Is she trying to knock me out and then kidnap me? That won't work. This time, Jiang Feng couldn't resist. Buzz. A golden light shield appeared. Clang. The chop from the golden-haired beauty landed as if on a piece of highly tempered alloy, making a crisp sound. Jiang Feng felt no pain. Bare fist. Jiang Feng punched out. Bare fist was the most powerful move among the 12 beast fist techniques. This punch landed heavily on the golden-haired beauty's chest, pushing her back a step. Damn, there's a rebound? Jiang Feng was very surprised. After pushing back the golden-haired beauty, Jiang Feng turned and ran. He didn't think he had the capital to fight the golden-haired beauty, but he underestimated her speed. Just as Zhang Feng turned around, Catherine appeared in front of him and slapped his chest. She really didn't want to lose. Where I hit, you hit back. The golden light shield absorbed most of the damage from Catherine's slap, but the force still made him step back several times. It was at this moment that a voice sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. Basic breathing method mutation ends, and gains new ability Blood Rage. Boss, try my new ability quickly, it can definitely help you turn the tables. The foodie's young voice also rang out. He seemed very confident in his new ability. Alright, let's do it. Blood Rage. Zhang Feng's mind moved. In the next moment, Zhang Feng felt his whole body becoming restless. Thump 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 thump. His heart rate suddenly accelerated. The normal heart rate for a person is about 60 to 100 beats per minute, but Zhang Feng's heart rate at this moment was close to 3 beats per second. It is well known that the heart pumps blood. Each beat of the heart pushes blood flow throughout the body. With the increased frequency of beats, the pumping speed naturally increased. Zhang Feng could clearly feel the blood flowing rapidly in his body, even droplets of blood seeping out from his pores. In an instant, Zhang Feng turned into a blood man, but at the same time, he felt that his physique had undergone a significant leap. Whether it was strength, speed, physique, explosive power, and so on, all had been strengthened at least twice. Boss, my new ability is awesome. By accelerating the heart rate through a special breathing frequency, the blood flow throughout the body speeds up, reaching a boiling effect. This way, your overall physical fitness is at least twice as good as before, the foodie said proudly. So this was the new ability he gained from that 6th generation gene potion. Equivalent to stimulating potential and forcibly enhancing strength. And it's a comprehensive improvement. Damn, isn't this equivalent to unlocking unparalleled power? It has to be said that the new move of the foodie is indeed amazing. However, the burden on the body is too heavy. With Zhang Feng's current physique, he can only last for 3 minutes at most. Within these 3 minutes, Zhang Feng's physical fitness has directly improved by a level, originally close to an advanced warrior's physique. At this moment, he belongs to the cream of the crop among advanced warriors. If coupled with martial arts, Zhang Feng is confident that even without relying on sword intent, he can still have the strength to fight against an elemental warrior. Catherine was shocked by Zhang Feng's transformation, but she immediately reacted and rushed towards Zhang Feng in a swift step. Without the genetic potion, she must bring Zhang Feng back. This way, her mission would not be considered a failure. Snake Fist, Spirit Snake Coiling. This time, Zhang Feng didn't retreat but instead advanced, charging towards Catherine. Catherine aimed a palm strike at him, but Zhang Feng evaded it in a strange posture. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng closed in and embraced Catherine. Catherine immediately resisted. However, she couldn't even touch Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng seemed like a boneless spirit snake, slithering around Catherine. When he reached behind Catherine, Zhang Feng grabbed her arms and firmly held her legs with his feet. Catherine was completely restrained by Zhang Feng. No matter how she struggled, Zhang Feng seemed glued to her body. She couldn't shake him off. Damn it! Catherine felt extremely frustrated. A distinguished elemental warrior like herself was actually being controlled by an ordinary warrior. And this ordinary warrior was just a 16-year-old kid. But she dared not use elemental power now, or she would definitely attract the teachers from the genius training camp. Yet without using elemental power, she was no match for Zhang Feng. This dilemma left her in a bind. What's more, she never expected that an ordinary student from the genius training camp would possess such strength. Even without using elemental power, solely relying on physical fitness, he was among the best of advanced warriors. Unable to defeat even a kid? Are the youths of Hua country all this formidable? Catherine was astonished. In their country, a 16 or 17-year-old youth becoming an intermediate warrior was already commendable. Yet in Hua country, any random youth encountered was this strong, truly living up to its reputation as one of the world's top superpowers. Let me go! Catherine suddenly shouted. No way! Zhang Feng firmly refused. You're poking me. What? Zhang Feng then realized that his little brother had unexpectedly perked up. After all, he was a passionate youth, and being so close to this curvaceous beauty, just moments ago Catherine was struggling and rubbing against him. It would be abnormal if he didn't react. At this moment, Zhang Feng clearly saw Catherine's ears turning red. Despite Western culture being open-minded, encountering such a situation would still make one feel embarrassed. Zhang Feng was also very embarrassed. But he had no choice. If he let her go, this Western beauty would definitely not let him off the hook. He could only stall for time and wait for backup. Fortunately, Chen Chengchang was very reliable. Soon enough, Zhang Feng's door was forcefully kicked open. Chen Changcheng appeared at the doorway. If there was a fight upstairs, it would surely be noticed downstairs. However, Chen Changcheng had just been asleep, so she arrived a bit late. At this moment, Chen Changcheng was still a bit drowsy. But when she saw the scene in the room, she instantly woke up. Wow, little brother, you're having quite a blast, with this posture? Oh, and she's actually a foreign girl? Hee hee, I'm going to take a picture and send it to Qinghe. Saying this, Chen Changcheng immediately took out her phone to snap a photo. Orange, don't. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped. But someone was even more anxious. As a spy infiltrating Hua country, Catherine definitely couldn't be photographed face on. At this moment, she couldn't care about much, directly bursting out her elemental power. Bang! Zhang Feng, tightly entwined with Catherine, instantly felt a powerful impact. It sent him flying out completely. Xiao Chen. Chen Changcheng, seeing the situation, was momentarily stunned. But she immediately reacted, taking a quick step forward, reaching Zhang Feng's back, supporting him with one hand. This relieved the impact on him. However, a trace of blood still overflowed from the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth. Catherine was definitely a martial artist of rank 5 or higher. When she unleashed her elemental power, she could definitely harm Zhang Feng. She might not have even used her full strength. Otherwise, Zhang Feng wouldn't have fared so well. Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly said, Orange, don't let her escape. Don't worry, Xiao Qinshen, I will definitely catch her and make her pay for you, Chen Chengcheng said, then rushed towards Catherine. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Feng felt embarrassed. What are you saying? I'm just afraid she'll run away and come looking for me again next time. But, it's not impossible. /epsilon*, Catherine had no intention of fighting, so when she saw Chen Chengcheng charging towards her, she immediately fled through the window. Soon, she disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a slowly drifting sentence, Live well, I will come find you again. Chen Changcheng also chased after her. The two of them, one in front and one behind, both vanished into the darkness. Zhang Feng wasn't too worried. After the recent confrontation, he probably understood Catherine's strength and knew she wasn't stronger than Chen Chengcheng. Zhang Feng looked at himself, covered in blood. At first glance, it was quite terrifying. In fact, it was just because his heart was beating faster, pumping too much blood, which caused it to seep out of his pores. But it had to be said, the ability the foodie gained was indeed very strong. It could even be said to be quite abnormal. His physical qualities were doubled in all aspects. It might sound ordinary, but one must know that even for martial artists, there are limits to physical qualities. For example, the strength limit for advanced martial artists is 5,000 kilograms, and the speed limit is 100 meters per second. Once these limits are reached, if one wants to become stronger, they can only choose to cultivate elemental power or rely on martial arts to enhance themselves. That's why just now, even without using elemental power, Catherine's strength could only reach the peak level of an advanced martial artist, because that was her physical limit. However, just now, in a state of blood frenzy, Zhang Feng's physical qualities directly surpassed the limit of an advanced martial artist. So, if an ordinary person uses the 6th generation genetic potion, it's really possible to rival a martial artist. Initially, Zhang Feng was somewhat skeptical, but now, he believed it. The foodie's blood frenzy ability came from the 6th generation genetic potion. However, one thing was also very important. Breaking through the physical limit would also put a great strain on the body. Zhang Feng could withstand it because he had cultivated the diamond body to the 6th level. But for an ordinary person, they might explode and die in less than half a minute. So, accurately speaking, the 6th generation genetic potion was not a complete success. It was only half successful. If the issue of high physical strain could be resolved, that would truly benefit humanity. Swish! Just then, a figure rushed into Zhang Feng's room at an extremely fast speed. This startled Zhang Feng. He thought Catherine had come back for revenge. But after seeing the person clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't anyone else but Principal Zhang. Surprisingly, Principal Zhang, upon seeing Zhang Feng covered in blood, was almost scared half to death. Director Liao had repeatedly instructed to protect him well. If something happened to him, it would be a serious offense. Zhang Feng, are you okay? Don't be afraid, I'll bring the doctor right away, Principal Zhang said as he was about to leave. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped him. Principal Zhang, I'm fine. Hearing Zhang Feng's strong voice, Principal Zhang was stunned. But then his expression turned even graver. Could it be a last burst of energy? Has it come to this? It seems it's too late to get a doctor now. Zhang Feng, if you have any last words, say them, I will make sure they are fulfilled. Principal Zhang looked sorrowful. Zhang Feng's face darkened completely. If I don't die this time, would I be letting down that expression of yours? At that moment, Chen Changchang also returned, looking very displeased. That foreign girl ran too fast, I couldn't catch up. Xiao Changchang, who is she, and how did you end up with a foreign elemental warrior? Foreign elemental warrior? Principal Zhang, also very curious, heard this. He was attracted by the elemental power fluctuations. By the time he arrived, the person was already gone. Could it be? It shouldn't be. Principal Zhang suddenly thought of something, his face changing. Could it be that news of Jiang Feng's martial talent leaked out? But they only talked about it in the evening, less than 10 hours have passed, and the assassination came so quickly? No, this matter must be reported to Director Liao immediately. With that in mind, Principal Zhang hurriedly left. He came in a hurry, and left in a hurry, that's him. What's wrong with Principal Zhang? Chen Changchang was very puzzled. I don't know, maybe he had a stomachache or something. After taking a shower, Jiang Feng fell asleep again. That night, outside Jiang Feng's villa, there were many shadows. The next morning, Jiang Feng stretched lazily. He slept so well that he didn't even have a dream. Going downstairs, Sister Changchang had prepared breakfast for him as usual. While eating, Jiang Feng asked, Sister Changchang, what's the plan for me today? I don't know, Principal Zhang didn't say. Is he just ignoring me now? But that's fine. They can't teach him anything now anyway. He's even more free. After finishing her meal, Chen Changchang left as she had classes to attend. Being alone at home was boring for Jiang Feng, so he decided to go out for a walk. Ding dong! Your 3924 learning points have been credited. Just then, his phone rang. Jiang Feng's student card was linked to his phone, so he would receive a message when learning points were credited. Director Wu is quite efficient. Jiang Feng sighed. Director Wu, although a bit short-sighted, kept his promises. Over 3,000 learning points were given as promised. At this moment, in the director's office, Director Wu was huddled in a corner, wiping his tears, crying silently. Starting today, for the next 10 years, he would have to work for free at the genius training camp. With so many learning points, Jiang Feng naturally had to spend them. But this time, he didn't plan to exchange them for martial arts. On one hand, because Jiang Feng currently didn't lack martial arts, to be precise, he lacked high-quality martial arts. On the other hand, Jiang Feng planned to improve his own level. He had already digested the spirit jade fruit he had taken before. Although he hadn't tested it yet, his physique had certainly reached the level of an advanced warrior. But that wasn't enough. The enemies he was provoking now were all elemental warriors. Moreover, they were all elemental warriors of 5th rank or higher. With his current strength, he was no match for them. So, Jiang Feng's current goal should be to raise his level, reach the limit of an advanced warrior, and then he could try to cultivate elemental power. Elemental power. Jiang Feng had fought against elemental warriors and elemental beasts. He had personally experienced the power of elemental power. It could be said that he was very eager for it. But the most basic requirement for condensing elemental power is to push the body to its limits. Therefore, Jiang Feng's top priority is to enhance his physical fitness and level up. The exclusive store of the Genius Training Camp. Once Jiang Feng entered, his eyes were almost dazzled. Everything here is so good. The goods here are all suitable for warriors. Spirit weapons, spirit medicines, spirit fruits, nutritional potions, and even some strange items that Jiang Feng didn't recognize but felt were extraordinary at first glance, like oddly shaped metals and stones. There were no martial arts in the store because martial arts were all in the martial arts hall. Jiang Feng came with a goal in mind, so he quickly made his selection. 10 bottles of 100-year-old spirit ginseng nutritional potion. Outside, 1 bottle of 100-year-old spirit ginseng nutritional potion sold for 2 million, so 10 bottles would be 20 million. But here, Jiang Feng only spent 1,500 study credits, equivalent to 1 study credit being worth over 13,000 yuan. After digesting these 10 nutritional potions, he should be able to push his physical fitness to the limit of an advanced warrior. With his speed of cultivation as a foodie, he could digest them all in a month at most. After buying the goods, Jiang Feng planned to return to the dormitory to practice diligently. He happened to pass by the gravity training room. Outside, he heard teacher Shirton's loud voice. "Too weak, can't even take one of my punches? Spitting blood already? You're not even as good as a woman. A bunch of weaklings, come on, who's next?" Bang! 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 Jiang Feng was curious about what was happening inside, so he went over to take a look. At a glance, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. He couldn't help but exclaim in misery. At this moment, the 50 students who were in the same batch as him were in teacher Shirton's class. The training location was still the gravity room, but the training method was somewhat different from before. Previously, Shirtong only asked them to endure longer in the gravity area, using the pressure of gravity to temper their bodies. But now, Shirtong directly increased the difficulty. He had the students one-on-one in the gravity area. They were already struggling to resist the pressure of gravity, and now they had to fight Shirtong one-on-one. How could they withstand that? So, the result was without a doubt. It was not a fight but a one-sided beating. By now, more than 20 students were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Look, Jiangshan is here. Oh my, really, teacher sure, it's boring to fight us. Why don't you spar with Jiangshan? He can definitely handle it. Yes, that's right, I fully agree. Some students immediately spotted Jiang Feng. They shouted towards Shirtong. The students who hadn't been beaten to the ground by Shirtong also chimed in. If you beat Jiangshan, you can't beat us. Jiang Feng felt very helpless. He was just a bystander. How did he get dragged into this? He was about to find an excuse to retreat when Shirtong shouted at him. These weaklings are right. It's more interesting to play with you. How about it? Want to give it a try? I have something to do, maybe another day. Nonsense, it's now. As long as you can last 3 minutes under my hands, I'll reward you with 100 study credits. Reward credits? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He decisively walked into the gravity room. As soon as he stepped into the gravity area, he immediately felt the pressure coming. But it had no effect on him at all. Teacher sure, how are we going to fight? I won't use elemental power, you won't use protective golden light, just pure hand-to-hand combat. No other rules, how about that? Shirtong said. Okay. Jiang Feng nodded. It was basically a free-for-all without rules. Then, the two of them walked directly into the 128 times gravity area. Instantly, a strong sense of oppression hit them. Without releasing the protective golden light, Jiang Feng couldn't ignore the 128 times gravity. Of course, it's still within the acceptable range. On the contrary, Shirtong seemed completely unfazed. Obviously, his physique was stronger than Jiang Feng's. This was normal since he was a teacher specialized in guiding martial arts training. Let's begin, Shirtong said, but he didn't make the first move. After all, he was a teacher and had some self-respect. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, had fewer reservations. He immediately charged towards Shirtong, using no fancy moves, just a straightforward punch. Good, come on, Shirtong shouted and threw a punch as well. However, his punch wasn't aimed at Jiang Feng's fist but directly at his face. It was clear that Shirtong had no intention of blocking Jiang Feng's attack. He was too confident in his own physique. Bang! Just as the two were about to collide, Jiang Feng suddenly squatted down. The punch that was supposed to hit Shirtong's face landed on his chest instead. Shirtong's punch, on the other hand, missed Jiang Feng's head by a hair's breadth. In terms of combat, Jiang Feng had some advantages. However, when his punch hit Shirtong's chest, it only made a dull thud. Shirtong didn't even budge an inch, like an immovable mountain. Instead, Jiang Feng's fist made a cracking sound, as if bones were shifting. Damn, is this guy even human? Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Shirtong's powerful physique seemed even stronger than a black armored lizard. It was well known that there was a huge gap between human physique and fierce beasts. In terms of physical strength alone, many elemental martial artists were actually inferior to high-level fierce beasts, relying solely on their elemental power. When Jiang Feng killed that black armored lizard before, if not for his sword intent and the blade of tetanus, he wouldn't have been able to defeat it with just his fists and feet. When ordinary warriors fought fierce beasts, they had to be equipped with a spiritual weapon. Otherwise, it was difficult to break through the opponent's defense. But Shirtong's physique was definitely strong, comparable to those high-level fierce beasts known for their defense. Even Jiang Feng's cultivation of the sixth realm of the diamond body couldn't match the strength without releasing the protective golden light. Exhilarating. Although it's almost like scratching an itch, it's much stronger than those weaklings. Shirtong laughed heartily. At the same time, he swung a heavy leg kick at Jiang Feng. This time, Jiang Feng didn't dodge in time because the distance was too close, and Shirtong's leg was incredibly fast. Bang! Jiang Feng was sent flying. Seeing even Jiang God getting beaten up makes me feel balanced. Exactly, we can't say we're weak when even Jiang God can't withstand a punch from Teacher Shi. The weaklings watched Jiang Feng being kicked by Shirtong with glee. It was only fair that they weren't the only ones being bullied. Oh my, Jiang God is getting up? Damn, is he stupid? Why is he standing up now? Shouldn't he lie down and pretend to be dead? You don't understand. Jiang God can't be like us. He has to endure for 3 minutes, earn those 100 credits, and then admit defeat. That might come at a high cost. Jiang Feng, who had been kicked by Shirtong, stood up again. At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The The recent heavy blow from Shirtong had indeed injured him. Most of his ribs were broken. However, he didn't show any signs of pain on his face. Instead, he looked excited. Because just now, the diamond body, which had been stagnant for a long time, unexpectedly began to advance again. The diamond body has been heavily hit, feeling exhilarated, starting cultivation progress plus 20%, awesome. Let's continue. The voice of the diamond resounded in Zhang Feng's mind. However, Zhang Feng's expression darkened. It's not you who's getting beaten up. Unexpectedly, he realized that the diamond body technique could actually be enhanced by taking hits. If he had known earlier, he would have challenged Stone Tong long ago. Getting stronger by getting beaten up. Isn't this a clear masochistic tendency? Mr. Diamond, are you an M after all? The representative of the dragon fist of the 12 beast form sneered. Zhang Feng was shocked. This dragon of yours is a bit improper. Even an M knows. Are you a dragon from a dragon service? At that moment, the group of onlookers couldn't help but change their expressions as they watched Zhang Feng's silly smile. Oh my, has Zhang God been beaten silly? He's so injured, yet he can still laugh? Even Stone Tong was a bit worried, wondering if he had hit Zhang Feng too hard with that kick just now, causing him brain damage. Zhang Feng, are you okay? I'm fine, Teacher Stone, let's continue. Zhang Feng hurriedly replied. Although the peculiarity of the diamond body technique getting stronger by getting beaten up was bizarre, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to continue improving. It was just taking a beating. Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer. So, Zhang Feng charged at Stone Tong once again. Alright, come at me. Seeing this, Stone Tong also became spirited. Compared to the others who couldn't even withstand a single punch from Stone Tong, Zhang Feng was much more entertaining. Ha! Stone Tong shouted and threw a heavy punch at Zhang Feng. This time, Zhang Feng didn't even consider dodging. Bang! Bang! Both fists hit each other simultaneously. Stone Tong didn't even budge an inch. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was once again sent flying. Diamond body technique receives a heavy blow, feeling exhilarated, training speed increases, progress plus 20%, again. Zhang Feng got up with a swift motion. He charged at Stone Tong once more. Bang! 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 For the next few minutes, Zhang Feng was continuously sent flying by Stone Tong, only to stand up again and charge at him once more. And then, he was sent flying again. Zhang Feng couldn't even remember how many times he had been knocked down. By now, his whole body was swollen. But instead of feeling uncomfortable, Zhang Feng was extremely excited. Progress plus 10%. With enough accumulation in the diamond body technique, a breakthrough is achieved. Current martial arts realm is at the 7th level, 1%. Finally, a breakthrough. It's been 5 minutes, why hasn't Zhang God given up yet? He's already earned those 100 credits. It seems we misunderstood Zhang God. He's not concerned about those 100 credits, but about pushing his limits. I have to admit, I admire Zhang God even more now. His excellence is for a reason. I can't be as disciplined as him. Suddenly, lying here pretending to be dead feels so shameful. As fellow youths, I'm far behind. The onlookers were moved by Zhang Feng's actions. Even Stone Tong, looking at Zhang Feng in this state, couldn't help but feel touched. Zhang Feng, how about we call it a day? No, Teacher Stone, let's continue. Zhang Feng firmly refused. After finally breaking through a realm, how could he just give up like that? He couldn't let this beating go to waste. Once again, he charged at Stone Tong. Seeing Zhang Feng's unwavering persistence, Stone Tong was also quite moved. Alright, I'll grant your wish. So, Stone Tong didn't hold back and threw a full-force punch. Bang! Zhang Feng still didn't dodge, but chose to withstand the punch head-on. However, this time, he didn't get sent flying. He just took a few steps back. The 7th level of the diamond body technique raised Zhang Feng's physical strength to a higher level. Damage from attacks on the diamond body technique weakened. Training speed gradually decreased. Progress plus 8%. Huh? How could? Stone Tong was surprised. I didn't hold back, so why did the power of this punch weaken? No, it's not that my attack is weaker, it's that this kid's physique has gotten stronger. Indeed, constantly enduring attacks has triggered his potential. His diamond body must have advanced to a higher level again. No wonder this kid refuses to give up. Shirtong quickly guessed the reason. This is better. One-sided ravaging is not very interesting. Now that Zhang Feng's physique is stronger, he can engage in hand-to-hand combat better. Come on, let's continue. Shirtong shouted. This time, he actually took the initiative to step forward and launch an attack. Good, come on. Zhang Feng was also extremely excited. The two of them clashed again. Now, the strength of their physiques is basically equal. The frequency of their clashes has increased. Bang, bang, bang. Fist to flesh, the sound of bodies colliding echoed incessantly in the gravity training room. They didn't dodge at all, directly enduring each other's attacks. At this moment, it's not about fighting, but about whose body is tougher. This scene left the group of onlookers dumbfounded and trembling with fear. What boxing championship, what fighting match, compared to the scene before their eyes, they were simply inferior. This is true hand-to-hand combat. Progress plus 5%, progress plus 5%, accumulated enough 4 diamond body, breakthrough in realm, current martial realm is the 8th level, 1%, unable to feel pain with diamond body, excitement fades, ceases cultivation. Zhang Feng was extremely excited. He broke through again. He was glad that he had just come to watch out of curiosity, otherwise he would have missed this great opportunity. Breaking through 2 realms in a row, isn't that awesome? At this point, Zhang Feng's physique strength is probably enough to withstand attacks from a Yuan warrior even without using the golden body protection. Look, it seems like Zhang Shen's horizontal martial realm has improved again. Just now, Teacher Shirtong's attacks could barely push him back half a step, but now he clearly can't move him at all. No wonder he's called Jiangshan, he's simply not human. But let's not envy him, just based on the suffering Jiangshan endured just now, it's not something we can bear. It looks like it's about to end, they can't even hurt each other now. Even the students noticed Zhang Feng's changes. Shirtong naturally understood it better. Continuing like this is meaningless. They are now purely strong in physique, but their attack power is not enough to break through each other's defense. Even if they fought for days and nights, they probably wouldn't get any results. Zhang Feng, can we end it? Shirtong asked. Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, it's time to end it. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Shirtong was about to stop. Then he heard Zhang Feng's next words. Teacher Shirtong, I have a question for you. What question? You just said that if I could last 3 minutes under your hands, you would reward me with 100 credits, but what if I could defeat you? Damn, is Jiangshan that arrogant to think he can defeat Teacher Shirtong? Jiangshan is indeed amazing, I admit, but saying he can defeat Teacher Shirtong is absolutely impossible. Even if Teacher Shirtong doesn't use elemental power, his pure physical qualities are at the peak of an advanced warrior, not to mention his specialization in physique. I actually think the opposite. Although Jiangshan's words sound arrogant, he seems to deliver on them every time. The onlookers were shocked by Zhang Feng's words, but some became loyal fans of Zhang Feng. They believed he wasn't just bragging. What? What did you say? Shirtong widened his eyes, looking surprised. He was sure he must have misheard, and even reached to clean his ears with his fingers. I said, if I could defeat you, how many credits could I be rewarded with? Zhang Feng repeated. Shirtong finally confirmed that he hadn't misheard. He suddenly laughed, seemingly mocking Zhang Feng's arrogance. Zhang Feng, we are not in a martial arts competition now. Do you know what level of strength it takes to defeat me? Even in my most relaxed state, relying solely on my pure physical body, it would take at least a first-grade martial artist's full-force strike to barely injure me. In other words, you would need to unleash a force equivalent to 10 tons to have a chance at injuring me. 10 tons? Zhang Feng calculated in his mind. His current physical fitness had reached the level of an advanced martial artist. His maximum punching force should be over 4,000 kilograms. Among the 12 beast fist techniques, the bear form had the greatest power, capable of erupting with 1.5 times the strength. And if he added the blood burst. Teacher sure, give it a try. Seeing Zhang Feng's seriousness, Shirtong stopped laughing. He looked at Zhang Feng solemnly. Your talent is indeed extraordinary, a good seedling, but still with a youthful mentality, prone to arrogance. Very well, I will use this lesson to teach you a principle. A person should be humble. Come, I allow you to use all means except the sword intent, while I will rely solely on my physical body. If you can injure me, even just a tiny bit, you win. Shirtong said. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. You talk about being humble, but your words have nothing to do with humility. However, he didn't voice his thoughts. The more the opponent underestimated him, the more advantageous it was for him. Alright, teacher sure, be careful. Zhang Feng said and began to gather his strength. Shirtong, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. Go ahead and make your move, I. Before Shirtong could finish his sentence, Zhang Feng had already moved. Swish! Zhang Feng took a step forward, charging towards Shirtong. At the same time, blood burst. Boom! Instantly, Zhang Feng's heart raced, blood flowing rapidly. But this time, Zhang Feng didn't end up drenched in blood like before. He didn't even feel a significant burden on his body. Obviously, with the enhancement of his physique, some of the side effects of the bloodburst were gradually diminishing, and the effect remained just as strong. At this moment, Jiang Feng's physical condition was directly strengthened in all aspects. Bare fist. Building upon the bloodburst state, Jiang Feng unleashed the bare fist. The power of this punch increased by another 0.5 times. It surpassed 10 tons directly. Shirtong didn't dodge, not even taking it seriously. Bang! Thus, Jiang Feng's heavy punch landed smoothly on Shirtong's face. However, there was no scene of him being knocked back. Shirtong remained standing still, unmoved, like a tree with roots deeply entrenched underground. See, as I said, even if Jiangshan is formidable, he is not a true god after all. His attacks are like tickles to Teacher Shi. Well, to be honest, I was actually looking forward to seeing Teacher Shi being defeated. Impossible, Teacher Shi is. Jiang Feng slowly retracted his fist. The appearance of Shirtong at this moment was observed by everyone. His eyes were lifeless, unable to focus. 2 lines of fresh blood flowed from his nostrils. He was bleeding. The next moment, Shirtong's towering figure stiffly fell backward. Silence. A deathly silence. The onlookers were all speechless, utterly shocked. A professional instructor in horizontal martial arts was actually defeated by a student, and he was knocked down. Inside the gravity training hall, there was a few minutes of complete silence. Finally, the first voice broke the silence. I take back what I said earlier, Jiangshan is indeed a god, a true god. Yes, to defeat a teacher specialized in horizontal martial arts. What else could he be if not a god? It is said, doesn't anyone care about Teacher Shi? His eyes seem unable to focus. Probably a concussion, no big deal, at most a vegetable. Look, are you speaking human language? Soon, Shirtong, lying on the ground, slowly got up. Just now, he suddenly suffered a heavy blow to the head, experiencing a moment of blankness. He could recover in an instant. In fact, he had already woken up, but this face made him feel embarrassed. Shirtong wiped away some nosebleed, looked at Jiang Feng, and forced a smile. Fortunately, not smiling was better because when he smiled, his 2 rows of big white teeth were revealed, and the 2 front teeth in the middle were now missing. Empty. Empty? Put. Can't laugh. But I can't hold it in much longer. Hold it, if you dare to laugh now, Teacher Shi will definitely make you lose another tooth. Even Jiang Feng's face was turning red at this point, but he couldn't laugh either. After all, it was his own doing. Xiao Jiang, you. Why does your speech sound a bit off? Just as Shirtong was about to say something, he felt something was wrong. He licked his tongue at the spot of his missing tooth, then, Shirtong, my tooth. Jiang Feng looked terrified, swallowing hard. This was not a good place to stay for long. One word, retreat. Ahem, well, Teacher Shi, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. You can just transfer the credits directly to my account. With that, Jiang Feng immediately used his thunder flash technique. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving Shirtong still wailing in place. Jiangshan is too strong. He actually knocked out Teacher Shi's tooth. Luckily he ran fast enough, otherwise Teacher Shi would definitely not let him off. Yeah, but Teacher Shi does look quite funny like that. I really can't hold back my laughter. Hey, wait a minute, I suddenly have a bad feeling. What feeling? Jiangshan ran away, so where do you think Teacher Shi will vent his anger? Someone suddenly realized this problem. Instantly, the faces of all the students changed. At the same time, they suddenly felt a chill down their spines. A faint but palpable sense of killing intent pervaded the training room. The students all looked towards Shirtong and saw him glaring at them with a dark expression. Have you all rested well? Then let's continue. Today, training will be doubled. Back at the villa, Jiang Feng began to consume the Centennial Spirit Ginseng Nutrient Liquid. This Centennial Spirit Ginseng Nutrient Liquid is much tastier than the 10-year-old one. The voice of the foodie enthusiast sounded excited. The basic breathing technique is in a pleasant mood, accelerating the cultivation speed. The basic breathing technique is expected to digest all energy within 30 hours. It takes 30 hours to digest a bottle of Centennial Spirit Ginseng Nutrient Liquid. 10 bottles would be 300 hours, which is about 12 days. In 12 days, from just reaching the level of an advanced warrior to reaching the peak of an advanced warrior. It seems that Jiang Feng is confident about this. As for others, even with more resources, they would still need a long time, ranging from a few months to a year or more. It's all very normal. The foodie enthusiast can automatically help Jiang Feng digest the energy of the Spirit Ginseng Nutrient Liquid. He doesn't need to practice deliberately, so it doesn't affect his daily life at all. He can totally do other things, like sleeping, taking a walk, watching dramas, or fishing. What? Why not cultivate in your free time? It's impossible to cultivate. With martial arts being so intense, if I don't lie down and enjoy life, wouldn't I be disrespecting them? And compared to Jiang Feng's carefree days, the group of new students who came in with him were suffering. As they watched the days pass by, it was almost the 7th day. They hadn't forgotten that the former principal had told them on the first day that their special training results would be tested after a week. If they don't pass, they will be kicked out of the genius training camp directly. It's like all the hardships of these 7 days would have been in vain. So, they could only double their efforts, training tirelessly day and night. Finally, that day arrived. Noon, the martial arts field, the sun shining brightly. Many people had already gathered by this time. New and old students, teachers, and academy leaders were all present. Today was a very important day. It was to test the training results of the new students in these days. It was also the day to decide whether they would stay or leave. Little rookies, you better perform well later, don't embarrass me. Otherwise, before you get kicked out, I will make sure you enjoy an unforgettable experience. Shirtong shouted at the new students. His missing tooth had been fixed, and he spoke clearly now. And he was enjoying his food. Shirtong expressed great satisfaction with his false tooth. The new students were all trembling in fear at Shirtong's words. The devilish training had already kept them awake all night. Wasn't this still the limit of teacher Shirtong? Zhang Wenchang and Shen Yang also said a few words, just to encourage them, but their effect was not as strong as Shirtong's threat. Then it was Chen Chang's turn. The encouragement from a beauty was definitely different from that of the big guys. Just at the sight of Chen Chang, all the male students among the 50 new students became spirited. Classmates, I hope to see each and every one of you here tomorrow. I hope you won't disappoint me, Chen Chang said in a very gentle tone. The boy's eyes immediately lit up with hearts. Chang, rest assured, just because of your words, I will stay even if I have to beg. That's right, for Chang, I definitely won't leave. Let my small universe explode. Seeing the students all pumped up like they had been injected with chicken blood, Shirtong, Zhang Wenchang, and Shen Yang, the 3 male mentors, all had gloomy faces. When we encourage you, you all look like frostbitten eggplants. How come just a few words from teacher Chang got you all so excited? Is this gender discrimination? Starting tomorrow, double the training. Shirtong snorted. Soon, Principal Zhang, the most important figure, arrived. Everyone, as I said before, after 7 days of training, your training results will be evaluated. Only those who pass can continue to stay in the genius training camp and receive formal training. If you don't pass, I'm sorry, you have to leave, so I hope you can all show your true strength from now on. Even if you fail, at least you won't regret it. Principal Zhang gave a speech. Alright, I won't say any more unnecessary words, let's get straight to the point. The way to test you is very simple. See these people here? Principal Zhang pointed to the group of senior students and said, they are your seniors who have been here for 1 or 2 years longer than you. You can choose one at random to spar with. I don't need you to defeat the senior students, of course, you can't beat them either. I will evaluate you based on your performance in the fight. If you score below 60 points, you will fail and be expelled from the training camp. After Principal Zhang finished speaking, the new students all looked towards the senior students on the other side. Each of them couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Sparring with these seniors who had been studying at the genius training camp for 1 or 2 years, they might not even last a few moves. Alright, you can start choosing now, Principal Zhang said. Who wants to go first? Among the new students, they looked at each other, hesitant to stand out. In the end, Lu Hai, who was good at horizontal martial arts, took the initiative to step forward. I'll go first, Lu Hai said, sizing up the senior students. And those senior students were all eager to be chosen. Pick me, let me go. Don't pick him, pick me. I got beaten up badly last year, and I need to vent this year. Obviously, they were all looking forward to the chance to bully someone. Lu Hai didn't know much about these people, nor did he know who was strong or weak. So he randomly chose someone. The person he picked was a guy with a slanted bangs hairstyle. He walked out excitedly. Ha, you made the right choice picking me. Hey, rookie, I'm Wang Peng. Even in the training camp, I can only barely rank 25th. The guy with the slanted bangs hairstyle said happily. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Hearing that the other party's strength could rank 25th, Lu Hai's expression changed instantly. Oh no, why was his luck so bad to pick such a formidable opponent? There were over 80 senior students in total. Ranking 25th meant he was above average. Let's begin, Principal Zhang announced. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Peng charged straight at Lu Hai. He didn't show any mercy just because the other was a junior. Finally, the pain he had endured could now be passed on to the new batch of students. Indestructible wisdom body. Lu Hai's face changed drastically as he saw the senior charging towards him. He couldn't afford to relax and immediately displayed his martial arts skills. His body tensed up instantly. At the same time, Wang Peng appeared in front of him. A heavy punch struck. Bang! The punch landed on Lu Hai's body, producing a loud sound. Lu Hai's eyes widened, his face turning red. He swallowed back the blood that almost spurted out. "Oh, you can take a punch from me, not bad." Wang Peng was slightly surprised. But then, he threw another punch. Bang! Put! Lu Hai, who had just managed to hold back the blood, couldn't resist after taking another punch. Blood spurted out. Wang Peng had already prepared and swiftly dodged. How? How is this possible? Lu Hai fell down, full of unwillingness. He knew the other was strong, having entered the school a year or two before him, but he never expected that he couldn't even withstand 2 punches. His proud martial arts skills were easily broken through. The gap was just too big, wasn't it? You endured 2 punches, barely passing. Considering your initiative, I'll give you 70 points. Next, Principal Zhang scored. The other new students, seeing Lu Hai defeated so quickly, had their faces pale. Among them, Lu Hai's strength could definitely rank in the top 5. His physique was undoubtedly the best. Well, except for Zhang Feng. He was insanely strong. If even Lu Hai couldn't withstand 2 punches from the senior, they probably couldn't even handle one. Why, no one wants to step up? Seeing the new students hesitating, Principal Zhang frowned. He was not dissatisfied with their strength but with their cowardice. A warrior's strength is not the most important thing. What matters most is having the heart of a brave warrior. If one is always fearful and hesitant, they will never become strong. Strong individuals survive through numerous dangers. TSK, calling you rookies is a compliment. At least rookies can fly, but you guys are just a bunch of chickens. You guys, I really don't know how you got selected for the genius training camp. The students of Wudao First High School are getting worse with each passing year. No wonder there are rumors outside that Wudao First High School's position is about to be taken over by Second High School. When we were still at Wudao First High School, tell me, in Qingyuan City, which martial arts high school dared to challenge us from Wudao First High School? Seeing no one daring to fight, Wang Peng began to mock fiercely. Yeah, you're all a bunch of trash, cowardly trash. If you don't dare to fight, you might as well roll back to the academy early and stop wasting resources at the genius training camp. I remember, although our group was also bullied by the seniors, at least we all dared to fight, we're not cowards. Behind Wang Peng, the group of seniors and senior sisters also started mocking. The newcomers blushed instantly. These people, aren't they all proud and arrogant? During their time at the academy, they were top students, always admired by their classmates and loved by their teachers. At home, they were objects of envy for the neighbors, the pride of their families. When have they ever been insulted like this before? I'm not a coward. Just to fight with you guys, who's afraid of who? None of you dare to step up, I, Zhang Jiang, will. Finally, a passionate voice rang out from the crowd. Principal Zhang's expression finally looked a bit better. Although these kids were hesitant at first, at least they listened to advice and had some self-esteem. It's not too late to change now. Very well, who is Zhang Jiang? Step forward. Principal Zhang said with great satisfaction. Immediately, the new students made way. Then, a short boy who was only 1 meter 60 tall stepped forward. At this moment, the short boy looked confused. Finally, someone not cowardly, come here, I'll let you make the first move. Wang Peng looked at the short boy with a fierce gaze like a hungry wolf. He loved to bully these little guys. The short boy's face changed color in fear and he quickly waved his hands. No, I didn't say those words just now. Aren't you Zhang Jiang? Principal Zhang frowned. I am, but. Yes, then make your move quickly. Hesitating before the battle, if you hesitate again, just roll out of the genius training camp. Principal Zhang reprimanded sternly. Zhang Jiang wore a bitter expression, cursing the person who spoke just now 1,000 times in his heart. If you don't agree, why call my name? Although very helpless, Zhang Jiang could only make his move honestly. 7-star phantom step. Zhang Jiang moved towards Wang Peng. His footwork belonged to the confusing type, able to make opponents unable to predict his movements through special steps. A few seconds later, Zhang Jiang appeared in front of Wang Peng. A punch was thrown. But Wang Peng was faster, his fist had already hit Zhang Jiang. Ha! However, the fist went straight through Zhang Jiang's body. A phantom? Zhang Jiang appeared on Wang Peng's left side at some point, and threw a punch at Wang Peng. Ha! Wang Peng's face showed a contemptuous smile. Before Zhang Jiang's fist could land on him, he delivered a strong kick to Zhang Jiang's body. Zhang Jiang was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Upon landing, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. 7-star phantom step. This martial art is indeed quite deceptive, but unfortunately, you haven't mastered it. You can't even bring out half of its effectiveness. You thought you deceived me, but I had already discovered your true self, yet I still attacked your phantom. In fact, I was the one deceiving you. Wang Peng sneered. The 7-star phantom step was Zhang Zhang's most proficient martial art. He was not far from reaching the realm of mastery. However, after being criticized and mocked by Wang Peng, he was filled with anger. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Who's next? Wang Peng's disdainful gaze swept over the new students, asking arrogantly, "Hey, Wang Peng, had enough fun? It's our turn now." "Yeah, you can't just bully the weak by yourself, we also need to have some fun." "Right, hurry up and switch." Behind Wang Peng, the seniors and senior sisters all shouted. They had endured for so long, they couldn't let Wang Peng have all the fun while they just watched. "This is so boring." "Don't worry, I'll switch when one of them can withstand my 3 moves, Wang Peng said. The older students behind him were immediately displeased. "Damn, you might as well not say anything. These rookies, let alone 3 moves, if they can handle 2 moves, that's already impressive." Among the new students, hearing the senior students openly insulting themselves without any restraint. Even a mud Buddha has 3 points of fire, not to mention they are all a group of spirited and hot-blooded young people. We can't let them look down on us like this anymore. Next, it's my turn. Among the new students, Luo Feng, holding a war knife, stepped forward. He looked at Wang Peng in front of him, his eyes showing no fear. Instead, there was a strong fighting spirit. Seeing Luo Feng's resolute appearance, Wang Peng finally showed a hint of satisfaction. "You should be better than those just now." "Very good, that's more interesting." Wang Peng nodded. Luo Feng didn't boast. Having just witnessed Wang Peng's strength, he was well aware that he was no match for Wang Peng, but that didn't stop him from being full of fighting spirit. A warrior must dare to confront the strong in order to find his own shortcomings and weaknesses. Only then can he make progress. "Aren't you using a weapon?" Luo Feng couldn't help but ask as he saw Wang Peng empty-handed. Wang Peng still disdainfully shook his head. "To be honest, I'm also good at knife skills, but you don't have the qualifications to make me draw my knife." "No, I will make you draw your knife." Luo Feng also started to challenge. With that, he charged directly towards Wang Peng. Wang Peng didn't move, just watched as Luo Feng ran towards him, until Luo Feng reached him, and struck with a knife. Thunderbolt blade. Boom! The war knife unsheathed, a flash of silver light, as if lightning struck. At the same time, the blade cut through the air, accompanied by a thunderous sound. As the thunder sounded, Wang Peng's pupils visibly dilated for a moment, but in just an instant, they refocused. And in that moment, Luo Feng's blade struck Wang Peng. Clang! However, the war knife hit Wang Peng's shoulder, but there was a clear metallic sound. "Bronze skin, iron bones!" Luo Feng exclaimed. Practicing martial arts above B-level to the level of mastery can make one's physique reach the level of bronze skin and iron bones. Obviously, Wang Peng's martial arts had reached the level of mastery. Luo Feng's thunderbolt blade couldn't harm him at all. In contrast to Luo Feng's surprise, Wang Peng was even more surprised. This should be the thunderbolt blade, capable of producing thunderous sounds, which means it has reached the level of mastery, which is beyond my expectations, Wang Peng said. He had underestimated Luo Feng, not expecting his thunderbolt blade to reach the level of mastery. That's why he got hit. If he had been prepared, he could have easily countered the mental impact of the thunderous sound of the thunderbolt blade. Hearing the admiration in Wang Peng's tone, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel proud. It was through the guidance of teacher Zhang Wenchang during this period that he had avoided many detours, allowing the thunderbolt blade to break through its bottleneck and reach the level of mastery. Among all the new students, only he possessed a martial art at the level of mastery. Originally ranked second in his year to enter the genius training camp, after reaching the level of mastery with the thunderbolt blade, he became the first among the new students. Well, except for Zhang Feng. That guy is a monster. Even teacher Zhang Wenchang always consults him for advice. So, do I have the qualifications to make you draw your knife now? Luo Feng asked confidently. Just now you said I didn't have the qualifications, now, you should draw your knife, right? Otherwise, you might not be able to defeat me. However, Wang Peng's next words shattered his pride directly. No, still not. You're a little better than them, but still just a rookie. After Wang Peng finished speaking, he threw a punch. Imperial Path Fist. Luo Feng's face changed suddenly. At this moment, he actually lost the will to resist. He felt like kneeling and begging for mercy. No, I can't give up. Soon, Luo Feng forced himself to calm down. But it was too late. He only had time to hold his war knife in front of him. Wang Peng's fist heavily hit the blade, which in turn collided with Luo Feng's body. Bang! The next moment, Luo Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string. not to mention forcing Wang Peng to draw his sword. Even his two moves couldn't hold up. Luo Feng, 80 points, Principal Zhang scored. Just hitting Wang Peng with that one sword was enough for a high score. But Luo Feng was not happy because Principal Zhang gave him a high score. Lying on the ground, his eyes vacant, Wang Peng's punch once again shattered his confidence. The last time his confidence was shattered was by Zhang Feng. Who's next? Come on. Wang Peng pointed at the new students. I'll go. I'm next. Although they knew they were no match, the taunts and insults from Wang Peng and the old students had already angered the new students. Even if steamed buns don't fight for breath, even if they lose, they must stand and lose. Bang! Next! Bang! Within less than 10 minutes, all 50 new students were lying on the ground. Not one could withstand 3 moves under Wang Peng's hands. TSK, what a bunch of trash. The quality of your group is really poor, isn't it? Not a single one could last 3 moves under my hands. Boring, really boring, Wang Peng sneered harshly. The defeated new students were gnashing their teeth at Wang Peng's attitude. But what could they do? When skills are inferior, what else can they do? Wait, there's one more person. Just then, Lu Hai suddenly shouted. Wang Peng and the old students were all puzzled. But the other new students were all excited. Yeah, how could they forget about that person? No, not that person, but that god. Our Jiang god. Yes, Jiang god hasn't fought yet. What's the point of defeating us? Have the guts to challenge Jiang god? With just you guys, you're not even close to being a match for Jiang god. Suddenly, the new students were energized. Having just suffered such humiliation, they were unable to regain their dignity. Jiang god had to step in. Jiang god? Seeing how excited the new students were, Wang Peng couldn't help but be curious. Who was this so-called Jiang god? How could they respect him so much? The new students quickly looked for Zhang Feng. Where's Jiang god? Hasn't he come yet? Wait, Jiang god is also from our group of new students, he should be here. There's Jiang god. Jiang god, stop eating melon seeds and come over. At this moment, Zhang Feng, who was sitting on a stone stool eating watermelon, suddenly seemed to hear someone calling him. Looking up, he saw that both the new and old students, even the academy leaders, were all looking at him. Want some melon seeds? Zhang Feng said, but then he saw a pile of melon rinds. Oh, the melon seeds are gone, I'll just leave then. Seeing Zhang Feng really about to leave, the new students panicked. Zhang god, don't leave, it's not over yet, it's your turn. Yeah, the face of our group of new students depends on you. Principal Zhang, speak up, Zhang god is also from our group, he should participate in this test. Principal Zhang felt awkward. He was torn about whether Zhang Feng should participate in this strength test. Should he not, considering he was a new student? Should he, wouldn't that be bullying the old students? So he had to seek the opinion of the old students. What do you think? Wang Peng also saw Zhang Feng. Of course, he knew about Zhang Feng. During the previous outdoor practical class, he was also present. In fact, regarding Zhang Feng's performance in the previous outdoor practical class, the senior students were divided into 2 factions. One faction believed that Zhang Feng was deceiving. The other faction thought that Zhang Feng was taking advantage of opportunities. Well, no one believed that Zhang Feng obtained so much heartblood of fierce beasts and even primal beasts solely based on his own abilities. Wang Peng also did not believe in Zhang Feng's strength. Perfect, this was an opportunity to expose his true colors. Principal Zhang, I think since Zhang Feng is also a new student, he should undergo the same test as them. Wang Peng said. If no one objects, then Zhang Feng, you should also participate, Principal Zhang said. Zhang Feng threw the leftover watermelon rind in his hand into the trash can and then walked confidently towards Wang Peng. Let's just have some fun, Wang Peng frowned as he watched Zhang Feng's carefree demeanor. He felt disrespected. Keep pretending, I will make you lose face completely later. Wang Peng's expression turned cold as he clenched his fist. When Zhang Feng was 10 meters away from Wang Peng, he stopped. When you were sparring with Luo Feng just now, it seemed like you mentioned being good with a knife, right? Take your knife out when you're ready, Zhang Feng said. Wang Peng once again displayed his disdainful smirk. Just like him, you are not qualified to make me draw my knife. Pretending in front of them is one thing, but pretending in front of me? If you don't want the chance I'm giving you, then let's end this early. Zhang Feng's voice fell, and his figure turned into a flash of lightning. Seeing this, Wang Peng also threw a punch. Imperial Path. Ugh. However, before his punch was even halfway out, Zhang Feng was already in front of him, landing a heavy blow on Wang Peng's face. Bang! Wang Peng was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily and spitting out a mouthful of blood, along with 2 teeth. Hiss! Stone Tong, who was watching nearby, took a sharp breath and subconsciously touched his own teeth. Why did this kid like knocking people's teeth out so much? Wang Ping lost. From start to finish, it didn't take more than half a minute. 29 seconds of that time was spent in conversation. The actual combat process lasted less than a second. Others hadn't even reacted yet. Even those new students who were confident in Zhang Feng didn't expect him to be this strong. They stood stunned for over half a minute before erupting into cheers. Amazing, Zhang God, you're too powerful. Haha, it was a complete defeat in seconds. Feeling humiliated after being so arrogant, right? I just want to ask, who else dares to challenge Zhang God? The new students were ecstatic, not caring about their injuries. They had been feeling stifled after being insulted by the senior students earlier, and now they could finally let it out. You guys thought you were so great, right? You thought we newbies were all weaklings, right? So, how does it feel to be defeated in seconds by weaklings? At this moment, the senior students finally regained their senses. Their gaze towards Zhang Feng had changed. Being able to defeat Wang Peng in seconds, even if it was because Wang Peng underestimated him, meant that his strength could definitely rank in the top 5 in the training camp. With such strength, how could he have cheated during the outdoor practical class before? Could it be that he really relied on his own abilities that time? But what about those drops of primal beast heart blood? Even though Zhang Feng defeated Wang Peng in seconds, they still didn't believe he could kill a primal beast. After studying at the genius training camp for a year or two, is this the extent of your strength? Honestly, I'm disappointed. Zhang Feng shook his head inside. The genius training camp had provided them with excellent mentors and abundant resources. Yet, the outcome was this disappointing. This is too useless, isn't it? He vaguely remembered that Qinghe had become a Yuan warrior just over a year after entering the genius training camp. Compared to Qinghe, these people are far behind. The students of the genius training camp are getting worse with each passing year. Old students? Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Isn't this our line? What are you pretending for? Do you really think you have the ability just because you defeated that waste Wang Peng? Let me teach you a lesson. Among the old students, someone immediately felt unhappy. He leaped from the crowd and landed in front of Zhang Feng. My name is Wu Shi, ranked 5th in the genius training camp, currently at the peak of advanced warrior level. Are you willing to try me? Ranked 5th and only at the peak of advanced warrior level? Zhang Feng shook his head again. Wu Shi was instantly furious. When was he ever humiliated like this? He may be 5th, but apart from Situnan who was 1st, the other 3 ranked above him can only barely surpass him. Now being humiliated by a newcomer? Being at the peak of advanced warrior level is enough to defeat you. Wu Shi said, no longer wasting words. Right now, he only had one thought, to defeat that arrogant newcomer as quickly as possible. Let him know, seniors cannot be insulted. Ha! Wu Shi's legs suddenly burst with power, shattering the bricks on the ground directly. He leaped 10 meters high, descending vertically headfirst and striking out with a palm. A palm strike from above? It's the sea-level martial art, Flying Sky Divine Palm. It seems that Wu Shi has already cultivated the Flying Sky Divine Palm to a minor achievement. That kid is bound to lose. The old students relaxed when Wu Shi made his strongest move. Finally, they could save face for the seniors. Zhang Feng looked up at the palm coming towards him and immediately countered with a punch. Facing the sea-level martial art at a minor achievement, Zhang Feng certainly wouldn't be careless. He immediately used the 12 Beast Fist. Bear Fist. Roar! A bear's roar sounded. The image of a giant bear appeared, increasing the power of this punch by half instantly. Bang! The fists collided, creating a loud explosion. The ground beneath Zhang Feng's feet collapsed a few centimeters. However, Zhang Feng himself remained unfazed. Wu Shi's strongest palm couldn't even touch him. Zhang Feng grabbed Wu Shi's wrist, pulled it forcefully, and then kicked him hard in the chest. Wu Shi flew out over 10 meters and landed next to Wang Peng. Wu Shi, defeated. He lasted a bit longer than Wang Peng, but still couldn't withstand 3 moves from Zhang Feng. The old students, who were full of confidence in Wu Shi just a moment ago, suddenly looked as if they had swallowed a fly. Praising Wu Shi 1 second, and the next he was defeated. A slap in the face often comes unexpectedly. Next, the 5th ranked is defeated, now it's the 4th ranked's turn. Zhang Feng beckoned to the old students. However, no one stepped forward. Among the top 5 students, apart from Situnan who always topped the list, the rankings of the other 4 actually changed frequently. The difference in their strengths was not significant. If Zhang Feng could easily defeat Wu Shi, then the other 3 were definitely not his match. What's wrong? Are you all scared now? Are you going to be cowards too? It was understandable that we didn't dare to go up before. After all, you came a year or 2 earlier than us, but you are facing new junior brothers. If you back down now, it would be embarrassing. The newcomers didn't miss the chance to humiliate the old students. They immediately started to taunt. They were insulted badly before, so this time they retaliated fiercely. Thus, the dragon slayer turned into the evil dragon. This time, it was the old students who were left red-faced and anxious. It's really true that fortunes change. They may want a challenge, but they are different from the newcomers. For the newcomers, even if they lose after challenging, it's no big deal, considering that their competition was inherently unfair. But for the senior students, if they all lose to Jiang Feng, they would completely lose face. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Jiang Feng is the strong one, not you weaklings. A senior student couldn't help but retort. Are you even worthy to address Jiangshan so casually? Jiangshan is one of us, representing our group of newcomers this time. Why can't we be arrogant? Exactly, if you're not convinced, have the ability to defeat Jiangshan. The newcomers didn't back down at all. Can't win in a fight, can't win in an argument either? Poor senior students, their momentum was completely suppressed by Jiang Feng. How could they possibly argue with those newcomers? Being able to defeat us is no skill at all. If Situnan were here, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. A senior student said indignantly. Humph, he's not here anyway, so you can say whatever you want. That's right, even if Situnan were here, my Jiangshan could defeat him in just 10 moves. 10 moves? Who do you think you're underestimating? At most 3 moves. Listening to the arrogant words of these newcomers, even Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Let's just say, the act is getting old. If you don't say it, I wouldn't even know how amazing I am. Oh, is that so? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind the senior students. The newcomers were unaware, but the senior students were all too familiar with this voice. Each of them turned around excitedly. They saw a young man in a white battle robe, holding a silver spear, walking towards them. There were still a few spots of not completely dried blood on his robe. Seeing this person, even Principal Zhang and other academy leaders on the platform stood up. It was evident how much they valued this person. Situ Nan! Brother Nan, you're finally back. Brother Nan, avenge us. The senior students were ecstatic. Because this person was none other than Situ Nan, whom they had mentioned before. The senior students made way for Situ Nan, and his gaze swept over Jiang Feng and the 2 figures lying on the ground, Wuxi and Wang Peng, without saying a word. Instead, he addressed the leaders on the platform. Mission accomplished, Class A wanted criminal by Baoshan has been brought to justice. As Situnan spoke, whether they were new or old students or academy leaders, everyone was shocked. By Baoshan? I've read about him in the news, heard he's a third-grade elemental warrior who, in pursuit of dark arts, slaughtered an entire village of hundreds of people, classified as a Class A wanted criminal by the Public Security Bureau. I can't believe it, Situnan managed to capture a third-grade elemental warrior? That's incredible. Oh, I might have exaggerated earlier, Jiangshan might not be able to match up to him after all. No worries, even though Jiangshan may not beat Situnan, he can definitely beat you. Are you ready for his retaliation? Principal Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Was it a solo mission, or did you collaborate with the Public Security Bureau? The Public Security Bureau had already severely injured him, and he managed to escape. I was just lucky enough to encounter him, and after a fierce battle, I captured him. Situ Nan didn't hide anything. There was no need to. If Bai Baoshan had been at full strength, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Principal Zhang was well aware of this. Even in a severely injured state, being able to defeat and capture him with the level of a first-grade elemental warrior is no easy feat. Consider your mission accomplished, remember to claim your reward. Principal Zhang still gave Situ Nan a high evaluation. The gap between a third-grade elemental warrior and a first-grade elemental warrior is significant. Even in a weakened state, it's extremely difficult to deal with. No rush for the reward. After Situ Nan finished speaking, he looked towards Jiang Feng. I just heard someone say 3 moves can solve me. Was it you? The senior students saw Situ Nan pointing at Jiang Feng, and they immediately started gloating one by one. You're so arrogant. You're about to get a reality check. They had already planned how to mock Jiang Feng and the new students in their minds. It wasn't me, it was him. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate to point at the person who said that. The latter immediately felt embarrassed. He didn't expect Jiang Feng to sell him out directly. Ha, are you afraid now, selling out your teammate like that? But you have to understand, anyone would probably be scared after hearing that Brother Nan defeated a third-grade elemental warrior. However, Jiang Feng selling out his teammate was indeed quick. Among the senior students, a wave of mockery erupted. Among the mentors, Shirtong furrowed his brow. Knowing Jiang Feng as he did, he shouldn't be acting so cowardly. Situ Nan also didn't expect Jiang Feng to sell out his teammate so quickly. he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Initially, he thought Jiang Feng could defeat Wang Ping and Wu Shi, finding this junior brother somewhat interesting. But he didn't expect him to be a coward. What he said is correct, but after all, he was speaking up for you. Selling him out like that is a bit too much, don't you think? Situnan couldn't help but speak up. Jiang Feng waved his hand. You only asked me if I said that sentence. I don't lie, I indeed didn't say that sentence. Do you agree with that statement then? Jiang Feng thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't agree. Humph! The crowd immediately made disdainful sounds. They thought Jiang Feng would stand up for himself, but he ended up backing down. However, when Jiang Feng uttered the next sentence, the disdainful sounds disappeared. If we disregard life and death, I can defeat you in one move. Situnan narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing through them. What does he mean by disregarding life and death, defeating me in one move? Is he so arrogant? Laughable, boasting recklessly? Do you not know the difference between an elemental warrior and an ordinary warrior? You're not entirely wrong, just the order is off. If we disregard life and death, Brother Nan can directly kill you in one shot. The senior students immediately started mocking. The new students all kept their heads down, afraid to speak. After hearing about Situnan's achievements in battle, they had lost confidence in Jiang Feng. Alright, let's give it a try then, see who gets defeated in one move. Principal Zhang, he is a new student, I am a senior student. According to the rules of today's assessment day, we can have a match, right? Situnan asked. Principal Zhang didn't hesitate and nodded directly. He wouldn't refuse. One was the perennial top student, the other was a rising star with the potential to surpass even the monstrous talents. He also wanted to see how strong Jiang Feng really was. Of course, but friendship comes first, no serious injuries or deaths are allowed. Principal Zhang said. These two were the most important figures in Wudaoyi Middle School. He didn't want to see anything happen to either of them. Since Principal Zhang agreed, a battle between the two was inevitable. Jiang Feng and Situnan locked eyes, and Situnan suddenly said, I just got back, I didn't see your previous battles, but you seem to be in good shape now, indicating that defeating Wuxi shouldn't have been too difficult for you. In that case, you are worth my attention, so I won't hold back. Jiang Feng also took out his weapon, the Blade of Broken Wind. You are an elemental warrior, you are also worth me drawing my sword. However, when Situnan looked at the rusty sword in Jiang Feng's hand, he furrowed his brow. Those senior students burst into laughter. You dare to bring out such a rusty sword? How poor are you? Don't you even have a normal sword? Ouch, my stomach hurts from laughing. This sword is too worn out, isn't it? If you can't handle it, I'll lend you a spiritual sword. Jiang Feng ignored the laughter of these people. Laugh all you want. The more you underestimate my tattered wind blade, the more miserably you will fail. Let's begin, Jiang Feng said. Situnan couldn't help but interject. I can give you time to switch to another sword. No need, let's just go with this. Jiang Feng shook his head, growing a bit impatient. Alright, let's make it quick, Situnan said without further ado. Suddenly, his body released a visible gas-like energy. This energy flowed into the silver spear in his hand. This was elemental power. Normally cultivated elemental power is attributeless. Only by using techniques or martial arts with attributes can one achieve corresponding effects. Situnan held the spear with both hands and charged towards Jiang Feng. Facing an elemental warrior, Jiang Feng wouldn't be careless. He immediately activated the diamond body. Instantly, golden light radiated outward. But that wasn't enough. Blood rage. His heart raced, blood flow accelerated. Jiang Feng's physical qualities instantly doubled. At this moment, Situnan's spear also thrust towards Jiang Feng, every inch stronger. Situnan's silver spear was over 2 meters long, allowing him to attack without getting too close to Jiang Feng. Sword drawing technique. Clang! The rusty sword was unsheathed, meeting the spear tip head-on. Friction sparked a burst of fire and lightning. Jiang Feng felt a tremendous force transmitting through the wind blade into his arm. He was pushed back several steps. Without releasing his sword intent, he naturally fell into a disadvantage. Situnan, however, didn't give Jiang Feng a chance to catch his breath. Seeing him pushed back, Situnan immediately pressed the attack. The silver spear aimed for Jiang Feng's shoulder. Situnan clearly had combat experience. Unlike other students, new or old, who would show off after gaining the upper hand, Situnan knew that defeating his opponent was his primary goal. Bare fist. Jiang Feng threw a punch. A bear's shadow surrounded him as the punch landed heavily on the silver spear's tip. Bang! The elemental power on the spear tip suddenly exploded. Jiang Feng was once again pushed back several meters. Situnan still had the upper hand, but he was surprised. You can withstand my attacks with just physical strength. Your unorthodox martial arts are indeed strong. The defensive power of your golden light is no weaker than my elemental power. What kind of unorthodox martial arts are you practicing? Situnan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. To withstand a first-grade elemental warrior's elemental attacks with advanced physical strength, one must have practiced unorthodox martial arts of at least A rank or higher. And the martial arts realm must be high. Diamond body, Jiang Feng didn't hide it. Just the fact that Situnan aimed at his shoulder instead of his heart with that previous spear strike left a good impression on Jiang Feng. Diamond body. No wonder, Situnan immediately understood. The diamond body was an incomplete version of S-rank ancient martial arts. It was reasonable to achieve this level. However, Situnan didn't know much about the diamond body. He didn't know that one had to cultivate it to at least the 6th realm to unleash the golden light. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so composed. However, if your strength is only at this level, you will lose in the next move, Situnan said as the attributeless elemental power lingering on the silver spear transformed into lightning power. He hadn't used martial arts until now. Bro Nan is getting serious. It's about to end, but that kid managed to make Situnan use martial arts, which is quite impressive. The senior students all agreed that Jiang Feng was going to lose. Even Principal Zhang on the platform couldn't help but stand up. He wanted to see how Jiang Feng would respond. That kid Jiang Feng is going to lose, Shirtong said. Chen Changchang remained silent, but Zhang Wenchang was full of confidence in Jiang Feng. Lao Shi, you know nothing about teacher Jiang's strength, he still has some tricks up his sleeve. He had personally experienced Jiang Feng's power. I have a move too, but you might die. Jiang Feng said to Situnan. Without using sword intent, he couldn't defeat Situnan. But once he activated sword intent, he couldn't guarantee the consequences. Well, go ahead and use it. Even if I die, it's my lack of skill, not your fault. Situnan chuckled. Obviously, he didn't believe in Jiang Feng. Just a high-level martial artist, at most, could hold on a few more moves under his hands. Alright. Since the other party didn't mind, he had nothing more to say. He can only try not to attack his vital points as much as possible. This spear technique is called Startling Awakening. I subdued by Bao Mountain with it. It's an honor for you to be defeated by this spear technique. Humph. With that said, Situnan swung his silver spear. The thunder attribute elemental force lingering on the spear body gathered at the tip, finally condensing into a silver electric python that shot towards Jiang Feng. Sword drawing technique. Jiang Feng suddenly drew his sword. This time, with sword intent, the rusty sword instantly became new. The sword chi transformed by sword intent, like the light of a crescent moon, slashed towards the electric python. Put! The two collided, and the electric python was instantly cut by the sword chi, turning into the most primitive elemental force dissipation on the spot. The sword chi Jiang Feng unleashed showed no signs of weakening, still slashing towards Situnan at an extremely fast speed. How? Situnan's eyes widened in shock. But the sword chi slashing towards him wouldn't give him time to think. It was already closing in. Situnan only managed to block with his silver spear in front of him. Bang! Before the sword chi hit the silver spear, it exploded violently, turning into tiny sword chi that struck Situnan. The battle robe on Situnan was immediately cut into cracks, and he himself was lifted off by the powerful impact. This move was a combination of the sword drawing technique and snowdrift between realms, a sudden inspiration from Jiang Feng. The sword chi unleashed by the sword drawing technique was condensed, causing significant single-target damage, while snowdrift between realms dispersed the sword chi into countless small sword chi for group damage. Jiang Feng did this because he wasn't sure if Situnan's silver spear could withstand the sword chi attack. By dispersing it, he could definitely hit Situnan. On the other hand, he didn't want to harm Situnan either. By dispersing the sword chi, its power was reduced. The battle robe Situnan wore was definitely a spiritual martial equipment, so blocking these small sword chi wasn't a big problem. At this moment, despite the battle robe on him being cut with cracks by the sword chi, he didn't actually suffer much injury. On the martial arts stage, as Situnan was sent flying and fell into silence, you could hear a pin drop. After a long time, someone finally couldn't help but speak up. Brother Nan. Lost? Just a moment ago, they were still convinced that Jiang Feng had lost. Even when they heard Jiang Feng boast that Situnan might die from his next move, they were ready to curse. But they didn't expect the tables to turn so quickly. The only elemental martial artist among the genius training camp students, Situnan, who had long dominated the top spot, had actually lost. Lost to a newcomer. This kid is truly worthy. If he can defeat Situnan, he should be able to handle the Awakener from Erzhong as well. On the platform, former Principal Zhang smiled. After a moment of confusion, the newcomers finally reacted. They quickly applauded and cheered. Zhang the Divine, amazing. Zhang the Divine, amazing. Defeating Situnan, Zhang the Divine will truly be the number one in the training camp from now on. After landing, Situnan struggled to stand up. Clad in his battle robe, he hadn't sustained severe injuries. However, his face bore several blood streaks. Fortunately, he had promptly channeled his elemental power to shield his face, otherwise, the outcome would have been far worse than mere blood streaks. At that moment, his gaze towards Zhang Feng was filled with astonishment and gratitude. I could sense it, that sword energy just now. If you hadn't dispersed it, my spear would have shattered, and even if I didn't die, I would have been gravely wounded. So, this time, I lost, Situnan said. He didn't avoid the truth. Losing was losing. There was no shame in it. What he needed to do was to train harder and make himself stronger. You are strong, Situnan said as he approached Zhang Feng. I know, Zhang Feng nodded, non-committal. But I will surpass you next time, Situnan said earnestly. And with that, he left without another word. The senior students still respectfully made way for him. Situnan had lost, but he had lost to Zhang Feng. They still couldn't afford to offend him. For this assessment, Zhang Feng, 100 points. Principal Zhang announced, giving him 100 points because the maximum score was 100. As a newcomer, he had defeated the top-ranked student in the training camp. It was a rare occurrence in the decades since the Genius Training Camp was established. However, Principal Zhang was not surprised in the least. Martial talent surpassing even prodigies was inherently unreasonable. Unreasonable people, no matter what they did, seemed perfectly reasonable. With that, the strength assessment for the day concluded. Among the 50 new students, 5 had scored below 60 points and were deemed unfit. They were expelled from the Genius Training Camp. The remaining students breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process had been painful, they had passed. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the test. However, from today's sparring, it's evident that the special training of the past 7 days hasn't significantly improved your strength. So, from now on, both the intensity and volume of your training will be doubled. A month from now, we will hold the first monthly exam. The bottom 5 in the rankings will be tasked with cleaning the training camp for a month until the next monthly exam produces a new bottom 5. Principal Zhang stated. Upon hearing that the training would be doubled, the new students immediately began to complain. The current training intensity was already unbearable for them. Doubling it would be unbearable. Especially the training under Teacher Shirtong, which could only be described in 2 words, brutal. Principal Zhang, what about me? Zhang Feng suddenly asked. Principal Zhang looked at Zhang Feng, feeling conflicted. How should he handle this kid? Should he continue to let him participate in the new students' training? It would be utterly meaningless. With his martial talent, there was no teacher in the Genius Training Camp qualified to instruct him. Do as you please, train if you want to, don't if you don't, Principal Zhang finally said, waving his hand. He had no other choice but to hope that Commander Liao would decide how to proceed. The new students looked at Zhang Feng with envy. But despite their envy, they didn't feel unjust. After all, Zhang Feng was fully deserving of it. Soon, everyone dispersed. Zhang Feng approached Principal Zhang curiously and asked, Principal Zhang, when you mentioned letting Situnan receive his reward, what reward were you referring to? Zhang Feng was only curious about the reward. Oh, you mean his reward for completing the mission to capture by Bow Mountain? Yes. He has 2 rewards, one from our training camp, which is 1,000 study points, and the other is from the Public Security Bureau. However, I'm not sure about the specifics of that one, Principal Zhang replied. 1,000 study points. That was equivalent to the reward for hunting down a Yuan beast. Moreover, besides that, there are additional rewards. Can you earn so much by doing tasks? Principal Zhang immediately guessed Zhang Feng's thoughts when he saw his eyes spinning nonstop. He quickly said, Kid, don't cause trouble. Let me tell you, tasks vary in difficulty. Simple tasks have little reward, while the rewarding ones are very dangerous. In our Genius Training Camp, we've had students die while on missions before, Principal Zhang hurriedly advised. He couldn't let Zhang Feng have any problems. Don't worry, Principal Zhang, I was just asking. Zhang Feng waved his hand. He wasn't stupid. Even if he had that idea, he would wait until he was stronger. Not to mention the difficulty of those tasks, just the enemies he had made were very dangerous. Chen Cohen and Catherine were not to be underestimated. In the training camp, with Orange Sister and Principal Zhang to protect him, the dangers of going out were evident. Zhang Feng's plan was to wait until he became a Yuan warrior. It wouldn't be long anyway. That's good, kid, just stay honestly in the training camp. Consider going on missions only after becoming a Yuan warrior. Principal Zhang patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. He thought that it would be at least a few months before Jiang Feng became a Yuan warrior. By then, the leaders above would have already decided how to arrange Jiang Feng. He wouldn't need to worry about it. His current task was to protect Jiang Feng until the leaders decided how to arrange him. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The 10 bottles of Centennial Lingji nutrient solution had all been digested. Jiang Feng's physique had reached the peak level of an advanced warrior. In the training room, Jiang Feng looked at the data on the big screen. Strength, 5,020 kilograms. Speed, 110 meters per second. These were Jiang Feng's basic data without the support of martial arts. It was already the limit that a normal human body could achieve. In other words, from this moment on, Jiang Feng could start trying to cultivate elemental power. Jiang Feng had never been in contact with this before, so he needed to ask someone for advice. Orange Sister was, of course, the best choice. What? You've already reached the peak of an advanced warrior? In the villa, Chen Orange exclaimed. Is that strange? Jiang Feng looked puzzled. Wasn't it just reaching the peak of an advanced warrior? Why did it sound like he had become a grandmaster? But weren't you just barely reaching the advanced warrior level 10 days ago? Could it be that your breathing technique has also reached a high level? Chen Orange was amazed. Barely reached a high level. Jiang Feng scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Chen Orange was momentarily speechless. You call barely reaching a high level? My breathing technique is only at a minor level now. Compared to other martial arts, the difficulty of practicing breathing techniques is higher. It's easy to get started, but for each level you advance, the difficulty increases tens or hundreds of times. Most of the old students at the Genius Training Camp have only reached the beginner level in their breathing techniques. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, had reached a high level. He had surpassed them by several levels. No wonder his cultivation speed was so fast. With a breathing technique at a high level, the cultivation speed must be at least 10 times faster than others, right? I'm really curious, which kind of martial arts technique is your weak point? Chen Orange couldn't help but exclaim. This talent is just too abnormal, isn't it? It seems that the martial arts realm's little Chen is currently practicing are all above the minor level. Orange Sister, so, how should I proceed to the next step? Chen Orange looked at Jiang Feng and took a few minutes to think before speaking. Let me explain it to you this way. The breathing technique helps us absorb the special energy between heaven and earth to improve our physical condition. But if you want to convert this energy into elemental power, you need to practice elemental power techniques. Breathing techniques and elemental power techniques complement each other. The former absorbs energy, and the latter converts it. Chen Shengqing said so much, but the meaning is actually very simple. That is, Jiang Feng needs to practice an elemental power technique. Understood. I will go to the martial arts hall later to find an elemental power technique to practice, Jiang Feng said. However, Chen Shengqing quickly stopped him. Listen to me, choosing a suitable elemental power technique is crucial because once you make a choice, it's hard to change. With other martial arts, if you find the grade low or unsuitable, you can directly give up and switch to another, but elemental power techniques are different. Different elemental power techniques cultivate different elemental attributes, so if you want to change, you need to abandon your elemental power seed and start over. Chen Xingqing's tone was very serious. It can be said that the choice of elemental power technique almost determines a warrior's future. If you casually choose an elemental power technique, you will surely regret it for life. For this reason, many senior students' levels are stuck at the peak of advanced warriors because they are unwilling to settle and are waiting for a suitable elemental power technique to appear. Xia Kenshin, your martial talent is the highest I have ever seen among all people, so you should choose a high-level elemental power technique as much as possible. The higher the grade of the elemental power technique, the stronger the cultivated elemental power. Currently, the highest grade elemental power technique in the martial arts hall is only B grade, far from matching your martial talent. Jiang Feng understood Chen Xingqing's meaning. So, Cheng, are you suggesting that I wait a little longer? Yes, in my opinion, it should be at least an A-grade elemental power technique to match you. Jiang Feng shook his head, not agreeing with Chen Xingqing's words. I believe that the highest grade elemental power technique in the world at present is the most suitable for me. After listening to Chen Xingqing's explanation, Jiang Feng also understood. Since the choice of elemental power technique cannot be changed, he was not in a hurry. He was not afraid of the difficulty of practicing the technique but feared that the grade was not high enough. A grade? Far from enough. The highest known martial arts technique in the world is SSS grade. Therefore, his goal is an SSS grade elemental power technique. There's no need for such high requirements. There are not many SSS grade martial arts techniques in the world, and the difficulty of practice is extremely high. Let me see if I can get you an S-grade elemental power technique when there's a chance in the provincial capital, Chen Qingqing said. In a small city like Qingyuan, it's definitely impossible to get an S-grade elemental power technique. He could only try his luck in the provincial capital. Well, thank you, Chengcheng. Although Jiang Feng didn't value the S-grade technique, he felt warm inside. Both Chengcheng and Xinghe treated him well, just like older sisters. Oh, don't be so polite with your sister. I still have a class, so I'll leave first. Chen Chengcheng patted Jiang Feng's face a few times before leaving contentedly. Jiang Feng was speechless for a moment. On one hand, he complained that his face had no flesh, and on the other hand, he liked to pinch his face every day. Plans can't keep up with changes. The original plan was to increase the level as soon as possible, but now it seems that leveling up will require waiting for an opportunity. So, the next path will have to take a different direction. Without relying on level advancement to strengthen, he would rely on martial arts. I still have over 2,500 credits, let's see if I can buy those 2A-grade martial arts. Jiang Feng planned in his mind. For others, it's not about the quantity but the quality of martial arts because their talents and energy are limited. But for Jiang Feng, martial arts were both refined and diverse. Since he didn't need to cultivate himself, he didn't mind practicing thousands or even tens of thousands of martial arts. So, Jiang Feng once again headed to the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall had a total of 3 A-level martial arts: the robust golden body of Kong, the illusionary thunder phantom body technique, and the meteor god fist. He already had the golden body of Kong. The remaining 2 were worth a total of 3,500 credits. Jiang Feng only had enough credits to exchange for 1. It was another annoying multiple choice question, and it was a single choice again. How frustrating. Then let's exchange for the thunder phantom body. Jiang Feng struggled for a while before finally making his choice. According to the introduction of the martial arts, the thunder phantom body belonged to the category of deceptive body techniques and did not focus on speed. That was why Jiang Feng chose it. In terms of speed, he already had the thunderous dash. The thunder phantom body could complement the thunderous dash. After the exchange, Jiang Feng went straight to the training room and began the inheritance of the martial seal, placing the martial seal on his forehead. The next moment, Jiang Feng's consciousness entered the world of the martial seal. Boom! Just as Jiang Feng's consciousness entered the inheritance of the martial seal, it was startled by a loud thunderous sound. In the half-empty space, a figure was suspended. Countless thunder and lightning surrounded him. The thunderous sound just now did not come from the sky but from the figure. When the thunder phantom body reaches the great accomplishment realm, it can create countless thunderous phantoms that are indistinguishable from the real one. When it reaches the perfect realm, the real body can transform into thunder, where the real is the false, and the false is the real. Watch closely. A very ethereal voice came from the figure suspended in mid-air. As soon as the voice fell, the myriad thunder and lightning surrounding him suddenly burst open, turning into countless figures identical to him, rushing in all directions. Even though Jiang Feng had been focusing on the real body from the beginning, his eyes were instantly dazzled. The scene stopped there. Jiang Feng's consciousness returned to his body. As before, his time inheriting the martial seal was very short. But it didn't matter as long as he could cultivate successfully. Ha! Why do I feel a familiar aura from you, the newcomer? De Ben's loud voice rang out. Ha, same here, cousin, maybe we were related 500 years ago. Another loud voice appeared. Without guessing, it was the new member. Thunder Phantom Body. But Jiang Feng had already anticipated it. Anyone associated with the word thunder was bound to have a loud voice. Welcome, new member, Thunder Phantom Body, let me give you a simpler name, how about Xiao San? Jiang Feng said. Before Thunder Phantom Body could speak, De Ben shouted, sure, very good, then I'll call you Sango from now on. Ha, okay, then I'll call you De Ben little brother. These two loud voices hit it off instantly. They had become brothers at their first meeting. When they spoke, the other martial arts fell silent. Well, even if they spoke, they probably wouldn't be heard. De Ben little brother, I feel a strong thunder attribute aura from you, can you share it with me? Of course, good brothers can share anything except women. And then, the Thunder Phantom Body shared insights from the thunderous dash, rapidly advancing in realm. Progress plus 50%, progress plus 50%, the Thunder Phantom Body breakthrough to mastery. Progress plus 50%, progress. The Thunder Phantom Body sharing completed, current martial arts realm at minor achievement, 25%, while Jiang Feng was still in a daze, the Thunder Phantom Body had completed 2 breakthroughs in a row. In less than 10 minutes, he had leaped from the beginner stage to the intermediate stage. I understand. Similar martial arts can share insights with each other. Just like the sword technique and snowdrift between realms, they shared insights into sword intent, allowing snowdrift between realms to directly reach the intermediate stage. Zhang Feng was excited. With this, in the future, when selecting martial arts, he could choose ones that were similar to his existing attributes as much as possible. This would save him a lot of time. I'm quite clever. After advancing to the intermediate stage in 3000 Thunder Illusion Body, he passed on all his insights to Zhang Feng. This was equivalent to Zhang Feng himself cultivating 3000 Thunder Illusion Body to the intermediate stage. Let's give it a try. With a thought, thunder and lightning suddenly burst from Zhang Feng's body. However, this thunder and lightning had no power, just for show. The thunder and lightning instantly transformed into over a dozen identical figures of Zhang Feng, charging in different directions. 3 seconds later, all the thunderous avatars disappeared. The thunder avatars released at the moment only have a confusing effect, but no attacking power, just illusions. But if I were a Yuan warrior, I could convert Yuan power into thunder attribute to condense avatars. Zhang Feng murmured. He didn't have Yuan power now, so when he used 3000 Thunder Illusion Body, the thunder avatars he released were all false. But if he condensed avatars with Yuan power, then each of his avatars would have attacking power. Martial arts with inherent damage, quite interesting. Zhang Feng was quite satisfied. With 3000 Thunder Illusion Body combined with Thunderous Dash, he could make it impossible for the opponent to find his true self. While your attention is still on my avatars, I've already appeared behind you. I have to say, A-level martial arts are really powerful. I also need to get my hands on that Meteor God Fist, but I'm still over 1,000 points short on credits. Zhang Feng's eyes darted around. He already had a plan in mind. Leaving the martial arts hall, Zhang Feng went straight to the mission hall. He had already asked Situnan how to pick up missions. In the mission hall, there was a large screen displaying a scrolling list of missions. The missions were ranked from 1 star to 10 stars based on difficulty and danger level, from easiest to hardest. Of course, there had never been a 10-star mission in the mission hall. Such difficulty missions were simply suicidal for students. Even the last time Situnan assisted in capturing the A-level wanted criminal Baibao Mountain, it was only a 5-star mission. Zhang Feng looked through all the missions on the screen and found that the most difficult one was only 5 stars. Mission name, Exterminate Locust Operation Mission Difficulty, 5 stars. Mission description, Renha Village, 50 kilometers outside Qingyuan City, is facing a locust disaster, with millions of demon locusts invading. The military has dispatched soldiers to exterminate the locusts, but the numbers are still insufficient, so warriors are widely recruited for support. Mission reward, training camp unilateral reward of 1,500 credits plus military reward. It was unclear what the military reward was, but just the 1,500 credits from the training camp reward alone was enough to make Zhang Feng consider going. Renha Village. I remember it's one of the main grain supply villages in Qingyuan City. I recall seeing news of a good harvest not long ago, but I didn't expect it would attract demon locusts so soon. Zhang Feng muttered to himself. Nowadays, most ferocious beasts and elemental beasts have encroached on human territory, leading to a decrease in human farmland. There are several villages near Qingyuan City that specialize in growing rice to supply the city. Renha Village is one of the largest supply villages, indicating its importance. If losses exceed 50%, Qingyuan City might even face a food crisis. That's why the Qingyuan City officials attached so much importance to this matter. Those demon locusts are basically at the level of junior and intermediate ferocious beasts. Individually, they seem weak, but ants in large numbers can kill an elephant. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Once demon locusts appear, they can easily number in the hundreds of thousands, or even reach millions. The harm caused by locust plagues is even more terrifying than that of primal beasts. The reason this is classified as a 5-star mission is because it's just a support task. The main force against the locust swarms is still the military. I'll take on the task of exterminating the locusts. Zhang Feng slammed his student card on the desk of the staff member. The locust extermination mission? The 5-star mission? The staff member was surprised at the words and looked up at Zhang Feng. It was a bit strange. He didn't recognize this young man. It was probably his first time coming to the task hall to pick up a mission. To dare to take on the highest level of danger on the first mission. Is he that audacious? Are you sure? The locust extermination mission is a 5-star task, very dangerous. I remember that in your group, only Situnan has taken on a 5-star mission so far. The staff member asked. Yes, I'm sure. Zhang Feng nodded. The staff member wanted to say something more. At that moment, a girl walked over. Uncle Li, no need to persuade him, he's capable of this. As soon as the girl spoke, Jiang Feng and the staff member both looked at her. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with long, slightly curved eyebrows, large and bright eyes with a slight upward tilt at the corners, revealing her innate confidence. Her nose was straight and long, her lips red and full, her figure slender yet upright. She was dressed in a very professional crimson practice suit, carrying a red-tasseled spear on her back. She exuded a strong and fiery female warrior vibe. Here, the term female warrior does not refer to those in the business world but rather on the battlefield. Jiang Feng just glanced at her and basically figured it out. This girl had either been trained in the military or was a military descendant. Either way, she had definitely spent time in the military. Oh, Xiaoying is here. The staff member obviously knew this girl and greeted her with a smile. By the way, what were you saying? Uncle Li, I mean you don't need to persuade him. He's perfectly capable of taking on this mission. He's Jiang Feng, who defeated Situnan 10 days ago, the girl said. The staff member seemed to recall upon hearing this. Oh, now I remember a bit. It seems I've heard about this, a newcomer defeating several senior students, and not even Situnan was his match. So it's this kid, no wonder I haven't seen him before. The staff member took Jiang Feng's student card and started operating on the computer. If he can defeat Situnan, then he can take on this 5-star mission. Alright, I'll assign you this task. Oh, a reminder, this task is of an urgent nature. Once you accept the task, you must head there immediately. And once you accept the task, you cannot back out because your information has already been shared with the military. The staff member instructed. Dealing with a locust plague is definitely urgent and cannot be delayed. After finishing up, the staff member returned the student card to Jiang Feng. Uncle Li, I'm here to take on this mission too. The girl also handed over her student card. This time, the staff member didn't say anything and just started processing it. And he reminded them, Xiaoying, the locust extermination mission is quite dangerous, but the military is the main force against the demon locust swarms. When you go there, your top priority is to protect yourselves, then deal with the locusts. As long as this locust crisis is resolved and the grain loss in Renha village does not exceed 50%, you will have completed the mission. So don't push yourselves too hard. The two of you will act together, help each other, and make sure to come back unharmed, understood? Don't worry, Uncle Li, I've been on many missions before, and I've always come back safely. The girl was full of confidence. Just as Jiang Feng arrived at the entrance of the mission hall, the girl ran over. Standing in front of Jiang Feng, she extended her hand and said, Nice to meet you, I'm Luo Yuning. I used to be ranked 2nd in the genius training camp, but after you defeated Situnan, I dropped to 3rd place. Since she took the initiative to greet him, Jiang Feng couldn't ignore her. He reached out and shook hands with Luo Yuning. I'm Jiang Feng, senior sister. I didn't see you during the last competition. I've met the other senior students before, but not you. I wasn't at the training camp last time. Later, I heard someone defeated Situnan, and my ranking dropped. I wanted to find you these days, but you've been holed up at home. Jiang Feng scratched his head. He had spent most of that time lounging around the villa, sleeping and playing on his phone. Why did senior sister want to find me, to challenge me? Luo Yuning quickly shook her head. No, if you can defeat Situnan, I'm definitely not your match. Losing would be embarrassing, so I'm not interested in challenging you. I wanted to find you because the girl said the one who defeated Situnan was a very handsome junior. Seeing their infatuated looks, I was curious about what you really look like. So, what do you think of me, senior sister? Jiang Feng smiled confidently. He was quite confident in his looks. So far, he hadn't seen anyone who looked better than himself. You're okay, but a bit too much of a pretty boy for my taste. Not your type? Do you prefer the macho type? Like teacher Shirtong? Images of Luo Yuning leaning against Shirtong, her head resting on his muscular chest, involuntarily flashed through Jiang Feng's mind. Damn, why does it feel like Beauty and the Beast vibes? Indeed, girls with strong personalities have unique tastes in aesthetics. Let's go, Uncle Li said this mission is urgent. We can't waste time. Luo Yuning, unaware of Jiang Feng's thoughts, urged him. Wait, I have something to do. Fine, I'll wait for you at the camp gate. Luo Yuning didn't dawdle and headed towards the gate. Jiang Feng returned to the villa. He didn't need to pack anything, he kept everything he needed in his jade pendant. But he needed to inform Sister Orange about this. Sister Orange happened to be on the 1st floor of the villa, and Jiang Feng told her about taking on the mission. What did you say? Chen Changchang was startled from the sofa. You took on a mission, a 5-star mission? Don't get worked up, Sister Orange. The mission is accepted, and my registration information is already uploaded to the military system. I can't back out now. Jiang Feng chuckled. Chen Changchang shot him a look of disdain. Zaya Kenshin, you're acting first and reporting later, not giving us a chance to stop you. Zhang Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. Chen Chengcheng sighed. Does the principal know? I don't plan on telling him. Are you not afraid I'll tell the principal? Whether you tell Principal Zhang or not, Sister Orange, it's up to you. I just don't want to keep things from you. Chen Chengcheng looked at Zhang Feng helplessly. Finally, she forced a smile. You little rascal, I can't argue with you. Forget it, I won't report you this time. I'll go with you. With that, Chen Chengcheng began to pack up. Zhang Feng didn't stop her. With Sister Orange, a 5th-grade martial artist, accompanying him, safety would be ensured. At the entrance of the training camp, Zhang Feng, Chen Chengcheng, and Luo Yuning drove away. In reality, they could run much faster than the car, but that would consume more energy. Their energy had to be focused on dealing with those demon locusts. Not long after the car left the training camp, a sharp-faced boy walked out from a corner near the gate. He took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Teacher Chen Koan, Zhang Feng has left the training camp. V room. Chen Chengcheng personally drove the car, pushing the horsepower to the maximum, 50 kilometers, and they could arrive in 20 minutes at most. Soon, they were out of the city. Currently, the military has set up a defense line, temporarily keeping the majority of the demon locust swarm outside the line, but many demon locusts have still managed to sneak in, which is inevitable. And our task is to kill those infiltrating demon locusts inside the defense line to prevent them from harming the fields and farmers. In the car, Luo Yunsakura told Zhang Feng all the information she currently knew. She had just received the task and already knew so much. It seemed Zhang Feng's guess was pretty accurate. She must have some connection with the military. How's the current situation? Zhang Feng asked. It's not optimistic. The military is using elemental flamethrowers and large heat weapons like rocket launchers, but they can only temporarily hold them back. The number of demon locusts is too large, and they seem to charge forward without fear of death, just relentlessly pushing ahead. Once the firepower can't hold up, the defense line will collapse. Luo Yunsakura shook her head. But these were not things they needed to worry about. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up. They just needed to assist the army and deal with the demon locusts they missed. Chengchun, how much longer until we arrive? Soon, huh? Up ahead. Screech. Chen Chengcheng suddenly slammed on the brakes while driving. Fortunately, everyone in the car were warriors and reacted quickly. They immediately stabilized themselves. If it were ordinary people, they would have been thrown out. At this moment, Zhang Feng also noticed a spiked roadblock lying across the road ahead. No wonder Chen Chengcheng braked so suddenly. If they had driven over it, the tires would have been punctured. Be careful, this is definitely deliberate. Chen Chengcheng frowned. The appearance of a roadblock at this moment was clearly intentional, placed there to stop them. Whether it's deliberate or not, hiding in the car won't help. Let's get out first, Zhang Feng said. Chen Chengcheng and Luo Yunsakura had no objections. The three of them opened the car doors and got out. As soon as they got out, a person walked out from the nearby woods. This person, Zhang Feng, Chen Chengcheng, and Luo Yunsakura all recognized. The former genius training camp instructor, Chen Kuan. It's really him. Chen Chengcheng clenched her fists. She had already guessed it when she saw the roadblock. Zhang Feng also suspected it was either Chen Kuan or Catherine, as he had offended these two. Luo Yunsakura was unaware of the conflict between Chen Kuan and Zhang Feng, so she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chen Kuan. Teacher Chen Kuan, why are you here? Did you set up this roadblock? Please remove it quickly, we have urgent matters to attend to. Chen Kuan looked at Luo Yunsakura and said in a deep tone. Luo Yunsakura, this is a matter between him and me, it has nothing to do with you. You can go forward or back. Luo Yunsakura was stunned at his words, but she was not foolish and understood that Chen Kuan was targeting Zhang Feng this time. So she looked at Zhang Feng, seeking an explanation. This has nothing to do with you, you should go first, Zhang Feng said, but he didn't explain much. Although Luo Yunsakura still didn't understand the situation, she firmly shook her head. We agreed to act together, leaving you halfway is not acceptable. Teacher Chen Kuan, I don't care about any grudges between you, but what we need to do now is very important. I hope you can cooperate. Chen Kuan frowned at her words. Nothing is more important than me killing him with my own hands. Luo Yuning, I'll give you one last minute to leave, otherwise, I don't mind killing one more person. Chen Kuan's expression was ferocious. The current Chen Kuan was basically half insane. His obsession to kill Zhang Feng ran deep. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed. Luo Yuning, this has nothing to do with you, you should leave, Zhang Feng also advised. He didn't want to involve the innocent. Besides, with Luo Yuning's strength, staying wouldn't help him. Humph, What do you take me for? My father taught me since I was young, never to abandon comrades and companions. We are on a mission together, so we are teammates. Therefore, no matter what happens, we advance and retreat together. Luo Yunying's tone was resolute. Even Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised. They had just met for the first time. Although they were on a mission together now, it hadn't even started yet. What kind of life and death camaraderie was this? There was nothing of the sort. Are you taking this seriously already? 1 minute has passed, you have no chance now. Zhang Feng, I said I would personally kill you, make you accompany my brother in death. I will fulfill my words. Chen Kuan was surrounded by strong elemental power. He was ready to make a move. Chen Chengcheng immediately stood in front of Zhang Feng. Chen Kuan, you can't kill him with me here. Humph, Chengcheng, I knew you would come with him, do you think I would come alone? Chen Kuan sneered and clapped his hands. Then, 2 more people emerged from the woods. When Chen Chengcheng saw those two, her face changed. Zhang Wen, Zhang Wu? These two were also members of the genius training camp with Chen Chengcheng and Chen Kuan. However, they didn't stay in the training camp after graduation. Sorry, Chengcheng, we don't want to be enemies with you. But we have no choice, Kuan Ge has given us too much. Chen Chengcheng looked at the 2 brothers with great fear. Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu were both 5th grade elemental warriors. They were twins and practiced the same martial arts. With excellent coordination, they could even fight against an ordinary 6th grade elemental warrior. With Chen Kuan added, Chen Chengcheng alone was no match for the 3 of them. She couldn't even protect Zhang Feng and Luo Yuning. No more nonsense, things might change if we delay. Zhang Wen, Zhang Wu, you are responsible for keeping Chengcheng busy, but you can't harm her. I want her to see how that kid dies by my hands. Chen Kuan said viciously. Don't worry, Kuan Ge, we often do this kind of thing. We will definitely meet your requirements. Chen Wu grinned, showing his big yellow teeth. Then, the 2 brothers Chen Wen and Chen Wu walked towards Chen Chengcheng. Chengcheng, don't move, we won't hurt you. Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu had already locked onto Chen Chengcheng. Although they hadn't made a move, once Chen Chengcheng did, they would immediately attack her. Let's see how you survive today. Chen Kuan sneered, moved forward, and charged towards Zhang Feng. Chen Chengcheng tried to stop Chen Kuan but was intercepted by Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu working together. Bang! The sound of elemental power colliding echoed. Chen Chengcheng was clearly suppressed by the 2 brothers Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu. Die! Chen Kuan shouted explosively and struck out with a palm. A powerful elemental palm imprint shot towards Zhang Feng. Dodge! Facing a 5th grade elemental warrior, Zhang Feng didn't dare to be careless. He immediately tried to dodge. But Luo Yuning was beside him. She wouldn't be able to dodge. So Zhang Feng didn't hesitate. He pushed Luo Yuning several meters away with a heavy hand and activated his diamond body technique. Instantly, a protective golden light radiated. Bang! At this moment, the palm print struck Zhang Feng. A burst of intense golden light surged, sending Zhang Feng flying more than 10 meters away. Ugh! His throat felt a sweet sensation, almost spitting out blood. It was fortunate that his diamond body had broken through to the 7th level earlier, otherwise, his protective golden light would have been shattered. Diamond body received a strong attack, feeling extremely invigorated, entering a state of cultivation. Cultivation progress plus 15%. Chen Kuan, with a shocked expression, said, You survived my palm strike? He was a 5th grade elemental warrior, and that blow just now was not held back. Even a mere advanced warrior would be severely injured by his palm strike. You think you can kill me with just this? It's barely enough to tickle me. Zhang Feng suppressed the blood in his throat. Insufficient strength compensated by momentum. This battle was inevitable, so why not provoke him first? Humph, arrogant. The next move will kill you. Chen Kuan snorted. At this moment, Zhang Feng activated his blood fury. His heart suddenly accelerated, and his qi and blood surged. His overall strength doubled instantly. Before Chen Kuan's second move, Zhang Feng rushed towards him. Thunderous dash. Swish. Zhang Feng seemed to turn into a lightning bolt, instantly reaching Chen Kuan. Seeking death. Chen Kuan remained calm, throwing a punch at Zhang Feng. 3,000 thunder phantoms burst. Thunderous light erupted around Zhang Feng, instantly splitting into a dozen identical phantoms. Chen Kuan's fist pierced through one of Zhang Feng's phantoms, but no blood splattered. He had hit only a phantom. Ha! Wrong target? Chen Kuan was stunned, realizing he had been deceived. How high must one's body technique be to deceive a 5th grade elemental warrior like him? Sword drawing technique, triple slash. While Chen Kuan was distracted, Zhang Feng's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Clang! A clear sword hum was heard. Zhang Feng held the windbreaker blade, now sharpened under the remnants of sword intent. The triple slash was more powerful than each individual slash. The third strike was an accumulation of the previous two. Zhang Feng hadn't used the sword drawing technique for a long time. Using it now, empowered by sword intent, was his most damaging move. Facing a 5th grade elemental warrior, Zhang Feng had to give it his all. Despite his deep hatred for Zhang Feng, Chen Kuan still saw him as just an ordinary advanced warrior deep down. Underestimating Zhang Feng was inevitable. Zhang Feng's attack hit him squarely. Bang! Chen Kuan was shaken several meters by the sword intent of the windbreaker blade. A few centimeters deep blood mark appeared on his back. Beside them, Luo Yunsakura was already shocked by the scene. She knew Zhang Feng was strong, having defeated Situnan, but she never expected him to be this powerful, able to harm even a 5th grade elemental warrior. How many levels apart were they? Zhang Feng panted heavily, not excited about injuring Chen Kuan. It was only a superficial wound, having no real impact on Chen Kuan. However, that combo just now had almost depleted half of Zhang Feng's strength. What a tough shell! Although Chen Kuan was careless, the elemental energy he constantly released shielded him from most of Zhang Feng's sword strike. The elemental energy condensed by a 5th grade elemental warrior was too dense. If Zhang Feng had wielded a normal 1st or 2nd grade spiritual sword instead of the windbreaker blade, even with sword intent, he wouldn't have been able to break through Chen Kuan's elemental energy defense. Being able to injure Chen Kuan mainly relied on the sharpness of the tetanus blade. Chen Kuan's face was fierce at this moment, reaching back with his hand. Looking at the blood on his hand, veins bulged on Chen Kuan's forehead and neck instantly. You have indeed hidden your strength. If I can injure you, then my younger brother would stand no chance against you. You are the real culprit who killed my younger brother. Chen Kuan roared. It was at this moment that he was 100% certain that Zhang Feng was the real culprit. Zhang Feng remained silent. At this moment, saying anything was futile. Would Chen Kuan spare him if he denied it? Impossible. Even if he truly wasn't the culprit, Chen Kuan had already harbored murderous intent towards him. His brother's death was just an excuse. You shall die. Chen Kuan's elemental power suddenly transformed into a mixture of black and white colors. His hands moved swiftly. The black and white elemental power instantly formed a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Chen Kuan pushed forward with both hands. The black and white diagram shot rapidly towards Zhang Feng. Chen's Tai Chi seal. Beside him, Luo Yunsakura exclaimed, clearly aware of the power of this move. However, she rushed forward without hesitation. A spear thrust towards the Tai Chi seal. Yet, Luo Yunsakura's speed was slightly lacking. Her spear only managed to graze the edge of the Tai Chi seal. Even so, Luo Yunsakura was still sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Sword drawing technique. Zhang Feng immediately drew his sword to defend. The sword intent poured out. However, when the sword struck the Tai Chi seal, Zhang Feng felt all the power being mysteriously absorbed. Before Zhang Feng could think, the Tai Chi seal struck him. Bang! As soon as the Tai Chi seal touched Zhang Feng's protective golden light, a loud explosion rang out. The next moment, cracks appeared in the golden light. It only held for a few breaths before completely shattering. Seeing the Tai Chi seal about to hit Zhang Feng, the diamond body protective golden light is broken, extremely angry, suddenly exerts force, breaking through to the 9th realm in one go. The prompt sounded. At the same time, the Tai Chi seal also hit Zhang Feng. Bang! The black and white Tai Chi seal collided with Zhang Feng's body. Zhang Feng immediately felt a powerful force penetrating his body, impacting his internal organs. Puff! Zhang Feng couldn't hold back and spurted a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he was sent flying backward. However, Zhang Feng soon felt a hand pressing on his back, forcibly stopping him. Moreover, the force acting on him was also dissipated by the hand behind him. Assistance? Zhang Feng felt relieved and turned his head quickly. However, when he saw the beautiful Western woman's face behind him, his relief was instantly extinguished. It was none other than Catherine. Damn it! Zhang Feng couldn't help but curse. He had offended only 2 people, and today his luck was truly bad as both of them had shown up. I told you we would meet again. This time, you shouldn't be able to escape, right? Catherine said in her not-so-fluent Huagua language. Zhang Feng's mind raced, planning his next move. Catherine, I can go with you, but you have to deal with that troublemaker first. Zhang Feng pointed at Chen Kuan. Using the strategy of killing with a borrowed knife seemed quite fitting for the current situation. However, he underestimated Catherine and Chen Kuan's intelligence. Although Chen Kuan was furious at the moment, his intellect was still intact. From the conversation and expressions between Zhang Feng and Catherine, he could tell that these two were not allies. You and him, you're not friends, right? Chen Kuan asked Catherine. Of course not. In your Huagua terms, he should be my prey, Catherine replied. Chen Kuan sneered, making things much simpler. In our Hua country, we have a saying that the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Our goals are aligned. I only want him dead, everything else is yours. Catherine frowned at his words. But, he can't die, I want to live. Although Catherine didn't know the 36 strategies, she wasn't a fool. Of course, she understood that Zhang Feng wanted to use her to solve the problem. The issue was that Zhang Feng couldn't die. By drinking the genetic potion, he had become the target of the mission. The organization had given the order to bring Zhang Feng back, and bring him back alive. Let's compromise, you just need to spare his life, I don't care about the rest, Catherine said. Chen Kuan's face immediately darkened. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Then, let's all die. Chen Kuan roared. He charged straight at Zhang Feng. His target was still Zhang Feng. Catherine, of course, wouldn't allow Chen Kuan to kill Zhang Feng and immediately stood in front of him. She engaged in combat with Chen Kuan. With Catherine holding off Chen Kuan, Zhang Feng finally had a moment to catch his breath. As soon as he relaxed, he immediately felt a wave of pain in his body. The black and white imprint that Chen Kuan had just struck penetrated his body, damaging his internal organs. If it weren't for his diamond body breaking through to the 8th level just in time, strengthening all his internal organs. After that blow, he would be half dead even if he didn't die. Zhang Feng immediately ran to Luo Yunsakura's side and helped her up. Are you okay? Are you stupid? You know Chen Kuan is a 5th grade martial artist, and you still dare to act. Luo Yunsakura sat up, smiling. So what if he's a 5th grade martial artist? My dad taught me from a young age to stand by my comrades no matter what. Zhang Feng was speechless. Luo Yunsakura's dad must be from the military. The military indeed values comradeship. After all, in times of war, you have to trust your teammates unconditionally. You have to entrust your back entirely to your comrades. But this girl seemed to misunderstand her dad's meaning. Her dad's comrades were true life and death comrades. They had just met for the first time and were on a mission together. How could they be considered comrades? Luo Yunsakura took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket and poured out 2 small black pills. She gave one to Zhang Feng. This is the 9-flower jade dew pill, refined from 9 types of 2nd grade or higher spirit flowers. It's effective for both internal and external injuries. Zhang Feng was slightly surprised at her words. Refined from 9 types of 2nd grade or higher spirit flowers. It must be quite expensive. Yet Luo Yunsakura was quite generous, casually giving him one. But this wasn't the time to think about that. Having suffered internal injuries, Zhang Feng quickly swallowed the black pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, he immediately smelled a fragrant scent. Then, the burning sensation in his internal organs from the injury was replaced by a cool sensation, making him feel much better. A different kind of delicious. The young foodie's voice suddenly rang out. Even the healing pill in his mouth was delicious to him. Truly a foodie. Received new ability Endless Vitality after experiencing a different type of delicacy for the first time with the basic breathing technique. Just then, a notification sound rang out. Ha! Another new ability? Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned. The last time he gained a new ability was when he drank the genetic potion. That time, the young foodie underwent a mutation directly. Hence, he gained the Blood Rage skill. This time, although there was no mutation, he still gained a new ability. Endless Vitality? It sounded like a healing ability, right? Yes, Master, my new ability can repair internal injuries by absorbing external energy, the foodie said immediately, filled with pride. Let me demonstrate for you. As the foodie's words fell, Zhang Feng felt the spiritual energy entering his body, not just strengthening his physique as before but wandering within his body. The injuries he had suffered were rapidly healing after the cleansing of the spiritual energy. In just a moment, Zhang Feng felt a sense of relief washing over him. The previous pain had completely vanished. Wow, amazing! Zhang Feng was extremely excited. The foodie was truly impressive. With this new skill, he no longer needed to worry about getting injured. With the speed of recovery he just experienced, minor injuries could be healed quickly. Unless it was a fatal injury, everything else could be restored. Undoubtedly, this greatly enhanced his endurance in battles. Healing while being injured, I am invincible. My 9-blossom jade dew pill is quite effective. In half an hour, injuries can recover up to 80%. Except for decapitation or dismemberment, even injuries to vital parts, as long as they are not too severe, can be healed, almost like a second chance at life, proudly stated Luo Yunsakura. The 9-blossom jade dew pill was hard to come by, she had to pull some strings to acquire it. Even with money, it was not easy for ordinary people to obtain. Zhang Feng remained silent. Can I say that I have fully recovered? Forget it, let's not dampen their spirits. The battle between Chen Koan and Catherine was intense. Relying on the Chen family's Tai Chi martial arts, Chen Koan was considered strong among 5th grade martial artists. However, Catherine's strength was no less than Chen Koan's. In just a few minutes, they exchanged hundreds of blows without determining a victor. Zhang Wu, come here. Chen Koan had no choice but to separate the Zhang brothers. He called Zhang Wu to help him deal with Catherine. Originally, Chen Shengchang was being pushed back by the Zhang brothers, but now that one of them was gone, she found some relief. However, she still couldn't defeat her opponent quickly. Zhang Wu took Chen Koan's place and held off Catherine. Chen Koan continued to attack Zhang Feng. Who can save you this time? Chen Koan lunged at Zhang Feng. With Luo Yunsakura by his side, Zhang Feng couldn't retreat, fearing that Chen Koan might target her. Thus, Zhang Feng had to confront him. Chen Koan threw a punch, and the Yin-Yang Tai Chi imprint instantly condensed. 3,000 thunder phantom bodies. Thunder burst from Zhang Feng's body, transforming into a dozen phantoms. Chen Koan's punch pierced through Zhang Feng's body. Another illusion. Disgusting. Chen Koan cursed. He couldn't distinguish between Zhang Feng's real body and the illusions. Clang! At that moment, a sword chant sounded behind Chen Koan. Zhang Feng had appeared behind him and struck a sword at his back. However, this time, Chen Koan was prepared. He had already gathered elemental energy around him, forming a protective armor. Even with a broken sword intent, Zhang Feng's strike couldn't break through Chen Koan's elemental defense. Ultimately, the gap in their levels was too significant. Chen Koan's body shook, and his elemental energy burst, impacting Zhang Feng. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had the golden body protection. After reaching the 8th level of the diamond body domination, the protective golden light had become even stronger. Despite Chen Koan's elemental energy impact, it only caused a few ripples, not shattering like before. The elemental energy of a 5th grade martial artist is too strong. Even with the wind blade of broken injuries, it's challenging to break through his defense, let alone harm him. Zhang Feng frowned. He had injured Chen Koan earlier, but that was because the latter had underestimated him. Moreover, that was the strongest sword he had unleashed with 60 to 70% of his strength. Not every sword could reach such power. At this rate, he would soon exhaust his stamina. Swish! Just as Zhang Feng was thinking about how to deal with Chen Koan, the latter didn't give him any time. With a step, he instantly rushed in front of Zhang Feng. A heavy palm struck out. Bear form fist. Zhang Feng immediately countered with a punch. The shadow of a giant bear enveloped his whole body. Bang! Crack! The fists collided, and the golden light concentrated on Zhang Feng's fist was instantly cracked in several places. At the same time, he was pushed back several steps. On the other hand, Chen Koan was unaffected. Seizing the advantage, he advanced and swiftly struck several palms towards Zhang Feng. At that moment, Zhang Feng had no time to dodge. Bang bang bang! He took these palms head-on. The protective golden light was full of cracks. Although it hadn't shattered yet, Chen Koan's palms released a special force that penetrated the golden light and affected Zhang Feng. He was still injured. The diamond body receives continuous heavy blows, accelerating cultivation speed. Cultivation progress of the diamond body plus 15%, cultivation progress of the diamond body plus 15%. Hearing those prompts, Zhang Feng's heart boiled with excitement. At this rate, his diamond body might break through to the 9th level in one go. Of course, the premise was that he could survive before the breakthrough. Damn, why think so much, just fight him directly. Is a 5th grade elemental warrior that impressive? I'll cut you down. A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. In this state of frenzy, Zhang Feng acted without hesitation. Abandoning all thoughts, he had only one goal, to fight Chen Koan with all his might. Threefold sword drawl. Ignoring his injuries, Zhang Feng stepped forward. He reached Chen Koan and unleashed 3 consecutive sword strikes. Chen Koan's face showed a moment of discomfort. This move had wounded him, blood was still flowing from his back. Chen Koan didn't dare to be careless and immediately gathered elemental power in front of him. He struck out with a palm again. Put! The blade of broken wounds slashed at Chen Koan's body in the same spot 3 times at super speed. A shattered sword intent erupted. Finally, a crack appeared in Chen Koan's elemental armor. The blade of broken wounds successfully left a blood mark on Chen Koan's chest. But at the same time, Chen Koan's palm heavily struck Zhang Feng. Bang! Zhang Feng was sent flying. After those 3 strikes, his stamina was almost depleted. Progress plus 20%, accumulated enough for the diamond body, breakthrough achieved, current level, 9th level, 1%, finally broke through. The 9th level, the final level of the incomplete diamond body. However, Jiang Feng had very little stamina left at this point. He could only plant the blade of broken wounds on the ground to support himself. Chen Kuan looked at the blood mark on his chest, his face dark, but he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Jiang Feng's attack had been slightly more powerful, he might have died. This guy was too dangerous. He had to kill him, otherwise, there would be endless trouble. You're running out of stamina, right? Your luck is indeed strong, but you still have to die. Chen Kuan approached Jiang Feng, fists clenched, elemental power boiling. He also realized that Jiang Feng was now at his weakest. Injuring himself with his last bit of strength was his limit. Jiang Feng watched Chen Kuan approach, his breathing accelerating involuntarily. He wanted to move, but his whole body was weak, and he couldn't budge. In the end, was he going to lose? To die at the hands of Chen Kuan would indeed be a big loss. Are you afraid? At that moment, the voice of the sword drawing technique suddenly echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. Ever since snowdrifts in the human world arrived, this guy has fallen in love and rarely speaks out. But at this moment, he actually spoke. Fear what? I just can't accept dying at the hands of this little nobody. Jiang Feng shouted out his inner thoughts. Good, this is the enlightenment of our sword cultivators. The sword drawing technique also shouted passionately. And then, he said no more. Chen Kuan walked up to Jiang Feng, raised his hand, and a black and white print appeared in his hand. With one palm strike, Jiang Feng would die. In the desperate realization of the sword drawing technique, the realm broke through to perfection, and the embryonic form of life and death sword intent was comprehended. Life and death sword intent devoured and integrated the broken sword intent, rapidly growing to the second stage. Breakthrough! Facing a life and death crisis, the sword drawing technique broke through the final bottleneck in one go, reaching the realm of perfection, and comprehending a unique sword intent. Master Jiang Yunfan had told Jiang Feng before, to achieve the realm of perfection in the sword drawing technique, one needs to comprehend a unique sword intent. Mastering the broken sword intent only leads to an almost perfect realm. But this time, facing a death crisis and entering a desperate situation, the sword drawing technique finally broke through. No wonder he suddenly asked himself that question. Fearful or not? If Jiang Feng had shown even a hint of fear of death at that moment, the sword drawing technique might not have had its enlightenment. Now, just as you said earlier, kill him. The haughty voice of the sword drawing technique rang out again. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, a killing intent emerging. The life and death sword intent unique to the sword drawing technique immediately surged. Buzz, the rusty blade that Jiang Feng used as a cane and stuck into the ground, seemed to sense a more powerful sword intent, becoming even more agitated, trembling continuously. Although the life and death sword intent was currently just in embryonic form, compared to the broken sword intent from before, it was at least complete. Moreover, after integrating the broken sword intent, the life and death sword intent directly grew to the second stage. Just like the different growth stages of humans, sword intent also has different stages of growth. When in the embryonic form, it is equivalent to a newly formed embryo. And Jiang Feng's life and death sword intent, after integrating the broken sword intent, accelerated its growth. Reaching the second stage was akin to the infancy period. Just as Chen Kuan was about to make a move, he suddenly noticed an anomaly on Jiang Feng. For some reason, when facing Jiang Feng at that moment, a hint of fear arose in his heart. How is this possible? Why am I afraid of him? He's clearly at the end of his strength. I could crush him with one hand. Why am I afraid? Illusion, it must be an illusion. I'll kill you. Chen Kuan couldn't believe his feelings, even becoming angry because of it. How could a dignified martial artist like him feel fear towards a defenseless youth? Die! Chen Kuan roared, about to strike with his palm. And just as his palm was about to descend, Jiang Feng moved. One sword of life and death. Clang! The sword was drawn. With the sword drawing technique reaching perfection, the speed of drawing the sword increased. Chen Kuan didn't even react in time before a slender cold light appeared in the air. With a soft sound, Chen Kuan couldn't believe it as he looked down, seeing the sword blade inserted into his chest. His palm hadn't even landed yet, and Jiang Feng's sword had already pierced his chest ahead of him. His proud elemental power, under Jiang Feng's sword, was as fragile as tofu. It couldn't even withstand a fraction of a second before being breached. Impossible. Ugh! Jiang Feng didn't even give Chen Kuan a chance to speak, as the sword intent turned into sword energy, exploding inside Chen Kuan's body. The raging sword energy instantly shattered Chen Kuan's heart. In an instant, Chen Kuan's pupils lost their color. Life was cut off, death couldn't be any more final. Bang! Jiang Feng pulled out his sword, and as Chen Kuan's body fell, Jiang Feng, exhausted, collapsed as well. Lying on the ground, he gazed up at the sky. Despite having no strength left, he forced a smile. He had one. He had killed a 5th grade elemental warrior all by himself, without anyone's help. This life and death sword was too powerful. Koen Ge. You actually killed Koen Ge. You're finished, the Chen family won't let you off, you're doomed. Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu, upon seeing Chen Koen being killed, paled. They had no intention of continuing the fight and quickly retreated. With Chen Koen dead, the Chen family would surely be furious. They needed to leave Qingyuan City quickly to avoid disaster. Chen Chengcheng and Catherine did not pursue. They were equally shocked that Zhang Feng could kill Chen Koen. Chen Koen, a 5th grade elemental warrior, on par with them, was killed by a youth who wasn't even an elemental warrior. It was simply unbelievable. It must be because of the genetic potion. I didn't expect the 6th generation genetic potion to be so powerful. We must take him back, that would be a great achievement. Catherine's eyes sparkled. She attributed everything to the genetic potion. Otherwise, she couldn't understand how an ordinary warrior could kill a 5th grade elemental warrior. Such a situation had never occurred before in the world, so Catherine rushed towards Zhang Feng. On the side, Chen Qingcheng noticed Catherine's actions and immediately followed suit. She remembered Catherine had ulterior motives towards Zhang Feng before. Although she helped Zhang Feng this time, it didn't mean they were on the same side. What do you mean? He said if I helped him solve the problem, he would go with me. Aren't the people of Hua country known for keeping their promises? Catherine was stopped by Chen Chengcheng. Knowing she couldn't win, Catherine tried to reason. Of course, we will keep our promise, but Chen Koen was killed by Zhang Feng. What does it have to do with you? Chen Chengcheng retorted immediately. Catherine was at a loss for words. A foreigner trying to reason with a native of Hua country on their own turf. It was quite audacious of her. Zhang Feng sat up. After a short rest, relying on the skill he had just learned from Xiao Qihua, his strength had somewhat recovered. He looked at Catherine with a slight smile. Chengcheng Jia is right. I did say if you could take care of Chen Koen, I would go with you. Catherine's face immediately darkened. Oomph, you're just being evasive. I don't care, you must come with me. If you don't resist, you might suffer less, otherwise, I don't mind injuring you and taking you away, Catherine said coldly. Zhang Feng remained silent, and Chen Chengcheng stood in front of him, answering Catherine with actions. Tension filled the air once again. A battle could break out at any moment. This is Hua country, not a place for you, a foreigner, to act recklessly. I have already informed the military, and they will be here soon. At this moment, Luo Yunsakura suddenly spoke. Upon hearing the words military, Catherine's expression turned ugly. Luo Yunsakura reminded her. This was Hua country, not her territory. Catherine, in return for your help, I advise you not to have any ideas about the genetic potion and go home quickly. Even if you get something from Hua country, you won't be able to take it with you. Zhang Feng looked at Catherine and said. Although it was using someone else to achieve his goal, Catherine had indeed helped him alleviate a great deal of pressure. Zhang Feng felt somewhat grateful towards her. So, his advice just now was sincere. With Catherine's strength, staying in Hua country any longer would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Catherine's gaze lingered on Zhang Feng for a few minutes before she ultimately chose to turn and leave. However, her voice soon rang out. You don't understand, there are some things that I cannot decide. Go home? Ha ha. I wish I could too. It seems she also has her reasons. Chen Chengcheng sighed as she watched Catherine's departing figure. Luo Yunsakura snorted coldly. Having reasons is not an excuse for her to harm the country. Luo Yunsakura, born into a military family, had been educated to prioritize the nation since childhood. Therefore, she harbored deep hostility towards foreigners. By the way, you said you informed the military, when will they arrive? Zhang Feng suddenly asked. Luo Yunsakura grinned. I scared that blonde weirdo off. The military is busy dealing with locust plagues, they don't have time to bother with us. Zhang Feng and Chen Shengcheng were speechless at the same time. What's with the blonde weirdo? She just left. And you've already given her a nickname? Everyone, get ready to set off. We still need to hurry to Renha village. Zhang Feng stood up and said. His face still looked pale and weak. Chen Chengcheng asked with concern, can you go on the mission in this condition? Maybe you should rest for a while. No need, it's a 10-minute drive to Renha village from here, enough time for me to recover to about 70 to 80% of my strength. Zhang Feng shook his head. He was very confident in his new skill as a foodie. The skill of vitality recovery not only repaired injuries but also quickly adjusted his condition. Just resting for a few minutes, Zhang Feng's condition had already recovered by 20 to 30%. Alright, what about Chen Koen's body? Everyone looked at Chen Koen's body. They all felt it was a difficult situation. Especially Chen Shengcheng, she knew well how strong Chen Kuan's background was. As a direct descendant of the martial arts family, Chen Kuan held a high position in the Chen family and had mastered the true teachings of Master Chen Sanjin. Chen Kuan's death didn't mean much to the Chen family. At most, it would only cause sadness for Chen Kuan and their parents. But Chen Kuan was different. He was highly regarded by Master Chen Sanjin and was the most accomplished in Chen Tai Chi besides Master Chen Sanjin. With Chen Kuan's death, the Chen family would definitely be furious. Regardless, the deed is done, and the twins just escaped. The Chen family will surely know that I am the real culprit. This body, whether dealt with or not, is meaningless, Zhang Feng said. Instead of worrying about the future, it was better to focus on practicing now. Strengthening oneself would make one fearless of anyone or anything. They got back into the car and headed towards Renhe village. Zhang Feng remained silent throughout the journey, replaying the day's battle in his mind. Undoubtedly, today's battle was the closest he had come to death. If he hadn't broken through the bottleneck in swordsmanship and comprehended the essence of life and death swordsmanship at the last moment, Zhang Feng might have truly died. But surviving in dire situations also brought him great benefits. So, I need to push them a bit more to bring out their potential, Zhang Feng thought to himself. If he encountered life-threatening situations a few more times, could he? Well, maybe not. Zhang Feng quickly dismissed the idea. Life is only lived once, and one cannot gamble recklessly. Currently, Zhang Feng had mastered 7 martial arts techniques: basic breathing method, sword drawing technique, snow drifting in the human world, diamond body, 12 beast fist, thunderous dash, and 3000 thunder illusion body. His martial arts skills were all at an intermediate level or above. In today's life and death battle, his sword drawing technique and diamond body had made significant progress. Especially the sword drawing technique. Not only was it the only martial art at the perfect level, but he also comprehended a unique sword intent. As for the diamond body has now reached the 9th level. To further progress, one must first complete the inheritance of the last 3 levels. Zhang Feng still remembered the scene of inheriting the diamond body, where that tough person resisted the heavenly thunder. It was absolutely necessary to cultivate to the 12th level to truly reach that level. However, it was difficult. Ancient martial arts had become dilapidated over time, and restoring it was as difficult as reaching the sky. Zhang Feng could only hope that the diamond could provide some assistance and complete the cultivation method of the last 3 levels on his own. We're here. Chen Xingqing's voice woke Zhang Feng up. He opened his eyes and saw the scene outside through the windshield. His brows furrowed involuntarily. The village had now turned into a battlefield. Countless demon locusts were causing havoc, and the houses were riddled with holes. Villagers were fleeing in all directions, occasionally being attacked by the demon locusts. These demon locusts were just a group of low-level ferocious beasts. But the villagers were just ordinary people. How could they be a match for the demon locusts? The sounds of screams and cries seeped through the car windows into Zhang Feng and the others' ears, along with bloody scenes, making their faces instantly grim. You despicable pests, I'll exterminate all of you. Luo Yunsakura was the first to roar angrily, skipping even the action of opening the car door and kicking it open with one swift motion. Then she rushed out in a blaze of fury. She aimed her gun at the nearest demon locust and stabbed at it. Zhang Feng and Chen Chengcheng did not hesitate and got out of the car as well. However, they were relatively calmer. Split up and prioritize saving people, Zhang Feng shouted. He then separated from Chen Chengcheng. Zhang Feng quickly scanned the area and then activated his body technique, disappearing in a flash of lightning. Woo woo, Mom, I want my mom. A child's crying could be heard at the entrance of a courtyard. A 4 or 5-year-old girl sat on the ground, crying loudly. The crying soon attracted a dozen demon locusts, all flying towards the little girl, seemingly about to engulf her. But, at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck. Zhang Feng appeared next to the little girl in an instant, coldly staring at the approaching demon locusts. Kill! Zhang Feng drew his sword and slashed. A long arc of sword energy suddenly cut out, directly shattering the dozen demon locusts. After dealing with the demon locusts, Zhang Feng quickly turned to check on the little girl. By now, the girl had stopped crying. Her big watery eyes were fixed on Zhang Feng, filled with fear, helplessness, and fright. The cold, murderous gaze Zhang Feng had when he killed the demon locusts instantly softened. Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here to protect you, Zhang Feng said very gently. The girl's fear actually lessened a bit. What's your name? Where are your mom and dad? Zhang Feng gently rubbed the girl's head and asked. My name is Tuanchuan, my mom and dad are. The girl pointed towards the courtyard. Zhang Feng turned to look and his face darkened instantly. In the courtyard lay 2 bodies. The sight was gruesome, with flesh gnawed off in many places, revealing stark white bones. It seemed that the girl's parents were both dead. Zhang Feng could faintly see bloodstains inside the house as well. Perhaps, all of the girl's family members had perished. How old was she? Even if she survived this locust disaster, how would she live without her family's protection? The only consolation was that Tuanchuan was still very young and did not understand what death was. When she grew up, she might eventually forget today's memories. Come with big brother, from now on, I am your family. Zhang Feng and Tuanchuan locked eyes, his tone firm. He had made up his mind to take charge of Tuanchuan's future. Looking into Zhang Feng's sincere and clear eyes, Tuanchuan was no longer afraid. She gave a sweet smile and opened her arms. Brother, hug me. Zhang Feng's heart warmed, and he embraced Tuanchuan. Feeling the warmth in Zhang Feng's arms, Tuanchuan soon fell asleep. Zhang Feng entered the house and found the bodies of two elderly people inside, presumably Tuanchuan's grandparents. Rest in peace, I'll take care of Tuanchuan. I promise to raise her healthily and happily, Zhang Feng said. Then, he searched the house and found a bedsheet. Zhang Feng wrapped little Tuanchuan in the sheet and tied her to himself. This way, he could protect her. Saving people had to continue. Cases like Tuanchuan's were happening all over the village. Zhang Feng was just one person with limited abilities. He could only save as many people as possible. Yet, most of the time, he could only watch helplessly as villagers died at the hands of the vicious locusts. Zhang Feng's eyes turned bloodshot. He was not heartless, witnessing so many compatriots die before his eyes, so many families torn apart. Hearing cries everywhere, Zhang Feng hated himself for not being able to be a savior. He could only channel all these emotions into anger and unleash it on those despicable locusts. Kill them all. Fortunately, warriors who came to support gradually arrived. With their help, the situation in the village finally started to improve. We can't kill them all, it's impossible. It feels like more locusts are entering the village. After meeting with Chen Chengcheng and Luo Yunsakura, Zhang Feng voiced the issues he had discovered. Luo Yunsakura spoke solemnly. When this happens, there's only one possibility: the defense line outside the village is about to collapse. This won't work, let's go check the defense line set up by the military. We need to stop the locusts at the source, Zhang Feng suggested. In fact, he had this idea long ago. Previously, it was to save the villagers. Now that the villagers were mostly saved and those who survived were safely arranged in secure locations, and more warriors came to support, they were no longer needed in the village. Okay. Luo Yunsakura immediately agreed with Zhang Feng's idea. Chen Chengcheng remained silent. She came this time with only one goal: to protect Zhang Feng. As for the rest, Zhang Feng had the final say. So, the three of them headed towards the village entrance. Soon, they arrived at the military defense line outside the village. Outside the village, the military had erected a several-meter-high protective wall, installed dozens of cannons, flamethrowers, and other thermal weapons with wide-ranging killing power. The cannons roared. Against this large but individually weak group of beasts, thermal weapons were far more effective than warriors. However, despite the power of these thermal weapons, the locust swarm still charged forward recklessly, as if they were not afraid of death. Most of the locusts died under the cannon fire, but a small portion managed to break through the defense line. This small portion mentioned here was relative to the millions of locusts in the swarm. In fact, several thousand or even tens of thousands of locusts broke through the defense line. The soldiers had no time or energy to deal with these locusts, so they could only let them rush into the village to wreak havoc and kill. Kill! Zhang Feng roared. He charged directly towards the small portion of locusts that broke through the defense line. Are you crazy? There are tens of thousands of them, Chen Chengcheng exclaimed. Even she wouldn't dare to charge into a swarm of several thousand or tens of thousands of locusts, unless it was a martial art with area of effect damage. But this kind of martial arts consumes a lot and cannot last long. Although Zhang Feng is very strong, he can even kill a 5th-grade elemental warrior. But he is just an ordinary warrior after all, without even elemental power. How could he have skills with a range? Just as Chen Chengcheng was about to catch up and stop Zhang Feng, he had already rushed into that small part of the demon locust swarm. It was as if he had plunged into a mass of black mist, disappearing without a trace. It's over. Chen Chengcheng's face changed. But the next second, she saw a burst of golden light suddenly shining in that hazy black mist. Right, he has a golden light body protection. Chen Chengcheng immediately realized. Careless, she actually forgot about Zhang Feng's diamond body. Even attacks from 5th-grade elemental warriors can be withstood. The attacks of this locust swarm probably can't even compare to a mosquito bite. However, the diamond body can only protect him, it shouldn't have any offensive power. Just as Chen Shengshang was thinking this, she saw snow suddenly falling in the locust swarm. Snowflakes drifted down, but every demon locust touched by a snowflake was instantly cut into pieces, blood splattering on the spot. No, it's not snowflakes, it's sword energy. Chen Xingqing's eyes widened. She knew Jiang Feng possessed sword intent, able to condense it into sword energy. But it was the first time she had seen Jiang Feng disperse his sword intent into so many small sword energies resembling snowflakes. Isn't this a ranged attack? Within a radius of 10 meters around Jiang Feng, not a single demon locust could survive. All were crushed by the snowflake sword energy. The shattered corpses and blood rained down from the sky. At that moment, snowflakes turned into blood flowers. What a beautiful red snow scene. Suddenly, a cold female voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. It was Shuer. Among all of Jiang Feng's martial arts, she was the only one with a feminine touch. Wait, what did she say? A beautiful red snow scene? How could a snow scene be red? It should be a scene of blood. Witnessing the scene of blood floating in the sky and snow drifting in the mortal world, he had an epiphany. An anomaly occurred in snow drifting in the mortal world, voluntarily changing its name to blood drifting in the mortal world. The epiphany in blood drifting in the mortal world ended, breaking through to the realm of completion. In blood drifting in the mortal world, comprehending the sword intent of blood. In his mind, the prompt sounds kept ringing. Jiang Feng was completely bewildered. What's going on? How did it change like this? He even broke through to the realm of completion? And comprehended his own blood sword intent? Let me take a break. However, blood drifting in the mortal world didn't give Jiang Feng any time to recover. All insights flooded into Jiang Feng's heart. Originally, all insights related to snow drifting in the mortal world had changed. In other words, snow drifting in the mortal world was no more. Jiang Feng had learned a new martial art, named blood drifting in the mortal world. The blood sword intent could turn blood into a sword. Blood? Isn't it readily available? Jiang Feng looked at the blood water all around. With a thought, he activated the blood sword intent. Buzz in an instant, all the blood in midair froze. Motionless. Jiang Feng looked at each drop of blood, feeling a special sensation. They seemed to have become his servants. Condense blood into a sword, blood drifting in the mortal world, kill. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, all the blood in the sky turned into blood swords. Under Jiang Feng's control, they shot out in all directions. Have you ever seen blood drifting in the mortal world? The demon locusts said they had. And what floated in the sky was their blood. Activating the blood sword intent, blood instantly condensed into swords. Jiang Feng waved his hand, and the hundreds and thousands of blood swords burst out in all directions like fireworks, hitting every demon locust perfectly. As the blood swords pierced their bodies, they exploded inside them. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. And these new blood, under the condensation of the sword intent of Jiang Feng's blood sword, turned into blood swords one after another. Seamless connection. Each blood sword, after killing a demon locust, would create more blood swords. It's like having unlimited ammunition. In just a few minutes, the tens of thousands of demon locusts that broke through the defense line were killed by Jiang Feng, leaving only less than 100. At this point, even if they were stupid, they couldn't stay in place and wait for death. So they all chose to scatter and flee. However, Jiang Feng wouldn't give them that chance. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of blood swords floating in the air. Jiang Feng wasn't afraid of wasting them and directly shot out all the blood swords. In an instant, the 100 or so demon locusts that wanted to escape were all killed. On the side, Chen Chengcheng and Luo Yunsakura were stunned. Their worldviews were on the verge of collapse. Is this still an ordinary high-level warrior? Even a martial artist above the 5th rank might not be able to kill tens of thousands of demon locusts so quickly and easily. At least Chen Chengcheng didn't think she had that ability. To kill so many demon locusts, she would have to expend at least 80 to 90% of her elemental power. But Jiang Feng, his face didn't redden, and he didn't pant. It was as if everything that just happened wasn't done by him. Even the little girl on his back was still sleeping soundly. Jiang Feng, you're too amazing. How did you do it? Can you teach me? Luo Yunsakura immediately ran to Jiang Feng's side, asking eagerly. Even the sword that Jiang Feng used to kill Chen Koan before didn't make Luo Yunsakura envy him so much. Because in Luo Yunsakura's view, Jiang Feng's move was definitely very suitable for use on the battlefield. Easily able to eliminate tens of thousands of enemy troops. On the battlefield, it would definitely play a decisive role. Oh, it's nothing, I just suddenly had an epiphany and comprehended the sword intent of blood. It's simple if you want to learn, just comprehend the sword intent of blood. Jiang Feng said casually. Chen Chengcheng and Luo Yunsakura immediately rolled their eyes. Listen, are you speaking human language? suddenly had an epiphany. It's simple if you want to learn. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Zhang Feng, does this move consume a lot? Luo Yunsakura suddenly thought of something, her eyes shining. Zhang Feng naturally knew what she meant and shrugged helplessly. It doesn't consume much, I just need to control the blood, but I can only control blood within 10 meters. It's fine to deal with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of demon locusts, but not tens of millions. To put it bluntly, even if those tens of millions of demon locusts stood still and let you chop them, you'd probably be exhausted and wouldn't finish chopping them for several days and nights. So, Luo Yunsakura's idea just now was just wishful thinking. Don't take it seriously. Okay. Luo Yunsakura scratched her head, realizing the problem. But no matter what, Zhang Feng standing here now could ensure that the small portion of demon locusts that broke through the defense line couldn't enter the village. That was also great. So, Zhang Feng held his ground. Those demon locusts that crossed the defense line, as long as they wanted to enter the village, had to pass through Zhang Feng first. The demon locusts were small in size, and thousands or tens of thousands of them could be within 10 meters of Zhang Feng. So, it wasn't difficult for him to slay them. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the alarm sounded from the front protective wall. It sounded unsettling. This is a level 1 alert. There may be a problem on the other side of the protective wall. Zhang Feng, you stay here and guard, I'll go see what's going on. Luo Yunsakura's face changed, and she immediately rushed towards the direction of the protective wall. Born into a military family, she knew better what this alarm meant. Changchang, you go with her. Zhang Feng said to Chen Changchang. Luo Yunsakura was impulsive, so it was better for Chen Changchang to accompany her. Okay. Chen Changchang didn't hesitate and chased after. As for Zhang Feng's safety, she was no longer worried. With the ability to easily kill tens of thousands of demon locusts, there was no need for her protection. Chen Changchang and Luo Yunsakura went to check the situation. Zhang Feng continued to hold the line. There were occasional demon locusts breaking through the defense line, and he couldn't leave here. After more than 10 minutes, they still hadn't returned, and Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel anxious. Fortunately, Chen Changchang returned soon. However, Luo Yunsakura was not with her. Changchang, what's going on? Where's Luo Yunsakura? She ran out of the protective wall and rushed into the demon locust swarm. Chen Changchang said anxiously. Zhang Feng's face changed at the words. Is she crazy? I don't know why, but the demon locusts suddenly intensified their attack. The firepower on the other side of the protective wall is almost depleted, so... Oh, now is not the time to talk about this, let's go now, or she'll be doomed. At this point, Zhang Feng couldn't care about anything else and hurried towards the protective wall. With his speed, he naturally arrived quickly. When he saw the vast swarm of demon locusts outside the protective wall, even Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel his heart race. How could Luo Yunsakura dare to rush in? As a peak advanced warrior, she probably couldn't last a few minutes and would be gnawed to the bone by the demon locusts. Where is she? Zhang Feng looked around but couldn't see Luo Yunsakura's figure. She was like a needle dropped in a river now. It was uncertain if she could be found. Chen Changchang asked a military officer, where is that girl just now? She went in that direction, but I'm not sure of the exact location. The military officer was also very anxious. Zhang Feng looked in the direction he pointed, but couldn't see anything. He didn't know if Luo Yunsakura was still alive. Don't worry, Yunsakura is wearing a 5th grade spiritual armor. She should be able to protect herself, Chen Changchang said. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He could go save her, but the premise was that she had to be alive. Why did she rush into the demon locust swarm? Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask. He was very puzzled, wondering if Luo Yunsakura had a problem in her head. The military officer answered first. Miss Luo went to carry out a beheading mission. Beheading mission? After listening to the military officer's explanation, Zhang Feng finally understood. The reason the demon locust swarm disregarded their lives to attack the defense line was that there was a leader among them. When the leader gave the order, they had to execute it. The original plan of the military was to rely on artillery to block the demon locust swarm and wait for reinforcements. However, just now, the demon locust swarm suddenly intensified their attack. The military had to increase their firepower output as well. But in doing so, their consumption increased, and their supplies couldn't keep up. If this continued, in at most half an hour, their firepower would be depleted. So, they had to resort to Plan B. Beheading operation. Beheading operation. As the name suggests, it involved someone rushing into the heart of the demon locust army, finding and killing the leader of the demon locust army. In this way, the demon locust army would retreat without a fight. But the level of danger and difficulty could be imagined. The demon locust leader would definitely place itself at the rear, meaning to kill it. One had to cross the entire demon locust army. You big men, letting a girl carry out such a dangerous mission? After hearing Jiang Feng's words, the military officer's head immediately dropped. Obviously, he was also ashamed. You misunderstood. Before Yunsakura, the commander, deputy commander, and all officers, big and small, rushed into the demon locust army one after another. But without exception, all sacrificed. Even he was just a squad leader, temporarily selected to take command. It was Chen Changcheng who explained for them. Jiang Feng finally realized. At this moment on the protective wall, besides the soldiers operating the cannons, there was only one officer left in charge. If there were any other way, I wouldn't let Miss Luo take this risk. If anything happens to Miss Luo, I will apologize with my life, the officer shouted with red eyes. Jiang Feng, seeing this, knew that his words had touched the soldier who shed no tears. He patted the officer's shoulder and said firmly, Miss Luo Yunying will be fine, you don't have to die. Orange, I leave little Tuanchuan to you first. After handing little Tuanchuan on his back to Chen Changcheng, Jiang Feng walked straight towards the protective wall. Young brother. The officer's face changed when he saw Jiang Feng's actions. He wanted to stop Jiang Feng, but it was too late. Jiang Feng turned into a flash of lightning and instantly rushed into the midst of the demon locust army. Life and death sword. As soon as he rushed into the demon locust swarm, Jiang Feng drew his sword directly. Clang! The sword intent of life and death turned into a huge arc of sword energy and slashed forward. In an instant, hundreds of demon locusts were cut in half. Their bodies fell to the ground, blood staining the air. Why do I feel that the power of this sword is not as great as when I killed Qin Kuan before? Jiang Feng suddenly felt strange. Although the power of this sword was strong, it was far less than the sword that killed Qin Kuan before. At that time, his physical strength was not even as good as it is now. Of course, the life and death sword, as the name suggests, can only unleash its greatest power when faced with a life and death crisis. The voice of the sword technique sounded. No wonder. When Jiang Feng killed Qin Kuan before, his physical strength was clearly exhausted, and he could hardly move. Yet he was still able to stab that sword and achieve maximum power. In other words, only when facing a life and death crisis can the true power of the life and death sword be unleashed. Such opportunities should be rare, but now is not the time to think about these things. Jiang Feng immediately activated the sword intent of blood. Instantly, the blood mist floating in the air solidified one by one, transforming into blood swords the size of fingernails. Blood drifting in the mortal realm, kill. With a single thought from Jiang Feng, all the blood swords slashed towards the demon locusts around. These demon locusts were just low-level ferocious beasts, with extremely weak individual strength. They were easily pierced by the blood swords. And then, they provided more energy for Jiang Feng to condense more blood swords. In a moment, Jiang Feng had condensed tens of thousands of blood swords. That's enough. Jiang Feng waved his hand. The tens of thousands of blood swords stopped slashing the demon locusts. Instead, they all flew to Jiang Feng's side, circling around his body. The tens of thousands of blood swords circling around Jiang Feng's body formed a sword energy vortex centered on him, like a tornado. Jiang Feng's goal this time was not to kill the demon locusts, but to save people. So, he directly activated the Thunderbolt Flash, his figure turning into a flash of lightning. Shuttle through the demon locust army. The demon locusts blocking the way ahead, or those around trying to stop Jiang Feng, were all unable to get close to Jiang Feng and were crushed by the raging blood sword vortex. Will the young brother be okay? Why do you seem not very worried? On the protective wall, the officer asked Chen Changcheng. Chen Changcheng was initially worried, but now she was completely calm. He will be fine, look, Chen Changcheng said. The officer curiously looked towards the demon locust army. Then, he saw a flickering figure of lightning moving around in the dense demon locust swarm. That figure of lightning seemed to be in a realm of its own within the demon locust army, where all the demon locusts could not approach. It forcefully cut out several crisscrossing blood paths. Is this done by that young brother? The officer's face was filled with disbelief. Then, he saw Chen Changcheng nod calmly. This little brother is too strong. He became a Yuan warrior at such a young age, and his strength is at least above the 5th rank, the officer couldn't help but exclaim. But when he turned to look at Chen Changcheng, he found her looking at him strangely. What's wrong? Did I say he's a Yuan warrior? Chen Changcheng asked. The officer paused for a moment, then shook his head honestly. You didn't say, but does it need to be said? Although I'm not a Yuan warrior, I'm not blind. Besides a Yuan warrior, who else could have such strength? It's not possible that he's a master above a Yuan warrior, right? Chen Changcheng shook her head. The officer finally breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought Jiang Feng was really a master. Such a young master, he hadn't even heard of one, let alone seen. His rank is just a peak high-level warrior. But Chen Xingqing's next words made him exhale half of the air he had just inhaled. A peak high-level warrior? Which peak high-level warrior could be so strong as to come and go in the midst of a million demon locust army? I may not have read books, but don't try to deceive me. I'm smart. In the demon locust army, Jiang Feng could never find Luo Yunying's trace. This situation is like finding a needle in a haystack. Little glutton, can your dog nose smell where Luo Yunying is? Jiang Feng asked in his mind. The little glutton answered unhappily, ##, master, I'm just sensitive to treasures of heaven and earth, not really a dog nose, can't find people. Oh, I see. Luo Yunying should have a lot of good stuff on her, like the 9-flower jade dew pill you ate before. If you save her, she might gratefully give some spiritual fruits and elixirs. The little glutton Sai said, Master, I've already smelled it, it's 30 degrees to your left, 3 kilometers away. Indeed, the little glutton's dog nose still needed to be tempted with food. Knowing Luo Yunying's exact location, Jiang Feng immediately rushed in that direction. Hopefully, there's still time. Huff, huff, huff. Luo Yunying held up her gun, panting continuously. From rushing into the demon locust army until now, she hadn't rested. At this moment, her armor was already soaked with blood. Of course, not her blood, but the blood of those demon locusts. Ding ding ding. Demon locusts attacked Luo Yunying from all directions. But the armor on Luo Yunying's body was a spiritual equipment and of high quality, emitting a Yuan power shield. The attacks of those demon locusts hitting it were like raindrops on glass. However, even water drops can wear away a stone if there are enough of them. Not to mention these demon locust attacks. At this moment, cracks had appeared in the armor on Luo Yunying's body. It probably wouldn't hold up for much longer. Puff! Luo Yunying had just stabbed a demon locust with her gun when she stumbled, almost falling. Her stamina was rapidly draining. From killing until now, even though her physical fitness was strong enough, reaching the level of a peak high-level warrior, she was struggling to hold on. Still too weak. If it were Jiang Feng and Situnan, they might have found the leader of the demon locusts by now, Luo Yunying self-mockingly said. What's the use of having a spiritual armor if her stamina is not enough to complete the mission? She was so tired that she had to catch her breath after a few steps, let alone handle the demon locusts with her gun. Ding ding ding. Bang! All the demon locusts attacked a spot on the Yuan power shield released by Luo Yunying's spiritual armor. Soon, they gnawed out a small hole. Immediately, some demon locusts crawled into this hole and started biting Luo Yunying. Ah! Luo Yunying screamed as a demon locust gnawed a small piece of flesh off her arm. She wanted to kill this demon locust, but she had no strength left. More and more demon locusts were crawling in through the damaged hole in the elemental shield. They pounced on Luo Yunying, biting and tearing at her. Soon, Luo Yunying had 7 or 8 wounds on her body. Blood was flowing incessantly. Am I really going to die? I still feel a bit unwilling, not having completed the mission. Luo Yunying murmured weakly, her vision becoming increasingly blurry. The sensation of life slipping away was very apparent. Just before she lost consciousness, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in her sight. She couldn't see clearly, but she felt a strange sense of comfort. In her mind, she seemed to imagine the full appearance of that figure. Is it the god of death or an angel? So handsome. After saying these last words, Luo Yunying completely passed out. What did you say? Jiang Feng, after controlling a few blood swords to kill the demon locusts attacking Luo Yunying, vaguely heard her say something. He didn't catch the first part clearly, but it seemed like she said, so handsome. She said I wasn't handsome before, but women are so fickle. Jiang Feng commented. But he had to focus on the task at hand. At this moment, Luo Yunying's vitality was rapidly fading. With so many wounds on her body, bleeding continuously, she needed immediate treatment, or she probably wouldn't last half an hour. I remember she had the 9-flower jade dew pill on her. Jiang Feng thought, but the premise was to break her elemental shield. This thing didn't differentiate between friend and foe. A 5th grade spiritual armor, it should be quite tough. Jiang Feng thought. But no matter how tough it was, it couldn't compare to his wind-cutting blade. After all, even Grandmaster Zhang Yunfan couldn't recognize the grade of his rusty sword. Break! Jiang Feng infused the intent of life and death into the wind-cutting blade, instantly transforming the rusty sword into a new one. With force, he struck the wind-cutting blade against Luo Yunying's elemental shield. Clang! A loud noise resounded. Cracks immediately appeared on the elemental shield. Oh, it didn't break? Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. But one strike wasn't enough, so he struck a few more times. Clang! 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 Zhang Feng struck the same spot several times in a row. On the 10th strike, the elemental shield shattered with a bang. As the elemental shield shattered, the round bead in the middle of the chest of the armor on Luo Yuning's body also cracked. What a pity! Zhang Feng sighed. A 5th grade spiritual armor wasted like this. In the market, such life-saving defensive spiritual equipment was very expensive, at least starting from tens of millions. After breaking the elemental shield, Zhang Feng began to search on Luo Yuning's body. At this point, there was no distinction between male and female. In the face of life, everything else was trivial. Then, Zhang Feng found the small bottle in the pocket on the left side of Luo Yuning's chest. Why was it placed there? Zhang Feng had to be very careful when taking it out. It was a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, Luo Yuning had already passed out. There were still 5 9-flower jade dew pills in the small bottle, and Zhang Feng only gave her one to take. He was very clear about the efficacy of this medicine. 1 pill was enough to treat her injuries. Snack lover, it smells so good, master, give it to me quickly. This belongs to someone else, you can't just eat it without their permission, we must have principles as people. Snack lover, but master, I'm not a person. Zhang Feng, then you should cultivate a martial art with personality. Snack lover, personality. Then, the snack lover fell into contemplation. After taking 1 9-flower jade dew pill, the bleeding on Luo Yuning's body indeed stopped. Her complexion also improved significantly. However, due to excessive bleeding, she had not yet regained consciousness. Now, Zhang Feng was a bit conflicted. Should he send Luo Yuning back first? Should he go straight for the leader of the demon locusts and kill it in one go? Since we're here, let's just end this war directly. Zhang Feng finally decided on the latter. He carried Luo Yuning on his back and tied her tightly with a belt. Huh, why does my back feel so bulging? Zhang Feng shrugged, feeling uncomfortable on his back. At this moment, a faint sound came from Luo Yuning on his back, but she still didn't wake up. Forget it. I don't care. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered and continued to charge forward. Perhaps he didn't have the ability to wipe out the countless demon locust army, but he could ensure they wouldn't get close to him. The mutated blood drift in the human world was simply a killing machine born for war. Its power might not be as good as the sword drawing technique, but its group damage was explosive. Soon, Zhang Feng cut out hundreds of bloody paths in the demon locust army. It was truly a bloody path. The ground was splattered with bright red blood. Hiss! Why haven't I found the leader of the demon locusts yet? By the way, what does this thing look like? Zhang Feng was puzzled. He didn't even know what the leader of the demon locusts looked like. How could he find it? Then, he decisively took out his Huaren Charm 660 Pro. He dialed Chen Xingqing's number. On the defensive wall, Chen Xingqing heard the phone ring and checked it. It was Zhang Feng calling. The officer beside her subconsciously turned to look. When he saw Zhang Feng's name, he was stunned. Miss Chen, do you know several Zhang Fengs? No, just one, why? Chen Shengcheng didn't understand why the officer asked such a question. As she answered, she also answered the phone. A familiar voice sounded from the phone. Hey, Xingchang, ask the commander next to you what the leader of the demon locusts looks like. Also, does he know the specific location of the demon locust leader? This familiar voice, along with the questions asked, made the officer certain that the person on the other end of the phone was Zhang Feng, who is currently wreaking havoc in the demon locust army. His eyes widened instantly. It's for you. Chen Shengcheng handed the phone to the officer, who was already trembling with shock. Gulp. You still have time to make a call? The officer couldn't help but ask. Chen Shengcheng looked surprised. Isn't this normal? Damn, what have you guys been through to be so calm? The officer felt like his worldview was collapsing. Not only could they slaughter in the midst of millions of demon locusts, but they also had time and energy to make phone calls. Damn, are they playing house? Why aren't you talking, can you hear me? Zhang Feng's voice rang out again. Although the officer was still in shock, he knew that dealing with the demon locusts was the most important thing now. So he pushed all the questions aside. The leader of the demon locusts looks the same as ordinary demon locusts, just stronger. As for its location, we don't know either. Miss Luo seems to have a way to find it. By the way, young man, have you found Miss Luo? How is she? She's fine, just fainted. Well, I'll think of another way. After saying that, Zhang Feng hung up the phone. Knowing that Luo Yuning was fine, the officer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Feng, who was running amok in the demon locust army, put his phone into the jade pendant. The military didn't know the location of the demon locust leader. Luo Yuning was still unconscious. They could only rely on luck. After killing for more than half an hour in the demon locust army, even Zhang Feng felt a bit tired. After all, using thunderous flash and blood drift in the human world for a long time consumed a lot of energy. In the end, he was just an advanced warrior. To the left. Just then, the voice of Luo Yunsakura sounded in Zhang Feng's ear. Are you awake? Are you okay? Zhang Feng turned his head to ask. At this moment, Luo Yunsakura's complexion had improved a lot. I don't know why, but my face is very red. Could it be that I got bitten by a demon locust and got a fever? It shouldn't be. We are both high-level warriors, how could we get a fever? Zhang Feng turned his head, and the two of them were almost face to face. The blush on Luo Yunsakura's face extended to her ears instantly. I'm fine, but what about you? Why did you come to save me? It's very dangerous here. Luo Yunsakura asked. Her tone was completely different from before. It even sounded a bit delicate. Oh, I'm here to kill the demon locust leader and incidentally save you, Zhang Feng casually replied. Luo Yunsakura fell silent immediately. She cursed silently in her heart. Stupid straight guy. Can't you say something nice? Luo Yunsakura remained silent, and Zhang Feng thought she was still feeling uncomfortable. He didn't pay much attention to it. Following Luo Yunsakura's lead, Zhang Feng charged into the demon locust army. Soon, a particular demon locust caught his attention. It looked quite ordinary, just like the others. Even upon closer inspection, nothing seemed amiss. But Zhang Feng keenly noticed something. His blood sword struck it, yet failed to kill it. Found you. Zhang Feng smirked. The demon locust leader was stronger than the ordinary ones. The power of the blood-drifting sword was not that strong. A sword energy condensed from a drop of blood could at most kill a mid-level ferocious beast, unable to even kill a high-level one. Wasn't the answer obvious? However, Zhang Feng didn't show any recognition and continued to pretend not to have noticed, still killing the ordinary demon locusts. But he was secretly observing the demon locust leader. When he noticed the leader was less vigilant, Zhang Feng drew his sword. Life and Death Sword. The intent of the Life and Death Sword poured out, forming a semi-arc sword energy that swiftly slashed towards the demon locust leader. Buzzing sounds echoed as the sword energy emerged, causing the ordinary demon locusts around the leader to gather, forming a flesh and blood shield. However, how could these weak ordinary demon locusts withstand Zhang Feng's full-force attack? The demon locusts surrounding the leader were instantly shattered by the sword energy. The demon locust leader hiding behind them was also engulfed by the sword energy and perished. With the leader's death, the other demon locusts immediately fell into chaos. Without a leader, they scattered and fled. In just a moment, they disappeared without a trace. Is it over? Watching this scene from Zhang Feng's back, Luo Yunsakura felt it was unreal. Something that even the military found extremely challenging was resolved so easily by Zhang Feng? Could it be that all of this was just her dying hallucination? The shock wasn't just felt by Luo Yunsakura. As the demon locust army dispersed, the soldiers naturally ceased their fire. Each of them was utterly bewildered. How did it end like this? Just a moment ago, the demon locust army was attacking fiercely. Suddenly, they retreated? Look, there are people over there. Are you mistaken? How could there be people? If there were, they would have been devoured by the demon locust army long ago. Oh my, you're not mistaken, there really are people. And two of them. The soldiers suddenly exclaimed. The beheading operation was only known to the officers and not communicated to the soldiers, so they had no idea what was happening. Brothers, did you see those two people? They bravely charged into the demon locust swarm to repel the army and directly killed the demon locust leader. They are heroes, the greatest contributors to this operation. The officers shouted. The soldiers finally understood. Heroes, heroes. The soldiers cheered repeatedly. The military admires strength the most. In their hearts, Zhang Feng and Luo Yunsakura, who were able to repel the millions of demon locust army, are the strong ones. At this moment, Zhang Feng returned with Luo Yunsakura on his back. He did not feel happy upon hearing the soldiers calling him a hero. Instead, he raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Then, Zhang Feng spoke in a deep voice. I am not a hero. The real heroes are those who knowingly face death but still march forward, your commanders and deputy commanders. Only those who fearlessly sacrifice their lives are true heroes. Zhang Feng's words silenced everyone, especially the comrade who temporarily acted as the commander. His eyes instantly turned red. Soldiers are always prepared to sacrifice from the beginning. They are not afraid of sacrificing. As long as they can protect those behind them, death is nothing. However, Zhang Feng's words struck their hearts. To be called a hero, even in death, would bring them joy. Salute to the fallen comrades. The comrades shouted. Immediately, all the soldiers saluted towards the front, their gaze firm, their posture upright. Even Zhang Feng raised his hand to his temple. It wasn't very standard, but the emotion was genuine. Zhang Feng was not a soldier, but he held great respect for them. Luo Yunsakura on his back silently adjusted Zhang Feng's gesture. The aftermath was next. Zhang Feng didn't need to worry about that. Repelling the demon locust army meant Zhang Feng's mission was over. The comrades strongly insisted that Zhang Feng stay and accompany them back to the military camp for the award ceremony. After all, Zhang Feng had made a great contribution to repelling the demon locust army. Is there a cash prize? Zhang Feng hurriedly asked. No, but there are medals. The comrade honestly replied. Medals? Are they gold or silver? Iron. I have something else to do, goodbye. Zhang Feng decisively left. Dealing with award ceremonies and such was too troublesome, and he would have to prepare a speech. He didn't like it. It was exhausting and didn't bring in money. After wandering around Renha village, Zhang Feng did not see the joy of surviving a disaster in the eyes of the villagers. Instead, they were all filled with sorrow and sadness. This encounter with the locust disaster, the losses suffered were not just about the crops. The food loss could be recovered next year. But once people die, they truly cannot come back. Almost every household had casualties. Some families had all their members killed directly by the demon locusts. Brother, my home is over there. Little Tuanchuan was held in Zhang Feng's arms. She pointed in the direction of her home. Zhang Feng smiled gently. Little Tuanchuan, would you like brother to take you to live in the city? Yes, yes. Little Tuanchuan replied. At her age, she didn't really understand what the city was or what the village was. She only knew that she really liked this brother. She would listen to her brother. I hope this won't become her shadow. Zhang Feng could only pray in his heart. After leaving Rinha village, Luo Yunsakura went straight back to the training camp. Zhang Feng and Chen Chengcheng returned to the city area first. He couldn't have little Tuanchuan with him all the time, and he had no idea how to take care of a child. So, he planned to send little Tuanchuan to the Lu family. Lu Qingha had been away from home for a long time, and he rarely returned home. Lu's mother was often alone at home. It should be good to have little Tuanchuan accompany Lu's mother. Moreover, Lu's mother had experience in taking care of children. It was a win-win situation. When they returned home, Lu's mother happened to be at home. After Zhang Feng told Lu Mu about Xiao Chuanchuan's situation, Lu Mu's eyes were filled with pity as she looked at Xiao Chuanchuan. Poor child, don't worry Xiaochen, I will take care of Xiao Chuanchuan from now on, I will look after her well. Lu Mu was also very satisfied with Xiao Chuanchuan. In her words, Xiao Chuanchuan was quite similar to Lu Qinghe when they were young. Xiao Chuanchuan was not shy and got along well with Lu Mu. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was now settled. This time, Zhang Feng came back for a visit, and Chen Chengcheng was also there, so Lu Mu asked them to stay for a meal. After eating, Lu Mu suddenly said, Xiaochen, Qinghe has been out for so long without any news, I am a bit worried. Now that you are also a warrior, can you find out? Lu Mu's words reminded Zhang Feng. It had been over half a month since Lu Qinghe left. He didn't know how things were going. He had asked Zhang Meng last time, but Zhang Meng had said that Qinghe's mission was confidential and couldn't be disclosed. I'll think of a way. Zhang Feng didn't say much. He was also worried about Qinghe. If there was a chance, he really needed to find out. After the meal, Zhang Feng and Chen Chengcheng returned to the genius training camp. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the training camp, Zhang Feng saw Principal Zhang eagerly waiting. When Zhang Feng got off the car, Principal Zhang looked at him unharmed. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Feng was now a treasure in his heart. He was afraid of dropping him if he held him and afraid of melting if he kept him in his mouth. However, soon Principal Zhang's face turned serious. He looked at Zhang Feng and said sternly, "Didn't I tell you not to take on tasks? Why didn't you listen to me and kept it from me?" Principal Zhang, don't be angry, I didn't keep it from you, I just didn't tell you. Not telling is not the same as keeping it from you, you know. Zhang Feng chuckled. Principal Zhang was speechless. Are you playing word games with me here? Although he was angry, he couldn't bear to punish Zhang Feng. Taking on tasks is one thing, but taking on such a dangerous task, no matter how talented you are, you can't be so reckless. Dangerous? Isn't it just going to kill some locusts? Zhang Feng blinked. Principal Zhang and Chen Chengcheng were speechless at the same time. Only you could say such a thing. Principal Zhang already knew about what happened in Renha village with Zhang Feng. From what Luo Yunying said, when Zhang Feng slaughtered the countless demon locust army, even he was shocked and speechless. He even thought that Luo Yunying was exaggerating. But then he thought, with Luo Yunying's character, she wouldn't lie. So, everything was true. Jiang Feng, I heard. You have comprehended the sword intent? Principal Zhang suddenly asked. Jiang Feng nodded, admitting it. Principal Zhang was immediately excited and blushed. When Luo Yunying told him before, he wasn't very clear about what comprehending the sword intent meant, so he called Master Jiang specifically to consult. Then he came to a conclusion. Being able to comprehend the sword intent meant being a quasi-sword master. According to Master Jiang, to become a sword master, not only did one need to reach the level of a master, but also comprehend at least one kind of sword intent. Jiang Feng's comprehension of the sword intent meant he had completed half of it, so it was not an exaggeration to call him a quasi-sword master. Even peak warriors had not achieved this, becoming a quasi-master. How many levels had he jumped? This, not to mention in China, there had never been such a case in the world. In other words, as long as Jiang Feng's strength met the standard, becoming a sword master was a sure thing. Many peak warriors were stuck at this step. Without comprehending the martial arts realm, they would never be able to step into the realm of a master. Principal Zhang, why are you so excited? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Principal Zhang thought for a moment but decided not to tell Jiang Feng what Grandmaster Jiang had said. After all, he was a young man, and knowing these things would surely make him conceited. Inflating the ego of a young person is not a good thing. Let's forget about it this time, it won't happen again. Principal Zhang pretended to be very angry. Then he left in a huff. But as soon as he turned around, his face turned red from excessive excitement that he couldn't express. A quasi-sword Dao Grandmaster. A 16-year-old quasi-sword Dao Grandmaster, absolutely unique in the world. Truly surpassing the monstrous level of supreme talent. Jiang Feng looked at Principal Zhang's constantly shrugging shoulders and couldn't help but feel guilty. It seems that Principal Zhang is really angry this time, grown up and crying in anger. Jiang Feng sighed. Chen Chengcheng looked puzzled. Crying? Why do I feel like I can see the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears? Back at the training camp, Jiang Feng's first task was to settle the rewards in the mission hall. 1,500 credits, plus the military's reward. Jiang Feng didn't know what the military's reward was yet. It shouldn't be the iron medal that the squad leader mentioned before, right? That would be too low, wouldn't it? With 1,500 credits, Jiang Feng had enough to exchange 4 Meteor Godfist. So, he decisively went to the martial arts hall and exchanged 4 Meteor Godfist. In the practice room, after Jiang Feng completed the transmission of the martial seal, a new voice immediately sounded in his mind. Shouldering the mundane, grasping the original intention, if the path is impassable, use your fists to break through. Ants, submit under my swift fists, ha! My god, what an embarrassing Chunibu opening. He doesn't find it very passionate, does he? But Jiang Feng was already used to it. His martial arts never produced a normal character. Now he just added another Chunibu patient. Brother, your opening is quite fiery. Big Ben is right, it's lit. Big Ben and Little Three's loud voices rang out. They actually thought the opening was pretty good. Damn, do practitioners of abnormal martial arts sympathize with each other? Fiery my ass, isn't this a typical Chunibu patient? The representative of the 12 beast forms, the dragon form fist, considered normal, also found the newcomer, Meteor God Fist, very Chunibu. Chunibu brother, may I ask how should I address you? The tender voice of the snack lover followed. Just a name, just a code name, you can call me whatever you want, but I prefer you to call me the fastest man in history. Meteor God Fist said. Snack lover thinking / the name is too long, I'll just call you Fast Man brother directly. Meteor God Fist. At this moment, the silent sword drawing technique couldn't stand it anymore. You can show off, but never say you're the fastest man. Compared to speed, my sword drawing technique is 1,000 times better. Sword drawing technique snorted, sorry, I am the fastest man. Meteor God Fist looked disdainful, it seems someone is challenging my swift fists, dare to compete with me? Sword drawing technique, my sword is not slow either. Meteor God Fist and sword drawing technique are competing in speed, falling behind, very dissatisfied, striving to accelerate their training. Meteor God Fist, training progress plus 50%, progress plus 50%. Meteor God Fist has accumulated enough, breakthrough in realm, current martial arts realm is proficient, 1%. Meteor God Fist is still falling behind, progress plus 60%, progress. Meteor God Fist surpasses sword drawing technique, satisfied, stops training. Current martial arts realm is intermediate, 99%. Who's next? Meteor God Fist laughed arrogantly. After all, A-level martial arts are known for their fast punching speed. In terms of attack speed, the sword drawing technique naturally can't compare to it. However, when it comes to the most powerful martial art now, it has to be the sword drawing technique. After all, the sword drawing technique, once one comprehends the sword intent of life and death, no longer relies solely on speed. Zhang Feng savored the insights that the Meteor God Fist had given him. After reaching a state of minor accomplishment, the speed of the Meteor God Fist could be said to have reached its peak. It could deliver nearly 100 punches per second. The punching speed surpassed the speed of sound, so the opponent would feel the shockwave first. Before hearing the sound, the fist would have already landed on them. Unleashing the Meteor God Fist, hundreds of fist shadows seemed to rain down like meteors. Hence the name Meteor God Fist. Being able to throw over 100 punches per second, if each punch lands in the same spot, wouldn't the power be equivalent to the accumulation of 100 punches? Zhang Feng suddenly thought of a crucial point. Have you heard of the saying dripping water can penetrate a stone? Weak water drops dripping on the same spot, over time, even hard rocks can be pierced. What if this long period of time is accelerated? Accelerated by thousands or tens of thousands of times, wouldn't it achieve the effect of instantly penetrating the stone with water drops? Some scientists thought of this question and developed the water jet. Faster water jets can accelerate the water flow to 3 times the speed of sound, faster than the speed at which some bullets are fired from a gun. We can even understand the water jet as using water droplets made into bullets to bombard the area to be cut. Its power can even cut steel into several pieces. So, what if we replace the water droplets with Zhang Feng's fists? His basic punching strength could reach over 5,000 kilograms. In 1 second, he could swing 100 punches at the same spot. This power, even if it doesn't reach 100-fold, could still reach dozens of times. That is, causing at least 50 tons of impact force. Damn, it seems like I've discovered something incredible. Indeed, mastering physics, one wouldn't fear traveling the world. Even if I crossed into another world, I could still use it. Who says martial arts are fantasy? We also have scientific principles as a basis. However, all of this was just Zhang Feng's speculation. Practice is the only standard to test the truth. Zhang Feng planned to test it out. He had originally intended to go to the training room to test his punching power with equipment, but as he passed by the gravity room, he suddenly saw teacher Shi Tong inside conducting devilish training for the freshmen. Principal Zhang was very dissatisfied with your performance last time, so he asked me to increase the training intensity. Therefore, this time, you will stand in the gravity zone that exceeds your body's limits and endure my onslaught. Do you understand what I mean? It means that your previous limit was the 4-fold gravity zone, and today you will enter the 8-fold gravity zone. If your limit was the 8-fold gravity zone, today you will enter the 16-fold gravity zone. And so on the basis of enduring the pressure of gravity, do your best to resist my attacks. Teacher Shi Tong's voice was very loud, and those freshmen all had expressions of despair on their faces. They couldn't bear the intensity from before, and now it was going to be increased. Wasn't this risking their lives? Mom, I want to go home. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed classmate saw Zhang Feng passing by the door. Zhang God. It's Zhang God. Zhang God, don't just stand at the door, come in and play. Yeah, come in quickly. As soon as the classmates saw Zhang Feng, they immediately became excited. They all greeted Zhang Feng to come in. On the other hand, upon seeing Zhang Feng, Shi Tong's face immediately turned unpleasant. The last incident had cast a shadow over him. At this moment, he felt a slight chill in his front teeth. With the warm invitation from his classmates, Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. So, he walked into the gravity room. After reaching the 9th level of the Diamond Tyrant body refinement, his physique became even stronger than before. Even without the protection of the golden light, the pressure in the gravity room had no effect on him. Hello, Teacher Shi. As soon as Zhang Feng entered the gravity room, he greeted Shi Tong immediately. The latter nodded awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. Teacher Shi, why don't you practice with Zhang Shen first and give us a demonstration? Zhang Zhang, a short student, suggested right away. The other classmates agreed. Shi Tong's expression darkened. You guys just love to watch a show, don't you? Want to see me embarrassed? Shut up. All of you, dragging your feet during training, good at slacking off. Zhang Feng is very busy. He doesn't have time to demonstrate for you, right, Xiaojian? Shi Tong asked Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng suddenly changed his usual demeanor. Teacher Shi, I actually have some time this time. How about we practice again? Shi Tong immediately glared at Zhang Feng. Last time wasn't enough for you to make me lose face? However, since Zhang Feng took the initiative to propose, if he refused, it would be even more embarrassing. He couldn't back down from a student's challenge. If this got out, where would he hide his face? Last time was just a fluke. I underestimated you. This time, you won't defeat me so easily. Sure Tong snorted. Seizing this opportunity, he wanted others to know that last time was just a fluke and to show these youngsters his power. So, how do you want to compete this time, same as before? Sure Tong asked. Zhang Feng shook his head. Instead of directly suggesting how to play, he asked, Teacher Sure, can you tell me how much strength it would take to break through your full defense? What, you little brat, what do you mean by asking such a question? That's too much. Sure Tong got angry. Do you want to break through my strongest defense? Are you provoking me? Hey, Teacher Sure, you misunderstood. Actually, I just learned a new martial art technique and wanted to test its power, that's why I asked you. Zhang Feng hurriedly explained. Sure Tong's expression softened a bit, but he still looked displeased. Using me to test your martial arts, only you would dare to do such a thing. Hee, I was just planning to test it in the training room, but since I ran into you, might as well give it a try. Zhang Feng chuckled. Sure Tong didn't refuse. He was Zhang Feng's mentor after all, so practicing with a student fell within his duties. I practice a horizontal martial art called Tian Gang Child's Skill, B level, currently at a minor achievement level. When fully activated, it can convert elemental energy into innate Gang Chi for protection. If you want to break through my innate Gang Chi, you would need at least 400 tons of force, equivalent to a full force strike from a 4th rank elemental warrior. Little brat, you don't need to break through my innate Gang Chi, just push me back, even by a centimeter, and I'll admit you're strong, Sure Tong said confidently. Fully activating his innate Gang Chi, he didn't believe Zhang Feng, a mere advanced warrior, could push him back. Although this advanced warrior was quite formidable, able to defeat the 1st rank elemental warrior Situnan. But the gap between a 1st rank and a 4th rank elemental warrior was significant. Alright, let's begin. The freshmen dispersed. Each of them took out a bag of melon seeds from somewhere and started munching on them. Sure Tong took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. Come on! Sure Tong shouted, and a silver aura suddenly emanated from his body. It was his innate Gang Chi. The Gang Chi surrounded Sure Tong, appearing deceptively fragile. Zhang Feng also took a deep breath, getting ready for the challenge. Then, with a swift step, Zhang Feng rushed in front of Sure Tong, fists striking simultaneously. Facing Sure Tong, he began throwing punches. Meteor God Fist. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Feng's fists moved rapidly. No one could see the trajectory of his fists clearly, only the fist shadows, like a meteor shower, hitting the innate chi surrounding Sure Tong. Thud, thud, thud. With each punch, Zhang Feng deliberately aimed at the same spot. However, all his attacks landed on the innate chi, merely creating ripples. They couldn't break through it. In fact, the innate chi rebounded his punches. In just a second, Zhang Feng threw over 100 punches. Each punch hit the same spot of the innate chi enveloping Sure Tong, but not even a crack appeared. Huff, huff, huff. The meteor God Fist consumed a lot of energy. Zhang Feng had only used it once, and in a second, he felt nearly half of his energy depleted. Ultimately, his physical condition was just too poor. So, you practiced the meteor God Fist. In 1 second, you must have thrown at least 100 punches. What level are you at? Sure Tong, seeing Zhang Feng sweating profusely, finally felt relieved. Today, I will clear my name. How could I, a mentor, be defeated by a student? Last time was truly an accident. Intermediate. Now it's advanced level. Zhang Feng was about to say intermediate level, but then, a notification sounded in his mind. Meteor God Fist is very dissatisfied, breakthrough in level. Current martial arts level, advanced, 1%, So it broke through just like that. Actually, having a bit of a temper is quite good. After breaking through to the advanced level, the speed of the Meteor God Fist increased linearly. Originally 100 punches in a second. Now, 500 punches in a second. 5 times the original speed. You're at the advanced level now? Damn, did you have another enlightenment? Sure Tong caught the meaning behind Zhang Feng's words, initially saying intermediate, then advanced. This damn, isn't it just a temporary breakthrough? Besides enlightenment, what else could it be? Freak, too much of a freak. Teacher Sure, want to try again? Zhang Feng rubbed his fists, excited. The intermediate level Meteor God Fist couldn't break Sure Tong's defense. What about the advanced level? Go ahead and try. Even if you reach the perfect level, you still can't break through my innate chi. Sure Tong remained confident. Hey, do you guys have a familiar feeling? Yeah, it's like when Teacher Sure lost a tooth last time, he was this confident too. Hee, I feel like we're in for a show. The new students were instantly excited. Last time it was a lost tooth. What about this time? Of course, Sure Tong heard the students' discussions. He became even more furious. No, this time he must prove himself. However, he silently condensed most of his innate chi on his face. Come on! Shirtong prepared himself, fully activating the celestial child technique. Zhang Feng also adjusted his state. Blood rage. Swish! Instantly, his heart raced. His blood surged. Zhang Feng's physical condition doubled, breaking the limit. The meteor god fist in blood rage state should be even stronger. Zhang Feng thought. It was a perfect opportunity to give it a try. Meteor god fist, strike. Zhang Feng rushed in front of Shirtong, throwing punches again. This time, the speed was even faster than before. 500 punches in a second. What did that mean? 0.002 seconds per punch. Much faster than swordsmanship. A-grade martial arts truly lived up to their reputation. Indeed powerful. This time, Zhang Feng still targeted the same spot with each punch. In just a split second, Zhang Feng threw 500 punches. The combined force of these punches reached hundreds of tons in an instant. Buzzing. Crack. Bang. The innate chi on Shirtong's body, after undergoing 3 processes, finally shattered with a crisp sound. His innate chi couldn't withstand the powerful impact and shattered with a bang. Zhang Feng's final punch, after breaking the innate chi, continued forward with its remaining power. With a thud, it landed on Shirtong's face. Shirtong didn't get knocked back but stiffened and fell to the ground. As the scene replayed, I didn't mean to. Looking at Shirtong lying on the ground with blood flowing from his nose and mouth, he seemed to have heard something breaking just now. Zhang Feng felt a bit embarrassed. This time, it really wasn't intentional. He sensed that Shirtong had concentrated most of his innate chi on his face to test the limits of the meteor god fist, so he attacked his face. Unexpectedly, the meteor god fist at the great accomplishment realm, combined with the bloodthirst, was so terrifying. Not only did it break Shirtong's innate chi, but the remaining power hit his face. Shirtong on the ground had regained consciousness but didn't want to get up. He felt utterly humiliated. This time, he couldn't justify his defeat. Put! Shirtong silently spat out 2 golden teeth from his mouth. He had just replaced those teeth, and now they were broken again. Even though he had lost face, Shirtong couldn't lie on the ground forever and had to silently stand up. At that moment, the look he gave Zhang Feng was filled with resentment and shock. This time was different from the last. This time, he truly exerted all his martial arts skills and even used elemental energy to condense his innate chi. Zhang Feng actually managed to break through his innate chi, indicating that his strength had reached the level of a 4th-grade elemental warrior. Despite having the physique of an advanced warrior, he possessed the strength of a 4th-grade elemental warrior. Wasn't that just abnormal? You're impressive. I admit defeat. Although Shirtong was unwilling, he had to concede. Zhang Feng just smiled faintly. Teacher Shi, I'm the one who lost. We agreed that I would win only if I could push you back. Throughout, you didn't step back at all, Zhang Feng said. Shirtong was first stunned, then he laughed. Ha, you rascal, you know how to be considerate and give me some face. Shirtong patted Zhang Feng's shoulder heavily. Zhang Feng's words indeed saved him some face. Teacher Shi, thank you for this time. I'll take responsibility for your teeth. I'll make it up to you with a pair of diamond teeth when I get the chance, Zhang Feng said. Shirtong rolled his eyes at him. Forget it. Just don't come to me for practice next time. Gold teeth, silver teeth, diamond teeth. If you hit me again, all my teeth will be knocked out by you. By the way, do you have anything on your mind? Shirtong suddenly asked. Nothing at the moment. Is there anything you need help with, Teacher Shi? If you're free, help me train these brats. You can be a bit rough, just don't cause serious injuries. It's best if you knock out their teeth too. Shirtong suddenly grinned cruelly. However, the 2 holes in his teeth made the situation quite comical. The students couldn't laugh at this moment. They seemed to understand Shirtong's intentions. If everyone lost their teeth, then him having no teeth would seem normal. Alright. Zhang Feng agreed to Shirtong's request without objection. Then, he looked at the students. Previously, he was their classmate, but now he had become their instructor. Do not waste time, all of you attack together, Zhang Feng waved at the new students. Originally, Shirtong's plan was to train them one by one. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, had all 50 new students attack at once. Was he planning to take down 50 new students single-handedly? Brothers, why stand still, attack together, Luo Feng shouted. The other students immediately rallied. Yes, they were going to get hit anyway. By attacking together, maybe they would have a chance to strike Zhang Feng. Charge! And so, the 50 new students didn't care about the unfair numbers. They all rushed towards Zhang Feng. They surrounded him from all sides. They didn't believe that Zhang Feng, being just one person, could defend against attacks from all directions. Oof! Zhang Feng suddenly understood their plan. He just sneered. They were still too young. Watching the crowd pounce on him, Zhang Feng remained calm. As they neared, thunder and lightning suddenly erupted from him. 3,000 thunder illusion. Bang! Instantly, dozens of thunderous figures exploded. Luo Feng and the others couldn't distinguish between the real Zhang Feng and the illusions. They could only attack the thunderous figures. But without exception, all their strikes hit nothing but air. Ah! In the next moment, a miserable scream rang out. A new student was sent flying, and as they hung in the air, 2 broken teeth fell out. Zhang God is here! Someone immediately shouted. But in the next moment, the one who shouted was also sent flying. 2 broken teeth fell to the ground. Bang bang bang! Half a minute later, all the new students were lying on the ground, mouths bleeding. And on the floor of the gravity room, there were now over 100 broken teeth. Zhang Feng's leisurely life resumed. Either staying in the villa to eat, sleep, watch dramas, and play games, or going out for a stroll, fishing, and such. He now had one more thing to do than before. That was to help teacher Shi Tong train the new students. Of course, it wasn't for free. He earned 100 credits for each class. Zhang Feng naturally agreed. He could earn credits and have fun playing with his classmates. Why wouldn't he? Well, of course, Zhang Feng was happy. He wasn't sure about the happiness of the other students. It's worth mentioning that a dental department was recently added to the infirmary of the training camp. During this time, a major event occurred in the Qingyuan City area. Chen Kuan, the heir of one of the 3 major martial arts families in Qingyuan City, the Chen family, had died. When Grandmaster Chen Sanjin learned of the news, he was furious. He made a declaration. Whoever could find the true culprit behind Chen Kuan's murder would owe him a favor. This statement caused a stir not only in Qingyuan City but also among martial artists in surrounding cities. To receive a favor from a grandmaster was a significant benefit. It could even lead to great success. Unfortunately, almost no one knew Chen Kuan's whereabouts, and no one dared to lie to Grandmaster Chen Sanjin. Until the arrival of the Zhang brothers, Zhang Wan and Zhang Wu. Are you saying that Kuan asked you two to ambush a senior martial artist, who happened to be a 16-year-old student? The 3 of you, 5th-grade elemental martial artists, not only failed to defeat him but also caused Kuan's death? Do you think I will believe that? In the Chen family hall, Grandmaster Chen Sanjin leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed, looking at the Zhang brothers below. Nowadays, young people lie without hesitation. Would anyone believe such nonsense? Was he really getting senile? Grandmaster Chen, our words are absolutely true, Zhang Wen immediately swore, holding up 4 fingers. Alright, then tell me, how can an advanced warrior, surpassing several levels, kill a 5th-grade elemental warrior? Chen Sanjin casually asked, but his tone clearly showed disbelief. Zhang Wen pondered for a moment before speaking. How he did it, I don't know. Originally, Kuan Gu had the upper hand, about to end his life with 1 palm. But I don't know where he got the strength from. Suddenly a sword broke through Kuan Ji's elemental power, piercing his heart. Zhang Wu suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, I know, it must be something with that kid's sword. I remember his sword seemed to be enveloped in a layer of energy, not elemental power, but it felt stronger than elemental power. Swish! Chen Sanjin, who had been motionless on the Grandmaster chair, sat up abruptly upon hearing Zhang Wu's last words. His previously calm eyes suddenly became sharp and focused. Staring at Zhang Wu, he said excitedly, What did you say was on his sword? Describe it to me in detail. Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu were immediately frightened by Master Chen Sanjin's demeanor. Not just them, even the other members of the Chen family present had never seen the old master's emotions fluctuate so dramatically. I can't describe it, but I felt a very dangerous aura from his sword. Zhang Wu was a bit flustered. He had never fought Zhang Feng, so how would he know? Tell me the whole process, every detail must not be missed, Master Chen Sanjin said. Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu exchanged a glance. In front of a grandmaster, they dared not fabricate lies, so they could only recount the events. About 4 days ago, Kuan Gu suddenly found us and offered a price for us to deal with someone. Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu recounted everything, not hiding even their inner thoughts at the time. Chen Sanjin was an old hand in the martial world, and he could detect even the slightest hint of falsehood. But throughout the recounting, he found no loopholes. So unless these 2 brothers had exceptionally strong minds, they must be telling the truth. Sword Chi. It must be Sword Chi, and not just any Sword Chi. An advanced warrior without elemental power cannot condense Sword Chi unless it is Sword Intent. Chen Sanjin's mind pondered this possibility, but even this speculation made him involuntarily gasp. An advanced warrior, and only a 16-year-old student, could possess Sword Intent? This was one of the most crucial conditions to become a sword master. As far as he knew, no one had comprehended Sword Intent before the age of 20. Even the most outstanding students in the Shushan Sword Immortal Academy, renowned as the top sword cultivation academy in Hua country, only understood sword intent after reaching 20. But if not, how could an advanced warrior kill my Kuan heir? Eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. A cold, sharp light flashed in Chen Sanjin's eyes. If one could comprehend sword intent, then as long as nothing unexpected happened along the way, the worst-case scenario in the future would be becoming a swordmaster. And he was still so young. He even had the potential to become a sword king. If he were from elsewhere, it would be one thing, but he happened to be from Qingyuan City. His existence would threaten the Chen family's position in Qingyuan City. 3 grandmaster families are already too many for me to handle. If another grandmaster or even a martial king family emerges, my Chen family's status will undoubtedly plummet. Moreover, he has a grudge against my Chen family. This threat must be eliminated at its inception. In Chen Sanjin's heart, a murderous intent had already taken root. The source of the killing intent was no longer just because of Chen Kuan's death. Master Chen, every word we brothers said is true. Look at your previous promise. Zhang Wen saw that Chen Sanjin seemed to believe them, and he was suddenly overjoyed. The thought of being able to gain a favor from a master made him extremely excited. With this favor owed to him, he might not even need to use it. Just mentioning it would be enough to scare many people. By then, wouldn't Qingyuan City let him do as he pleased? These 2 brothers had already begun to fantasize about their future happy life. However, Chen Sanjin's face was filled with a cold smile upon hearing this. Promise? What promise did I make? Didn't you say that whoever could provide effective information about the killer of Brother Cohen would receive a favor from you? We saw it with our own eyes, and if you need, we can be your witnesses, Zhang Wen hurriedly said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a hint of killing intent flash in Master Chen Sanjin's eyes. Witnesses? I, Chen Sanjin, seek revenge for my grandson. Why would I need witnesses or evidence? It's you who received benefits from Koiner but abandoned him in a critical moment. Such scum doesn't deserve to live in this world. You'd better go down and accompany my Koiner. Chen Sanjin slammed the table heavily. Immediately, a group of martial artists raised by the Chen family appeared around them. They were all martial artists of rank 5 or higher. They all launched attacks towards Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu together. If it was just 1 or 2, Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu could handle it. But facing a group of martial artists of equal or higher rank, they had no chance to resist at all. They were directly smashed into pieces by the powerful elemental forces. After dealing with these 2 brothers, servants came to clean up the bodies and bloodstains, all very calm. It was as if it was just routine work for them. Grandfather, now that we know who killed Koiner, what should we do next? Chen Kuan's father asked. It could be said that besides grandfather Chen Sanjin, he was the one who hated Zhang Feng the most. The Chen family was a century-old prestigious family with a vast family tree. Just Chen Sanjin's sons, who were his uncles and fathers, numbered more than a dozen. Sons had sons again. In his generation, including cousins and brothers, there were about 50 or 60. And his branch was currently the most likely to become the main branch of the Chen family. All because of Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan had mastered the true teachings of grandfather, being the only one of his generation to learn Chen's Tai Chi. He was also grandfather's favorite descendant. Grandfather Chen Sanjin was the pillar of the Chen family, so gaining his approval basically meant becoming the future head of the Chen family. But Chen Kuan was dead. With his death, the advantage of their branch was lost. Now that we know who the killer is, what else can we do but kill him and avenge Koiner? Chen Sanjin coldly snorted. But he is a student of the Martial Arts Academy, and it is said that Principal Zhang of the Martial Arts Academy is very protective. Should we consider assassination? No, I will openly kill him. Let all the martial artists in Qingyuan City know the consequences of offending the Chen family. Zhang Fu? If he dares to interfere, I will destroy his Martial Arts Academy, Chen Sanjin said domineeringly. As one of the 3 grandmasters of Qingyuan City, even the city's leader had to give him face. A mere martial arts academy meant nothing. When do we leave? Right now, gather the men and go directly to the talent training camp to take him. Chen Sanjin gave the order. Soon, the Chen family mobilized. Zhang Feng, of course, was unaware of what was happening in the Chen family, but he was happy at this moment, because Commander Liao had arrived. Zhang Feng still remembered that Commander Liao had said last time that he would give him a big gift when they next met. This next time was now. Zhang Feng was looking forward to what kind of gift the leader of Qingyuan City would give him. At the very least, such a prominent figure should have a starting point in S-level martial arts, right? Soon, he saw Director Liao. However, this time, Director Liao did not make a big fuss like last time. He only brought 1 or 2 people, each dressed casually in plain clothes. At the first sight of Director Liao, Zhang Feng was immediately drawn to one of the people beside him. That person actually looked very ordinary, both in appearance and attire. Zhang Feng had never seen him before, but at just the first glance, he felt that this person was extraordinary. He seemed to exude a certain aura. Director Liao also had an aura about him, but it was far less than the one beside him. Seeing Zhang Feng's gaze fixed on the person beside him, Director Liao suddenly felt a bit awkward. He cleared his throat. Ahem, well, Principal Zhang, please take us to an absolutely confidential place, Director Liao said. Principal Zhang naturally complied and immediately took them to the principal's office. Here, it was definitely the most confidential place in the entire training camp. After entering the office, Director Liao immediately waved his hand. A layer of elemental force shield immediately enveloped the entire office. Zhang Feng was seeing this kind of method for the first time and couldn't help but be curious. This elemental barrier seemed to block all connections between the office and the outside world, including air circulation. It was like creating an independent space. Of course, this was just a metaphor. Director Liao definitely did not possess the ability to create space as seen in legends. After doing all this, Director Liao immediately bowed to the person beside him. Governor, everything is ready, we can begin. Governor? When Director Liao used this title, both Zhang Feng and Principal Zhang were stunned. Although Zhang Feng had guessed that this person was not ordinary, he never expected him to be the governor. Director Liao was the leader of Qingyuan City, while the governor was the top leader of the entire province. He actually managed to get the governor to come in person. Could it be that the so-called gift from Director Liao was the governor? Zhang Feng was fine, after all, he was still young and not afraid of challenges. Upon learning that the governor was present, Principal Zhang was even more frightened, his legs trembling in fear. Cold sweat poured down, soaking his back instantly. Director Liao was already the highest leader he could interact with. The governor was beyond his wildest imagination. GGG Governor, I am Zhang Fu, pleased to meet you, Governor Wang. Principal Zhang stammered in fear. He was about to kneel down. The governor, however, waved his hand, and a surge of elemental force lifted Principal Zhang up. Relax, there's no need for such formalities. I'm here on a private visit, not as the governor. Don't be nervous, Principal Zhang. Governor Wang's face showed a kind smile. Principal Zhang's nervousness eased a bit at this. However, he was still extremely anxious inside. Principal Zhang has trained such a talented individual for our province of Ganshi. He is a great contributor. I have high hopes for you, Governor Wang said, walking over to pat Principal Zhang's shoulder. Principal Zhang was over the moon. I actually gained the governor's approval. Have I finally hit the jackpot? Principal Zhang's eyes rolled back, almost passing out from excitement. Luckily, he held himself together. At times like this, he absolutely could not lose face in front of Governor Wang. However, Governor Wang did not pay much attention to him either. He turned to Zhang Feng. Your name is Zhang Feng, right? Yes. Zhang Feng nodded quickly. The big gift from Director Liao was Governor Wang. If Governor Wang came to see him, he should prepare a significant gift, right? Anticipating, Omega, indeed, a talented individual. Xiao Liao has already told me about your situation. To be honest, I find it hard to believe. A talent surpassing even demonic levels is unheard of, not just by me, but by the whole world. Governor Wang spoke while looking into Zhang Feng's eyes. Clearly, he was trying to discern something from Zhang Feng's gaze. However, he couldn't see anything because, let alone believing it himself, Zhang Feng didn't even believe it. What surpassing demonic talent? I am simply a talentless individual. All of this is just your imagination. Governor Wang gazed into Zhang Feng's eyes but couldn't discern anything, so he continued, to test if you truly possess a talent surpassing even demonic levels as they claim, I have specially obtained permission for you to use the Dragon Elephant Martial Code. As he spoke, Governor Wang conjured a martial seal out of thin air. Out of thin air. Obviously, he also had a storage spiritual device on him. However, Zhang Feng's focus was not on this. At this moment, his gaze was deeply drawn to that martial seal. Indeed, martial arts. He just didn't know what grade of martial arts it was. A martial art that a dignified governor specially applied for must be at least above S rank. No, that's too low. It should be SS rank. Seeing the eagerness in Zhang Feng's eyes, Governor Wang grinned. He actually hoped that Zhang Feng would succeed in cultivation because it would mean their speculations were true. Governor Wang, what grade of martial arts is this? Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask. Surprisingly, Governor Wang shook his head. Zhang Feng was immediately shocked. What did the head shake mean? Did even Governor Wang not know the grade of this martial art? This martial seal contains an ancient martial art called the Dragon Elephant Martial Code, discovered in a relic of an ancient martial civilization. After preliminary evaluation, the grade of this martial art is at least SSS rank. However, since no one has been able to learn it all this time, the true grade is unknown, and its cultivation difficulty far exceeds all known SSS rank martial arts. Recently, the capital organized several martial artists with genius-level martial talent to inherit the Dragon Elephant Martial Code, but all attempts failed. Even Ma Weigua, the martial god of the Ma family, personally tried, only grasping a tiny bit, unable to even reach the entry level. Governor Wang explained. Ma Weigua was one of the 5 guardian martial gods of the country, with a demonic-level martial talent. For ordinary SSS rank martial arts, he could master the basics in 3 days. However, with the Dragon Elephant Martial Code, he spent half a month just grasping the basics. At that time, the martial god admitted that he could never reach the entry level of this martial art in his lifetime. A martial art that even someone with a demonic-level talent cannot master must surely surpass SSS rank. Chief Liao was also shocked upon hearing this for the first time. As for Principal Zhang, well, he was still immersed in Governor Wang's praise and hadn't heard anything. Governor Wang nodded. Yes, but in reality, labeling its grade is meaningless. No matter how high-end a martial art is, if no one can learn it, what's the difference from a chicken rib? Chicken rib, tasteless to eat, a pity to discard. The Dragon Elephant Martial Code was in this situation now. Even Ma Weigua with his demonic-level talent couldn't cultivate it. Who else in the world could? Even Governor Wang, who applied for it for Zhang Feng to try, didn't expect success. After listening to Governor Wang's words, Zhang Feng was now trembling with excitement. SSS rank. No, it's a martial art surpassing SSS rank. Isn't this specifically tailored for me? Regardless of its grade or difficulty level, I am only responsible for inheriting it. Cultivation is its own matter. The incomplete S-rank martial arts diamond domineering body is already so abnormal. How terrifying must the surpassing SSS rank Dragon Elephant Martial Cannon be? Judging by the name, can it really turn oneself into a divine dragon? Xiao Jiang, don't be too nervous. It's only natural that so many people have failed. If your cultivation is unsuccessful, it's to be expected. Stay calm. Seeing Zhang Feng trembling, Governor Wang thought he had scared him with his words. He hurried to comfort him. After all, he was just a young man who hadn't seen much of the world. It's natural to be nervous. Not nervous, Governor Wang, let me try it quickly. Zhang Feng couldn't wait. Nervous? Nervous about what? If you see a pile of hundreds of billions of cash in front of you, would you be nervous? Governor Wang carefully handed the martial seal to Zhang Feng. The number of inheritances of the martial seal is limited. You can try it once. If you fail, give up immediately, understand? Governor Wang instructed. Zhang Feng nodded. Fail? Those words don't exist in my dictionary. Taking the martial seal, Governor Wang indicated that Zhang Feng should inherit it on the spot. He wanted to observe Zhang Feng's situation. Zhang Feng had no objections to this. After all, the personification of martial arts was just talking in his mind. Governor Wang might be powerful, but he couldn't possibly read minds. So, Zhang Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the martial seal on his forehead. With a surge of energy flowing from the martial seal into Zhang Feng's forehead, his consciousness was instantly transported to another world. A world divided into 2 scenes. On one side, demons danced wildly, resembling a demon realm. On the other side, ghosts wailed, resembling hell. Zhang Feng's face changed as he looked at this scene. How terrifying. Although he knew it was fake, or maybe it was real in the past, it was fake now. Yet, a strong sense of fear still rose in Zhang Feng's heart. Do the demon realm and hell really exist? At that moment, a golden divine dragon descended in the demon realm. The dragons might instantly suppress the demon realm, and the demons wailed as they tried to resist, only to be annihilated by the golden dragon's breath. Dragon! The Chinese divine dragon! Zhang Feng was instantly excited. This golden divine dragon was a being from legendary scriptures. It actually appeared in this martial arts inheritance. In the other side of hell, a giant golden divine elephant also descended. Roar! The golden divine elephant roared, and its massive elephant palm slammed down on the evil spirits in hell, crushing them instantly. The demon realm and hell were thus suppressed by the golden divine dragon and the golden divine elephant. The inheritance reached this point and ended. Zhang Feng's consciousness returned to his body. It ended so quickly? Governor Wang and Chief Liao frowned simultaneously. It's well known that the longer the inheritance time, the greater the harvest. Conversely, the quicker it ends, the shorter the inheritance time, and how much can one comprehend? Governor Wang and Chief Liao exchanged a glance, both seeing disappointment in each other's eyes. Ah, as expected, after all, even the martial god Ma failed. Governor Wang sighed. However, he didn't have much hope to begin with, so he wasn't very disappointed. Xiao Jiang, it's okay, don't worry too much. Seeing Zhang Feng silent, Governor Wang thought he was upset and tried to comfort him. But in fact, Zhang Feng was silent because he was talking to the two new members who had just joined. Yes, not one, but two. Zhang Feng had just learned that the Dragon Elephant martial canon actually recorded two martial arts techniques. They were the Divine Dragon subduing demon scripture and the Divine Elephant suppressing hell power. The Dragon Elephant martial canon records two martial arts techniques. They are the Elemental Power Technique and the Strength Method. Among them, the Divine Dragon subduing demon scripture is the Elemental Power Technique. After cultivation, one can condense the dragon element Dan and the Dantian, which is the power of the dragon element. Chen Changchang had told Zhang Feng before that the different grades of elemental martial arts would result in different powers when condensed. For example, among first-grade elemental warriors, one may have a C-grade elemental martial art while another may have an A-grade. So, in the absence of other advantages, the latter can completely overpower the former. The Divine Dragon subduing demon scripture transcends the SSS grade of elemental martial arts. The condensed elemental power is the dragon element. Just by hearing the name, one can tell it is related to the legendary dragon. Dragons, no matter where or when, are synonymous with power. Even if people are unsure of the existence of dragons as creatures, it does not diminish the dragon's status in people's minds. Based on Jiang Feng's current understanding of the Divine Dragon subduing demon scripture, when he becomes a first-grade elemental warrior, his basic elemental power will possess the power of a dragon. The power of a dragon is equivalent to 125,000 catties. Moreover, this is only the elemental power cultivated from the introductory realm of the Divine Dragon subduing demon scripture. With each advancement in realm, the power of the dragon element becomes stronger. Another martial art, the Divine Elephant Imprisoning Force, is a pure strength technique. It can surpass the limits of the human body, allowing the practitioner's physical strength to reach higher levels. The concept of the Divine Elephant Imprisoning Force is to extract the power of the Divine Elephant from nearly 100 trillion cells within the human body. One cell equals the power of an elephant. The power of an elephant is equivalent to 12,500 catties. The power of 100 trillion divine elephants? Zhang Feng didn't even dare to think about it. Ha, old elephant, after so many years, we finally meet again. Yes, Divine Dragon, how many years have we been dormant, and now, someone has succeeded in cultivating us. The voices echoed in Zhang Feng's mind. Both voices carried great dignity and gave off a very ancient and solemn feeling. Even though Zhang Feng was their master, he couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. As for the other martial artists, they dared not speak at this moment. Even characters like the Meteor God Fist and the 12 Beast Form Fist were silent. Such a young lad. I feel his talent is quite poor. Not just poor, he basically has no talent at all. It's strange how someone with zero talent could succeed in cultivating us. Ahem, old elephant, don't speak ill of him. In a way, he awakened us, so he is our master. The conversation between the Divine Elephant and the Divine Dragon quickly turned to Zhang Feng. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Feng felt embarrassed. Can't you stop talking about my lack of talent all the time? Do you think I enjoy it? Excuse me, esteemed martial arts seniors, may I ask from which era you originate? Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask. He was curious about the origins of the Dragon Elephant martial canon, which recorded two such powerful martial arts, and which era they belonged to. The personalities of these two martial arts must be very ancient. Perhaps he could learn some historical knowledge from them. Which era? I've forgotten. After sleeping for so long, I have no idea how many years have passed. The Divine Dragon Senior said. I only remember that the spiritual energy of that era was not as barren. Alas, the spiritual energy of the present is not only barren but also filled with so many impurities, I don't like it. The Divine Elephant Senior added. Let's make do, young Master Jiang. Don't inquire about our origins, start cultivating quickly. I'm getting a bit impatient. The Divine Dragon urged Zhang Feng. Whether it was the Divine Elephant or the Divine Dragon, it seemed they were not keen on engaging in extensive communication with Zhang Feng. It was normal for seniors to look down on themselves. Jiang, are you listening to me? At this moment, Zhang Feng finally heard Governor Wang's voice. Governor Wang, I heard you, Zhang Feng said. Governor Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this young man would be stimulated and unable to think clearly for a while. Although he had not succeeded in cultivation, it did not mean that this young man's talent was fake. Perhaps the difficulty of cultivating the dragon-elephant martial code has far exceeded the limit of the current martial civilization. Xiao Jiang, you don't need to be too disheartened. Nobody is perfect, failure is a necessary path in life. You must learn to overcome it. Governor Wang patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said with deep meaning. He felt it was necessary to guide this young man. Otherwise, today's failure might become his obstacle. Well, I understand this truth. Failure is the mother of success, Zhang Feng said. Governor Wang nodded with great relief. Being able to say such words indicated that the recent setback did not crush this young man. However, I have never met my mother, Zhang Feng continued. This sentence really puzzled Governor Wang and Chief Liao. What does it mean to have never met my mother? Governor Wang, I think Xiao Zhang's statement needs to be understood in context. He just said that failure is the mother of success, so his meaning is that he has never failed, Chief Liao pondered, stroking his chin. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, giving Chief Liao a thumbs up. Full marks for reading comprehension. You would definitely pass the elementary Chinese language exam. Never failed? Wait, does that mean you? Governor Wang suddenly became excited at the words. Succeeded? But he had only inherited for a little over a minute. In such a short time, not to mention comprehension, he wouldn't even remember, right? Zhang Feng did not explain, but started cultivating in front of them. He first cultivated the divine dragon subduing demon scripture. After all, Zhang Feng's level had been stuck at the peak of advanced martial artists for too long, and he was eager to become a Yuan warrior. Little glutton, suck with all your might. Zhang Feng shouted in his mind. The breathing technique complemented the elemental martial arts. The former absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while the latter transformed the spiritual energy into elemental power. Therefore, the former determined the speed of cultivation, and the latter determined the power of elemental energy. Following Zhang Feng's instructions, the little glutton immediately exerted all its strength. Suddenly, a visible small spiritual energy vortex appeared above Zhang Feng's head. A large amount of spiritual energy poured into Zhang Feng's body. As Zhang Feng operated the divine dragon subduing demon scripture, all the spiritual energy gathered towards his dantian. Such a powerful suction force. What breathing technique is he cultivating? Governor Wang looked at the small spiritual energy vortex forming above Zhang Feng's head, unable to help but sigh. It was like others eating bite by bite, chewing slowly, while you just held the bowl and poured it into your mouth like drinking water. Without even chewing, you finished a large bowl in a few seconds. Isn't that terrifying?